pulling me out of here. I'm actually looking for a handle or something I can hold on. And I suddenly woke up. I sat up and I was totally naked under a sheet, and I had tubes and wires hooked all up to my body. And I looked around, and there was this German patient laying in this bed next to me. And I looked at him and I said, "Hey, it's okay. God's a white light. You can't cease to exist." Out the door the patient went. In comes the doctor. "So you're awake?" "Not anymore." Off I went again. I woke up the next day. It was daylight. And I was on a gurney, and I had a mask on my face that was actually taped down. And I was strapped to this gurney, arms and all, up on the back of seats, and it was a stretch limo. They had actually put me in a stretch limo, and they had tinfoil taped over all the windows. And off we went, and I'm yelling, or trying to yell, through the mask, "Where are we going? What's going on?" And I just fell back into the comfort of whatever was going on. It didn't awaken again until much later. And then it was dark again. And when I woke up that time, I was in a hospital bed in a room that had some great views of gardens and stuff outside. And what it was the end room at a rest home. They had leased the entire wing, which was empty, except for that end room. And I was in the end room. And there was a psychiatrist there. And he said, "You've had an interesting experience. I don't want you to talk now." I said, "Bullshit. I want to know where I am, what's going on, etc." And he said, "Well, I can't tell you that." And I said, "Well, who can? Get him in here. Let's talk about it." "No, you need to relax. You need to rest." And I just kept getting more and more hyper. So they pulled him out of there. And the next morning, I fell asleep again. The next morning when I woke up, there was a new psychiatrist in the room. And he was sitting there, and he looked over at me, and he smiled, and he said, "Welcome back." And I said, "Who are you?" And he told me, "Colonel so-and-so, I'm a staff psychiatrist." I think he said he was with the 66 MI, but I may be inserting that. I can't remember. But he said, "If you want to talk, I'm here to talk." And he just pretty much left me alone. And so I started asking him how long I'd been there and stuff. And he gave me straight up answers. And I got to liking him. And then he leaned over and he said, "What you want to do is you want to try to be normal here if you expect to leave." And sat back. And I thought about it a little while. I leaned over to him and I said, "What's normal?" "Tell me what's normal and I'll be as normal as you want me to be." Because this whole thing's a trip for me. Mm-hmm. I thought I'd been heavily drugged. And I probably had been up to that point. But they didn't know what happened to me, and I don't know what happened to me. All they assumed was there had been irreparable brain damage, because every time they asked me what happened, I kept saying, "I went and I was with God, who's a white light. You can't cease to exist. That's all I know. And it's the most comfortable place you could ever be." Okay, get a little more rest. They weren't buying that. They thought I was brain damaged. So I started saying, "Well, where's my wife?" "Don't worry about her. We'll get her in here eventually." What they had done, I was the detachment commander at the time of a border site, which I can't go into in any depth. And they had let everybody at my border site know, and that's probably, at that time, I think I had 13 people assigned, think that I was dead, that I had died as a result of what happened at the restaurant. So, turns out they even let my wife think I was dead too.
Holy shit.
Because they didn't know what had happened. And that's when the thinking came out, well, maybe this was an attempted assassination or something. And I kept saying, no, it's something in what I drank. I kept saying, maybe I'm allergic to something in my drink. Well, the closest they came was they said it was probably a binary poison. And I said, what the hell is a binary poison? And the guy told me that the person I was talking to about it wasn't a psychiatrist. He was a medical doctor. He said it's basically two enzymes. You get an A enzyme with your breakfast. It's in the scrambled eggs. So everybody that has scrambled eggs that morning with you gets enzyme A. Enzyme B comes later that day. Enzyme A is stored in your liver. Enzyme B you get in your before dinner drink, as does everyone else that orders that drink. So that it's not, you don't target somebody specifically, but in reality you do. Only the targeted individual gets both enzymes. When they combine in the liver, they create a third enzyme, which creates a stroke, a massive heart attack, something that mimics a natural death. And that this poison was developed by the USSR, stolen by us, polished by us, would be a way of putting it.
Perfected.
Stolen back by the USSR. So nobody knows who did what to whom. And that's what they were trying to sort out. Plus they were trying to sort out whether or not I had brain damage. And so over the course of about a week, they decided that there wasn't significant brain damage, that I had actually had that experience, and that I had actually been out of body. All those things had actually happened. And that was due to the psychiatrist I had, who had evidently dealt with other people who had significant out-of-body effects from near-death experiences. And he convinced them of that. So I was reassigned to the 66 MI in Munich. That's when my wife was brought in.
Now you had later been trained on how to control an out-of-body experience. Am I
Yes,
correct?
I was trained by Robert Monroe, who actually wrote the book on out-of-body, Journeys Out of the Body by Robert Monroe. He actually brought it to the public forefront. I'm sure many people had that experience and never talked about it until he wrote his book. And so department, when I was judged to be an excellent remote viewer, they knew that I had been having spontaneous out-of-bodies ever since that event.
So hold on. How would that get triggered?
Oh, there is no trigger. That's the problem.
So it would just happen.
It would just happen.
Does it still happen?
Yeah, I still have spontaneous out-of-bodies every now and then. There's a way to initiate them. which I haven't done since the project terminated. Actually, since I haven't done since I did a couple targets for Department of Defense, DOD. What they did is they actually came out and hired Bob Monroe to teach me how to initiate, control my out-of-bodies. They wanted to see if intelligence could be collected that way that would be even better than remote viewing, more defined. So what I did for many, many months is I would leave Fort Meade after my remote viewing on a Thursday night, drive to Virginia, to the Naenaes Fort area of Virginia where the Monroe Institute is located. And I would get up early on Friday morning, and then Friday, all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I would work with Bob Monroe in his lab. I'd start very early in the morning, and we work all day, just doing exercises where he was teaching me how to initiate an out-of-body and control it. Hard work, really difficult. Not so much initiating them, but controlling them is a bitch.
How do you initiate that?
You lay in a certain position and you try to generate a repetitive vibration that starts at your feet, and it like runs up your body to the top of your head and back down to your feet. Most people, when they get this, get uncomfortable and they move around and it stops. If you generate it and it runs up to the head and down to the feet, you can keep it going. You can energize it. You can put more energy behind it to the point that you eventually separate from your body, roll out of your body so that you're looking down at your body, or you pass through a wall and you're outside floating, like in some suspended state of disbelief, because it's as real as you and I are sitting here talking when you're out of body and completely out of body. If you're not generating a fear of it, or you're not falling victim to being afraid of what might happen, that sort of thing.
So you need to be in full confidence.
Yes. Initially, you have I had a sense every time I separated from my body that there was something evil in the room, something base, evil, that you couldn't deal with in the room with me. And I asked Bob about it. He'd say, I'd be inside this black cube, shielded box laying on the bed. He'd be in a different room monitoring me, and he'd say, it's okay, just go with it. And I'd say, but what is that? And he'd say, you'll figure it out. That's all he would ever say, you'll figure it out. And it's something you have to deal with yourself. And he knew that. And at some point, when I was hovering above my body, getting this just overwhelming
Surprise,
feeling
motherfucker.
of base, ugly thing in the room with me, I roll over to confront it, and it was my physical body underneath me. So your perceptions of baseness and ugliness and everything about this evil is your physical presence, which is kind of interesting.
Very interesting.
It's when you're out of body, it's a higher form of sensing, a higher form of being. The problem with it is the next thing you have to control is how to go somewhere and do something. You can go out of body and the first thing that catches your attention is a chandelier in the next room. But the chandelier, when you pass into it, is the most glorious thing you've ever seen in your whole life. because you're collecting everything about it into your sense of it. And so it's like you just want to grovel in it. Everything is better than what you are. I mean, you just want to capture all of it. Things of beauty are 10 times more beautiful, and things that you would normally not pay any attention to are the most gorgeous things on the planet. It's hard to not be distracted in the out-of-body condition. So I did that, and then Monday morning at 4 a.m. I get up and drive back to Fort Meade.
Can you feel energy flow?
You can feel everything in the out-of-body condition. For instance, once you get control of it, then Bob would start giving me things to do. He'd say, go to the location in the envelope. And I'd go to the whatever that location was. And I'd be in the out-of-body state. And I'd report to him what I was finding. On this one occasion, he sent me to the Basilica in Rome. It was in the envelope. The altar in the center of the Basilica of Rome. So I landed there in the out-of-body condition, and there was a beam of white light that came through the center of the dome and just splattered on the floor. It filled the whole room with light. And I told him, this is a place of light. It's a column of just what looks like liquid energy light coming through the center of a dome. And he said, put your hand in it. Put my hand in it. I went, oh, wow. And he said, what are you feeling? And I said, perfection. What do you mean? I don't know. Don't want to move. Just want to be here. It felt like unconditional love, perfection. And then I said, housed in a box of broken glass, or something like that. It's okay, fine. Pull your hand out. Why? Yeah, because I said so. I'll come in there and jerk you out of that bed. No, he didn't say that. But he'd say it's time to leave or something, and I would do that. But we did that for quite a while, and then people showed up while I was in the box, and I was taking a nap because we had been working for quite a while. And this is months later. And they showed up to test me. And so I got 2 targets, which I was tested on. And I did the 2 targets, wrote it all out afterwards, and gave it to the representatives from the DOD. And after which they said, don't do this anymore.
What is your reaction to that?
My reaction to that is, oh, you don't like the result. So now I'm not supposed to do it anymore. If it had been the result you wanted, then I would be doing it some more. That's how I felt in my head and everything. The one target, the second target that I did.
Let me, if you don't mind, can I rewind?
Sure.
So you were poisoned in an assassination attempt. You had an out-of-body experience.
Yeah.
Then they wanted to study you in the wing of some psych ward or hospital or something under medical supervision.
I don't think it was study. I think they were trying to determine whether I had irreversible brain damage or whether or not I was still sane and straight.
From there, you went to be trained on by Bob Monroe on out-of-body experiences.
From there, I finished a complete another tour
Okay.
in Germany, northern Thailand, did some things in other countries, and then came back to the States, made warrant, was in charge of my MOS, and then recruited by the psychic program, developed my psychic abilities to the point that some have said it's the best in the world. And that's when they decided, well, maybe it would be even better if you could go out of body to a target.
Okay.
And collect data.
Let's stay in chronological order, if that's okay. I would like to revisit this. Why do you think that so many people who have out-of-body experiences, I've had several on the show who have had out-of-body experience in combat, from being shot in the head or leg blown off.
I can understand it.
Why do you think that, why is it a near-death experience that seems to always trigger the initial out-of-body experience?
I think it's as close to death as you can ever come and still be here. That's what I think. Now, can it be generated? Yeah, you could generate it, but only within limited circumstances in terms of targeting something. The second target I did is a good example. They gave me a picture of a building. And they said, we're not going to tell you where this building is. Your charge here, the mission, A, find the building. Once you found it, countries, nobody cares. Find this building. Once you find the building, go to the, I can't remember, it was second or third floor. Pass through the wall. Go down the hallway. Find the bank vault door. Pass through the vault door into we'll call it a lab. Go to the northwest corner and there's a table, and on the table is an object. Push your face into the object. Collect as much data as you can. Wake yourself up and draw it to detail in scale on a piece of paper. That was my mission. It took me 2.5 weeks of out of bodies just to find the building. And when I found the building, it took 3 or 4 out of bodies to get to the vault room. But I was finally able to pass through the vault door, which is an experience in itself. Passing through a vault door, you can actually feel it. It's like peeling your way through an onion with your molecular shape. I don't know how to explain that. But it's like you can feel every molecule as you pass through it. I don't think it's so much the material as it's the denial of access that does that to you. I can't explain it. But you get inside the room and you go to the northwest corner. I'm not sure I was at the northwest corner. I just went to wherever the table was. And there was an object about this size on the table, and I pushed my face into it, and I memorized it in detail. Tried to understand how the parts interworked with each other, that kind of thing. And then woke myself up, and I went in. I had a drafting table in my home, and I drew a detailed picture of it. And I rolled it up, put it in a tube, and mailed it to the people that had tasked me. They came out some weeks later, two guys, and they said, we have some questions we want to ask you. And I said, fine. They said, where did you take high energy physics? And I said, I have never taken high energy physics anywhere. Okay, who do you know that's a high energy physicist? And I said, I know one guy, Ed May. He's my good buddy from the lab, LFR, Laboratories for Fundamental Research. I've known him in the remote viewing area since I started. I said, I know him. He's a low energy physicist. I don't know any high energy physicists. Okay. Where do you check your books out? What libraries? And I was like, oh, come on. I'm starting to think, you don't believe what I did. You think I just psychically figured out what it was, and I've asked people in detail about it. No, we just really want to know where you sign your books out. So I gave them permission letters to go to the two libraries I used and ask, what books did he sign out? That sort of thing. I think they were very badly misled when they saw what books I signed out. So I got the idea that they didn't believe what happened, and it pissed me off. So I said I could build something better than what I saw.
What did you see?
I'm not sure. Some kind of a trigger or something.
For
a device of some kind. I don't know. But I knew I could build one better just by going into light fiber. This was a copper wire thing. I said I could speed it up 100,000 times with light fiber. In fact, I could make it so fast it would get warm when it runs, or hot even, and melt down. So I'd have to put it in an acrylic cube and run coolant through it. So I did all that, and I drew it in detail, but it was down to about twice the size of a pack of cigarettes. And I drew it to scale in detail with lots of notes and stuff. The big thing was there was a trigger in it. I don't know if there are certain things that if you put too much power to them, it'll kill a city. You know, it'll shut all the power down. It's like the big lights over a football field. If you just snap a switch and turn them all on at one time, the city goes dead, goes dark. So they have these switches that are slow build switches. They come on very slowly, and the lights come on very dim, and they start brightening, and eventually they come up to operating speed. That way the light doesn't explode when it's suddenly lit and all the power is going to the lights and that sort of thing. Well, I needed one of those switches, and I couldn't find one. I went to 3 or 4 different electronic places. So I finally found a switch that would work, and I drew that into the plan. And I roll it up, put it in a tube, and mail it. They showed up the next day. Non-disclosure agreements. Never promised never to draw this again ever. Don't show this to anybody. Don't talk about it in detail with anybody. Blah, blah, blah. So I signed all their papers and said bye. I've never been tasked with another out-of-body target.
Can I ask why you signed those papers?
Because I didn't give a shit.
Did it bother you that somebody was having you sign documents basically saying, we're going to limit your mental capacity?
No, because I can still go out of body anytime I want. I can still do things out of body. I just don't tell people about it.
Where was the building?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
How did you find it?
I don't know the answer to that either. I just kept looking everywhere I went out of body. I just kept looking.
How did you begin the search?
The search? Well, I started in this country, and I went to Canada, and then I went to Mexico, and then I spread out from there. I just started looking for something identifiable, and I think there's an inherent way that out-of-body works. It gets you to what you're looking for if you can maintain the focus long enough.
When you begin the search and you're out of body, is it like a bird's eye view? Or are you street level?
I think it's in the out-of-body condition, it's like you can observe a lot of things simultaneously. You're not limited to what we're limited to in the body.
Is it intuition?
Yeah. For lack of a better word, it's more than that, but that comes close to it.
You're experiencing multiple locations at the same
time, right.
And you're able to process.
Oh, yeah. Just in remote viewing, I'm able to process vast amounts of data. Because everything I get from a remote viewing standpoint, I don't necessarily retain. I get it, I start stacking it in different columns. One thing relates to another. I move columns around. Then I collapse it back down to something that's definable. And then I start deciding what I will use and what I won't use. I throw things out, I add things in. By the time I sketch something on a piece of paper, it's usually some time invested in the remote viewing. I just don't put everything down like I used to. When I first started in remote viewing, you have a tendency to write everything down. It's too slow. That's not how the brain works. The brain works rapidly, very fast. And it's an intuitive action because you're not wasting your time on things that don't apply. You're only going with what applies. And in remote viewing, you come to a basic understanding for what it is you're looking for. And then you try to define it in the way it's being used. So I should have brought some really good examples of my remote viewing with me, where most people write a few words and do some sketchy stuff. I'll draw it in detail. An example would be, if you want to hear an example.
Absolutely. I would like to hear an example.
Okay. There was an agency came to us and said, "Can you track a spy?" And we said, "Piece of cake." That's what I said. Piece of cake. My buddy, Dr. May, said, "Yeah, I think we could do it." And I said, "What's in it for us?" Because I was working for the lab at the time. And I knew that's what he would say. And they said, "We'll give you, I don't know, I can't remember now how much it was. Let's say $250,000. If you can prove you can track a spy, we'll give you $250,000. And so we said, "Sure, piece of cake." So my targeting material, you ready for this? Social Security number. What does that tell you about a spy? You don't know if it's a 14-year-old or an 85-year-old. You don't know if it's male or female. You don't know if it's Chicago or San Francisco or New York City, right? Okay. That was my targeting material. And we'll call you on the phone at different times and ask you to tell us where our spy is. Okay. So, first call I got was like 3 months later at 12:30 midnight when I was out on the West Coast working in the lab. But when I first arrived, I was in San Francisco staying with a psychologist that we had working at the lab, a guy named Nevin Lance. So I'm staying in his home with him and his wife. And he gets awakened at 12:30 midnight. Hey, there's some guy on the phone that says he wants to talk to you. He woke me up. So I went to the kitchen and I answered the phone. Tell us where our spy is. So I said, okay, and I hung up and I drew a picture of, I'll think of it in a minute, Altoona Pass, down near, I want to say Palo Alto, but it's way further south than that. It's where they built the first group of wind generators. It's called Altoona Pass. So I drew hills, and I put in the towers, and I put the rotating things on them. And I drew dotted lines together. I said, it's a big electrical grid. It's collected by the wind. It's a wind generating area. And he's parked by the central tower in a rental car. That's exactly where he was.
Holy
and it's a perfect drawing of Altoona Pass. So,
what do these? What do they say to that? Are they in disbelief?
they didn't say a word to us. We just sent them that. So they said, okay, thank you. Didn't say a word. Dr. May says, I'd only give you 99% on this one if it's true, because you didn't tell me what color the rental car is. So we're kidding with each other about that stuff, okay? So time goes by a few months, and I get another request. I don't know, it was 2 PM or something. They just interrupted something I was doing. Can you tell us where our spy is? And I said, I worked on such and such a date at such and such a time. Where was our spy? So it's middle of the day. The time and date, I have no idea other than it's like early morning hours on some day of the week. Just passed. So I drew a corner of a lab place, put in parking lots, roads, trees lining the roads, T-shaped building right in the center. And I said, your spy is in the T-shaped building, which is otherwise known as the A building. That's the name of it, A building. He's at the top floor, center of the T-shape. He's facing out through a picture window. You might otherwise call this the director's office. It's 12:30 midnight. He's got his feet crossed up on the director's desk, and he's smoking one of the director's illegal Cuban cigars. And so we sent him the picture. Now, Ed showed the picture to some other people, and they all went, oh, yeah, that's the west gate of Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. That's where they build nuclear weapons. Where do you think he was sitting? In the director's chair, 12:30, looking out of his picture window at the rest of the lab, smoking one of his Cuban cigars. That was the second hit.
Wow.
The third hit, they said, okay, you've demonstrated you can probably track a spy. That's nice. Tell us what he's doing. He's a creative kind of guy, so tell us what he's doing. He's in the middle of the desert. He's got 2 big tractor trailer trucks, vans, and he's working inside the vans, and he's testing a piece of equipment. It's a microwave equipment. It's operating on this frequency band, and it's got a 60-degree bandwidth, and he's targeting electronic equipment at a little over 60 to 150 yards for destructive purposes. Oh, and his hobby is he loves to drive for lunch. He likes to go over to this solar experimental station and watch the mirrors make a miniature sun on the end of a tower. He loves to see that stuff. That's all we said. So they came back and said, maybe you'd like to see what he was actually working on. And so Ed and I said, sure. So they flew us out to Sandista Desert. We're in a military car driving down the dirt road. And we come over a hill and they stopped us. They had a block on the road. They had this arm down. The solar station, the experimental station, is doing a test. So you could actually smell the ozone in the air with these mirrors when they made a miniature sun on top of the tower. It's crackling up there. You could smell the ozone. I mean, it was beautiful. Wow. And the whole experiment ends. Oh, and Ed's looking at the driver. He's saying, you know, if you had a bag, I'd put it over this guy's head because he's not supposed to be reporting on this. So they lift the guard gauge, so we head on down the road, and we see this dust cloud coming down the side road from the solar array. And it pulls out in the road right in front of us and accelerates away down the road. And so we follow that dust cloud and pull into the same place. Two big vans sitting on tractor-trailer trucks. And it's exactly what I drew. I drew like, 15 drawings, about 75 pages of transcript. And they gave all that material to an independent agency, and they said exactly what it did and said they could build it. And that's exactly what he was doing, what I said he was doing. And what they came back and said was, our spy has no hobbies. And we asked the guy where he was coming from for lunch. He said, oh, it's kind of my hobby. I go over there for lunch to watch the solar array. We made sure we put it in his statement in the letter we sent back to him. So he said, that's the only thing I had wrong. That's an example of my viewing at the end of my 7-year career at Fort Meade.
You still have those sketches?
Yeah. I can send them to you.
That would be great. We'd like to overlay
I'd be glad to.
over the interview.
Yeah.
Joe, let's take a break.
Okay.
When we come back, I want to talk about how you were recruited into the remote viewing program.
That's a good idea.
Perfect.
I want to tell you about this business venture I've been on for about the past 7-8 months, and it's finally come to fruition. I've been hell-bent on finding the cleanest functional mushroom supplement on the planet, and that all kind of stemmed from this psychedelic treatment I did. Came out of it, got a ton of benefits, haven't had a drop of alcohol in almost 2 years. I'm more in the moment with my family, and that led me down researching the benefits of just everyday functional mushrooms. And I started taking some supplements, I found some coffee replacements, I even repped a brand, and it got to the point where I just wanted the finest ingredients available, no matter where they come from. And it got to this point where I was just going to start my own brand. And so we started going to trade shows and looking for the finest ingredients. And in doing that, I ran into this guy, maybe you've heard of him. His name's Laird Hamilton, and his wife, Gabby Reese. And they have an entire line of supplements with all the finest ingredients. And we got to talking. Turns out they have the perfect functional mushroom supplement. It's actually called Performance Mushrooms. And this has everything. It's USDA organic. It's got chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake. This stuff is amazing for energy balance, for cognition. Look, just being honest, see a lot of people taking care of their bodies. I do not see a lot of people taking care of their brain. This is the product, guys. And so we got to talking, and our values seemed very aligned. We're both into the functional mushrooms. And after a lot of back and forth, I am now a shareholder in the company. I have a small amount of ownership, and I'm just really proud to be repping and be a part of the company that's making the best functional mushroom supplement on the planet. You can get this stuff at lairdsuperfoods.com. You can use the promo code SRS. That'll get you 20% off these performance mushrooms or anything in the store. They got a ton of good stuff. Once again, that's lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That gets you 20% off. You guys are going to love this stuff. I guarantee it. I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you guys. You are our top supporters and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind the scenes content from the actual Sean Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
All right, Joe, we're back from the break. We're getting ready to dive into how you were recruited for the remote viewing program. Before we do that, I'm curious about your bracelet. Does that have any meaning?
This bracelet?
Yeah, that bracelet.
It's actually, it's kind of somewhat similar to one that I gave my wife. It's made by a congressman who was also a Native American.
Really?
Yeah, in New Mexico, and I happened to be working at the Los Alamos lab at the time.
You worked at Los Alamos?
Well, I worked there in terms of being studied.
Okay.
They did a study for 2 years of hopefully me doing remote viewing, but it was in a mu metal shielded room on a bean bag where they suck the air out of the bag. It matches your body. You lay on your face, and they had a large can filled with liquid nitrogen and 7 squids, what they call squids, subquantum interface devices, and it was pressed with a robotic arm to the back of the skull, and it measured each individual axion firing in the brain whenever we did something. And what they learned is you can't capture remote viewing that way. Second thing they learned is not all thought happens here. It also happens behind your elbow, behind your knee. Your entire nervous system is filled with actual brain cells. So there's thought and action that takes place throughout your nervous system. We actually knew that 8 years before it became public knowledge through somebody else's study. We just got that by accident.
Wow. That's public knowledge, huh?
Yeah. The cool thing was that when we leased the lab to do the study, the people that actually worked in that lab before we leased it from them were told by letter from their boss, stay away from these people, they're nuts. They snuck in anyway and observed what we were doing and read some of what we were writing and that sort of thing. And when our 2-year study was over, we got an application for employment from every single person working in that lab.
Wow.
Because we were doing something more interesting than they were doing in the government lab.
Wow.
So.
That is, man, I can't bring anything up without you having something to.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's fascinating.
It's crazy.
I love this interview.
We had people with actual that were Nobel laureates actually made statements to us where they said, even if you proved it beyond the shadow of a doubt, we'd still deny it. Nobel laureates saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, and unfortunately, having done a demonstration in front of the Senate Select Subcommittee for Intelligence way back, I had somebody in that committee tell me in the middle of a demonstration of remote viewing, stood up and said, sir, you are doing the work of the devil and you will burn in the fires of hell. And he ran out of the room.
Wow.
That's one of our senior senators actually said that. Made all the hair stand on the back of my neck.
Yeah.
And then when we broke for coffee, had another senior senator give me a big hug, wiping tears out of his eyes, and he said, you're doing God's work, son, keep it up. And all the hair stood up on my neck again. It's like, I can't tell you who I'm working for. It's like insanity.
Yeah.
That people go right to that. They go right to theology, religion. In many cases, if I don't blame what I do on God as a gift from God, then I'm the devil himself. But if I said it's God's gift, my son, you are perfect. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's, we want you on our bandwagon or we don't want you.
Yeah, it's, ever since I've been diving into these kind of subjects, everybody wants to tell me how to think, about them. And,
Don't let them do that.
I guess just like anything else, right? Just like politics. If I don't agree with you,
power.
Let me guess. Now we're going to go into 30 minutes of you trying to convince me why I should think exactly like you,
Yeah.
And let's just save it because I'm not going to.
Not going to happen.
But anyways, grill flame or gondola. Which one is it? How
At the
did it start?
beginning, it was called Gondola Wish.
Gondola wish.
That's when it was an idea in the eye of somebody,
Okay.
which was basically Major Keener and Skip Atwater, or Frederick Atwater, who was a first lieutenant at the time.
Okay.
And they both worked for the 902nd Military Intelligence Group, which is a counterintelligence operation. They proposed a project in which it would be pursued.
So how did you get recruited?
Well, I worked for a General Roy at the time. He was the commander of the Intelligence and Security Command for the whole Army, the intelligence business. And as I said, I was running my MOS with a GS-14 in an office directly over his head. And he called me in one morning, or had me come down and talk to him, I should say. And he wanted me to go out to Fort Meade and look at what they were proposing and come back and give him a briefing. He said, I don't know anything about this subject matter. And I said, what exactly is it? And he said, you'll have to find that out. He didn't want to turn me one way or the other. He wanted me to go check it out. So I spent the whole day there with Lieutenant Atwater and another major at the time. His name was Watt, W-A-T-T. And so I sat there the whole day looking. I was sitting in front of a table covered with nothing but a pile of stuff on psychic functioning. Some of it was stuff that we had purloined from different communist countries. Some of it was stuff out of Inquirer magazine. I mean, it's everything from the trash to the ash. I mean, everything. Mm-hmm. And I spent about 4.5 hours sitting there just picking through it. And I saw maybe 2 documents in the whole pile that meant anything to me. The rest was garbage, just complete garbage. What people wanted you to think, what they wanted you to believe, stories written by people who didn't ask the right questions, you know, that kind of crap.
What was your opinion of the psychic remote viewing topic before you were recruited?
Before I was recruited, didn't have an opinion.
Was there any discussion?
I had some very interesting events in my life, particularly in Vietnam, that were very meaningful to me, but for other reasons. I didn't understand them, but they happened. Mm-hmm. An example would be I was at a fire base, and I can't remember the name of it now, but it was in they landed helicopters there, and it was a support fire base. And I was there TDY. I was there maybe a month running my the ANPRD-1s on the Jeep. And I was asked to fulfill a role there if they came under attack. I was a senior staff sergeant, so they said, what we would like you to do is if we come under attack, since you're only here TDY, we want you to go to the bunker with the radios and help to coordinate whatever fire support we get. I said, fine, not a problem. So we came under attack one night, so I took off for the bunker. And just as I got to the bunker, I started down the steps into the bunker, and I took maybe the first 2 steps. I was in a hurry. And somebody yelled, freeze, really loud. So I stopped, and I looked to see who yelled it. And the whole bunker dissolved in front of me, just collapsed. It was hit with, I don't know how many different RPGs or something. Maybe a zapper got inside. I have no idea, but it just collapsed right in front of me. So I would have been inside that bunker when it collapsed, but I wasn't.
That's the second time I've heard that.
Huh?
This is the second time I've heard that.
Yeah, it was a voice out of somewhere, and it stopped me dead in my tracks. Otherwise, I would have been in there.
Wow.
The second time, in our base camp, which is on a hill, quite a distance from the 4th Division, Armored Division, and Pleiku City runway, and that sort of stuff, Special Forces camp. We were on like half a hill with the combat engineers. They were on the back side of our hill. We were on the other side. And our side faced this just vast openness of just nothing but scrub as far as you could see. And then it went into the foothills and into the tri-border area. And one of the things that we had there was, like I said, we were living in holes in the ground, which was perfectly all right with us. I mean, it was comfortable, unless you took a direct hit, and even then it would maybe go into the mud, and you'd get an upward detonation or something, and nobody get hurt. Get your brains rattled maybe, but that was it. Well, the engineers came in and built us these big concrete pads with these wooden buildings and put 10 roofs on them. And our commander at the time said, I want everybody to move in there because we're going to bulldoze the holes. And I refused. I said, the guys in my tent are not moving, and neither am I. Those are not properly fortified. They're not protected against attack by mortar. Until you got a layer of sandbags on the roof, I'm not moving anybody in there. And I couldn't convince him why it would be dangerous. because we had 4 of those buildings in a row. And everybody started moving in, and we refused. So we're out on a mission. When we came back, our hole was bulldozed over, and we were moved in there. So I told my guys, okay, until they do something to revet the outside of the building and put something over the roof, I want you to sandbag your cots, because at least then you'll have something you can lay up against. Because if something comes through the roof, it's going to pre-detonate above the ground. We're going to get spalling off the concrete floor. It's going to just chew this place up. They ordered me to get all the sandbags out, and I refused to do that. When I wasn't there, the commander came in, gave everybody a direct order. They started taking the sandbags out. I came back that evening. I was really hot. I went and argued with him. Came back in, crashed, fell asleep. Middle of my night that night, we got hit with mortar. We got bracketed by 2 heavy mortars, and I mean, they tore us up. We got all kinds of pre-detonations, lots of wounded. The guy I had a private room on the end of the barracks, so when I heard them going off, I just rolled off the cot and pulled everything in the room that wasn't attached to anything down on top of me. Everything I owned had holes in it. The guy in the room next to me never got out of his bed. He was hit in the head. It was just feathers everywhere from his pillow. So I was inside having the guys re-sandbag the surviving guys re-sandbagging their cots when the boss came in again. And I just pulled my 45 out, jacked around in it, and laid it on the sandbags and kept stacking the sandbags. And the first sergeant said, maybe you ought to go outside with me, sir. We'll have a discussion about it out here. And he left, and I never saw him again. That was the second time. It was like I knew stuff was going to happen. But the thing that got to me was this kid. I can't even remember the state he was from, but he had a real southern accent, like from Kentucky, or it might have been Tennessee even. I can't remember. But all he wanted to do was make me happy, because I happened to be the sergeant of the guard one night, and so I was in charge of all the bunkers and stuff. So the following morning, when the bunker guys had all been relieved, I told this kid, I said, go out and collect all the loose hand grenades, collect them up, put them in the back of the 3/4-ton truck. I didn't tell him specifically how to do that, but I told him to do that. So he said, yes, sir, right away, and he ran out to do it. And I was talking to someone else, maybe 80 feet away from the bunkers, and the 3/4 was parked over near the side. And he was waving at me, and he was walking to the 3/4-ton truck carrying a gunny sack. And I had this picture in my mind of the open weaving in the gunny sack catching a pin, just getting hung up on a pin. And I started yelling at him and doing this. And he started waving back. And he walked over to 3/4 and turned the gunny sack upside down and shook the grenades into the back of the 3/4-ton truck. And it was a big, big flash, and he was gone. And I just saw that whole thing happening like 60 seconds before it did.
Wow.
So I started paying attention to stuff. If I'd be sitting out on the ground, leaning against the sandbag wall or something, reading a book, and I get this funny feeling, I would get up and walk into the bunker, and we get hit with a couple mortar rounds, things like that. And guys started noticing that. So if I got up and went somewhere, they'd all get up and go with me. Like I went in a bunker, the bunker get really crowded with guys coming in, things like that. And so they said, well, You seem to know when something's going to happen.
So you had articulated this.
Yeah, I was thinking that stuff anyway. So when I went and read this data, this is many years later, I'm doing it for the general, and I went back and told him that I thought there was a threat buried in it. I was serious because there were a couple documents in there.
Is this the table with all this?
Yeah, the table with a mound of stuff on it. There was only maybe 2 or 3 documents in there that I read that I took very seriously because they were, one was from Russia, 2 were from China, I think, and one might have been Czech or something. But it was research that they had been doing on combat vets where they would know things. And that resonated with me. And I thought, well, if they're researching that for possible use as a collection tool or a casualty preventive tool of some kind, that's important. And I thought if they're doing it, we should be doing it too, or it would be a threat against us at some point in the future. And I just told the general that. So next thing I knew, he's sending me out to SRI to evaluate it because he wanted to know more about it. And of course, when I went out there, I had a result where I had, they said, oh, I said, so what is this remote viewing stuff? And they said, oh, well, rather than try to explain it, why don't you just do a few and then you'll understand what it's all about. So I did 6 of those in a 2 or 3 day period.
Were you skeptical at all?
Yeah, very. I didn't understand it. In fact, the first one I did, I went into this windowless room on the 3rd floor of the radio physics lab with Russell Targ, who worked there. And we sat there for 30 minutes just talking. And I said, so what is this stuff? And he said, well, just give it another few minutes. And after some time, he said, okay, it's 9 o'clock and Hal Putoff is gone somewhere. Well, it's randomly chosen. We don't know where he is. I don't know where he is. Nobody knows. Describe what he's seeing and where he's standing. And I said, okay, how do I do that? He says, well, what pops in your head? And so I described a place with thousands of crystals. So crystals everywhere. They're all beautiful crystals. Sunlight goes through them, splays out in different colors. And there's like a building there, but it's like a pillow. It's built like this, like a big pillow. And he said, are there any distinctive colors? And I said, yeah, one. Everything's white. Everything white. Well, almost everything. And he said, well, what's the other color? And I said, well, that pillow is a different color. It has red. No, it's white. No, it's red. And he said, okay, Joe, you got to settle on one or the other, red or white. Okay, it's white with kind of a red in it. No, it's red with kind of a white in it. And he started getting angry with me. He said, just tell me what color the building is. I said, okay, here it comes. You ready? red-white/white-red. That's the color, in quotes. And he said, that's not a color. I said, it is now. Learn to live with it. That's what I actually said. And so we get a call. Hal Putoff tells him where we are, where he is. So we get in the staff car and we ride out there, Russell Targ and I, with a driver because he's legally blind. And I would ride with him if he was driving. So we get there. And what it is, it's right on the bay, and it's a place where they process seawater for salt. So mounds of salt everywhere. And salt's a white crystal, crystalline form. And in the center of all this white, mounds of white salt, is a Quonset hut. And it's enameled white. But rust is bleeding through all over it from this heavy salt content. And Russell's standing there at the entry where we walked in. He's just standing there and he's staring and he said, "That's about a perfect color that you gave it." So that's one of the first place matches I got later when it was independently judged.
Are you doing this? I mean, what is the experience like? They tell you, Hal Puthoff standing in a spot, we don't know where he is, describe it. Mm-hmm. You go, how? They
Yeah.
say, just tell us what pops in your head.
Yeah.
I mean, are your eyes open?
That's what's popping in my head.
Your eyes open? Are we
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like right now?
We're talking right now.
And it's this image
Just popping in my head. It's like...
how clear is it?
clear as a bell.
Like you're there.
Like you're there. Only you don't know exactly what it is. You millions of crystals in piles everywhere. So the tiny little salt crystals are looking big to me. But there's big mounds of them. Okay? You understand?
Yep.
It's sort of distorted a little bit. Mm-hmm. But what you could say about it is absolutely clear. Mounds of crystals everywhere. Well, that's what salt is. And the color was bleeding, literally, the red was just this wavery kind of stuff bleeding through the enamel from years of sitting next to the salt, I guess.
Can you see the visualizations from different angles?
Yeah.
Can you walk through them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can you touch them?
Yeah.
And you can feel them?
Mm-hmm. And I think where the mistake's made is in the term remote viewing. That implies seeing it. You kind of aren't seeing it, but you are. What it is, it's a compilation of all of your senses. Most people go into remote viewing thinking, I'm going to see something, and so they're totally and completely dependent on their eyes. It's not just your vision. It's your smell. It's your taste. It's your feeling. It's your emotions about it. It's everything that you could possibly sense if you were standing in the middle of it. Everything you could possibly say about it that's right, but it's as though you don't know. You've never seen it before in your whole life. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's kind of masked that way. So where they make a mistake is they make a mistake in naming things or having the need to say what it is. No, nobody wants to know what it is. They want descriptors of it that come to you based on your senses, all of your senses. So if I'm doing a target and let's say I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical. Let's say it's a CIA guy and he wants to know what this spy was caught in South Africa and turned over to our country, and he's a Russian spy. And when he was caught, they haven't been able to determine how he encrypted his messages going back to Russia. That's more important than catching the spy, okay? So they need to know that, so they come to us with that task. Tell us how he encrypted his messages. So they might write that out. How did the spy from South Africa encrypt his messages? And they put it in a double-wrapped opaque envelope. And they put A on it. And I go in a room and they throw the envelope with A on it on a table. And they say, tell us about A. And I just sit there and think about it. And what pops in my head, I tell them.
But you don't know what's in the envelope.
I have no idea what's in the envelope. It doesn't matter. What happened over time, as an example, initially, they knew they couldn't send somebody to a place in Russia that they want to know about. So how do we get that? Well, we could use GPS locations. So they would write out the GPS site, and they would give that to the viewer. And I was nailing GPS sites like crazy. So they said, obviously, Joe has an eidetic memory, and he's memorized important GPS locations in Russia. No, that's not possible. There's too many. What is actually happening is I'm actually getting to the target without the GPS site. So to prove it, we said, okay, if you believe that, take the GPS locations, put them in a double-wrapped opaque envelope you can't see through. Don't say anything, just throw the blank envelope on the table. And guess what? You still get the same target, okay? So, inevitably, somebody carrying a target from the CIA would show up at our office and they go, oh, geez, I left the envelope on my desk at Langley. And we'd say, okay, write down the target in the envelope I left on my desk at Langley. And guess what? Still works. So it's something else gets you to the target. What we think it is, and I wrote a paper on this 35 years ago, it's intention, attention to detail about the target, and expectation for outcome. And if you stop and think about it, if you don't have those three things, your job, no matter what it is in the world, is not going to work. Those are the three things you absolutely have to have.
Can you say those again, please?
Intention, attention to detail, and expectation for outcome. If you have solidified those three things, talked about them with the group of people you work with, I guarantee you success in the world, no matter what it is you're doing. Doesn't matter. That's how humans operate. It's how we think. It's where we go with our head. It's what gets us there. It's in everything we do, and nobody wants to believe it. And when I wrote the paper 35 years ago, they said, nobody cares about this paper. Today they're saying, oh, maybe it's one of the top 3 most seminal papers ever written. Why? Because every manufacturing company in the world, if they don't pay attention to that, they don't succeed. Every company in the world where they do original thought or creation or construction or whatever, they don't follow those rules, ain't going to succeed. There's nothing that we do as human beings that will ever happen if we don't pay attention to those 3 things. That's a simple recipe for how psychic functioning works. It's the same thing. It's where original thought is generated. It comes out of our mind as something we've never done before. It's new. It's creative. It's no one's ever thought of this. How could this possibly have not been thought of? Same place. Comes out of the same place. So why wouldn't original thought about a target somewhere not happen at the same time with the same strength as it does with a psychic functioning person, as someone going over tons of information trying to analyze their way through to an answer? It's the same thing. No difference.
Did you know that you were the first one to be implemented into the program?
Yes, I knew I was the first one that was recruited.
Had they articulated why you?
No, what they did is they said they let it happen by course. What they did is they went out and they looked at, they went out to all the commanders that they knew and they said, give us the names of all the people that you have working for you that seem to always come up with the answer, seem to always be the right person in the right, seem to be the most creative people in answering the problems you have to face, no matter what it is. And they came back with, I don't know, 1,300 people or 1,500 people in INSCOM. Then out of that, they said, okay, we want to review the top 20% of those people. So they went through and they weeded out a whole bunch of stuff. And they came to maybe 130 people. They started interviewing everybody. And they reached a point where they had maybe 30 people were coming out on top. I happened to be in the 30 people. And I think that was more to do with General Royas sending me there and saying, I think this guy would be a good recruit. By virtue of the fact that he had brought me back, made me a warrant, put me in charge of my MOS. He did that because of my history, I think, because of the field reports, everything that anybody had ever heard of me about. I spent more time overseas. I did 6.5 hardship tours. Nobody does that unless they love what they're doing. And so he sent my name in. So I came out in the top 30. And then Russell Targ and Hal Putoff came from SRI to Fort Meade. And we were personally interviewed by each one of them. Hal Putoff and Russell had decided that since I had the 6 results I had, and from my interview, that I absolutely had to be in the 3 people they were going to choose. They were only choose 3 people because that's what they said their funding could cover. When they did the interviews, they kept coming up with 6 names. Well, the government said, no, we're not going to give you any more money than we're giving you. So they said, okay, we'll do it for 6 people. So they collected the 6 of us, and we all went to SRI and learned more about remote viewing, and Katie bar the door. That's what happened. We started getting tasked. Originally, it was supposed to be a 3-year project. First year recruitment, and it took about a year to do that. Second year was training, and training consisted of doing it over and over and over and over and over because nobody knew how to train this stuff. It was practice. See who got better, who didn't, that sort of thing. All 6 of us got better at it. I had 24 straight failures.
Really?
Yeah. My ego got in the way, and I knew that. And it just took a while for me to beat it back.
How did you control it?
You don't. You give it another job to do. I give mine math problems. I give it thoughts that I got to work through while I'm doing a remote viewing. I don't let the ego play. What happens with many people is they have a resounding success the first time. And the reason why is the ego goes, I don't know what's going on here. I've never been exposed to this before, so I'm going to step out of this and see what happens. I am not going to fail. The ego steps out, resounding success. The ego jumps back in and goes, okay, I know what's going on now. I'm in charge. Failure, 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 failure. Because the ego thinks it knows what it's doing, and it doesn't have a clue. So you got to keep the ego busy. And you can sidestep it, push it over here and have it do something else that egos are good at while you're doing the viewing. And that's kind of a split mental function that I do. I still do it. I've done this for better than 44 years now. And I still fight battles with my ego. You can't have an ego and do remote viewing.
What is the ego?
The ego? I think that's a protective part of us that looks out for our benefit.
Where does it come from?
Where does it come from? Mm-hmm. Competitive side of man. It's our need to be on top, be the best, do the one thing that we do the best, or whatever you want to call it. Be the producer, be the guy who generates the most. However you want to look at it, it's you got to be on top. That's counterproductive in remote viewing. It's counterproductive in a lot of things, actually. What I learned by being in intelligence for as many years is by the time I got to remote viewing, I had already learned that nobody knows who I am. When I do something and it works out really, really well, it's because nobody knows who I am and never will know who I am. That doesn't matter. What matters is success in the job. In other words, if part of your function is to keep whole units from being decimated in combat, that's what you do. And you don't take credit for it. You don't want credit for it because it will erode your job quality. It erodes the very function that you're out there trying to do. I don't think 2 times in my life did I get a direct order to do anything as an intelligence guy. I saw the job, I saw the problem, and I did it. I didn't ask for permission. I didn't have somebody tell me to go do it. I just went and did it. I've always done that because that's how I was brought up in the intelligence business. I had good trainers. I had people with me who said, no, you don't get credit for this. There are no awards here. Your job, that's your job, keeping these guys alive by giving them the information they need, doing what they need to stay alive in the field. It's like somebody said to me once, oh, well, you did a lot of recon, so you really know what combat's all about. I said, no, recon is you don't get discovered. Nobody knows you've been there. You're good at hiding. There's no combat there.
Yeah.
You stay alive for other people. You know, I've been in places where I watched the NBA going by me to the battle. And I was down in the corner going, and you got another group coming over the hill, you know? That's stupid.
At what point did it become the Stargate program?
Well, let's see. It was Gondola Wish, then it was Grill Flame. It was Grill Flame until we got outed by President Carter. President Carter stood up in front of a bunch of news people and said, you know that Tu-122 Bear bomber we've been looking for that disappeared 2 years ago? Everybody's been looking for it. Well, we found it. And we've turned it over entirely to the Russians. And one of the reporters said, how did you find it? And he said, we used our psychics. And he was holding in his arm a green folder with a red stripe, and it said Grill Flame on it.
Cat's out of the bag.
Hour later, everything changed. And we became Center Lane. So we were Center Lane for a while until somebody else, we had a congressman by the name of Rose. Everybody called him Rubber Lips Rose because you couldn't tell him anything that wasn't on the news an hour later. So he started talking about us. Center Lane disappeared and Sunstreak appeared and so on and so forth. We went through like 6 or 7 name changes. And somewhere in there, INSCOM divorced itself of the program because A, it couldn't fund it, B, it had been supplying the bodies out of MOS. I was 999 the whole time I was in the unit. So it was turned over from INSCOM, it was turned over to the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. DIA took it over because they provided the huge amount of money to keep it going. They were also wanting to take charge of it because by that point, this is right when I exited, by the way. By that point, it was not being managed very well. So DIA took it over. It became a bigger headache in management for them. So there were a lot of problems with it. So in the end, it was the CIA that was told, Congress told the CIA, we want you to take it over completely, turn it totally black and bury it. Make it go away from the public eye. This has got to be so secret, no one ever knows about it or ever asks any questions about it. And the CIA said, no, we're not going to do that. And the reason that we're not going to do that is because you, Congress, has just raked us over the coals for 2 years over the Project MK Ultra, where we use psychedelics for interrogation purposes. Why? Because they gave it to one of their own people at a party, and the guy thought he could fly and went out of a 9-story building in downtown D.C. and splattered all over the sidewalk, to the disgruntlement of the CIA, his family, and a number of other people. So they just lambasted the CIA for that. So the CIA said, no, it's not going to happen. Congress went back to the CIA and said, you got this all wrong. You don't tell us what you will or won't do. We tell you what you will do. And so the CIA said, okay, we'll take over managerial authority of it, but only after a study's done on its condition. So they had 2 people come in to do the study. A woman by the name of Jessica Utz, who was the #1 analyst, statistical analyst in the world almost. Okay, never mind America. Probably the top 5 anyway from the world. And a guy named, I can't remember right now, I'm sorry. He was a professor who had been one of our worst detractors the whole time. He said, this isn't real, it's a lie, it's all BS. And it's not real, and the government's being taken down a false trail. He was their counter to her. So they both did a study of material that the CIA gave them to study, which was 1 year of hand-selected material that we supposedly reacted to. And it was all if you had to pick the top 7 worst possible results, that's what they gave them to study. And yet, the statistical analyst came up with the idea that based on that material alone, it was better than the reason you take an aspirin every day to prevent heart attack. For a lot of reasons. The biggest reason is the people who have studied it aren't wedded to it. The people who cause you to take an aspirin every day to prevent heart attack are all aspirin producers. So she gave these very brilliant arguments, still found statistical reasons why it was supported, even on the minimal amount of material given to them to review. The professor, on the other hand, same old story, held his view that it was a waste of time, never should have happened in the first place, blah, 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 and didn't give any reasons for it at all. So what they did is the CIA dumped her report, kept his, presented it to the Congress and said, this is why we're not accepting it. And Congress said, well, then shut it down. So they did. Primary reason I will tell you is nobody wants to be caught dead standing next to a psychic. It's political dynamite. Mm-hmm. You're toast. You get caught standing next to a psychic, you're toast. And the example they give, President Reagan's wife talking to an astrologer at the same time, we're working for him. They're crucifying his wife. And we're advising 15 of the 17 largest intelligence agencies in America.
Wow.
I mean, that's nuts. Now, I have to say, we did over 1,200 remote viewings in support of the CIA. And they are the ones that kept coming back for more for like 15 years. And they said it didn't work. You know, if you had a restaurant, I'm going to give you the example that Dr. May gives. If you had a restaurant and you invited the top 15 food critics to your restaurant the day you opened it, and 13 of them came back the next day, and 15 came back the day after, and 12 came back the day after that, and so on and so forth for the next 15 years, would you say it was a pretty good restaurant?
Yes, I would.
Damn right you would. Nobody will stand next to a psychic, though, so what can I say? And yet, we still had almost every agency we supported say and review and talk about everything we did to support them. And it's all available now. We published the science, Laboratories for Fundamental Research published the science of remote viewing in 4 volumes, 911 pages of volume, double columns both sides, tissue thin paper, 1.4 million words. There is more science backing up remote viewing than any other subject in history.
Wow.
Will anybody read those? No. All they want to do is say, I wouldn't believe it if you told me it was real. And yet, where are we? Buried our head in the sand. Do you think terrorists can't do this? No, they can. And in fact, we have proof, or there is extant proof I know of. I can't talk about it. But I will tell you there's extant proof that there are terrorist organizations teaching people trying to use it. And there are foreign countries using it to our detriment. Our allies have tried to use it and have failed because no one sends them to the people that have the science backing it up, who know how to use it, who have made all the mistakes, opened all the doors, all the windows to getting it where it operates proficiently. They don't ask those people. So
at what point did you, we'll get into that in a little bit. What is one of the first, was the Skylab one of the first big predictions you made?
I actually made that prediction, I think it was about 6 months prior to the Skylab coming out of orbit. And I did it before I ever knew of the existence of the program that they were trying to put together. I did it because someone said, they don't know where this thing's going to come down. And I said, oh, they should. In all probability, this is where it's going to hit. And I said it was the left central area of Australia's desert, and that it would strike at a certain point and there'd be a debris field that would go out for so many thousands of kilometers.
Now, rewinding real quick, Skylab was it the first?
First big lab that we had in orbit, and it had a lot of parts of it that we knew would not self-destruct when they came back in through the atmosphere. And we were concerned that some of the larger parts of it, like the atomic power plant, stuff like that, was going to crash in a big city somewhere, maybe kill thousands of people. Nobody knew. The scientists couldn't predict it. Its decaying orbit was changing dramatically every so many hours because of its rotation in orbit. So they knew the decay rate and everything, but they just didn't know where it was going to re-enter. And where it re-entered and its attitude on re-entry would determine its crash point. So I think one of the large sections landed in the Indian Ocean, thousands of miles from where the predominant part of it hit, which is in the deserts of Australia. And the only thing I had wrong, I had said the hours and days. I missed it by a certain number of days, like a handful of days or hours or something. And I had it reversed because I had it going around the world this way and it was going around the world this way or something like that. So my debris field was where it would actually impact, and where I had it impacting was the debris field.
Well, from what I understand, you're only about 60 miles off, and it was a 1 in 6,646,000 chance.
No, I don't know where that comes from, but I can tell you, I was about 60 miles off.
That's
not bad.
That is.
But that's not the only place. I mean, it was a big chunk of it came down in the Indian Ocean. So there were other places where chunks of it came down, but the predominant part of it came down in the deserts of Australia, which is perfect. I mean, didn't hurt anybody other than a lot of rabbits, maybe, or kangaroos or something. I don't know.
And then there is the submarine incident.
Yeah.
Can you go into detail about that, please?
The target was, at the time, my understanding was it was the largest building that existed in Russia, north of the, or in the world actually, north of the Arctic Circle. It was what they call a coal harbor, frigid harbor. They always had these big icebreakers sitting outside the harbor. They were building something in this building, but it was not connected to the harbor, so they didn't believe it was a ship or anything. But there was a lot of material going in off of railroad cars and stuff. There's a lot of heavy guards around it. They couldn't hire somebody to sneak a camera in and take one picture. They just didn't know what was happening inside this building. So I and one of my best friends, he's dead now. He died during the project. His name was Hartley Trent. Hartley Trent and I worked the target. And we both pretty much said the same thing, really, that it was a very, very large submarine, huge submarine. I remember somebody asked me in one of my sessions, how big is it? You keep saying big, huge. Well, how big is it? I said, well, it's about 33 feet or 30 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier. And probably 70 feet wide. Really huge. I said it's like two big half submarines being stuck together this way. And there was a number of other things we said about it. I can't remember all the details now, but the most important point was up until that point, all the Soviet submarines that carried ICBMs carried them straight up and down. So they had to stop the launch. That was like an 18-minute window where they were really vulnerable. This went away as a vulnerability because this new submarine, I said, had slanted tubes so they could launch on the move. And there were some other things I can't remember now, but anyway, Hartley and I pretty much agreed on a lot of that. But I have to tell you, he was targeted separately from me, and I was targeted separately from him, and we never spoke to each other about it because we were under orders during remote viewing to never discuss what we were targeting in any way, shape, or form because they didn't want tainted information going across viewers. So I didn't know he was reporting what I was reporting and vice versa. We sent the report to the National Security Council because that's where it was being targeted. The National Security Council had been targeting it for 2 years. Couldn't get any information on the building at all. So we sent a report in. It was carried in by an admiral by the name of Jake Stewart. I think his first name was Jake. I might be wrong there, but I do know his last name was Stewart because I had known him for some time. And he carried the report to the National Security Council, but then he brought it right back. And he said they won't accept it. They said this is just total fantasy. I remember talking to him about it, and I asked him why did they say it was fantasy, and he said because they're already centered on something like a troop carrier or something being manufactured there, and that it's not possible because it's not connected to the harbor in any way. I said, well, tell them the fantasy is going to be launched in 112 days. It actually made me angry that they just resented the information. So I said, take it back. Tell them the fantasy will be launched in 112 days. So Admiral Stewart, I guess, went by the NRO. I don't know if that's true or not, but somebody went by the NRO and had them order up a couple overheads of the harbor 114 days out. I don't know what happened at the National Security Council, but I do know they didn't care about our report, so they probably threw it on a shelf and ignored it. 114 days later, when they took pictures of the harbor, a channel was cut to the sea. The Typhoon-class submarine TK-089, first ever built prototype, was parked in the harbor, tied up to a Soviet aircraft carrier. I think they were using the aircraft carrier to blind anybody sailing by the port so they couldn't see, or anybody who was looking into the harbor. And it was about 30 to 33 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier.
Wow.
It was a monster. Now, what I found out later, and nobody knew, is they built 8 more of them, and no one ever saw or heard of them. So where were they built, and how did they launch those that nobody knew about? When I was in Russia with Ed May, and after Perestroika and the wall came down and all of that, I met the chief of the Red Army, or whatever they call him, and he wanted me to sign a book that I written where I talked about the submarine, because when they declassified everything, CIA declassified everything, I talked about it in one of my books. And he thought it was disinformation for 6 years. That's what he told me. And I asked him why, and he said, because it was in your book, and I didn't know about any submarine. And so I said, then why do you want me to sign the book? And he said, because I just found out it was real. So I said, so I don't get this. How do you know it wasn't disinformation? And he said, he did this. He looked around and he leaned forward and he said, I know because our spy in your DIA told me it was real. I went, oh, geez, what do I do now? So I said, would you give me the initials? He said, oh, no, I couldn't do that. They'd bury me under the front steps of the FSB. So I said, it's okay, I'll wait you go to sleep tonight. Get it from your head. That's all I could think of to say. And he ran out of the room. They came back in and grabbed this book, which I had signed, and took off with it. And then the general that that Ed and I were talking to said, you got to stop scaring my generals, Joe. He said, you just got to stop doing that. I said, okay, I won't do it anymore.
Wow. So when you're tasked to do these things, how do they approach?
Well, they just tell me, Joe, you're up. And I go in a room, which they're taping and monitoring everything. And I sit down with a monitor, and the monitor throws an envelope on the table. Neither he or she nor I know what's in the envelope. In fact, nobody knows what's in the envelope except the tasker who talked to one person, which is my boss in the remote viewing unit. And he puts the envelope together. And so nobody knows. And that way you don't get leading questions. It goes wherever it goes. Now what the monitor is there for is the monitor brings to bear left brain actions, like questions that might come up. In the interaction between the monitor and I might say something like, well, it's this submarine and it's really huge. And he might say, well, how huge is it? And I'll say, 33 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier. Well, that elicits more information than I might be giving at the time. So you get way more information out of the interaction between two people. One who's being left brain and trying to stay in the world of reality, if you will, and the remote viewer who's in their own world, trying to figure out what the sensations are and everything going on in their head, telling them what to say. So what we found over the years was there were many occasions when that monitor would ask exactly the right question to elicit the response that answered the whole problem. So they're both being psychic, just that one thinks they're not and one thinks they are. You understand? Mm-hmm. So people, when they interact, don't realize it. But some are being psychic and some are not. It's a human trait. It's a human condition. Psychic functioning is normal with human beings. It's the norm. The difficulty is, I think, comes out of the fact that it's an ancient capability. It's a survival mechanism that has existed since the beginning of human. And as at the very beginning, we didn't have a language of detail where we could interact together and speak in great detail with one another about some subject. Or when we were going into a valley to hunt, we maybe went to our guide, our witch doctor, our leader, whoever, who was probably the most psychic person in the entire group, who said, hunt on the south section of that valley. And we would hunt there and find plenty of game, where if we hunted anywhere else, there wouldn't be. Or if we said, okay, we're going back to our old hunting grounds. There's 3 caves there. Which one should we meet at? Meet on the westernmost one. Don't meet on the other 2 because cave bears are living there. If they come back and find us there, they will kill us all. So it's a survival mechanism. People understood what their minds were telling them about their environment and everything. They had no other way of judging it.
So it makes a lot of sense. Where did we become this inefficient?
Yeah, where did
was
we
the wrong
steer
turn?
off of that?
Because with that, there's no need for language.
Right, there's no need for a language. And why? Because we lived in very small family units. The biggest tribe of people was probably 9, 10 people, all birthed out of the same families. And so we were all intimately related to one another, fighting for survival. And so we could actually read one another's minds, or the very thoughts that others were thinking in our group. Why did that go away? Well, because small groups started banding together, because there is strength in numbers. And when you have strength in numbers, it trumps small units. Strength in numbers, however, opens a flaw in the reading of minds. Because now you're reading the mind of this guy who's got this woman as his primary mate, and they're not part of your original group. And you're now reading her mind, and he's reading your mind, and you're the one who winds up with a spear in the back. So that doesn't work. So I think over time, not right away, but over thousands of years, what happened is we found ways for our development to change that capability from a, yes, everyday kind of capability to one that was less invasive. So probably somewhere in the forebrain or the callosum or something, we started building a filter there that would prevent this occurrence from happening. And it's not a perfect filter. Stuff still gets through, but it's the outrageous, screaming, survival type stuff that gets through there now. You only see it in combat. You see it with policemen in dangerous situations. You see it with surgeons in surgical suites where something happens and they don't have time to pick the phone up, talk to their buddy, go and look at a medical dictionary or find out something special that's going to help them save a life. No, it's like right then, right there, you got 2 seconds to make a decision. They go here for it. They get it from everybody in the room, and they act on it. And I think that's the way things work now. It's an overriding need.
It's interesting you said this because I mean, me and you just met this morning at breakfast, and I had a similar conversation. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying it was another operator, and we were having a discussion. I can't remember what it was about, but he was talking about, we'd got on this subject, and he said that he was saying he believes everybody has this type of ability. And
Absolutely.
He related it back to, he was like, remember in Iraq, Afghanistan, when we were clearing rooms together.
Yeah.
And he's like, and you can pick up on the energy of who's in that room. And
Yeah.
when I think of it like that, I mean, everything happens so fast,
But that light shoulder tap by somebody behind you would slow you down maybe just enough that you don't round that next corner so fast. You might glance back and you'll go like this or something. You like feel each other.
But we would also, I mean, we would call it reading the room. And so it would be, women, children, men, bad guys, good guys. And that is what you go off of. You go off your gut instinct, intuition, whatever you want to call it.
The only time I saw that was at the Tet Offensive when we had to clear Pleiku City. I saw some of that then, where it's gut-wrenching to kick doors in. When you're going through a town or a city or a village or something, it's really, there's times when you don't have any problem kicking a door in and then ascertaining who's inside. There's other times when you just don't want to kick that door, It's kind of like, no, I'd rather like flashbang it first, then kick the door in. And it's an intuitive knowing that I need to do this.
So does everybody can everybody access this, or is it a gift that only certain
No, I
individuals
think everybody can access it when they're in a situation where they're at great risk. I think that's when it comes to bear, because they're open to it.
Could everybody learn it?
I think to a certain degree, yeah. And in fact, there's some evidence of that. There's a guy named Han. He wrote a book on this, by the way. I can't remember his first name. His last name I remember being Hand, just like your hand. And he taught a platoon of Marines before they went to Vietnam, taught a team of Marines, a platoon actually, how to sense their way through a inspection of a hut or a village hut. He taught them in a mock village on booby traps, what to look for, how to smell them out, how to feel about a room, how to suss it out, that sort of thing. And a lot of it had to do with how they felt when they just put their hand on something. And they then followed that platoon of Marines in Vietnam for 14 months. And their incidents from wounds from booby traps, wounds and death from booby traps, was 45% lower than any other platoon in the Marines.
Wow.
Did they continue that training? No.
Of course not.
We found that if you wire these two, the index finger and this finger, just have a wire coming off these two fingers, going to a computer, and a person's wearing a pair of headsets, let's say, and they're listening to white noise, just that hiss, and they're comfortably listening to the white noise, and suddenly there's a bang in that white noise. It startles them. What happens on the recording for those two wires is what you get is a huge spike and then a quick die-off. It's their emotional response to that bang. 1.5 seconds out in front of that is a little bump that occurs. That little bump occurs every time a startling reaction is going to occur. So he came up with the idea, you take 4 guys in a Jeep or a 5-ton or a 3/4 or whatever. You take 3 or 4 guys, you wire them together, you run them through a averaging box into a computer, and the computer monitors looking for that little bump. And when it sees one of those little bumps, it lights up 3 red LEDs in the leading edge of the helmet. And the guy driving the truck or whatever, who's operating the vehicle, is wearing that helmet. And when those light up, he stomps the brake immediately. The IED will go off in front of him.
Whoa.
At a broadside.
Whoa.
We set up Corps of Engineers. We got a mock village, Corps of Engineers to set the IEDs, unbeknownst to anybody. We wanted volunteers from the Marine Corps of the Army to test this. And they all agreed, up to the point of actually doing it, and everybody backed out.
Why? Why did they back out?
You can demonstrate it. In a lab, you can demonstrate it. Why wouldn't you test that?
I have no idea.
Neither do I. It's craziness.
It is. It is.
But all human beings have these capacities. It's built into us. I mean, it's a survival mechanism. It's ancient. It goes back to the beginnings of human. It's the reason we covet the earth. We're in charge of the entire world now. There are no cave bears anymore, no saber-toothed tigers. The predators of humans are all gone. And we don't have long nails. We don't have extra fur. And we certainly don't have the savagery of a saber-toothed tiger. Why aren't we gone? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They are. All the predators of humans are gone from the beginning of man to now.
Except man itself.
Except man himself. And guess who the greater predation's coming from on man is man himself. So,
can you remote view through time?
Yes, not a problem. You can go back in time, you can go forward in time. And there's some proof that no human being operates in the moment, ever. We're affected by our past, we're affected by our future. We know that to be true. We just don't know what the aperture is. We do know going into the past is way easier than going into the future. And the reason why is you go into the past, all the concepts that support action in the past, you're familiar with. Like you light a stick of dynamite, it's going to blow up. And you know that because that concept's real. So you go into the past and you see a booby trap with dynamite. It's understandable. You go into the future sometimes just hours, maybe a week or 2 weeks or a couple months. Things happen for which there's no existing concept that supports it. An example would be, let's say we live in 1970 and we target a lab, a specific room in Sylvania Labs in 1975, where they built the first pump laser, where they got it up to enough range to punch a hole through 4 inches of stainless steel. Target that in 1970 and tell me how they did it. You can't. All you can do is say, there's a beam of light going through 4 inches of stainless steel. Mm-hmm. How did they do that? Beats the hell out of me. It's like somebody said to me once, I got targeted on an accelerator, and I tried to sketch it. Have you ever been inside an accelerator room?
Not to my knowledge.
You couldn't photograph it. Never mind sketch it. I mean, it's like, and I told the guy, I said, I'm trying to draw this thing for 2 hours, and I finally said, oh, to hell with this. It's an accelerator. There's no way I could draw the goddamn thing. I mean, excuse me, but I mean.
Would it be possible to manipulate the past or the future?
Manipulate what again?
Would it be possible to manipulate time? Some things that have happened in the past or things that are going to happen in the future?
Yeah, I suppose you could if you had enough advance warning on something. You could be looking for it to the point that you could use it.
Well, I mean, I guess you actually have already answered my question. If with the lights, and the helmet and the stopping it for an ID, that would be technically manipulating the future.
The things we don't know is, does that become a permanent thing, or do people learn their way out of it? In other words, that's all fine and good. It works perfectly for, let's say, 3 months. Mm-hmm. And it works so well, they don't know what an IED is. And so it slowly dissolves that little bump away. And the next IED gets them all.
Gotcha.
And now you're back to,
Gotcha. I mean, I have a lot more of your remote viewings that I'd like to discuss, but another question that pops into my head is how do you keep yourself from exhaustion? Meaning, I could see somebody like you becoming somebody's favorite new toy.
Yeah.
I want to know this. I want to know that. I want to know this. I need you to do this. And so how did that had to have happened with all the egos in DC and then within the intelligence agencies.
The first occasion, and it's one of the primary reasons why I retired from the Army. From mid-1982 until September 1st of 84, I was the only viewer. There were no other viewers. They brought in new people, but they were self-selected. These were people who said to the general when he asked, and that was a different general now, General Bert Stubblebine. Whenever he asked, someone, what do you think about this? They said, oh yeah, and I'm psychic. Okay. And he bought it and brought him back to the headquarters. But then they had to be trained to be psychic. And the training everybody bought was the training devised by a guy named Ingo Swann, who worked for Stanford Research Institute. He came up with a training system that was never approved by anybody. Everybody thinks it was approved by Hal Puthoff. It never was approved by Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff allowed him to do that because he needed the training system to maintain the project research. And so Ingo Swann became the trainer of the Army people that were recruited by self-selection. The problem with that is there's so much wrong with that. You now have people, like I said, anybody can remote view. I teach people. I've had one person in 16 different programs, or possibly more, I don't know how many I've done now, one person who said they couldn't remote view from the 6 days of training I gave them. At the end of the training, I always say to people, everybody who is totally convinced that they remote viewed during this 6.5 days or 6 days, raise your hand. Everybody raised their hand. And I always preface that by saying, doesn't have to be great remote viewing. I'm just talking that you know for a fact that you gave some item of detail about a target that you did not have a clue about before. And that detail turned out to be correct. That would be what you call remote viewing. They all raised their hand, except for one person. That was a reporter who was collecting data to write a report on. So I know everybody can remote view to some degree. The problem is, afterwards, nobody wants to do the practice. Nobody wants to beat themselves against the wall for the next 3 years to be really good at it. No, that's when they start looking for okay, what's the easy part? Mm-hmm. When do I get the pill that I take?
Yeah.
And I'm a master remote viewer. Would you say that about bowling? If somebody taught you how to bowl? that's my question to them. And they go, why would I do that? Bowling's fun. Well, it's the same thing.
How clear, I mean, what state of mind are you in when you are, do you prepare for a viewing?
That's a great question. That I have what I call a cool down period. That's where I have to get all the crap out of my head. I want to be as clear-headed as I can be when I start doing a problem. If I can't get all the crap out of my head, it just gets in the way. Or I can't control my ego, it gets in the way. I want to get all those things out of the way, so when I do a remote viewing, I have what I call the cool down period. It's where I, just slow everything down, get as much out of my head as I can before I do a remote viewing.
How long does that take you?
It was getting upwards of an hour and a half.
That's it?
Well, that's long enough when you got a deputy director hanging out waiting for his answer.
Yeah.
They don't wait an hour and a half, I'll tell you that right now. They want it right now.
I feel like it would take me a month to clear my head.
Sometimes I wish I had a month to clear mine.
Me too.
I started going to the Monroe Institute many years ago, okay? The Monroe Institute's probably the most important place I've found in my life because I started going there when I had this problem. And
clearing your head?
Clearing my head. And when it got to be an hour and a half, an hour and 35 minutes, I started getting a lot of difficulties from my boss in the remote viewing place at Fort Meade. He said, go find a way to clear your head better, faster. So I said, yeah, okay. The Institute, the Monroe Institute, taught me very quickly how to use their technology to become calm, empty my mind, and be prepped for a remote viewing. I cut the hour and a half to literally 3 to 5 minutes.
What kind of technology is this?
They use sound there. They use different programs to elicit that response, that calming response, that ability to see something other than the immediate moment, to see something other than who and what you are. Their whole premise at the Institute is to help human beings discover that they are a lot more than what's encased in this physical body, that your spiritual nature, your whole presence on the planet, your job, everything about you is important and can be used for the betterment of human beings. And that's, I love the place for that. They teach you how to reach out and go places you just would never choose to go in terms of development, in terms of belief, in terms of being open-minded, that sort of thing. I think maybe I like it so much because, as we discussed very early on about my angst with racism and all of that, there is none of that there at the Institute. You go and spend a week there with 20 other people, and they become family. And it doesn't matter where they're from, who they are, what they do in life, how much money they have. None of that matters. It's like 22 human beings coming together, gifted with a belief and an understanding that they're all equal. And they all have a presence in the world. And they all have the power to change it. And they all have open minds, and they can all relate in some way. I've supported the Institute for as long as I've been a remote viewer. And I probably will to the day I die, because they're that good. And it's not just one individual. It's everything it was created to be. And believe me, it's been a battle hanging on to that for them, because enlarging it to a certain point would destroy that. Making it smaller to a certain point would destroy that. Bringing in too much ego would destroy that. Trainers have to earn their right to train there, or it would destroy that. Everything about it is in balance, or tries to be in balance. The fact that it has survived its developer, which is Robert Monroe, and my beautiful wife, and his wife, if it weren't for those two women, he never would have succeeded. He brought the idea, he brought the creativity to it. He did a lot of that stuff. He obviously designed the sounds that are used, the technologies, that sort of thing. But he was like a rough cob. It wouldn't have worked if it hadn't been for his wife, who was a beautiful, wonderful woman in her own right, who was very creative and a designer at heart, and took care of the softer things, to include softening him a little bit. And my wife, who I'm proud to say was the director, actually was the first person who started it with him. So she was the chief cook, bottle washer, letter writer, drove around in a truck with a helper with the mattresses in the back, that kind of thing.
Wore a lot of hats.
Yeah, right. If it wasn't for the effort of those three people, it wouldn't be what it is today. So
Sounds like a fascinating place. I would love
I
to
go
see.
there and reduce my cool down from an hour and a half to 3 to 5 minutes. I'm not kidding you. The technology sticks.
Wow.
What Bob Monroe made a tape for me with his sounds, and I used it for quite a while. And tapes stretch after a while. They're no longer the same. And my tape started stretching. So I went into him one morning and I said, I was there for one of those elongated weekends. I said, Bob, my tape stretched. It's no good anymore. So he took it out of my hands and threw it in the trash can and walked away. And I said, whoa, wait a minute, Bob. I need another tape. He said, no, you don't. He said, close your eyes and remember what it sounded like. And I did. And, today you can wire me up and I can still do that. And you'll see the hemispheric synchronization occurring in my brain. Once you have that effect embedded in you, it doesn't go away.
Wow.
You can keep regenerating it just by closing your eyes, remembering what it sounded like. That's how I do my cool downs. And some of my remote viewings that I got into, I wouldn't have been able to do without it. Because the stuff I did in Japan, looking for missing people, typical remote viewing for that would be sometimes 6 to 8 hours. Start at 8:30 or 9 in the morning and wouldn't stop. Straight through. All I did was drink ice water the whole time.
Are you mentally and physically exhausted after a session?
No more than you would be if you were intently working on something for 6 straight hours.
Okay.
Okay, same exhaustion. Somebody asked me once, can you do remote viewing when you have the flu? I don't know, how effective are you at your desk when you have the flu?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. It's no more difficult, no less difficult than a normal job.
Okay.
Once you get used to it.
Okay.
You beat yourself up initially.
Do you think that do you continue to hone your skills and become better, or have you plateaued?
No, I've never plateaued and I've never lost capability.
Okay.
Originally, everybody thought somebody who was psychic would be very psychic to a peak, and then they would slowly lose it. There was this kind of slow failure rate. I did it for 44 years. It took 3 attempts at retirement, but I finally stopped doing it. I think that was mainly because of my habituation of going, yes, I'll take care of that. Well, that finally went away in me because it was becoming more invasive and more tiring than not. So, I'm ready to let somebody else step up. Mm-hmm. The problem is nobody wants to work at it as hard. I won't lie to anybody. I've had to hammer at it for 44 years. It's not magic. It doesn't happen. And then you're magically gifted. No, you have to hammer at it over and over and over all the time. And if you stop for like a month to clear your head, you got to go back to square 2 and start over.
Okay.
Because you lose that rhythm that's in that. So, no, it's hard. I wouldn't lie to anybody. The problem is everybody wants a magic pill. They don't want to hammer away at it.
Yeah.
Now, I've met 1 or 2 really gifted people that could be world-class remote viewers. They don't want to spend the time on it. Well, actually, they can't. They have families. Mm-hmm. They have to support their families. when I retired, of course, the Army paid for everything when I was doing it. When I retired from the Army, I started, there's that proverbial ego stepping in. My wife and I started a company called Intuitive Intelligence Applications. It's incorporated now 38 years or something in Virginia. We started the company thinking that we could make a living doing remote viewing for people and companies and that sort of thing. And I remember when we started, the one thing we said to each other, well, we'll give it a year and see whether it's going to work or not. 30-some years ago. And it worked great. and the way it's worked is, it's been up and down, up and down, up and down, but because I don't advertise anywhere, it's all word of mouth, one person to another. Most of my corporate stuff, which has been very supportive, very supportive, was because I guaranteed total anonymity to any of my customers. And the reason why is because most corporations I did work for had CEOs and CFOs that were publicly owned companies. And if they knew a psychic was advising their CEO or their CFO, bad things would happen. So we just didn't tell anybody. I was like hired as the information manager or something. And there were a couple companies I worked for off and on for 15 or 20 years. And I have to tell you, I made a ton of money from them. And there are a couple individuals I worked very hard for a number of years. One guy wrote books about things like the Titanic and stuff like that. I did the remote viewing for him. And it turned out my remote viewing was more accurate than written history, because he went as far as going back to the records of the interviews with the people that were rescued and found that things I said in my reports were accurate. Things written about it by historians were wrong. Like there were two guys in the tower together when they hit the iceberg. One guy in the tower. The other guy was in the kitchen getting a tin of tea and didn't even know it was going to happen. And that's never been in history reports until my remote viewing. Now it's in history reports.
Wow.
Stuff like that.
Wow.
I started out, we digress too much there.
Let's talk about the colonel that was kidnapped by an Italian Marxist group.
Oh, General Dozier. Yeah, the Red Brigade kidnapped him. They took him in the evening. I think it was about 6:30 in the evening. They just kicked his door in and went into his living room, or not, into his house. And they duct taped his wife to a chair in the kitchen, blindfolded her and everything, and they took him. And so she wasn't discovered till 7 a.m. the following morning by a maid that came in. And that's the first time they knew that he had been kidnapped. So they had no idea where they took him. It was like a 10-hour head start. And they were well known for going straight into a communist bloc country with their hostage. They were also well known for collecting a ransom and then sending the hostage back in multiple boxes. So it was a pretty harsh thing that they were looking forward to. So they really wanted to find him. And so it was all hands on deck. And again, Hartley Trent did a lion's share of that work. And what I did is I kept saying they took him to a place called Padua. Well, Padua is an archaic name for Ravenna, which was the city he was kidnapped in. And so they started thinking, well, Joe keeps saying Padua, so maybe it's the archaic part of the city, the old part of the city. So they went to the old part of the city and they found what Hartley Trent and I both described as a dead-end street. And it was exactly as he and I had sketched it. Adjacent to it was a big apartment building. So there's 4 entries to this apartment building. And the problem was, is he being held in the apartment building? And if we go into the apartment to look for him, we only have a finite amount of time once we kick the door in, because they intend to kill him if they hear us coming, okay? So we tried to work all that out. So we're doing remote viewing, and DIA took our remote viewings and put them together and sent them over to the Italians. Well, the Italians put them with all the other psychic information they got. So they got like 900 psychics in Italy who all knew where he was. And so they had this mess of psychics. So they took the top 2 psychics they knew of in Italy, and they went with the first one and went to a hotel and kicked the door in on a room and caught one of their senior statesmen in bed with another guy. Problem was he was married and had 3 kids. That huge stain all over the front page. So they thought about the second psychic that they knew really well in Italy, and they followed that person and did what she said, and kicked another door in and caught a guy with 3 women who was also married and had kids. Was a political guy. Another big headline. So he took all the psychic material and dumped it in the trash can. Said no more psychics. DIA and our State Department went off. No, you will use our stuff. Send it back over. My understanding is in the back seat of a jet with the guy carrying it, the briefcase, barfing all the way with the refuelings and all this stuff. So he gets there and he said, you will use this stuff. All my barfings for no good. And no, he suggested they use it, so they used it. So now they got this quandary. They want to go into this building. Well, in the interim, they caught a cousin or a brother or something of one of the Red Brigade's members. And he said, yes, they have a safe room in one of those apartments. But he didn't know which staircase. He just knew it was in that apartment building. So the big problem was, which entry? Well, Hartley Trent came in one morning and he said, I've been working on this all night. I can't come up with anything. All I kept getting was the smell of roses. Well, it turned out there was a rose garden in front of one of the entries. My understanding is that's the sole reason they went in that entry. And they got the guy just before he pulled the trigger on the back of his head.
Wow.
And he was chained to a radiator inside a tent that had been erected inside the apartment. His eyes and he had headsets taped over his ears. He was listening to acid rock the whole time. And his eyes had been blindfolded, and he had a head cloth wrapped around him and taped. So he had no idea where he was. Couldn't hear anything. But the whole time he was thinking of his family and everything. Well, that's something else Hartley Trent came up with. I didn't have a lot of that, but I had a lot of the descriptors of the tent and stuff like that. So what we did when he was rescued is we brought him to our unit. We flew him back to the States and brought him to our unit and handed him all the reports, shuffled them all together in a nice way and put them in a folder. And I think he spent like 5 or 6 hours going over it, over and over and over. And we asked him if he had any comments afterwards. And he said, yeah. He said there were a couple comments. One is, every thought I ever had about my families is dead accurate in this report.
You kidding me?
No. He said, secondly, he said, I can't vouch for anything that was going on around me because I didn't know. But the fact that the Italian police came in and saved me, I gotta say, they knew somehow or another that I was being held and how I was being held. The 10, all the rest of that stuff is accurate. He said, I have one recommendation. You need to start a school where important people in important jobs are taught how and what to think to affect their own rescues. I thought that was a brilliant statement.
Me too.
I have no idea where it went. But everything publicized about him says, I don't know anything about psychic function. Which is great. That was our cover. But another guy who was a hostage being held in Tehran, we monitored the hostages in Tehran for 14 months for their health and welfare and how they were being treated, that sort of thing. And Hartley, again, he came in one morning and said, they're going to release a hostage, but I don't know his name. It rhymes in some way with the face cards in a deck of cards. Well, it turns out the guy's name was Queen. And he was released because he had MS. And Hartley said his name rhymes with face card in some way. And I think he has MS. That's what he said. Based on that report, they sent an entire team of doctors, experts in MS, to Germany. 4 days later, they released Queen. He had MS. In the meantime, the State Department said, this whole report's bogus by your guy because none of our people who have MS would ever have been sent overseas. And he never made that claim ever in his lifetime. Well, it turned out he lied because he wanted to go overseas. So it flared up. It was in remission when he went overseas, and when he was taken hostage, it flared up. So all of that turned out to be correct. The other thing that we saw spider webs in the trees of the courtyard. Spider webs turned out to be tripwires to the claymores mounted in the trees. We saw an entry-exit possibility through the underground septic systems, and it was through the fact that there was an opening to the septic systems that was square, which was unusual. It's the only place in the world with square manhole covers because they fall into the hole if you open them, and everywhere else they're round. And it goes on and on and on.
Wow.
They wanted to insert a guy in the compound that could do nighttime reconnoitering, and the problem was they needed a reporting capability, that sort of thing. Well, there was a boat in the car garage. It had been demasted. It had an onboard radio. It had food on board. It had everything but the batteries to run the radio. It had a whole bunch of cars in there with batteries. Whether they use that or not, I don't know. But I can tell you, I got called in once by someone in the Pentagon who wanted to know why we knew as much about a rescue attempt as the top 11 people designing the rescue attempt. He wanted to know who our source was. And I said, it's psychic information. And he said that was bullshit. That he wanted to know the source. or I wasn't going to walk out of his office. And he put a cock 45 on the desk to prove it. Where'd he go with that? I told him some things about his relationships that he didn't want to hear, but I walked out of there. All my hair standing up, back of my neck. I mean, stupid stuff like that. We were getting indications for months, stolen vehicles, automatic weapons being put together and hidden, blockages being built out of concrete block in certain entryways, guys in hotel rooms with telescopes. I mean, it was going on and on and on. And we didn't know what to do with it, so we started putting it in an addendum. That was a mistake.
Wow. Damn.
Now, here's the thing. If we're doing that, why wouldn't terrorist organizations be doing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It scares the hell out of me.
Bothers me a great deal. So all you need is that little window, that little mistake to capitalize on.
What, after this, I believe, is this when you retired?
After going 2 years without any relief at all as a viewer, I said, that's it, I'm done. The General Bert Stubblebine at the time, offered me anything I wanted. Said, you want to be a line officer, you want rank, you want money, you want, what is it you want? I can hire you back as a GS-15, da-da-da-da-da. Just don't leave. I said, no, I want to retire. That's what I want. And so I submitted my retirement papers, and I waited. 2 months went by, I never saw him again. So I went into the office, the place where I got the papers done up. Oh, Bert Stubblebine came in like a month ago and tore them up, said you didn't want to retire. So I did all my retirement papers again and went to him first. Said, just sign right here, General, on the top. You get to be the first one. Oh, I really don't want to do this. Just sign right here, General. So he signed him, and I hand carried him around and retired.
What did you get the Legion of Merit for?
I got it for two things. I was surprised by it, actually. And I can send you a copy of it if you'd like to see it.
Thank you.
I was really surprised by it because it came from the office of the Secretary of the Army. Nobody wrote it up that I'm aware of. I got it for all the time I spent overseas doing intel work for NSA, ASA, CIA, people like that. And the other half was for the remote viewing that I did. It turned out I was the only one that got an award for anything done. Harley Trent should have got it. Same thing I got. Another guy, I'm not going to say his name here because his family I know really well. He dropped dead in my office, 29 years old, married less than a year, had a baby on the way. He is another friend of mine. He came in one day and I said, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in New York. I couldn't go. There's something wrong. And I said, he handed me his briefcase. I didn't ask him what was in it. I just put it under my desk. I said, let me get you some coffee. And I went in the back room. And I heard the thump when he hit the floor. And I went in and he was laying on the floor. And I felt for a pulse and it was thready. So I started giving him CPR. By then I learned CPR. And everybody came in and said, "What's going on? What's going on?" Because between breaths, I was screaming out the door, call the hospital, call an ambulance. And finally they came over, took one look at me doing CPR and turned around and walked out. Because what they don't tell you about CPR is you're giving this breath of life to somebody and they're puking in your mouth the whole time. And I guess they couldn't stand seeing that. But I gave them CPR for like 45 minutes because they couldn't find us because they had taken our buildings off the maps.
Oh, man.
For Fort Meade as part of our security. And we were right across the street from the hospital. It's finally somebody went out the road and waved the ambulance down. The third time it was coming down the road with a siren. Brought them in, and they brought me over to the hospital. I talked to the doctor there, and he said, "I brought you over because I want you to know his blood gases were perfect. His heart was trashed. There's no way you could have brought him back."
Sorry to hear that.
That's life. I felt really badly for his family, his new family.
How did it feel leaving, being retired? I mean, you'd put a lot of work in. Did it,
I felt relieved. At the same time, I felt like there was so much more I could have done. But the environment was not supportive. It was terrorizing, actually, because we had as many enemies as we had friends. But I'll explain it this way. The guys on the street, agents in the field, guys that were hanging it out for Uncle Sam, loved us. Guys at the very top, senators and congressmen and generals and admirals that knew what we were doing and the effect we were having, loved us. They couldn't be damaged. They were so high up, didn't matter if they were standing next to a psychic or not. Bureaucrats in the middle, take them all, just make a big sandwich out of them and feed them to some big shark. Because they're not worth a damn. They're out for this and power.
Mm-hmm.
They can be damaged by a psychic. They don't want us standing next to them. That's my...
Do you miss those days?
Yeah, I do. There's a lot I could have done. Instead, I wound up doing a lot for companies and people. And I got to say, when you find a live missing kid, that's like, you can't beat that with a stick. When you find one that you fought with a detective over, or you fought for 5 hours with a sheriff to get him to do something with your material, and then they finally find the kid, and they've used your material to do that, and they've only been dead an hour, you don't want to spend any time in a room with them after that. Because then my own desire is to just like terminate them. Mm-hmm. You're too stupid to be a human being.
Yeah.
I just feel that way. It's enraging to a certain point, and I don't know where to go with it. It's like, yeah.
How many children did you save? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Do you remember?
Maybe a dozen.
What is one that really stands out to you?
One that really stands out? I think the kid that they called me about when I was in I was in Las Vegas. I gave a paper at a MUFON group there. Gave the paper, ate a big dinner, went to bed early. I got a call at like 2 in the morning from the mountain that overlooks where I live now, down in the valley, which is all golf courses. On the mountain, it's a ski resort. That's the mountain part of Wintergreen. And I got a call from the female police chief. They had a female police chief then. And she called me at 2 in the morning and said, we have a missing 5-year-old, and I understand you help with this sort of thing. I went, yeah, okay. I said, so what you want me to do is tell you where to go to find the kid? Yes. I said, okay. Do you know what a compass rose is? And she said, yeah. Usually if you say compass, they don't understand that. Drawing compass, whatever. So I said, I can't remember the degrees. I said, on the compass rose, you want to go to the last place he was seen. On the compass rose, you want to go to a certain degree, and you would take, I think it was 125 or 129 steps. I can't remember now. It's a specific number of steps in that direction. And when you get there, stop and just yell his name out, and he'll probably respond. It turns out the guy she sent to do that, the deputy, came back and said, there's no reason to do that. I can tell you right now, you're not going to find a kid that way. And she said, why not? And he said, because I went to a class where I was taught by the FBI on this, and kids under age 10 never go uphill. Never go uphill. So she called me back, woke me up the second time. This is like 20 minutes after I went back to sleep. And I said, yeah, what now? And she said, I was getting upset. And she said, my deputy told me that it's straight up the side of the mountain, and a kid would never do that under age 10. And I said, some pretty ugly things. I said, just go do what I told you. And I slammed the phone down and got back in bed. And she woke me up again, like 15 minutes later. I'm just getting back to sleep again. And I said, okay, what's going on? And she said, we found him. And I said, thank you. Have a good night. I hung up. What I didn't know, and I found out later, his father told him, if you ever get lost, go to the nearest light and wait for me. The nearest light was on the back of an empty cabin. Somebody had left the back step light on up the mountain. So that's where he went. And when he got to the cabin, it was all locked up. So he climbed up on a couch on the back porch and laid down on a couch and fell asleep.
Wow.
And so this detective went up the mountain, stopped right behind the cabin and yelled his name, and he sat up and said, what?
Oh, my God.
And I think that was the best, because I was getting so upset with the whole thing because she kept waking me up. Just go do what I told you to do, damn it. And I don't know where it comes from. It just comes in my head. But there's been a couple that have been really bad.
Have you met any of the kids?
No.
No? Do you want to?
No. Don't need to.
Why not?
Don't need it. If they're safe, they're back with the people who care about them. That's all that matters. I don't, beyond that, I don't need it. Anything. That's the old intelligence stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. This company didn't get wiped out. It side flanked an NVA unit, took 190 NVA. Hey, good for you. Where'd you get the info? Who cares? In fact, they came looking for me once. So I'm a staff sergeant in Vietnam, and the unit I talked to met an NVA unit moving through their area, which I knew was going to happen. And nobody was doing anything about it. So I put on lieutenant bars and went by and saw their intel officer. And he and I discussed it. And I said, if you were here and you can get somebody to provide you with a hard rock block here, maybe a couple tanks, you'll turn them this way. You got them. They're in a ravine. And that's what they did. So they came to our unit looking for this lieutenant. They're giving him an award. And I'm hiding under my cot. Don't tell anybody I'm here. Oh, I'm in the hole, down under my cot. Don't tell anybody I'm here. I could have gone to Leavenworth. I didn't even think about it. I did some stupid stuff. There's a certain freedom in that, when you don't have to be responsible one way or the other.
I'd like to talk about some of your other remote viewings. Now, one in particular I'd like to discuss is you were tasked with remote viewing Mars, from what I understand. And the time period, I believe, was 1 million BC.
Yeah, 1 million BC.
Who was that directed by?
Well, when it was tasked, I was sleeping in the industrial cube, the sealed cube in Bob Monroe's lab at the Monroe Institute, because we had been working on going out of body and controlling it. And I was exhausted. So we've been working. This was Sunday, I think. And he woke me up, and I said, yeah, I'm awake. What's going on? He said, well, I have some people here from Department of the Army, and they have a target for you. And I said, okay, what do you want me to do? He said, well, he said, I have an envelope here. There's nothing written on it. It's in my pocket. Tell me something about it. So it started out with a really large pyramid. And I said, first thing, words out of my mouth was, this must be a new discovery. And he said, why do you say that? I said, because it's huge. It's bigger than the Pyramid of Giza. Must be a new discovery somewhere. And then he said, well, tell me something about it. That's what I want to know. And so I said, it's got really large rooms inside. It's kind of surprising because the way pyramids are built, that can't be done. You can't have large rooms inside because of the weight of the construction. So it must be some new form of construction. So are you sure this is not a new discovery? And he said, just tell me what I need to know. So I said, well, it appears to be some form of protection of survivors of some cataclysm. And they're in stasis. They're waiting for somebody to come. I said, but I think it's too late. I think they're all dead. And he said, why do you say that? And I said, because I feel like the messages I'm getting are like leftover mental images, things that they pass differently from normal. or something like that. So he asked me some other questions. He moved me around in the target and asked me some other questions and things. And it turned out there were 6 specific targets that I was given in that particular case. And all 6 of them I described exactly what was standing there. And when I say that, I mean what was also pictured in negatives by JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, California. And so I finally said, it's like a special race of people or something. I'm getting humans just like we are, but I'm not so sure they're humans like we understand human, because they're way bigger. So what do you mean? I said they're like 10 feet tall, really huge, but they're proportionately the same and very human-like. So I don't know what's going on here. I said, and the sun looks really weird. And he said, I don't care about the sun. Tell me more what's on the ground. So he was being a pretty good monitor at the time. And so we basically finished the whole line of it. And I came out. I said, what's going on? And I was introduced to these people. And the guy that had brought them was Fred Atwater, my old training officer. So this was, as far as I was concerned, was an active mission, because we were still doing remote viewing with the project. And so I said, so where is this? Is this a new discovery or something? And he says, well, Bob's got the envelope that has the target identified in it. And Bob, oh yeah, I got it right here. And he pulled it out of his shirt pocket and was opened it up as an envelope. Nothing written on it. And so we opened up the envelope, and inside it said Mars, 1 million years BC. And I said, wow. I mean, what are you going to say? But everything that's actually on the ground, I described. There is what I decided to do was, the next time I was in California, I was going to go by JPL and get copies of the negatives, because somebody said, oh, that's all BS. And I said, no, I think they're pictures, specific pictures for the different GPS locations. See, these were all GPSs that they read to me while I was in the box. The GPSs, in my mind, were for Earth. I never heard of GPSs for another planet. It turns out every planet in our universe has got GPSs that match the Earth's, because they're all spherical, as well as the moons and everything else. So I didn't understand it to be off the Earth. I thought GPSs only worked on the Earth, so that's why I kept thinking it was a new discovery. But it turned out I went to JPL, and I walked up to the counter, and I had the actual card that had the GPSs written on it. 6 or 7 GPSs. I think there were 7, and I just didn't do the 7th because I was too tired. I worked on it for maybe an hour and a half, and I was tired anyway from working all day. So I walked up to the desk, and the guy said, can I help you? And I said, yeah, I understand all the pictures taken in space belong to the American people. And he said, of course they do. It's taxes paid for them. I said, okay, I'd like to see all the pictures for these GPSs. And he took one look at the card and said, oh, that's the old city on Mars. And opened a drawer and pulled out a packet and handed it to me. And inside the packet are all the negatives. And I blew up the negatives, and guess what's in my book? Everything I described. an old fort, pyramids, big impact crater with a road running through it. There's a road runs straight as an arrow for 1,200 kilometers on Mars that go right through the heart of a huge impact crater. And where the road come through, you can see where the impact crater has been modified to let the road through one side and out the other. Now, here's the thing that made it real for me. The outer edges of the impact crater, they know how tall the edges are of the impact crater because there's a half-inch of shadow line around them. And they know the angle that the picture was taken and from where, and the sun's position and all that. So they can tell you that the half-inch of shadow line around the outside edge of the impact crater tells you that it's 3,000 feet high, the walls of the impact crater. That's not really a super high wall on an impact crater, but what they don't tell you, and it's shown in the picture, is in the upper rim edge of the impact crater is a little triangular piece sticks out on the side of the impact crater. That had to have been put there by somebody. It's a construct. It sticks straight out at a perfect 90-degree angle. It goes like that.
Is it part of the pyramid?
No. It's part of the wall of the impact crater. So you got an edge up here, 3,000 feet up, and there's a triangular piece that sticks out and goes back in. And on top of that is a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid because you're looking straight down on top of it. The shadow from that pyramid that you're looking straight down on top of is 2.5 inches out. Now, if the impact crater has a half-inch shadow and it's 3,000 feet tall, how tall do you think that 2.5-inch shadow is? It's up there. I said to the guy at JPL when he showed them to me, I looked at it. I said, how tall do you figure this is? And he said, really tall. And I said, well, okay, how did it get there? It had to be put there after the impact crater hit, after that thing that made the impact crater had hit Mars. It couldn't have been put there before, because the impact would have
destroyed
blown it away. I said, this thing is literally tens of thousands of feet tall. What the hell is it? And he said, well, a lot of people think it's a shard. It kind of grew there. And I went, I started laughing.
It grew.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure this thing grew there. But who built the support for it on the edge of the impact crater? Well, nobody knows about that. It's anybody's guess. So there's no doubt in my mind that what they're saying about this old city is true, because that's true. I mean, why? It's like I ask questions about it, and they just look at you like you're stupid and say, well, we don't know. Why did you take pictures of that area of Mars? We don't know. How do you think that got? Well, we don't know.
I mean, what is your thought process after that?
I happen to think the only aliens on our planet is us. And I have good reason to say that. I think we're the aliens on this planet because we don't give one rat's butt about this planet. We take and take and take whatever we want from it. We don't give a damn what happens to the climate, the planet, or anything else. We have shit so badly in our nest that you see people dying left and right of more and more cancers, and we got to go, I wonder why that's happening. It's stupidity. God Almighty, but everybody wants to think we're the master race. We are human beings. We own the world. The Bible says, take control. Sounds apolitical to me. Maybe just a hint.
I mean, is that disturbing to you at all?
Very much so, yeah. Very much so. That everything on this planet, what human cares about this planet, if a group of wolves, let's say wolves out of Alaska, if they run out of food and they can't hunt food anymore where they live, they kill off their young, they kill off their dead, they move to a place where they can find game that they can eat. Only the strong survives, but they do it to save their family unit. And they only kill and eat what they need to kill and eat. They don't do it out of savagery, and they don't do it because they're bad. They do it because they're in tune with the very world that they live in. They understand it. They operate within it. They do what's necessary to survive only. There isn't another animal on this planet that doesn't do the same thing, except for human beings. We just take what we want, and it doesn't matter what it does to the planet. And we just keep doing it over and over and over. And it's about power, money, influence in the governments of the planet, and it's a predominant reason for war. You know, it's what keeps the coffers filling up. It's part of how we can produce something that gives us lots of money back that we can enjoy. And all it costs is a little war here, a little war there. And you know, you can't not buy more airplanes or tanks because it takes 12 states now to make a tank. That's 125,000 jobs that would disappear overnight if we didn't buy any new tanks. So you have Model 2, Model 3, brand new kind, bigger gun, you know, faster tracks, whatever. You know, we just keep reinventing reasons for that stuff. Why can't we decide to put everything back to normal and stop all the foolishness and pay people to do that? That seems to me to be a more realistic way to live on a finite planet where we're not going to kill ourselves or ruin it or in some way destroy the very thing that supports us. I think we came here because of something that happened on Mars. Were we the cause of it? Who knows?
Do you ever look more into previous viewings out of curiosity? Like perhaps
No, I can't. I can't do that. I can't target myself because then I know what I'm working on.
Makes sense.
There are things that I will work on where I know what it is I'm working on, but only because the answer is completely unknown to anyone. That might be I don't know, who broke into the big museum in Boston and ripped off 3 of the finest pieces of artwork ever stolen. And where did they go? And who owns them now? I happen to think they're in private collections, and they go into these vaults and sit in front of them once in a while and go, "Oh, I own it." Oh, you know, that kind of stuff. Stolen for a reason. That kind of thing. But I mean, I don't know.
Let's talk about Skinwalker Ranch. Did you have any affiliation with that?
Yeah, I was asked by Bigelow to target Skinwalker Ranch when he owned it. I guess he owned it. I'm not sure if he owned it or...
From my understanding, Robert Bigelow owned it previous to Brandon Fugel.
Right. That's right. Well, this is back when he owned it. And he asked me if I needed to go there, and I said, no, I don't need to go to Skinwalker Ranch. He asked me what was going on there, and I said, I suspect there's something bizarre going on there that no one's faced before. But then there's lots of places like that all over the planet. And it's going to take an involved amount of study. You're going to have to spend a lot of time there and do a lot of things you might not want to do. It's going to be expensive. And as soon as I said that, well, can I hire you to come out and take care of that? No. Because I'll never live where you live. I'll put it that way. I think he's an interesting guy. I think he's got a lot of interest in different things that he's trying to accomplish, and I wish him all the luck in the world. But I don't need to be part of it. And I kind of blew it off a little bit. I did some remote viewing for him, but I didn't come up with anything significant, so I think he and I just decided to go our separate ways. I think they're over excited and over exercising themselves over this ranch. I think there's probably some bizarre stuff happening there, but it has more to do with its location than it does anything else. There might be, I don't know, huge electromagnetic deformity there in some way that affects machines and cows and people and whatever. But I don't think it's anything UFO related or mysteriously related to anything. I've never really seen a really good mystery other than maybe the guy in the incredible armor in Thailand, but
well, the city on Mars seems
that's pretty far out there. But I have no reason to think it's not real.
Well, I didn't mean that.
I understand what you were saying. I understand very well what you were saying.
This is something I'll be thinking about until I die. I guarantee it.
My problem is when you do remote viewing, I can't control what they target me against.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as some people are in charge of that, that want to get involved in that and know that I'm a very good remote viewer, they usually try to generate that kind of stuff. I can usually tell when I'm being fished, so I try to give as honest an answer as I can in terms of what I'm sensing. But if I feel like I'm being used in some way, I don't get anything.
Gotcha.
I just don't do anything. I just say, sorry, nothing's coming in. Have a nice day.
Can you remote view into a different dimension?
I suspect it's possible. The only reason I say that is because I've done some remote viewing on some things that were probably operational in other dimensions. Trying to think of there's one project that was going on. It had to do with a certain kind of transmissions, but I can't think of it right now. It was a form of transmission that could not be seen or picked up on in this reality. It was like transmitting sideways through our time space, but it couldn't be sensed or picked up on. It had to be in sync with whatever it was receiving. And I can't remember the details of that. But it had to do with some mysterious things that were happening around the ship. And I did some remote viewing on that. No, I can't think of a single target that I've been targeted on that was not doable.
Could you describe, I mean, what would your explanation of another dimension be?
My explanation of another dimension would be a place you would go to turn right without anybody knowing you turn right. That's another dimension. Another dimension could also be how we live our lives. Here's how I view human interaction. You and I are interacting in this room right now. We met each other formally the first time this morning. When we're all done here and I leave, if we never saw each other again, somebody could say to me, "Did you meet him?" And I could say, "Yeah, I met him." And they could say, "Well, what do you think he's doing now?" And I could say, "I haven't got a clue. He's not in my world anymore." Your world is where you are and what you're doing. And that's real only while you're doing it in that place at that time. When you change places, you're with different people. So the best somebody you were with earlier can say is, "I know what I think he goes and does, but I can't tell you if he actually does it." I mean, we make a lot of assumptions about what we all know about each other. You really can't make those assumptions because we don't know if reality operates that way or not. Two people who spend a lot of time together, like a husband and wife, share an almost known agreeable world that they operate within together because they have certain expectancies for what the other person's going to do, and they always do it. Like they always come home, or they always go to work. They always raise the money that puts the food on the table. They always do certain things. So that's a kind of a shared reality. But if one of them disappears in the middle of that, you can't say that they're in the same world anymore. They could be in a completely different reality. The best I could ever say is that when I would meet you again, you could tell me what you did, and I could say, "I believe you." But I can never know that to be true. The only thing I can actually know about the world I'm in is what I experience directly. So, having said that, it's nice to be able to be with people and say, "I believe everything you tell me because you have walked in many parts of the same world I perceive that I've walked in." Doesn't mean that we've had exactly the same experiences or we've been in exactly the same place and time, but it does mean that we've had similar things happen in our worlds, that we can identify them together and talk about them. But there's no guarantee that we're not completely in different worlds, though. In other words, when I leave here, if I make a decision that takes me somewhere else, I'm actually stepping out of time space into a different time space. I'm finding it's very difficult to explain how kind of my belief structure works.
We're doing a great job.
I think that reality, we make a lot of assumptions about reality and people we know and people and things that happen and don't happen. And I think that That's not a good thing. I think we need to be more understanding about the things that we can relate to one another that may be of value to us versus what we believe about someone else, which may or may not be true. In other words, I'm more interested in sitting and talking with somebody and have them relate to me where they've been, what they did, that sort of thing. And it's not about saying, well, I understand that's true because history says that's true. No, I'm interested in what the person says was true because they did it. I want to believe them. Because they say they did it, might have been in a completely different world that stands alone from my world. In other words, there's an assumption that we're all on this planet. We're all sharing this planet, and there's no guarantee that's happening. In a construct of reality, you have to question whether or not people who go to the same place go to the same place, if you understand what I'm saying. Because there's no relation to two people going to the same place. Ideally, they might have experienced it completely differently. Or it may be in a different bubble than the one I'm in. In other words, I look at reality as just a huge room full of bubbles. And when I make a decision, I'm not going from this bubble to the tangent bubble. I'm going from this bubble to some other bubble somewhere else that's within the room of bubbles. When you and I are together, we're tangent bubbles. But when we leave one another, we go to different bubbles in the same room full of bubbles. You understand what I'm saying? So reality for me is a mass of bubbles of possibility where we all go different ways for different reasons, and we collect experiences that are somewhat similar maybe, but never the same. So it's hard for me. I can always say to somebody, I trust you, I believe you, I accept what you're telling me is truth. And that's the best I can do. I can never say I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's I see what you're I mean it's like the argument, does a tree make a sound when it falls when
Right.
nobody's around?
Right.
You can't ever prove it.
You can't prove it one way or the other. Likewise, I'm furiously picky about this. I was sitting in a bar in New York, and they had Kelly on TV, My Lai, butchering people in My Lai. And some guy at the other end of the bar says, if that was me, I'd never do that. And I had to get up off my bar stool and walk down to the end of the bar and look him dead in the eye and say, you don't have a clue what you would do or not do in the same circumstance. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't condemn the man without knowing. And I walked back down and sat on my stool. And the guy got up and walked out of the bar. It's like, that's truth. What he was saying, that ain't truth. That's what he thinks. There's a huge difference between what you think and what you know to be true. And I can tell you, I've seen enough in this world to never want to condemn somebody for something they do when I wasn't standing there watching it. I would never do that.
Well, that's a damn good way to live.
Yeah. Because we don't know what we would do in the same circumstances as other people. And it's the very reason why we shouldn't put people in jail for life.
How long did it take you to arrive at this point?
To this point? Mm-hmm. A lot of mistakes. A lot of understanding in my own very unlearned reality or my non-functioning understanding for how things work. And when you find that out, you find you're more tolerable to some extent, less tolerable than others. It's, I think, the very reason why I really wish I didn't know things about people through the media, because it makes me form pretty hard rock feelings about some things that I shouldn't have. And I could really digress into that easily.
Yeah, it's the seed that's been planted.
Yeah.
That you didn't want.
Yeah, right. I don't want to hear it. And not only that, but it upsets the apple cart for me in some cases, where I would much rather be ignorant. Because then I'm less judgmental about it. When you're not ignorant, you can afford to be judgmental. And that's a wrong way to be, I think. Because it doesn't afford other people the ability to explain their cause, explain their reasons, or explain why they are the way they are. Now, there's some circumstances when I think that's necessary. When would that occur? Well, I think it's necessary when you put someone in a position of authority over huge amounts of people. You have to have some truth from that person. If you can't get truth from them, they shouldn't be in that position. So they have to be answerable to some degree. So no one can have just pure authority over other people and not be challenged. They need to be challenged. And when in the challenging of them, they need to be able to step up and say, this is my thinking, this is where I'm coming from, this is why I did what I did. And you need to listen to them. And if it makes sense, then that's fine. If it doesn't make sense, maybe they're just not giving you the whole truth, or maybe you need more information, or whatever. But I think when people are in charge of other people with great authority, I think they have to be very careful about what they do. Otherwise, they need to be explaining it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd like to go over another one of your viewings. This is my last minute research that I was doing last night before breakfast this morning, and I'd like to talk about Mount Hayes, Alaska.
Okay. That's it, Mount Hayes. I couldn't remember the name of the mountain. Again, I don't know when I'm remote viewing it.
Okay.
It's a totally unknown target to me. The fact that it's been applied to Mount Hayes, I don't have any trouble with. The trouble I might have with it is the interpretation of what I might have said. Is there some form of embedded base in that mountain? Probably. Is it well known? Probably not. If you were to try to seek that out in that mountain, would it be a good thing or a bad thing? Well, it could go either way, depending on what you find. Is it a specific kind of base? That's where I start getting into issues over what I say or don't say. I've been targeted on a lot of things, and this is part of a paper I gave at MUFON. When people target me on like a UFO, what they're really looking for is a remote viewing or a remote viewer that tells them there's an alien on board this ship and they're from Polygoglia star system or something. You're not going to get that from remote viewing. What you may get from remote viewing is, in this particular case, there's an entity on board. But I don't know what the hell they're doing, you know? Well, okay, do you interpret that as an alien? Well, it depends on what it is in actuality, or what it is they're doing, if you want to make that leap. The problem with all of this is people have certain assumptions going in. And if I'm doing a target for them and I give them the raw input that I'm giving them, sometimes they can interpret it their own way. And that's what they do. Other times, they just keep the parts that support their belief or their theory, and they discard the parts that don't support it, that kind of thing.
You're saying they manipulate the truth.
Well, they manipulate
take part
the
of the
remote
truth.
viewing, certainly.
And leave other sections out. What did you experience?
What I did experience is there's some kind of a hidden base in Mount Hayes, and there's probably 3 different directions of getting to it, and there's probably something going on there that we need to know about. I'm talking about the pregnant we, the media we, wouldn't it be interesting to know what's going on there, that kind of we. In terms of it being actually aliens, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, because I think we're actually aliens, but I gave my reasons for that. I don't know. I'd have to review the result to be able to tell you whether or not I even buy my own remote viewing. One of the problems with remote viewing is you don't know when you don't know. I don't know if that says much, but
Well,
there's some things you come up with that you interpret badly, that you're wrong about in remote viewing.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're the only one that remote viewed Mount Hayes.
No, there's some others too. And it may be that I'm just confirming their viewing. I don't know. It depends on how it was presented to me at the time.
Do you remember anything about a small nuclear power plant?
Yeah, I do, in fact. That's like a 55-gallon drum buried in the ground, maybe 160 feet down. They just dig a tube, drop it in the bottom of the tube with 2 feeder cables coming out, and it produces power for 25,000 years or something. Goes inert, and it's buried in the ground 160 feet. In fact, I do know I remote viewed one of those once. More than once, actually. So that may be one of the ones where I did. And I said, we need these things for housing developments in the middle of nowhere. That would be a great power system for them. Wouldn't need any other infrastructure.
It sounded like you had also said something along the lines of on top of a dome, there was an emitter sending large amounts of energy into space.
I can't answer that. I don't remember.
Do you remember anything about Mount Zeal?
No, nothing at all about that.
Mount Perdido?
Perdido, that's in Spain?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember saying that Mount Perdido has a lot hidden in it because it's a mount where there's lots of You know what a whiteout on a mountain is?
I do.
When you're on top of a mountain and the clouds come in, and if you take one more step, you don't know if it's going to be a short one or a long. Mount Perdido is one of those mountains. If you're ever on that mountain, it's like best to be careful because you can get whited out up there in a heartbeat. So there are some things that I think that are hidden about that mountain. I might have talked about that. I honestly, I can't remember this stuff now. It depends on who did the analysis and who put this together.
Okay.
And I'm trying to be fair here because I honestly don't remember what I said about some of these places, and I find it dangerous to consolidate stuff from multiple viewers because some of the viewers might not have been as qualified. I don't know. I just don't know.
Do you remember anything about, I'm going to butcher this name, Mount Nyangani?
It's in Africa, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Only that it's part of the Zulu Nation. There's a tribe there that guards that mountain. Doesn't like people going up or down the mountain. See, one of the problems here, since we've tweaked the radars on some of the Navy planes, they've been capturing the Tic Tacs. Tic Tacs actually go all the way back to Trinity when they set the bomb off at Trinity in the desert. That's when the first Tic Tac showed up. And that was a crash. I think it was 12 miles away from Trinity. But it was right after the bomb went off at Trinity, the test bomb. What they didn't tell people when they detonated that bomb, they didn't tell anybody that it was a nuclear weapon that went off. They told everybody in the area that it was a detonation of a huge ammo dump that the Army had been dumping stuff in for years. And that all the dust and crap in the air was from that ammo dump spontaneously going off. The problem is it spread radioactivity out for like 1,200 miles in one direction. It deposited significant radioactive material on top of something like 1,200 ranches where they raised cows and sheep and goats and chickens and pigs and all that stuff. People died prematurely in all those ranches from radiation poisoning. People who ate the animals died prematurely of radiation poisoning. They never told anybody the truth. And the problem with that is now we have things that are believed about that entire event that may or may not be true. Tic Tacs are kind of the same problem. I talked with to some degree with some people I know that are very much into the UFO field. And some of them say, yes, this in fact happened, that a Tic Tac crashed immediately afterwards. Well, it was a couple weeks later, after the bomb was detonated. And the radiation might have affected it. And this Tic Tac by virtue of the way it was described by people who discovered it first, which were kids, long before the army came in and spirited it away. Their descriptions are good descriptions for something that was manufactured, not flown in from another world or flown in from even a place somewhere out in our solar system. It actually is an object that was manufactured. Its manufacture was extremely advanced. And the kids who stole stuff out of the walls of this after it crashed, it was like hair-like stuff came out of the walls. And it tingled when you held it in your hands. And if you took it out at night, it would glow in the dark. And it did so. It glowed in the dark for like 25 years. Because some of these kids that stole parts of this stuff were putting it on their Christmas trees for 25 years because it glowed in the dark. So that's not human manufacture. That's manufactured by somebody else. So it stands to reason that if Tic Tacs are being manufactured somewhere, it's probably on this planet because they're not able to travel into the vacuum of space. They're only able to travel high speeds on this planet. It may be that the people who manufacture the Tic Tacs live in certain areas on our planet that are unknown to us because that's what they've done for thousands of years. It's our arrival that changed everything. So, what if these are the actual inhabitants of Earth from the very beginning? And we're not. We're the aliens. And we've come in and taken over the world. And now all they have to deal with us over is how to convince us that they are something that we're afraid of. Not in reality are they capable of doing anything to anybody. They're harmless. But they were able to avoid us for a long time with their Tic Tacs because of the speed, their ability to change direction in a 90-degree turn at high speeds, and their ability to go from air to water without making a splash, all that stuff. And so we're now predisposed to think that maybe these aliens, or whatever they are, have bases on our planet somewhere. Well, they may. These may be the very bases that we're talking about. I think if they do, then they're native to this planet. We're ultimately the invader. We're the ones who came in and just started taking things and taking it. And, oh yeah, and taking it. And, never stopped. It's a hard call to make. And so some of my suggestions, I'm pretty sure, have been slow down, use my remote viewing carefully, because you need to interpret it only as far as what it says, not implies. And I think a lot of people take my remote viewing and use it as it's implied, not as its actual limit, what it says. And that's an aggravation for me, because it's an irritant, actually. It kind of makes me angry when they leap to a conclusion and come to the conclusion that I said A, so A plus 1 must be true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm being clear.
No, I know, I do understand what you're saying. You're basically saying that people are making assumptions based off the information that you're
Right.
providing to them.
Right.
Have you ever made your own assumptions off of your own information, or have you always had the discipline to just see it for what it is?
I try not to do that. It's hard not to, but I still try really hard not to. Because like I said, I'm the only viewer that came out of the remote viewing program and went straight into a lab. I went right into SRI International. And I worked there from around 1985 until it closed in 88. When they let me go in 88, I was hired immediately by Science Applications International Corporation. So I went right into that lab. I'm the only viewer that has voluntarily gone into all the labs and been challenged on my viewing, and I've done my viewing under maximum controls. No, one other person did that. The only other person that's ever done that, gone into the labs after they came out of the project, was a young lady named Angela Ford. And Angela Ford, while she was with the unit, was treated extremely badly. Now, I have to back this up by saying Angela Ford was I don't know, I think she was a GS-14 maybe. She was a GS employee of the government. She was an intelligence analyst in one of the highest positions you can have in the Pentagon as an analyst. And she became a remote viewer. She does her remote viewing with automatic writing. Because of that, because of the fact she was different and a woman in the project under Defense Intelligence Agency, she was called a witch and shoved into a side room and hardly anything ever done with her stuff. She got out of the project when it shut down in 1995, and came straight into the lab. And she's done unbelievable stuff in the lab because she's being honored, she's being respected, she's being given the same things I'm being given, and she does extremely well in that. So I have to say that, like, a lot of her stuff has been misused, misidentified, unused, ignored, all these things because she wasn't saying things to support what they were looking for.
Do you have contact with her?
Yes,
Do
I
you think she would be interested in doing an interview?
Sure. I believe she would.
I would love to interview her.
Okay. I'll put you together with her.
Thank you.
When I get back, I will send her an email, talk to her on the phone, and then give you her address and everything when she gives me permission to do that.
Thank you.
She's really good. I bring her in on my remote viewing training that I do at the Monroe Institute. I bring her in for one night to answer questions. And she has fun with those, let me tell you. I'll tell you something she did. The first week in the lab, they had a U.S. Customs agent who took $2 million that was supposedly earmarked for something. He just stole it and disappeared. So the FBI was really after this guy, and he was on a most wanted list and all that sort of thing. But it was dead of winter when this happened, and so they were absolutely positive, since he loved the Bahamas, he's in the islands. He went down there, he probably bought a boat. He's living in the islands. She comes up with the fact he's in, I don't know, West Muldoon, Iowa or something. I can't remember now. It was Wyoming or something like that. So she says, no. He's way out in Wyoming or something. Nobody believes her. Every psychic in the unit is talking about the Bahamas, Bimini, Nassau, all these places. Because they're picking up on all this stuff. And she's saying, no, he's up north. Where all the parks are closed because the snow falls 6 feet deep. No. He hates the cold. He'd never go there. Not with $2 million in his pocket. So, huge argument until. And so, Defense Intelligence Agency is nervous about all the psychics saying Bahamas, and she's saying East Spunk, Iowa or something. Wyoming. So she gets more specific. They go back to her and say, why do you say that? Well, he's staying in a place that's right behind a Native American burial ground. It's right next to a national park. There's like 6 feet of snow on the ground, and he's the only guy in this motel. Nobody believes it. But just in case, the FBI sends a wanted poster out to all the park places in the extreme Northwest that's buried under snow. Park ranger remembers having breakfast with him, the only two people in the entire freaking world eating breakfast together in this drive-up diner in Wyoming or wherever it was. So he gets the facts on his machine. As soon as he gets to work, he turns around, he goes back with a state trooper, and they arrest the guy.
No way.
Yeah. In Podunk, Iowa, or Wyoming, or wherever the hell it was. And they arrest him in this motel, behind which is an Indian burial ground. And it's adjacent to a park. I think she was even more specific about what kind of park. And it's like she gets no credit at all for it until they're talking about it. The great job the FBI did on the news one night. And somebody calls in from the Park Service. So, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. They sent us a wanted poster on him. Our guy from the Park Service actually had breakfast with him and got a state trooper, and they arrested him and turned him over to the FBI. The FBI had no idea he was here. And the only reason the Park Service sent out the all points wanted bulletin was because she said so.
Wow.
That all came home to roost. And so she walked around like the queen bee for about a week.
Good for her.
Yeah, good for her. But if you talk to her, you gotta talk to her about the missing guy with the bunny.
I will.
She just kept stating over and over. And she gets all this by automatic writing.
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant young lady.
I would love to have a conversation with her as well.
Yeah, you'd enjoy it. She had an identical twin sister, and they were both as good as, one was as good as the other. Her sister's now dead.
And you had a twin.
No, she did too. Identical twin. I didn't have an identical twin. I had a female twin. And, but her sister was as psychic as she was, but her sister's dead now. And she's retired now, but and they treated her like crap. And I mean, she was one of the top analysts,
Man,
in the Pentagon, and she wanted to come into that unit. She volunteered to come into that unit because she knew she had something to offer, and she did, and she still does, and we still use her in the labs. She's that good. I mean, she's really a good person.
well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, we're wrapping up the interview, and I have one more viewing, and I want to say that I'm very reluctant to ask this question.
Okay. Go ahead and ask it anyway. I couldn't leave here without answering it.
Today's your 78th birthday.
Yeah. In all its majesty.
It is my understanding that you may have remote viewed your own death, and that it happens at age 78.
I don't know about that. 78. I did have an incident when I went to Vietnam where I thought I saw my imminent death, and it turned out to be a huge assumption on my part. It happened exactly as I saw it, but it was an assumption.
Okay.
So what I think might be misconstrued here is I had a problem with an infection from one of my hospital surgeries, and I went up to New York. I this is when I was 72. I went up to New York because I got my degree. I graduated with this big crowd of young kids. But it was right after I had a back surgery, and in my spinal surgery, they had a lot of staples down my back, and one was inverted. It was backwards, and they couldn't get it out. And I think somebody was back there messing with it, trying to get it out. And I said, I hope you're wearing gloves so you scrub your hands real good. And she got up and walked out. I never saw her again. She told me something. But anyway, the doctor came out with a pair of gloves on and just took a pair of pliers and jerked it out. So we went ahead up to New York, and I graduated. The next morning when I woke up, I had a really bad infection showing on the sheet in the hotel. So my lovely wife drove me straight back to the University of Virginia Hospital. And I went into the emergency room. And they couldn't find an open OR. I was in the emergency room a long time, many hours. And I was getting weaker and weaker. My body was just racked with this infection. Turned out it was a Staphylococcus aureus or something like that. Anyway, it was a terrible infection, and I was running out of energy, so they wanted me to do an MRI. And, well, just before the MRI, I was getting weaker and weaker, and I said, in my mind, I felt like I was standing on a pad of tiles, and they were falling away one at a time. And I viewed that as my energy going out. And I got to a point where only my feet were standing on tiles. And I came to the conclusion that it would just be so easy to step across and not be there anymore. And so I was contemplating this because I was done. I felt this hand grab my arm. It was my wife, and she whispered at me. She said, "Don't you dare leave me." And I went. So I started stealing energy from as many places and people as I could. So they put me in an MRI, and halfway through the MRI, I started hallucinating. So I said, "Got to get me out of here." And the doctor chided me. He said, "I thought you were a tough old Army guy. that you could deal with an MRI. And I said, I can normally, but I'm hallucinating. So I know my temperature is about as high as it's going to go. And he said, nevertheless, you should have finished your MRI. So when I came out of the MRI, the nurse came over and rubbed one of those temperature things on my head. And she turned to the doc. She said, he's not wrong. It's 107. They found an OR room immediately and reopened everything that they had done on my spine and washed it all out with antibiotics and pumped antibiotics into me for months and finally killed all that stuff. That's probably the closest I've come. Vietnam, when I got off the plane, when I arrived in Vietnam, and I stepped off the C-130, I come off that back ramp. When my foot hit the ground, I saw myself dying in a flash of white light. I knew that's it. That's where I'm going to go. An itinerant rocket attack or a mortar, big heavy mortar, or maybe a artillery round or something was going to get me. And I turned around and I told the guy behind me, and they just opened up a space behind me. Nobody wanted to be close to me after I told them that. So I go through the whole time in Vietnam and nothing happened. Well, I had a few close ones, but, rattled me a little bit, but I didn't die of a itinerant round. So I get ready to leave Vietnam, and I had also had a vision that I'd be leaving on a bright yellow plane called the Canary plane or something. And I said, that's not possible. So I get to the airport, and I'm leaving Vietnam, and it says, you're flying on one of those new Braniff planes. They're pastel colors, and yours is a canary yellow. It's called Big Bird or something. So I flew out on a canary yellow plane. So that came true too. But the explosion didn't. I couldn't figure that out till I had my near-death experience in Austria when I was enveloped in the white light. I went, here it is. I'm in it. I was like, yeah, I saw that coming in Vietnam. I misinterpreted it. Okay. The only thing I might have said that would have brought that out of someone would be, I'm in it. I was like, yeah, I saw that coming in Vietnam. I misinterpreted it. Okay. The only thing I might have said that would have brought that out of someone would be at some of my talks when people say, well, how long do you plan on doing this? Or how long do you plan on being here? Or whatever, that sort of thing. Sometimes my comment is, who knows? I could go going home. I could get nailed by somebody going home. Or I could just drop dead right in front of you. And they all get a laugh out of that, but they're not sure if I'm telling the truth or not. And it doesn't matter. None of that matters. The fact of the matter is I've come so close to death so many times that I've reached a point where my understanding is I'm still here simply because I'm not through doing whatever I'm doing. So that may be interpreted as when I'm saying I'm quitting the remote viewing work as, well, now he's done. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm not doing remote viewing anymore. I'll teach remote viewing at the Monroe Institute as long as they'll have me. Or I give talks there anytime they want them. Or I do webinars for them. anything that supports that place I'll do until they're throwing dirt on my face in the ground, because that's how I feel about it. And a lot of that may be misinterpreted by some who think, oh my God, he's going to die on us. No, usually what I tell them is if I drop dead in the next 2 minutes, it's not important. What's important is that happens while I'm doing something I like to do. Then it's okay. If I was doing something I hated with a passion and it happened, oh God, what a waste that would have been. That kind of thing. I don't worry about that stuff anymore. When you're 78 and don't give a shit, it's okay. I just want to enjoy what I do.
Yeah.
Be relaxed.
Somebody had told me that, and we have rescheduled. And when I found out that the rescheduled date was on your 78th birthday,
You thought,
I was like, whoa.
well, yeah.
Whoa.
What if he just goes to sleep in the chair?
Is this a self-fulfilling prophecy? But
Well, that would be something cool to catch, wouldn't it?
I would rather that not happen, Joe. But do you fear death at all?
No, I have absolutely no fear of death. I never have, actually, since my near-death experience.
What do you think happens?
What I think happens, it's like I have no absolute belief in heaven or hell. I think we just progress into a new form of what we are. And I think the real surprise, what heaven and hell is, I've given a lot of thought to this. If when you're dead, you find out that all the people you lived and interacted with are all part of you. The reason that would be a good thing is because if we as entities learn by experience, there's no way of knowing if the experience is valid or not if all we're getting is our perception of it. The only way you can know if experience was valid and had something beneficial generated by it would be if we were not only the person in the experience, but all persons in the experience. In other words, we would have to have every perspective of all the people we care about that we're part of in that experience. So in death, I would welcome the fact of knowing that all the people I was heavily engaged with my entire life were all just extensions of me. That's the only way of getting every perspective of every action you've ever taken, would be to have the perceptions of all those you care most for, or you care about, or you're part of, or your family with, or you worked with, or all of that. And I think that's true. I think that's what we find out. That's the big surprise at death. Everything we experienced has been perceived, and we get all of those perceived experiences from everybody that we've ever been part of. So in a holistic sense, we're not just us. We're all the people we've lived with and cared about. So I cannot imagine a worse hell than to treat people like shit your whole life and to find out all the damage you did and not be able to rectify that. To feel their pain. Everything, all the pain and all the bad experience and all the frustration and upset that you've given, the sickness that you've delivered to them, and not be able to fix it and know that it was just the major part of you. I think that's hell on whatever. And not so much the other. I think heaven is knowing that you did everything you possibly could to soften the impact of life on the people you care about. And the people that are important to you in your entire lifetime. So people have a way of making up for their failures by realizing that and understanding that it's not just them. It's everybody they're in contact with. When they do something to themselves, to denigrate themselves, they're doing it to all the people who care about them. If they're all part of the same, you're all part of the same person, the same entity.
One ecosystem.
Yeah. It's a learning system. And I think it's the only way to really learn is to know all the perceptions that people who cared about you had when you did A or B or C. The only way to learn from it is to know what was wrong about it, what was right about it, how it affected people that were observing it. I think that's true learning. And that may be a design. I don't think it's a flaw. I think it's a design in the reality of which we are all part of something larger. And you can call it God or whatever you want, but it's something much larger. And it deals with all possibilities. I mean, there's lots of people that exist. I say people, there's lots of entities that exist across the cosmos. What if all that's true? We think very little of ourselves if we act the way we are versus being better at it or greater at it or, I don't know. Pay attention.
That's some deep thought.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I've ever heard that. And that makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Well, it makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Anyway, you're welcome.
I mean, just that segment alone is motivation for people to do the right thing.
One would hope so. There are still those that think that's better, more power is better, and why do I want to get involved in that foolishness? Well, they'll find out. I think that's hell to pay. That's what it is later.
Wow. Well, Joe, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for coming on and sharing everything that you've shared. And is the Monroe Institute,
Oh, it's a
is
great
that
place.
open enrollment? Can anybody sign up?
Oh, anybody can sign up. You can come anytime you want. Take a gateway.
I hope you're ready. There's going to be a lot of
Take a
people
gateway.
coming.
And I won't even acknowledge your presence when I see you. I'll just go, who the hell are you? Don't I know you from somewhere? You'll have a great time. I guarantee it.
I would love to come.
And you'll learn a lot about yourself
I would love that too.
and other people that you never thought you would get along with.
Well, I hope to see you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
You will. I'll be around.
Perfect. But I will link the Monroe Institute in the description. And
Great.
once again, Joe, I don't say this lightly. It's an honor to have you here and to get to know you and to hear about your experiences as you've experienced life and just thank you.
You're
It
welcome.
was and your lovely wife too. It was, it was amazing to meet her.
Don't leave her out. I wouldn't be in this if I'd be long gone, I think, actually. Be hard to deal with life without her.
Yep. I
think I'd volunteer for that one-way mission. I once asked her if I could
motherfucker.
write a letter to NASA and volunteer for the Mars mission. No, listen, I have enough artificial body now that I'd probably survive on Mars. She'll kill me for saying that, but
Well, thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
Take care.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here. Dr. Stephen Greer is one of the world's foremost authorities on the subject of UFOs, extraterrestrial intelligence, and exotic technologies. For more than 30 years, Dr. Greer has provided briefings for senior government officials across the globe, conducted numerous media interviews, and delivered hundreds of lectures. He has written 5 books and produced 4 feature film documentaries that have been seen by hundreds of millions of people. He is currently working on a documentary scheduled for release in late 2023 called The Lost Century and How to Reclaim It. The documentary addresses how energy solutions have been suppressed in the past and how they could now come out for the benefit of all mankind using an open source strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been telling you that I was going to dive into this subject for a long time, and now we have one of the leading experts on extraterrestrials and free energy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Stephen Greer to the Sean Ryan Show. If you haven't, please go down, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, leave us a comment, and share this information with everybody you know. I want to give a special thanks to all of our patrons for supporting the show. It's because of you guys that this happens. I also want to thank everybody who's just watching the show and sharing it. If you can't join Patreon, please head over to Apple Podcasts, leave us a review, and then head over to Spotify and leave us a review over there. All right, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Stephen Greer to the Sean Ryan Show. Dr. Greer, welcome to the Sean Ryan Show.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
It is an honor to have you sitting across there. I've been following your work for a while now. I've watched all the documentaries. It's fascinating information that you're putting out. I can't believe you're even sitting here. It's a real honor.
But it's an honor to be with you, and thank you for your service and everyone listening who served our country.
I appreciate that. Thank you for saying that. So just a little bit about you. I gave you an introduction just a few seconds ago, but you've briefed every president since Bill Clinton on the subject of UFOs. You have 3 personal friends that have been assassinated since, I believe, May 9th of 2001.
And those were before.
Those were before.
Yeah.
May 9th, the reason I bring up May 9th, 2001 is that's when you first hosted the National Press Club for the U.S. UFO Disclosure Project, which ironically was just 4 months before September 11th, 2001, where over 20 intelligence officers came forward with information about UFOs.
Right.
Whistleblowers. The main reason you're here is whistleblowers. Would you like to go in there?
Yeah, I do. And I want to start early on. So the way this evolved in the early 90s, I had started a project dealing with this. And we had set up a protocol where we had made contact with these objects. That ended up being on the front page of the Pensacola, Florida paper. Army intelligence and CIA found out about it, and then they came in and started asking me, what are you doing? How are you doing this? And that started a whole process where there were friendlies and unfriendlies in the U.S. government and other governments who reached out. And the friendlies were people who were very much read into some of these projects, who knew that they had been managed illegally. And they began to advise me. Now, never been in the U.S. government, never been in the military, never been in the intelligence community. So I started out pretty cold and pretty green. I'm an emergency doctor, trauma, big ER. Each of us saw 6,000 people a year. The Gun and Knife Club, we called it. And by 93, I was being asked to go up and brief the director of the CIA for Bill Clinton, R. James Woolsey. Now, I'm a 30-some-year-old medical doctor going up, and the letter that came to me, and this is the key point I want to make, stated, and I have it, it's in my archive, it's going to come out pretty soon publicly, and it says, you're going to be the first person to brief the Clinton administration and the director of the CIA on this issue, because they made inquiries and have been denied access. Now, huge red flag should go over everyone's head right now. You're talking about the President of the United States, the director of the CIA, making through channels an inquiry on something that they know is happening, and they're being denied access. So immediately I knew either that was a lie or the whole enterprise has gone off the rails in terms of being managed illegally and improperly. So at that point, I went up, took the meeting. The cover story was a dinner party for me and my wife and the CIA director and his wife, who was the chief operating officer of National Academy of Sciences, and our host, who was a think tank director for the Pentagon, and his wife. So there's 6 of us. And sure enough, he was very shaken. He absolutely had not been read in. And so I provided him a lot of information. And I brought a whole briefcase full of evidence. I mean, just positive evidence, documents, photographs, this, that. And this was 30 years ago this year, December 13th, 1993. So at that point, my whole paradigm tilted, where I realized there's something very wrong with this. I didn't know anything about, the popular terms now are the counter state or the deep state or secret government, illegal projects, on and on and on. It was off my radar, totally.
You had no idea at the time that any of that was happening.
This was, I had actually sort of a serious PTSD over this because it was like completely upended, my world. And my thinking about our country and what had happened. So I started digging into this, and I'm a full-time emergency doctor. I was chairman of the department, and I got more and more involved. And I made a call an early call for people to come forward who did know about this. And at that time, the Disclosure Project, in that incarnation, let's call it, was called Project Starlight. And Project Starlight was a briefing process for the executive branch and then eventually members of Congress. So I ended up putting together all this information and whistleblower testimony documents. I ended up receiving some top secret documents that were not declassified that I have and have published, because we came to the conclusion that these projects are being run unconstitutionally, and therefore all personnel, all evidence, and all documents pertaining to them have no protection over from the National Security Act. They cannot be kept secret if they're going to operate outside the oversight of the constitutional oversight requirements of the president and the Congress.
What were some of the things that were in the top secret documents?
Well, I have one that's from naenaes, the so-called Area 51 area, where there was a security alert by some civilian groups trying to see what was going on there. And it has the distribution list. The document isn't that important except for, because it was a security alert, but the distribution list is important because it has the project code names and code numbers. That document, which was dated 1990, in the 90s, is one of the documents I gave, for example, to the president's people, and also eventually when I briefed the J2, the head of intelligence, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Wilson. And that was on the top of the pile because I said, look at the distribution list here, follow that thread. And so, for example, in the case of Admiral Wilson, now, he's head of intelligence, Joint Staff, Admiral. He made an inquiry into this based on a portfolio I had couriered to him, but he was denied access. And there's public documents now about this that leaked out. You can look it up. And what happened is that he was also threatened personally and with demotion. So this was all happened kind of prior to my stand-up briefing at the Pentagon for him, which happened in 1997, over 25 years ago, 26. And it was a very disturbing event for him. For me, by then, I was battle-hardened. I realized what was going on. He was shocked that he had been threatened and denied access to these projects. I wasn't, because I said, well, you're in good company. The SecDef, Secretary of Defense has, the President, the Director of the CIA, and by then I had met with key members in the Congress and Senate Intelligence Committee. They had all been pushed aside and denied access. So by then I had already accepted this new paradigm of there being, as Senator Inouye said, and I'm quoting, there's a secret government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own funding mechanism that's above the law and free from the law itself. I'm almost giving an exact quote here. And, that's something that most people have to understand first off here, is that what we're dealing with is not a sanctioned or even a normal black project. And I can say this with authority because I am working now with people who literally manage the black budget of the United States currently. And they were denied access to all these projects. They had no idea that there were deep black pass-through projects. We'll get into this. How is this done? Structurally, organizationally. What's the architecture? So it took me a long time to unravel this. Mm-hmm. And I had to do it through multiple documents, corroborating witnesses, people on the inside who came forward. So in 2001, by then, I had concluded neither the White House nor the Congress was going to touch this. So we launched the Global Disclosure Project, where I gathered together the first 20-some of these military and some corporate people and had a press club event. It ended up being seen by about 800 million people. Interestingly, the first hour of it was jammed. There had been jamming devices put on the structure of the National Press Club. But it eventually got up, and it used up every T1 line in the city available back then in 01. And, what happened from that was that then there was a whole movement launched that is going to this day. It's a very slow process. You're dealing with U.S. government, moves like a glacier. But, and that's complimentary. But I think that the reality is you can't blame people. There are these sweeping conspiracy theories that are all wrong. That, somehow, I was just talking to a congressman yesterday who had this idea that there were people in his party who were hiding things from him because they knew things, because the process going on now in the Congress, much of it is in classified skiffs and briefings that I know about. But in reality, those people who are trying to get to the bottom of this, they don't know anything. I mean, they're still asking, is that tic-tac, as they call it, this UFO footage, you can drop it in that are Hornets, F-18s were chasing off of San Diego. Is that, from China? And of course, as soon as I saw it, I matched it to a 1967 image we have of a Lockheed Skunk Works so-called anti-gravity device.
So that would be us.
It's us. It's U.S. Well, let's call it global. It's part of this secret government asset base. So to give people a little deeper unpacking of this is like at the end of the meeting with Admiral Wilson. So I'm doing the stand-up briefing. It's supposed to be 45 minutes in his conference room at the Pentagon. And I have astronaut Edgar Mitchell is there, who was the sixth man to walk on the moon, my military advisor, and a couple witnesses, whistleblowers. And this goes on for almost 2 or 3 hours, much longer. He kept canceling appointments because he was so, concerned. And at the end of it, I said, look, we really need your help getting to the bottom of this and getting these rogue, illegal projects under control. And he says, well, what am I going to do? He says, I can't act. I'll be rogue unless the Secretary of Defense and the President authorize me to do something like this. And I said, well, that's not going to be forthcoming. We've already attempted that. And he also said something that was very spooky. He said, how do I take on a group that have technologies that can do circles around the best thing I know we have, a B-2 stealth? He says, that's the best thing I know to deploy. And I have found out, and I have now convinced there is, a secret organization that have technologies that can literally do circles around my B-2. And I said, yes. And he just said, it's point, set, match. He says, I don't even know how to take that on. And that is how that meeting ended. Wow. It was very grave. And I went, well, there's a difference. Those projects are being run outside the law. And I said, the law is only what you, and power is only what you use. If you don't use the law and if you don't use power, then you let sociopaths and criminals run amok. And unfortunately, that's what's happened since the late 1950s. I later found it was on Eisenhower's watch, unfortunately. He was old, he was tired, he was a 4-star general, World War II, that this group of, this secret government group sort of seized control over these operations. So in reality, the constitutional government of the United States has not been in a proper oversight and control of these operations since the late 1950s.
So 70 years.
Yep, almost 60, 2/3 of a century.
Wow.
Yep. So that's sort of just to give an overview of how this evolved. And now it's evolved to a very big event that's happened about a month and a half ago. The Congress passed and the president signed a law that has for the defense funding, National Defense Authorization Act. And it explicitly allows people to come out as witnesses, whistleblowers on the UAP, UFO issue, including contractors, not just government employees, but contractors like Lockheed Skunk Works, Northrop, Raytheon, Booz Allen Hamilton, MITRE Corporation, SAIC. These are all big chief primary contractors working on the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materiel and also the building up of systems based on that and other technologies. So
why do you think it took so long for this bill to come about?
it just has to, when we released about 5.5 years ago, Unacknowledged. So people, if you have Amazon Prime or Tubi or Hulu or whatever, that documentary got about, in the first 6 months, 760 million people see it. None of that was pirated, dark web, Pirate Bay, whatever. It's fine. What I'm doing is a not-for-profit purpose of educating the public on this. I left my medical career to fix this massive problem for not only our country, but for the world and the future of humanity. But that, caused a lot of stir, and it triggered a series of events that has now led a few years ago to the law being passed that the Director of National Intelligence must report on this issue to the Congress. But now, I told folks that I'm working with, and I can't disclose exactly who they are, but they're the most senior people, and said, look, there needs to be a clear pathway, because the only way you're going to get this, you're not going to get this through the chain of command. You're going to have to get people who come in as whistleblowers and witnesses, who are direct witnesses to this, even if it's a small part of what they saw. Maybe they were only guarding a hangar where there was one of these triangular objects at my uncle's old company. My uncle worked on the lunar module, put the first man on the moon, north of Grumman. But which is part of how I had an interest in this. If your uncle kind of put the first man on the moon or was part of that, is sort of a fun thing for a little boy.
Yeah.
I was 14 when we landed on the moon. So. But it was just a great thing to had a family member involved with that. But I think that, most people underestimate how important every little detail is. So what I did in the 90s up to the 2001 event, and what I've done since, is put together sort of a whole puzzle, a mosaic, based on thousands of little pieces of data. Mm-hmm. So, the evidence is easy to get your mind around one at a time. What's hard to get your mind around is the entire intelligence analysis that has to go with it. So that's what I've specialized in, is gathering that data and then connecting all the dots. How does this corporate operation interface with this base and this SCIF? For people who don't know, the Secure Compartmented Information Facility.
Yeah, a SCIF is where highly, highly classified documents, conversations, mission planning,
right?
That's where it all happens.
Right,
is in a SCIF.
Right. Yep. And I've been involved with that, although I wasn't supposed to be. But I get ushered into places, even though I've never been in the government. I will not accept a clearance or a secrecy oath or non-disclosure agreement. So all this I'm telling you, I can tell you because people who know the system will know I hold my own clearances in that sense. I can say what I want to whomever. What my rule is that if let's say you were someone who had been involved in an operation at the Dugway Proving Grounds out in Utah, there's a DUM there, deep underground military base that's very much involved with this issue. And there are assets there, man-made, anti-gravity, very advanced aircraft. That I have people who have been there who've seen them come up at night and move out. There'd be huge black triangles. And those are ours, by the way. Now, there are some extraterrestrial ones that are similar. So if you can envision this, almost any airfoil or superstructure that they've observed that's of an extraterrestrial origin, they've been able to create, let's say, copycat or similar. So this makes this very confusing and unfortunately opens up the possibility of a number of false flag, or what Pentagon called deceptive indications and warnings operations, or false flag operations. But so let's say that you're one of those guys and you come to me and you say, my name is so-and-so, here's my DD-214, you prove you were there. But you say, I don't want to ever be identified publicly. But I will go into the SCIF to provide this information to the people who have now made this pathway for me to come forward legally. Then I will arrange for that to happen. That's what we're doing. And I'm making a call right now. Anyone, no matter how small or large your involvement was over the last 70 years with this issue, there's a pathway, there's a door open. We don't know how long it'll stay open.
Looking to get your financial future organized? Well, if you don't have life insurance yet, that should be at the top of your list. Fabric by Gerber Life is the easy one-stop shop you need with life insurance and other family finance solutions all in one place. Fabric was designed by parents for parents to help get a high-quality, surprisingly affordable term life insurance policy in less than 10 minutes. Guys, I have a son, I have a wife, and I always worry about their financial future if I were to disappear from this earth, and that is where Fabric Life Insurance can help you. You could be offered coverage instantly with no health exam required. Protect your family today with Fabric by Gerber Life. Apply today in just 10 minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean. MEET fabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions.
But it's been a lot of work to get to this point. It's a very big breakthrough that there is this legal mechanism so that the constitutional government of the United States can get informed on this properly. And what I discovered, and this was a very strange thing from 93 to now, every time I take a meeting with a high-level member of the U.S. government who should know about this given their rank or their position. For example, when I briefed years ago the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, General Patrick Hughes, a 3-star. Well, as anyone knows who's been in the military, that position is the top of the food chain for military intelligence, period. It's and the DIA is like the CIA for civilian. It's military. He had completely been denied access.
The director of the DIA is completely denied access.
I had a multi-hour meeting with him in his office with my senior folks. And it was another... See, these data points, people remember them as I go through them. How, in what universe can the head of the DIA or the CIA or the president or the chair people of armed services in the Senate or in the Select Committee on Intelligence not have been read in on this? When we are funding it, we estimate there's somewhere over the last 70 years, $8 to $10 trillion that have gone into these projects that are unaccounted for. Remember, the day before 9/11, we have a videotape of Rumsfeld at the Pentagon. I'm not sure he knew it was being recorded because I'm shocked that he said it. And it's in Unacknowledged, the documentary. And he says, and this is now 21, 22 years ago. He says, there's $2.3 trillion unaccounted for in the Department of Defense budgets. Trillion, not billion.
How do you have that much money unaccounted for?
Oh, you do. Let me give you an example.
I believe it.
They say, it costs $2 billion a plane to make the B-2 Stealth. It's about $150 million. The rest of it goes through the back door into these unsanctioned projects that neither the president nor the Congress knows, never mind the American people. Multiply that across the whole system. So we'll get into this in a moment. There are other more creative ways of this organization, this secret, illegal organization. I view this group that's doing this as the world's largest RICO, racketeering influence corrupt organization, like a mafia. But they've become pretty much untouchable till now. And I'm not saying we need to go after them aggressively in a negative way, but it needs to be disclosed. And we need to have the people's representatives and the constitutional government at least informed about it. And they are not. The thing that's most shocking to me, even to this day, is that every time I take a meeting with this, and you're meeting with someone of that rank, like the General Hughes, here's a 3-star in charge of DIA. It was so crazy that he's sitting there, and we start talking. And he had made inquiries through the chain of command of DIA. He says, the only thing I've gotten, he goes over to it in his conference room for the general. I had a bookshelf, and there was a little, corny little like E.T. doll, like you'd see at a toy store. Mm-hmm. And he grabs it. He says, this is all I've gotten for my inquiries through the channels. He was in a rage. I said, and I was going, yes, sir, this has happened to most of your folks who are in your position, unless they were brought in and came up through the ranks because they were identified as sociopaths who would break the law and run an unsanctioned illegal operation for decades. There's your criteria. Now, people like yourself, let's say you had been assigned to a project dealing with this. You'd have no way of knowing, as it way up at the food chain, that this was an illegal operation. There would be no foundation.
Yeah.
So you would have been completely innocent. So all of you guys listening and women who, if you have been involved with this, you're not culpable because you're not at that policy-making level where you are willfully insubordinate to the Constitution, which, everyone takes an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Writ large, domestic here. Because, the worst treasonous acts that have ever happened to any country that falls is from within.
Yep.
So that's what we're talking about here. So I want to be very clear about it. I know I'm coming on a little bit strong on it, but I am so outraged after dealing with this for 30 years and seeing this drag on. So what my concern is that now that this law is in place, and it's only a month and a half on, right? We need to move expeditiously, quickly through that door that's opened. Because who knows when someone may slam it shut. And there's a window we have to go through. And I think that we've started that process. So what I'm doing is putting out a request, and to appeal to people's patriotism. My father was hand-to-hand combat on amphibious landing unit World War II and had pretty bad PTSD from that, although they didn't know what that was. But I kind of feel like we have to look at this and go, given how this is operating, it's our patriotic duty to fix this problem, just from the point of view of the rule of law and civilization and the Constitution. Otherwise, what are we? We're a bunch of monkeys running around the jungle without the law.
Yeah.
The other issue is what's behind the secrecy.
That was my question.
That was when my first meetings with people, like the CIA director, after like 10 minutes of going through the evidence, he says, yeah, I know this is real. He wanted to know, why is it this level of secrecy? Who's keeping it secret? How are they doing this? So that is actually the bigger question. The evidence you can get your mind around. We have it. It's been out there. If you look at Unacknowledged, if you get the book, we have a book called Disclosure. It's 500 and some pages of transcripts of these original top secret people's testimony and documents. It's all in there. So you can get Disclosure book. You can get Unacknowledged, the book. It goes with the documentary. It's there. But understand, and we also describe how this is operating. But the why behind it is kind of banal, in the sense of it's money and power. So let's say you have something that would fit on a little table this big, and it's a generator, and it's pulling energy out of what's called the quantum vacuum, or zero-point energy field, which was proven to exist back in the 50s. Now, physicists have described this energy field. If you had a coffee mug, the amount of space in that coffee mug has enough potential power to boil off all the oceans of the world, quote unquote. It's what Tesla called, not the fake car company, actually Nikola Tesla. I call it fake Tesla cars because if they're plugged into the grid, they're not real Teslas. We'll get into this. But that energy field is everywhere, and you can tap into it. And when you tap into it, you're tapping into this energy field that can be converted to electricity or thrust.
So is the energy field, is it everything in between objects? Is that?
It's not just between, it's within. So if you let's take the chair you're sitting in, or I'm in. It's occupying a volume of space. Mm-hmm. When you get past the molecular to the atomic level of this, and then subatomic, the quarks, you get this into this pluripotent, it's like the foam at the surface of the deep ocean
Okay.
that all of matter is fluxing in and out of. The early Lockheed Skunk Works man-made UFOs were called flux liners.
Flux liners.
Yep. Because they were pulling energy from this quantum vacuum flux field. Very advanced physics. I mean, we understand it very well. I don't want to put your audience to sleep going into the arcana of the physics of it. But the point I'm making is that was mastered decades ago.
This technology's been around for decades.
Well, about 100 years that there has been empirical evidence of this energy field. Nikola Tesla called it the infinite energy field. There were others who discovered it all the way back to the late 1800s. Now, they didn't have the physics down of what was happening, but in terms of just observing the phenomenon empirically, here you set up a high voltage system, suddenly more energy is coming out than you're putting in. Those are called over unity systems or free energy, because once you get it tapped, it's just flowing, right? And so that means that every home, business, car, manufacturing, village in Africa would be able to have a device that would not be very expensive, frankly, to mass manufacture, that would generate all the energy they need for all the needs that we have for a modern civilization. And this would be wonderful. There's no pollution, there's no radiation, and once you have the system, there's no cost. There's no refueling. The bad news is that if you're an oligarch, a global oligarch, controlling the macroeconomic system, big oil, big global systems, and let me translate for those of you who've been in the Middle East, our vital national security interests translates to one word, OIL, oil, energy. So the problem is, if that technology were to be disclosed, it's a quadrillion dollars. It's $1,000 trillion or more in proven assets, oil, gas, coal, public utilities that are obsolete. It's like it's like a royal typewriter or a horse and buggy. That's what they're protecting.
So the entire energy field, everything that has anything to do with energy, becomes completely obsolete at this point.
Yeah, and all transportation systems. Internal combustion engines, jet engines, rockets, surface roads. So now, surface roads, I say that only because when you take that same physics and do a torsion, a counter-rotating field, you can get what's called an electrogravitic effect, or anti-gravity, pop culture term. It's a terrible term. It's not anti-gravity. But you can create this electromagnetic field where an object becomes essentially weightless and can move. This is why if you look at the radar tracings of these things, these objects can be moving at 200,000 miles an hour, make a right-hand turn. And there are occupants on these. Now, any pilot knows if you had the G-forces of that, your brains would come out of your nose. Mm-hmm. There's no way, it'd be fatal. But because it's correcting for 1G, and there's a sort of a bubble, an envelope in space-time that this object is moving in, there's no limit to what it can do. So
they don't feel the G.
They don't feel it and go straight up, at like one of the radar things we have from Belgium, I got from the Belgian Air Force, was an object that was at, slightly above AGL, a few feet above ground level. And it went from there to boom, like 100,000 feet in one radar swoop, boom. And we have a lot of cases like that we've collected. And, the question at this point is, how is that happening? Well, we know how that's happening. And so here's the issue with disclosing all this. When you get past the superficial level, here's a machine, here's a device, here's this, the scientists like myself are going to say, well, how is it doing that? And if they have a thinking brain, mm-hmm. which of course is a big assumption now with our educational system collapsing, sorry to say, but my God, the kids that are now trying to get educated in the system now, God help us all. So, but the fact is that's going to be asked. Now, what's interesting is that the Pentagon has officially said those objects that have been released of the Tic Tac and other UFOs that have been documented with sensors on ships, on board aircraft, and in space. Well, they're not disclosing those sensors, but I know what they are. Those are physical objects moving without any known means of propulsion. Go look at what's been said by the Pentagon. Now, what the person who said that, the Pentagon, says we don't know how they're moving because that spokesman hasn't been read in to these deep black projects that are in this parallel universe of this secret government. It's been my job to collect the actionable intelligence, the documents, and the people who know this and put it together and put it in the briefings for people. So I've provided this to every Minister of Defense and Secretary of Defense for four of the Five Eyes, which are, of course, U.S., Canada, Australia, UK. I have not done it for New Zealand. But, in every single case, when I've met with these guys, either they're former or current MOD heads or what have you, they've said, we were never read into this. So this data point, let me extend the data point globally. So some years ago, there was this really amazing guy named Lord Hill Norton. He was a 5-star admiral. They used to call him a Sea Lord. Don't you love? I love the British. They're fantastic. A Sea Lord. And he had been head of the MOD, which means in the UK, you're head of MI5, MI6, it's like our CIA and stuff. But he was also head of the military committee for NATO. And I met with him at his house in Wiltshire, in Hampshire, in England, some years ago. And he asked me to come because he wanted me to bring the briefing document that I had put together for the president. I think at that time it was the late Clinton years. And I said, all right, I'll come over. And I went over with my 4 daughters and wife, and they went off to see the Salisbury Cathedral. And I went and met with this former MOD head. And he was livid. He says, this never came across my desk. I was never read into this. And I said, and yet I have files from your own MOD about the landing of one of these objects at the Bentwaters, Rendlesham Forest Bentwaters Air Force Base.
No kidding.
Yep. I have the documents. I have the trace landing. I have the U.S. military Air Force people's testimony that were there. So at this point, I have about 1,100 of these folks.
What's a trace landing?
When one of these, in this case, it was an extraterrestrial vehicle, not one of the man-made ones. So we call them ETVs for the ones that are of extraterrestrial origin. The ones that are man-made are often called ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, meaning that they're simulating, not totally, but simulating the energy propulsion capabilities of what we've reverse engineered and studied since the 40s.
Okay.
We'll get into this in a moment. What's the technology transfer arc from the 40s to now? And that's very interesting. It's going to be in our new film called The Lost Century, and How to Reclaim It is the subcaption title. But the Minister of Defense was furious, and he was a bit bombastic and kind of, his piercing blue eyes, a real character, but he was, I think he was hurt. I mean, if you have that level of responsibility and you find out you were zoomed on probably the most important military and intelligence issue in the 20th century, in 21st century. He said, well, why wouldn't they have told me? He said, it becomes personal for these men. And I said, well, let me ask your question with a question. And he said, oh, what do you mean? He thought I was being an impertinent Yank, which I can be. But no, I was doing it as sort of a way of sort of illustrating this point. And I said, well, what would you have done if you had found out that there was an organization and a project, global, that had engaged in assassinations, wet works of innocent people, killings, so CIA term wet works for, if you're on the watch group list, which I have been on, and that is engaging in all manner of criminal activities up to and including drug running. It has embezzled trillions of dollars from Western economies. And they have the technologies that would save the Earth's biosphere in a generation in poverty. But they are now an existential threat to the world and to the United States and your country, the United Kingdom. And he almost jumped out of his chair and says, I wouldn't have stood for it for a bloody minute. Like that, just in a rage. And I went, well, that's why they didn't tell you. He says, what do you mean? I said, because you're not a sociopath. You're not someone who would absolutely, willfully know about that and go along with that agenda. And I call it, because I'm a doctor, I call it a soul biopsy. They do a deep psychological analysis, and they will test people early on in their career if they will do the right thing or the wrong thing. And if you're willing to do things that you know are ethically wrong to get ahead, it's the very definition of a sociopath, then you get groomed little by little by little by little by little. And I said, but you are deemed not to be of the right stuff, not John Glenn astronaut right stuff, but the right stuff for someone who had been involved at that level, higher level, because you would never have gone along with that agenda. And if you hadn't gone along with it and you knew about it, they would flat out kill you. Absolutely. Like the Secretary Forrestal, for a fact, was thrown out of a hospital window and killed. General George S. Patton, in an alleged automobile accident, was killed because he would want to disclose to the public the anti-grav device that looked like a saucer that we got from Germany in 1945. How do I know this? Because Paul Mellon, one of the few billionaires in the world who funded Adolf Hitler, along with Prescott Bush, George H.W. Bush's father, Henry Ford, and Watson of IBM. Paul Mellon was one of the few billionaires at the end of World War II, the Mellon family. And his grandson's on my team, who happens to have been Senator John Warner's son, the Republican senator from Virginia, just passed away. And Paul Mellon told John Warner IV that when the war ended, they went over and grabbed this thing because Adolf Hitler, his aerospace geniuses, were working on this disc that was not jet or rocket. It was electrogravitic. It was electromagnetic. They hadn't perfected it. They were working on that. We had the atomic bomb. But they brought it back. And George Patton was going, this is amazing what this would do for the world. No, this is going to be deep black. And he did not think that was a wise thing to do, so they took him out, made it look like an automobile accident. So this kind of skullduggery happened. So I told the Minister of Defense, this is why they're not going to tell you. And because you're a good man. You're patriotic, you're sincere, you have morals and integrity and ethics. No one like that is going to get at the top of that food chain.
Yeah.
Because by definition, you've got to be somebody willing to subvert the law and do all manner of horrific things. And this is where people have to understand there have been CIA directors who were involved with this. I dealt with one who was helping us after he retired, Bill Colby, CIA Director Colby.
When was he director?
Ford Nixon era.
Okay.
Way before my time, but he was an old guy wanting to help us. A lot of these people, when they get old enough to think they're going to meet their maker, they get a conscience or they have a change of heart, as they get up into their 70s, 80s, like that. But it has nothing to do with your rank. This is what people have to get their head around. Whether you're president, CIA director, SecDef, this senator, this member of parliament, if you know about it, it's because you were read in because you're willing to go along with that agenda. If you don't know about it, you have the same rank. It's because they assessed that you wouldn't go along with that agenda, which is an illegal operation.
Yes.
So this is what everyone needs to get their heads around. Now, the only way to resolve this are people who don't. I had this fire of tests where I started out very early in my work on this, involved with the director of the CIA and the head of Army intelligence and all these sort of people. For a reason we can get into in a moment, because basically my group had discovered the Rosetta Stone of being able to contact these objects, and it works. Go look at the movie Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. It's kind of out there stuff, but it's real. So I think that when you start to entertain this idea of how this is structured, you got to get your mind first around that. But also, on top of the fact, and this is a really key point, please listen carefully to this. We have this bill that we worked to get through that's now gives a pathway for anyone to come forward. Now, they will be coming forward to folks who are going to take them into a skiff, and it'll be TSSCI type stuff. So their testimony may or may not get to the public. If they provide it and are willing to provide it, I will provide it to the public. Why? So listen very carefully. By 1997 in the fall, we had concluded, my military advisors and all these people, that I had sort of a kitchen cabinet. Because everything you're hearing me done, we've done without an office, without a paid staff, without a budget. It's all been a labor of love. I put probably $15 million into doing this.
15 million.
Yeah, earnings and everything. I don't care. I mean, when I realized what was at stake, it's like, I walked away from my medical career to do this, which is very hard. I still have dreams about being in the ER doing stuff, but that chapter is closed. And plus, I'm too old. I'm 67, so I'm not gonna. That's not an older guy's game. It's tough. I was mountain bike and surf. I had to have fun, but what you realize over by this time, and I've gone through all these meetings and briefings. I said, well, this is an illegal, unsanctioned operation. And if it's illegal, it's outside the Constitution. And therefore, all the National Security Act laws and all the non-disclosure agreements all these men have signed are vitiated. They're null and void, canceled. So we wrote a letter, and those of you in the military may know this kind of a ruse. It's called a UNOD, unless otherwise directed letter. Okay. And the way it works is I wrote a letter that's an assessment. And it said, based on the following meetings and intelligence we've gathered, it's our assessment that all projects related to the UFO issue, including the man-made research and development projects and the extraterrestrial issue, have been run in an illegal fashion outside the Constitution because the people who should know if they were sanctioned don't. And they have been deliberately lied to and deceived. Because of that, they cannot enforce legally in any court in the land a prosecution against any whistleblower, anyone with materiel, and anybody with documents. And I said, and I gave 90 days for all the different, it went to every head of every agency and relevant Department of Justice, FBI, the whole alphabet soup. Return, receipt requested. So you got it, signed for it, got it back. And I waited the 90 days, and then I declared, okay, now we're going to go public. So I pivoted from doing these private, off-site, often, briefings for members of Congress and executive level folks over to a publicly disclosed project. And that was how Project Starlight, which was this quiet operation that I was doing just with senior folks in the government, became the Disclosure Project. And so the Disclosure Project then led to the 2001 National Press Club event you mentioned on May 9th. But there was a process here. I want people to understand. I wanted to dot my I's and cross my T's, that I wasn't running afoul of the law, and I was going to give the U.S. government every opportunity to do the right thing and get their move into this issue. And they wouldn't. The president was intimidated. Members of Congress didn't know what to do about it because they were individual members. They hadn't come together and passed a law. That took another 20 years. Mm-hmm. See, I'm trying to give you the arc of this so people understand the context. So at that point, we did it. And, I had the first 100 or so of these guys that we have on videotape. And then about 22 of them came to the National Press Club event. Now, the ones that are the more deeper sources, some of them didn't want to come forward because they were afraid. And even though they knew about my unless otherwise directed letter, that was from a civilian making this statement, and they wanted an official pathway. And I said, well, I don't control the Congress. I can only, sort of advise folks, and if they don't do it. Now, and this is why this is such a huge breakthrough for people listening to this show, there are a lot of Navy SEALs and Delta guys and Force guys and certain Marine branches that have been at facilities, been tactically or operationally involved. We need you to contact us. And here's the website, SiriusDisclosure.com. But you can just write to info@SIRIUS disclosure.com. And we'll handle it very confidentially. If you don't want to be known publicly, you never will be. But I will arrange for you to be brought to the correct people in D.C. who are the best folks I've ever found. They're former special operations military that are now the equivalent of if they were in the military, they'd be a 2-star general, but they're working in the congressional end helping with this. And they're not known by the public. It's not what you see in the media. And they will see that information gets to the people who need to know. I can't be more specific because I'm walking a razor's edge here with what I'm saying. But that's what we're doing. And we need people to understand that this is a patriotic duty given what is at stake. Because here's what at stake. First of all, the Constitution and how intact is the constitutional government of the United States. That's been completely subverted by this issue and the people who control it. Secondly, the future for our children. I mean, I just had my 12th grandchild born. What kind of world do we have? I always tell people, we don't have a free market. How do you have a free market if the most important scientific technologies in the last 100 years have been ruthlessly suppressed, people killed, and they've been illegally classified so that we're still burning diesel and jet fuel A?
Yeah.
We don't need it. Now,
do you want to talk a little bit about why they're hiding all this technology when it comes to free energy with the utilities and everything, just to piece it together for everybody?
I do. It's one word or two words, money and power. Now, when you're talking about, most of us think, gee, money, do I have enough money to put my kids through college? These guys that's not the issue. It's massive macroeconomic geopolitical power. Because now we're talking hundreds of trillions of dollars in assets. Mm-hmm. Now, keep in mind the entire U.S. government budget, whatever it is, $5 trillion, it's a rounding error. And most of that's not discretionary spending. That's entitlements, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. So when you're looking at these interests that want to maintain the status quo of the world financial, macroeconomic, and energy system, they will do almost anything to maintain that, even if it kills the planet, keeps, right now there's 3 billion souls on the planet that don't have any way to cook their food. They're chopping down rainforests and shrub in the desert in Africa. They don't have any electricity or gas.
Yeah.
3 billion. This just came out in The Economist, a mainstream economic journal. So how do we, and that of course builds into the extreme poverty it leads to, radicalization, terrorists, resentment of the West. I mean, there are huge implications for this mistake that was made almost a century ago. Now, and this is known by a number of people, what a huge mistake this is. So when you're talking about the motivation here, I mean, people have killed for a lot more than $900 trillion, And the level of corruption is worrisome. Now, in 92, General Albert Stubblebine III, Bert, who had been head of Special Forces and Army Intelligence at Fort Huachuca, he intercepted me after we had this major contact event out in Florida and near Pensacola. And he subsequently, about a month later, personally offered me $2 billion to not pursue what I was doing and become part of his team.
$2 billion.
With a B, in 92. And I thought it was a joke, and it wasn't. And he described to me a sort of a black fund that they had gotten from the collapse of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, and that I would have complete access and control over it. but I have to be on their sort of team. They were trying to neutralize what I was doing. And as many people know, the CIA and some of those organizations have remote viewers who use consciousness to see remote places in the future.
Yeah, they've done studies with the Monroe Institute.
Oh, yeah, I knew Bob Monroe, all those guys. And Ingo Swann is a friend of mine, all these guys. But so they knew what kind of trouble this could make, I could make. So people have to also get their mind around the kind of just sheer, bribery, corruption that happens on top of threats. Oppo research. They'll make up deep fake photos and videos to defame you. I've been called everything you can be. And then they try to buy you off, and then if they have to, they'll try to kill you. If you're doing things at this level, I've been like such a troublemaker for them.
I mean, I think it's not so hard to believe anymore,
Well, anyone who's done your work can see the kind of things that could happen.
I can see it, but I think a lot of the U.S. population can't see it. Unfortunately, I think unfortunately, but fortunately, the Epstein trials, and everything that happened around that, it's, the judge there was a assassination attempt on the judge. Epstein didn't kill himself, all these things, and so it's becoming more, I hate to say
accepted.
Yeah, I hate to say accepted, but it's out there, and it's becoming more and more and more common.
Well, and I think that, so imagine the stakes of something like you just mentioned, which I had no knowledge of, and it's just whatever, people are weird. Imagine something a millionfold in terms of its implications for the stakeholders who want to maintain their hegemony and control of the global military, industrial, financial sector. That's the level we're talking about. We're not talking about the boots on the ground, the guys who are the colonels who manage. I just brought a lieutenant colonel to D.C. who had been involved with these projects. And he had been watching what I'd been doing for 20 years and was waiting for this law to pass.
Friends, with so much chaos and danger in the world these days, I highly recommend you stock up on emergency food right away. Let's face it, you're going to need this food, and now is the time to get it before it's too late. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and stock up on their popular 3-month emergency food kit. When you do, you'll also get $200 worth of survival gear as a free bonus. You'll need this gear when things fall apart or the grid goes down, or anytime you might have to fend for yourself. To see everything you'll get, go to mypatriotsupply.com. Your $200 bonus gift comes free with each 3-month emergency food kit you order. That way, everybody in your family can be prepared. But hurry, this offer won't last forever. Check this off your list and sleep better knowing your family won't suffer if the worst case scenario ever happens. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and score free shipping too. That's mypatriotsupply.com. One of my biggest challenges in 2023 as an entrepreneur has been finding the right person for the job and making my company stand out amongst all the other companies in this extremely competitive job market. Now, how can you do that? You might want to try ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps you stand out. You can try it for free right now. It's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. Now let's talk a little bit about how ZipRecruiter is going to help you stand out amongst everybody else in the job market. ZipRecruiter's technology is going to send you good, quality candidates for your job that you can send a personal invite to your top choices to make an impact. Also, ZipRecruiter makes it easy for candidates to apply to your job. Instead of filling out a lengthy application, they can just apply with a single click of the mouse. Get your job noticed by the best and brightest candidates with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address, try ZipRecruiter for free. It's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
So what I'm saying is that we really need to have people come forward now. I'm actually begging people. We've worked so hard to get it to this point, and it really is. I know that most people who have come forward, they were involved for a brief period of time, or they were in an office here, or at a SCIF there, or at a military facility, or a corporate research project, and they don't know necessarily this whole picture. And so they're not culpable. They're not guilty of having done anything improper. They were doing as they were told. And they thought it was all being run properly, legally. It wasn't.
Yeah.
So they were used. And I think that that's very important. And so they have no liability. And now they're protected by the law, and they're protected, if we have to, tactically for security, which I have. But I think at this point that sort of thing, it can't happen because the profile on this is so high. I have a bunch of celebrities who like what we're doing. Something like that happens that I know about in my team, there would be 1 billion people who know about it.
Well,
Yeah.
You want to talk a little bit about the suppression of all this stuff and Project Mockingbird? Mm-hmm. Can you go into that?
Well, Mockingbird was one project, but it's an ongoing process that started really in full bore in the 50s. And that was to have major media people who were dual agents. They were in the media, but they were also on the payroll of the agency, the CIA or others, and I have a document we published from I believe it was 92, where it says, it's a CIA document, we have people in every major news organization, it says it flat out, that are there to control, stop, alter stories at our request. So I mentioned one myth, and that is that we have a free market and a free economy. We don't. It's managed. Because there's no way we have a free market economy when the most important sciences and technologies of the last 100 years have been ruthlessly suppressed. But the other myth that Americans buy into is that we have a free press and the fourth estate, as it's called, a check and balance against excesses. But the major media, and also now the major tech companies, are actually actively involved in suppressing the story or spinning it. Now, what do I mean? When you see people on CNN or CBS 60 Minutes, the folks that they will allow to talk about it are people that have been cherry-picked by this cabal, this secret government group, to say what they're told to say. It's scripted.
Do you have any examples of this?
Yes, of course. Nick Pope, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, all those guys.
Okay.
And they have been, I know for a fact, been told what to say. And so they say, number one, first big lie, these are a threat to the national security, inferring that from outer space there's a threat. It's not true. If civilizations that are hundreds of thousands to millions of years more advanced than we are, if they were a threat, we'd be a charcoal floating through space about 1945 August with the atomic bomb. Number two, we'll get to that in a moment. Number two, they will say that we don't know what these are. Maybe they're from China. Maybe they're, and even senior members of the Senate Intelligence Community have said that. We don't know. Because some of those guys have gone up there and whispered in their ear all this disinformation and spin. I know who they are. When in reality, we know what they are, where they come from, which ones are man-made and which ones are extraterrestrial. We absolutely have that data. But see, someone like myself saying that's going to get cut out of any show. For example, I was on a show, it had 22 million people listening live back some years ago. And I started talking about some of the senior membership of this committee that's running this covert program. And I got to one name. I talked about Admiral Bobby Ray Inman. He's been involved for decades with this. And then he went to the Board of Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC. It's one of the crown jewels of contracting on these exotic propulsion and energy systems. And then I think it was during the election, the second election for W, I mentioned that one of the most senior people is Dick Cheney. And we went to an unscheduled commercial break. A voice broke in, and the host had no idea. And it said, Dr. Greer, change the direction of this conversation now, or we will dump this show live. I said, with 22 million people listening? He says, yes. Don't talk about this. And the host was so sad. And the host to this day will say, oh, we can talk about anything. It's like when Joe Rogan says, oh, yes, I can talk free speech. To make his deal with Spotify, the show I did with Joe Rogan, forcibly by the corporate entity, had to be taken out. It is not in the lineup. You have to find it elsewhere. So anyone who thinks that the media doesn't purge whistleblowers of someone of what we're doing is naive. So Mockingbird, there have been a lot of code names for this, but we have a Air Force Intelligence, AFOSI guy that I have on tape. And it's in the unacknowledged documentary. People should look at it. It's for free. You can see it for free on all these sites. And he was at Kirkland Air Force Base, and he admitted, and I'm quoting, taking bags of cash to people both in the local and national media, reporters, to secure their cooperation with telling stories or altering or putting a spin on them. So that corruption and rot reaches very firmly into the fourth estate and now big tech. And it's been proven now through files released that people are shadow banned, algorithms are changed. We had a whistleblower that we put his interview, he was willing to do it posthumously. So I did the interview with him. He died. His wife sent me his death certificate. And then I uploaded it on our YouTube channel, which I have. You can go to it. And his name was Pawlek, Pawelec. And he had been involved in the development of the embeddable radio frequency chips.
Really?
Yeah. And he knew of their use in simulating alien abductions that were being done by the CIA and military. We'll get into this in a moment, how deep the deception goes. So we put this up. In a few days, it hit 675,000 views. And then overnight, we check, and the counter is down to 6,700. They went in and chopped off those numbers so it would take it out of the algorithms as a trending video.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah. And so people who think that doesn't happen, I just want to say, I got a bridge to sell you to nowhere or swampland to sell you because they're just simply naive. And this is another reason why we have to find creative strategies to do this, because the corporate, if you look at the major media, there's a handful of individuals and corporations that control all of them, all of it. And that becomes a problem when there's this collusion between these covert operations and corporate. Now, to give a little history lesson, late 1800s, early 20th century, something developed called fascism. Of course, now anyone that you disagree with, you call them a fascist. Mm-hmm. But the definition of fascism were large financial and corporate interests controlling government policy and what the government would do against the interests of the people. That's what fascism is. Go look it up. Thomas Jefferson warned of it. He actually wrote warned of the unchecked power of the corporations corrupting government. That's where we are, but on a massive scale globally. So that's happened with the media, it's happened with the government programs, and it's happened in other sectors, financial, what have you. So the interests of we, the people, have gotten run over by the interests of a relatively handful of extraordinarily powerful corporate and individuals.
How many people do you think are involved at that level?
There are 200 or 300 people on this committee. And one branch of it is called MAGIC, the Majority Intelligence Committee, MAJI, but committee is some MAGIC. Well, I have a document that lists it. So this is in my book, Unacknowledged. That document's in there. It's a secret document that I acquired and published. They can't punish me because I declared the project's illegal. A lot of people say, how have they not pursued you? I said, they can't. Because I had an FBI guy say, I said, let's put the handcuffs on right now and get on the dance floor. Because this is going to go to even if it goes in camera, it's going to go to a court, and I will be able to prove. Because what are we going to do? We're going to subpoena the CI director that I briefed. We're going to subpoena the senators I have briefed. We're going to subpoena the head of the Defense Intelligence. And all these people will have to tell the truth or lie under oath, that in fact they were left out. And so I said, I don't think you want a court case like that. Now, people say, man, this guy's a son of a bitch. Well, I'm sort of a fighter, and I'm not intimidated. But, so they offer me $2 billion. I go, fuck off. Oh, sorry, my language, but, get lost. And then, they threatened. And in the 90s, we had 3 people on my team killed, and I was almost killed. And then I put security in place. It's invisible. But basically, there are very powerful people who want us to get this done because they know what's at stake. And we've authorized lethal force if anyone that I'm working with is harmed. And that's in place. That's been in place since 1998.
Since 1998.
Yeah, and that's why no one I'm working with has had that happen.
Since?
Yep, since 98, nobody.
Okay.
25 years.
Well, that's good. Let's talk about your new documentary and what's coming up in that.
Yep. Well, if you go to thelostcenturyfilm.com, you'll see it's crowdfunded. So give you an idea, all these documentaries we've done, we won't let a corporation or a studio fund it. We've crowdfunded from the people.
Can you explain why you have that way?
It's so that it can't be corrupted.
I knew it.
We control 100% of the content. Nothing can be taken out.
Good for you.
I have final control over what's in and what's out. And it can't be watered down by some corporate shill or some media executive who's actually just been bribed by the government or some corporate entity working on behalf of this secret government. So I'm very careful about it. And that's why we did it, because I tried doing things with other people with their productions, and they would take it, spend it, mutilate it.
Yeah. And
I went, no, we need to do this ourselves with integrity. So it's crowdfunded, and like this film, the lostcenturyfilm.com, we've had one donor for $150,000 and a bunch of people who donated $3. It didn't matter. But now we're at $421,000 out of a $500,000 budget. So we're 84%, if my mind's calculating correctly. You can run a calculator. You have to do this as an emergency doctor. So we're getting there. But we need people's help. It'd be great if we went over that amount, because then we can do more what's called marketing and promotion of it. And it's going to pull the curtain back specifically on the lost 100 years of these technologies. And it's going to go all the way back, more than 100 years, to the Stubblefield Earth battery and Nikola Tesla standing there with his old farmer, where he's running his whole farm on this device where he has stakes in the ground that are tapping into this electromagnetic and mostly magnetic flux field and running generators running his farm. This is 1902.
It's in 1902.
1902. And Nikola Tesla is standing there. I got the picture. This documentary is going to blow. It goes from that all the way to the Lockheed Skunk Works devices that started being built in the 50s. We have witnesses and transcripts of the Norton Air Force Base show, California. Norton's closed now. But they had an air show in 1988 where there were 3 of these man-made UFOs, ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, hovering in this hangar. And we have those fully illustrated. We have enough detail. We actually have the schematics of the interior.
You have the schematics of the interior?
And the exterior, how they look. And these were built, interestingly, the witness who was there, who was an aerospace designer, saw that the components in it, now this is 1988, were from the late Mercury era. So the Mercury capsule, which was late 50s, early 60s. And they had markings and charts on them where they had been out in space around our solar system. They were specifically told these had gone through the solar system. Now, those were from the late 50s, early 60s. No jet fuel, no rockets.
Are these going to be in the dock?
Yep, everything. So this is going to be shocking. It's going to be a shocking thing.
Oh, yeah.
So it's about an hour and 48 minutes right now. We're just finishing it. We just had a great guy who's a supporter, the Limp Bizkit lead guy, Fred Durst. He's agreed to narrate it. So
He's narrating it?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So I just got out of a studio with him a couple of days ago where we're laying down the track for the narration. But he's a great guy, very smart, super supportive of what we're doing.
Good.
Yeah.
So what else is going to be in there?
Well, we're going to actually have a lot of the devices going through the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s that weren't the flying devices. But I'll give you an example. There was an inventor named Floyd Sweet, and he had a solid state device, looked like a little bigger than a cigarette pack, that you could attach to an electric motor, say for a car. It wasn't plugged in. Once it got going, it was a 0 point quantum vacuum flux, and it would run a 300 horsepower motor. So imagine having a 300 horsepower motor in your Tesla or your truck, and this little there are no batteries. You don't have 900 pounds of lithium-ion batteries, and the lithium-ion batteries really are destroying the environment. And you never have to plug it in. About the time he was going to get, he was meeting with some people at GM who thought they were interested, but they were actually just trying to find out what he had. After that meeting, he died suddenly, suspiciously.
How?
People claiming, well, he dropped dead of a heart attack. And that was plausible because he was an elderly guy. Mm-hmm. But before that, he had an assassination attempt. He was going up some steps, and a sniper was trying to shoot it, but he didn't know it, but he tripped just as the bullet went right past his head. And we have the testimony of a lieutenant colonel who was involved in this case, who is a physicist also. This is going to be shocking to people.
Oh, yeah.
It's utterly shocking.
You know, these mysterious deaths, some people are like, oh, that, no way. Well, it does. We talked about the Epstein stuff. Let's talk, the guy that invented the Hydra car, gone.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, there have been so many. I've worked with people.
And then there was
Who've done that.
If you could refresh my memory, but wasn't there somebody else that disappeared and they just happened to be involved in one of the mass shootings?
Yeah, there have been a number of folks where things get set up like that around them. There was a guy doing up this recent shooting up in New York where there was a man who had recreated this water fuel cell where your car could run off water. Yeah, and just bizarre stuff. So one of the problems with all these inventors,
I mean, it's not a coincidence.
No, these are hits.
Yeah.
But the problem is that if you're a brilliant electromagnetic engineer, but you don't know the bear you're about to poke with that technology and what they'll do to keep it suppressed, you're destined to fail. So one of the reasons we're doing this documentary is to provide the context so that people who do have these devices come to us, and we have a strategy that we briefly outline in this documentary of how to fix this problem. Well, how do you fix it? The big mistake people make, they try to patent it, and we have actually a national security order denial on a patent of one of these devices from an inventor I know. So we're going to prove this is not a conspiracy theory. Here it is from the patent office. So they ain't going to allow it. It gets confiscated. We have a patent examiner who's a PhD physicist testifying that they confiscate these things. That's in the movie. Then we say, okay, how are you going to get it out then? If you try to keep how it operates secret, then you're very vulnerable. So one of the things I did for the Disclosure Project for my own security is to decentralize everything I have. It's called detargeting. So why have a big bullseye on your ass when if you were to disperse all your information and intelligence, which I have done, it would still be out there. Moreover, you create a dead man trigger. So since the 90s, I've had a dead man trigger of stuff I'm holding back. That if something happens to me, that hits the internet, and every celebrity that supports what we're doing that can reach 1 billion people, they get it, they put it out on Instagram, and boom. And this is stuff they do not want out. Mm-hmm. It's names, it's stuff that I have not released, and where and who. But people say, why don't you release it? I said, well, this is one of my insurance policies. But what these inventors don't get is that they don't do that. They have no SecOps, so they have no security protocols. They just think, I have a better mousetrap, the world's going to beat a path to my door. When in reality, Murder Incorporated beats a path to their door. Okay? Or it just gets confiscated. Most of the time, it's not even that. They're so crazy. They think, we're going to keep this secret. Nobody will know how it works. And I'm going to just sort of be able to get it out there without no one proving it. And I said, no. If you're making an outrageous claim that you're pulling energy out of the space around us, it's got to be released for scientific review. It's got to be reproduced by multiple labs and people who are skilled in the art. You got to open source it. Open source means it's just out there. Mm-hmm. At the first level. Now, maybe at the second level, you could patent, because then the whole world knows. So what we're proposing is that at a level 1 phase of these new technologies coming out, we're going to leave the things that fly alone, because those could be missile delivery systems. But the things that would run your house, your car, whatever, a boat, a truck, those need to come out like 100 years ago. So the way to do it, and this we outline, is that we would disclose it publicly on blockchain-protected systems massively, multiple celebrities. And the first 20 of these devices we would reproduce would be running Demi Lovato's home, or Leo DiCaprio's house, or Dave Grohl, the Foo Fighters, or whoever, all these people interested in the subject. Why? Because the media could suppress this, but you can't suppress dozens of celebrities with 1 billion followers.
Yeah.
Got it? I mean, sort of like it's a very well thought through strategy. It's unconventional. Because my view is, you put a boulder in front of where we're trying to flow, but if you're water, you just flow around it.
No, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Even if they do try to suppress it, once, because they could take the post, they could take the video. It's already been out there.
It's out.
So many people have already seen it. They would have to delete the accounts before it gets out.
Well, they'd have to tear down the whole internet. So our plan would be to have a multi-nation, multi-site, blockchain-protected release of the schematics, how it works, everything about it, so anyone could reproduce it, if you know how to do that.
Surprise, motherfucker!
I couldn't even make a toaster oven.
How many people do you think are out there that know how to produce this kind of technology?
Oh, hundreds.
Hundreds,
maybe more. Over the years, there have been thousands of these devices that have come and gone. Most of them, people just take it to their grave because they don't understand the strategy of what they need to do. So they'll make a deal with someone financially, and that someone is fronting for another interest that suppresses it, and buys it out. It's called black shelving. Happens all the time in the corporate world. And you want something that's a competition, you create a corporate entity, you fund it, get controlling interest in it, and then you just put it on black shelf. I know of multiple devices that would literally save humanity and the planet that's happened to. So you can't do it that way, because the legal and financial traps are real. The national security applications that have been abused under the patent law are real. The Lost Century, this film is going to prove all this, to the extent that the public, and it's an hour and 48 minutes, but it's all there. So I think that what we're asking people, there's another ask: if you know of someone, or you have one of these systems, get it to us. We have a strategy and the contacts to get it out. Now, the second level, people say, well, I did all this work. I just want to make money on it. I said, that is the second phase. So once it's disclosed publicly, it's a little bit like DARPA creating the internet. So everyone uses the internet, and there's no one who owns the internet. But now that whole platform has created dozens of billion and trillion dollar companies, right? That's what needs to happen here. Because I think we have it, if we're lucky, 20 years to make this transition.
Why do you say that?
Because the rate of decay of the biosphere, but also the geopolitical problems we're facing, when you have this growing number of the world's population in utter despair and poverty, and that's all based on the fact of the zero-sum game of our energy and financial system. There's no changing that. I mean, if all 8 billion people on the planet live like you and I do, with air conditioning or trucks, the price of a gallon of fuel would be $100 a gallon. So the system we have now requires the geopolitical and military instability. It's a natural outgrowth of it. This is why when I had this conversation with Senator Barry Goldwater, who was the senior senator from Arizona who ran for president in 1964 and lost, John McCain took his seat. And I was at his home in Paradise Valley. I was just there this week, but this was back in the 90s. And he said, it was a goddamn mistake then and a goddamn mistake now. This was ever kept secret. And because he and I had this long afternoon discussing this and what the implications of the secrecy have been, but also what are the wonderful implications of fixing this. Because it's nothing less than starting a whole new chapter in human civilization, where in 20 years, there will be no poverty on the planet, no pollution, unbelievable abundance. Because if you bring to zero the cost of energy, of transportation, manufacturing, you're creating a global economy that's decentralized, where every village, home, whatever, is self-sufficient. This is sort of a libertarian's dream, right? But it's also an environmentalist dream. So I tell people this crosses all the political left-right stuff if you understand what's at stake here. So in this one movement, you solve some of the environmental existential problems we're facing. You're going to solve a lot of these geopolitical problems with oil and oil supply, Mideast, Russia, gas. But you're also going to, in a real sense, liberate the world from the current system so it can flourish without it being a handful of centralized choke points for energy. That's the plan. Now, to do it, you need to have something that works. And I always tell people, a lot of people say, well, here's a black box and take my word for it. I go, no, I don't take the word for it. On something that's important, it's got to be, we have to have the plans for it. We have to reproduce it. And we have to be able to have other people, third party, and reproduce it. And it should work as advertised. Most of these inventors don't want to do that because they don't know anything about science. The sine qua non of science is independent verification and proof, And that's the other problem. A lot of these people have these inventions, but they keep the sauce secret. But no one's going to believe it. Why should they? I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Now, because I've gone into labs and had it tested, I know they exist. But they don't want to turn over the secret to the public because they're paranoid about having it's like Gollum. We use this in the movie. And My Precious Ring, remember the movie? Yeah. And it's like they're trying to protect that, but they don't understand if they could get it out to the whole world as an open source, let's say proof of principle system. The next phase, they could then create specific products that could be patented. Why? Because now the public would demand it. The scientific community would have it, and the public would say, I want that. I want that thing running my F-150 truck.
Yeah.
So I'm not spending $100 to fill it up if you're a carpenter, like my dad. So that is something that becomes a really powerful solution. We're spending trillions of dollars on, frankly, fake environmental solutions.
I know you're right because we actually covered, I did an episode on environmental solutions, which could help with fires, could help with world hunger, it could help with a lot of things,
yeah.
and it got zero attention. And these guys have been walked into Congress, have been walked into the Senate. Nobody gave them the time of day.
Nope.
And
they need to contact here. If someone has something like this, and the reason they need to contact us is that I've worked with inventors since '91 who have had some version of these. And there's a certain number of known fatal mistakes they make that I'm outlining. So what I've tried to do, create a strategy that accounts for those mistakes. And it's kind of unconventional because most people, when they get something like this, oh my God, I have to keep it secret, I got to patent it, I got to do this. No. You take it quickly. Because the most dangerous point is when you have something that works, but you don't have millions of people who know about it yet. That's the window where it can be confiscated, where your lab can be firebombed, where it can be stolen, where you can be imprisoned, or killed, or whatever. So that is just plain not smart. Now, to most people don't know that 800-pound gorilla's out there ready to squash you like a wormy apple. They go, oh, I'm great. I'm fine as frog's hair. And until they get hit with these things.
How many of these devices have you seen personally?
Maybe a dozen or so over the years that have been legitimate.
Can you describe what a couple of them look like?
Well, one of them will be in this documentary, and it was out in the desert of Arizona. I was there in September of 2022, and this old guy had out there, it looked like a shoebox, and it was sitting there running. It'd been there for 2 years, putting out 3 kilowatts of power.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The average home, on average, uses about 1.5 kilowatts.
What's inside of it?
He had some fake circuits so that nobody could steal his little secret ring, like Gollum in Lord of the Rings. And there were some specialized magnesium alloy plates. And it was basically resonating with the magnetic field, sort of similar to what Tesla did with the Wardenclyffe, his big Wardenclyffe system, but a much higher tech version.
What was the Wardenclyffe?
That was what Nikola Tesla had out on Long Island. That was such a wireless transmission of power, and it was pulling power from the magnetic field of the Earth and converting it to electricity.
Okay.
And that all eventually got blown up. But Tesla had amazing breakthroughs. One of the things we're going to show in this documentary, people think it's an urban myth, that the FBI raided his apartment when he died and confiscated all his secret papers. I have the Department of Defense letter to the FBI demanding that the FBI turn those over to them. That's going to be in the documentary.
This is all going to be in the documentary?
Yep.
Back to the box. Does it make any sound? How does it hook up to?
The only thing you hear are the things it's running. He was running air conditioners and lights and this and that. We had no wires going into it with any power. The startup battery was a little teeny 3-volt that you could take out once it was running. And
how does it connect?
To what?
To air conditioners, to
conventional wires. It had 110 and 220 output.
Okay.
And then so it could run anything. You could run your house, you could run your car.
How did this guy have it hooked up? Was it into did he have it wired into the fuse box or what?
No, he had, because he didn't want to have that on the grid. When he did it on the grid, the power company saw that there was something going on, thought that there was a solar panel tied into the grid that wasn't legal because you have to get a permit. And so he had it off. He had his own workshop and other part out on his property, just running independently off of it.
Okay.
So all the wires, air conditioning, refrigerator, everything.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And so, but his strategy is to keep it secret. And he said, well, if someone got this and tried to figure out what was going, I have a circuit in there so it destroys itself. It's this sort of paranoid inventor stuff, right? Which I get. He spent a lot of time and money and his life's work. But I say, dude, this is how you take this to the grave. He's elderly. So what I have seen over and over again is very frustrating, is dozens of these accounts where they got it to a certain point. No one knew exactly how they were doing it. They kept all that secret. Next thing you know, someone's bought it off, they've died, or whatever, and it's lost forever. So we have to break this cycle. It's a crazy cycle.
You've seen around a dozen, I believe you just said. Are they all very similar?
Oh, no. There are very different ways. There are like probably 18 ways to skin this cat.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they all small, compressed, size of the shoebox type?
No. There are some that are big rotary systems that are
Really?
bigger. Yep. So you'll see in the documentary, I think we feature maybe a dozen of them historically that have existed with photos and videos and test results. It'll be an interesting documentary for people who we want to pull the curtain back on those systems all the way up to the reverse engineering and the things that fly that Lockheed Skunk Works and Northrop Grumman and these Raytheon have.
This is going to be, I cannot wait to see this documentary. It's coming out in June.
June 6th.
June 6th. Then you have June 12th.
Yes, so 6 days later, we're going to have a National Press Club event, again, Disclosure 2.0 in Washington, D.C.
I would love to be there for that.
Yeah, well, you're invited. And we need as many media people and podcast people there. The weekend before, that's a Monday, that weekend before on the 10th and 11th, we're going to have a conference open to the public where we be unpacking the intelligence archive, everything we've collected. Right now it's about 5 or 6 terabytes.
Okay.
It's huge. It's like crazy. Tens of thousands of government documents, photos, videos, drawings, and testimony of, I think we have 109 cases of crash retrievals where
109 cases?
yeah, and you will see when you see the drawings and what the military guides described and the retrieval of these, that's all going to be there.
Now, are these all these people that are bringing this information to you, and I think there's going to be a lot more because the whistleblowers for your call out, where are all these people coming from? Are they all from the U.S.? Are they coming from all over the world?
Some have
Primarily.
been Canadian, Australian, UK. We have a big Russian file from the KGB era that was given to me. That's in the archive. Very interesting cases, landing cases. Marina Popovich, who was Pavel Popovich's wife, they were both cosmonauts, had encounters in a case where one landed, an extraterrestrial vehicle landed. And we have all that information. I flew her over in 1995 for this Project Starlight gathering, the very first gathering of these whistleblowers and witnesses. And then in 97, we did it again as for members of Congress off-site in Georgetown. And, chairman of committees were there. At that stage, none of them had coalesced into a movement to get where we are now. And then in 2001, we did the National Press Club event. So this has been an evolving process. That's, when people say, when do you think this will be done by? I said 1993. So 30 years ago, in my optimism and naivete, I thought, well, if I put the best evidence together, and that's what we called it for the president at the time. It was Clinton, as CIA director, all these guys. The best available evidence, BAE. You'll see that in markings on some of my notes that are in this archive. We're also going to release all those documents.
Last night at dinner, we had discussed some of this, and you had mentioned that you have video of an extraterrestrial being dissected.
Photo. It's a photo.
Excuse me.
That is very strange from 1920s. The provenance of that is very interesting. A woman contacted me, and her grandmother had worked at at the Trinity site on the Manhattan Project. But then they got moved to Roswell, and her mother was there when those 3 craft went down. We found 2 of them. One wasn't found until 1951. And by the way, that was an early DEW, directional energy weapon, that downed those. And people say, oh, they crashed in a thunderstorm. I'm quite sure if you can go through interstellar space, you can navigate an Earth-based thunderstorm. But I have a document, and this is in the unacknowledged book, of a field agent writing to J. Edgar Hoover about this so-called Roswell event, saying that these flying saucers, they called them, discs, crashed because we had switched on a new, quote, radar system. So for those people who don't know, radar is often a euphemism for both a system to detect objects, bouncing radio waves off of aircraft, but also in some of them, are active warfare systems, electromagnetic warfare systems. So they had an early electromagnetic system in that new radar system. And this field agent, Guy Hottell, Hottell, wrote to J. Edgar Hoover as a field agent. I have that document. When I released it, the FBI had to release it. It became the most watched, looked at document on the FBI site. But it flat out says that that's what happened. So that woman, the grandmother, somehow went from the Manhattan Project to being at Roswell. Well, why? In 1947, the Roswell Army Air Base, it was before the Air Force was formed, was the only atomic bomb squadron in the world, the 508th Squadron, and the whole planet. So she was there because she followed that operation from the origins of the atomic bomb, out at White Sands and out there, to New Mexico. So when that event happened, apparently someone must have brought in, this is conjecture now, some kind of archive of previous encounters with these objects that went way back. And someone in the photo lab took a picture of a picture. We've proven that's what it is. And it's a extraterrestrial on a dissection with a group of doctors and what looked like some suits in the background. And we've had the top historian, medical historian in the world look at the equipment, the suits, the gloves, and dated it from between 1922 and 29. Now, the rest of it we don't know. We don't know what event that was, where it was taken. We're trying to track down the personnel that are in there, but we're talking 100 years ago.
What does the ET look like? Does it have arms? Does it have legs?
Yeah, arms,
fingers,
legs,
eyes?
head. The head is covered with a towel. Apparently it was badly mutilated. It had a weird, almost like a spine on the front, like we have a sternum, that you could see, like a bumpy thing. Different hands and feet.
2 arms?
2 arms, 2 legs. Oh, yeah. They're all like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And not tiny. I think it was around 5 feet. It's hard to tell from this photo. So we have a lot of material like this. It's going to be in there.
That's going to be in the doc, too.
Not in the documentary, in this archive.
Okay.
So one of the things we're also trying to find is someone who can develop, we talked about this, a website, so that we're refining this archive. This archive I'm handing off to the U.S. government already, the raw data. But we want to organize it more. Right now, it's just hundreds of thousands of things. I mean, I don't know if people realize how much 5-6 terabytes of data is. It's enormous. But what we wanted to do is create something that's available to the public and to the media that has all of this. The only thing that won't be in there are the things I must redact, people's names and their personal identifying information.
Not credibility, but I understand.
Unless they've come public already with the Disclosure Project or in some other setting, their information will be blackened out like you see an NSA document or something.
Yeah.
But what they know will be in there, their information. In terms of the content, like I was on the Nellis Range and I retrieved an extraterrestrial vehicle was downed, or an ARV went down, a man-made UFO went down, and I was there, and it had gotten malfunctioned and broke apart, and we were picking it up. I have those kind of things, and so that'll be in there, but without the person's name and DD-214 and all that.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to make that connection.
So that's going to come out around the same. We hope. I can't promise this because I'm not a tech guy. In fact, if I have to turn my computer on, my wife does it for me. I'm an idiot. But, I'm a digital moron, frankly. But and I'll admit it. But if we can find someone to create a secure website that's searchable and well organized for this archive, we hope to have it up by June 1st.
Well, I can't wait to make that connection. It's one of the most brilliant minds that I've ever encountered.
Great.
And I think you're going to find a lot more use for...
Yeah, we need a lot of help. I mean, people, because I'm known in the public, think we have some vast business with a building, with staff. It's my wife and I do this out of a corner of our living room with volunteers and a couple people under contract to help us with things. It's a very modest undertaking and a labor of love. But, it's just the way it is. I'm not good at business. I'm good with ideas and science and strategy, and I need a business mogul help us. But anyway,
Yeah.
we've gotten this far. But we need people who have that talent, but it's got to be someone who really can do. Also, the problem with it, it's not just documents. Now, we probably have 100,000 government documents from all over the world. Amazing stuff. But we also have video of all these witnesses that have allowed themselves to be publicly known. Most people haven't seen most of it. Because at the National Press Club and what have you, these documents, you can only show like the tip of the iceberg. This will have all of it. So a guy's interview, we may be able to use 2 or 3 minutes. But in here, it'll be an hour and a half, whatever.
Yeah.
A much deeper dive.
So it's an open source network full of all of these thousands and thousands of documents, and photos and videos and interviews. And
Right.
I know you have people on the inside here in the U.S. Do you have people on the inside in different agencies throughout the world?
Oh, yes, we have had, MOD in UK and MI6 and
Any
Australian.
Any with China, Russia?
Russia, yes. China, I've only had an ambassador from China that I've dealt with. Japan, I've dealt with some cabinet level folks. Interestingly, when you go to these other countries that are in the G7, let's say, the group of 7 countries, the big industrial powers, and I bring up, since the U.S. government's dragging its feet, why don't you guys take the lead? I'll hand it all over to you. And they just turn pale and go, oh no, we can't get ahead of the U.S. on something this sensitive. So this is why it's such a big breakthrough that the U.S. Congress has finally passed this bill and the president signed it, which is a rare moment of. What's interesting about this is that there's serious bipartisan support for getting to the bottom of this problem, getting to the answers. It's not partisan at all, and it shouldn't be. Mm-hmm. I mean, it should not be partisan. Yeah. I mean, it has to be nonpartisan. And that's why I always try to couch things in, this is the tide that'll lift all ships, this information coming out, unless you own stock in ExxonMobil. But, so.
Let's move into the JFK Marilyn Monroe assassination.
Oh, some of the fun stuff.
Yeah. Let's move into that. What do you know about that?
A lot. So some years ago, I got from the vault from a national security agency guy an envelope. And it had a big old Xerox of this document that was a wiretap of Marilyn Monroe dated a couple of days before they found her dead. And it was signed by the CIA guy, James Jesus Angleton III. Now, he was a famous fanatical mole hunter and leak stopper at the agency back in the early 60s. Fanatical. And they had wiretapped Marilyn Monroe's phone, and she was calling up Bobby Kennedy and a friend of hers named Rothberg in New York, who was an art dealer, saying that she was going to hold a press conference to tell the whole world what Kennedy had told her about, and I'm quoting, the objects from outer space from the 40s found in New Mexico, a clear reference to Roswell and a couple of the other events that happened out there. That was the only one, by the way. There was a 1945 crash of an ET craft that happened right after we detonated the first atomic bomb. That has just gotten a Trinity site. That has just gotten documented by a good friend of mine, Paula Harris, who's a researcher. It's a fascinating book. So, and there's material associated with that. But, so Marilyn, because I think the Kennedy brothers had distanced themselves because the affair she was having with Jack Kennedy was a little bit getting too well known, she was angry. And so she was threatening to spill the beans in a public news conference where the whole world would have been there. So before she could do that, Wetworks killed her, made it look like an overdose of drugs. but it wasn't. One of her friends way back in the day was this old, cool guy. He was named Burl Ives. He was an actor and singer back in the day, and he was friends. And he was on my executive committee up until he died. Interesting guy, 33rd degree Mason, all that, but he didn't know anything about the subject. So I go into his house in Anacortes, Washington, and I have this document. I didn't bring the original to it, but the one I have. And it's this transcript, and it flat out, he looks and he goes, now I know why they killed her. I said, of course. And of course, Kennedy was livid that happened because he had affection for her, even though he had the distance for political reasons. But he was working on an executive order at that time that would have dissolved the agency and a lot of these operations that were dealing with this.
The agency is in CIA?
Yeah. So before that could go through the executive review process, he was killed. Now, interestingly, it wasn't just the UFO issue. It was a bunch of issues dealing with this whole constellation of problems. Because remember, he took office right after Eisenhower. Eisenhower's last speech to the world, and he's a 5-star general, right? A 2-term Republican president. It was an Abbie Hoffman. He's the one who coined the term, beware the military-industrial complex. It wasn't anti-military. He was anti-fascist, which is the collusion and control of government interests and the interests of the people by selfish corporate and moneyed people. That's what he was talking about. People have to get clarity on this.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it gets politicized. Now, this is where Eisenhower was coming from. Now, I have a witness, a guy named Stephen Lovkin, who was an attorney, but at the time he was an Army Signals Corps guy who was in the White House with Eisenhower. And he saw Eisenhower doodling pictures of UFOs and stuff. And he talked to him, and he says, I've lost, they're not telling me much anymore about this. I've lost control of these projects. A very interesting read. It's in the disclosure book.
It is, and it's, okay.
Yeah, in that book. And so it's a worrisome situation because I've been able to piece together the presidential level of this back all the way to Roosevelt. By the way, Foo Fighters, yes, it's a rock band, but they named their band, Dave Grohl was in Nirvana, after what a Foo Fighter is, which is what a UFO was called.
Really?
In World War II. So in World War II, we had these weird, almost plasma-like objects zipping around our aircraft. The Nazis thought it was a secret Allied weapon. We thought it was a secret Nazi weapon. So there's this medical doctor, this elderly guy was on my team. He was a hematologist, pathologist in Denver. And his uncle was General Jimmy Doolittle. And so this is how I knew this story. So General Doolittle was sent over there by Roosevelt to look into what the heck are these Foo Fighters. And General Doolittle comes back to the White House and tells Roosevelt, sir, those are, quote, interplanetary vehicles. I'm quoting. So,
interplanetary vehicles.
Yeah. So that's how far back this knowledge goes.
This is fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
You talk a lot about the Rockefellers.
Well, only to the extent that Lawrence, who was the philosopher king, Lawrence Rockefeller, who was the brother of David Rockefeller of Chase Manhattan, that's now J.P. Morgan Chase, Lawrence wanted to help with getting this problem fixed. So he hosted us at the Rockefeller Ranch in the Tetons and was helping do things behind the scenes. And then later he hosted the Clintons there under cover of a summer vacation to go through this material that we'd put together. The best available evidence is what it was called, BAE. But I think Hillary, if I remember correctly, he told me, Hillary stood up and said, we don't want to hear too much more about this. Too dangerous, too dangerous. But he and I got to know each other quite well. His heart was in the right place. Now, he had people around him, we found out, who are actually deep cover intelligence operatives. I don't want to name who they are, but one of them, I was at their townhouse in Upper East Side. This guy had been ambassador to France for Reagan, on the board of Morgan Stanley. And he was Yale. And he told me he and William F. Buckley, the conservative journalist, were both recruited when they were at Yale into the CIA to be embedded in the corporate and political world. And so he and his wife sort of were a duo that ended up then misdirecting Rockefeller in the wrong directions to stop that initiative. So people have to understand how really good counterintelligence operates and how you have operatives who can go in and turn things sideways. Mm-hmm. Now that's 93, 94, 95, so we're talking ancient history here. The big problem is people make these sweeping conspiracy theories. Most of the younger Rockefellers are actually very supportive of this coming out. Lawrence was. But now Jay Rockefeller, who had been the chairman of Senate Intelligence Committee, and David, Lawrence's brother, were both members of this committee. And I went out on the deck late at night with Lawrence Rockefeller. And one night when we had this gathering at the ranch, and this was before Clinton went there. And he turned to me and he said, my family, referring to these other folks, are jumping up and down on my nuts, quote unquote, because I'm even talking to you and doing this. I said, yeah, I'm sure, because they have a very vested interest in maintaining the secrecy. So there you have some people who were read in. Lawrence was the philosopher, king, philanthropist. He wasn't banking. He wasn't Senate Intelligence Chairman like Jay Rockefeller had been. So you see, there are people who have been in the system who know, but they will turn to their colleagues and lie to them. So here's another pattern you have to get. Everybody have these sweeping, the Bilderbergers and the Trilateral. I said, look, most of those folks couldn't find their rear end in a well-lighted room on this issue. But there are people involved who do know. And because they're part of this elite club, say the Senate, or what have you, or the National Security Council, they'll go, we've looked into this, there's nothing to it. It's a hot air balloon. Yeah. It's a whatever. I had a guy from the Bohemian Grove come to me after we did the disclosure project, and he said, oh yeah, there was someone there because this had hit the media so hard. And he says, well, I was involved in committees dealing with this issue in the U.S. government. It all ended up being swamp gas or misperceptions of Venus rising or a weather balloon that crashed in New Mexico. And of course, since he was one of them, there's inherent trust. So they have people who go, there's a place near Culpeper, Virginia called The Farm, and people go there to be trained, to be professional disinformation, basically how to lie well. And to embed yourself in lie. I know where it is. Anyone listening has been there, you know what I'm talking about. So, so unfortunately, they're very, very good at embedding people in key places who then give false information to their brethren and their sisters in that organization who have, because of who they are, they have instant credibility. So they're going to say, why are you going to listen to this old doctor? This is what it is, and we know. So I've seen this for 30 years. It's a dog and pony show. Very, very, very clever. And that's what happened to Lawrence. Lawrence got zoomed. He got basically diverted by these people he trusted, had been in his circle for years, and he ended up getting diverted.
Damn. Let's we're running short on time here, so I want to cover a couple of things. But
sure.
I would like to cover quantum of thought. Even though it's very unrelated to what we're talking about, it's a fascinating topic, and I want to dive into that.
Well, this is another whole show, and it's cool. So I always tell people sort of the entry-level technological discussion on this is energy generation, propulsion, electrogravitics. The real amazing information has to do with what quantum physicists call entangled universe. And actually Einstein called it the spooky effect, where the same particle could be in two places at once because of what's called non-locality, where basically we think in terms of a straight line, point A to B in the universe or in space here. In reality, there's an aspect of the cosmos that is entangled, where every point in space and time is intimately connected to every other, but not at the speed of light or what have you, but instantly. It's called entanglement. Now, the ultimate entangled field or non-local field is consciousness. The father of modern quantum mechanics, Erwin Schrödinger, particle wave theory, in 1908 said, the total number of minds in the universe is one. It's a singularity. So people talk about the singularity. This is the singularity. And it has to do with the consciousness field. So what extraterrestrial civilizations have for their communication systems, they're not going to pick up this thing, right, at the speed of light and go and communicate from, let's say you're from the Andromeda galaxies, 2.5 million light years from here.
It's too slow.
At the speed, this goes at the speed of light. Yeah. So at the speed of light, it'd take 2.5 million years for the signal to get there, and another 2.5 million years for the person to answer and say, yeah, I'm doing fine. How are you? It's 5 million years. So we know, and I knew this when I was 18 because I had a contact experience, that these civilizations have both innate remote viewing capabilities, but they have technologies that interface with that quantum field at the level of a quanta of thought. So not just random thought, but like directional, like if you're looking at the device and you think to it, it transmits to another node, another point. So now we've known this for decades in the CIA and other agencies, because when they started studying the devices, not just the propulsion systems and the energy, but how are these guys communicating? They found these devices. And to me, this is some of the most interesting research that no one ever talks about. But if you look at Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, which is our documentary about contacting and using this technique, the foundation of it is this. It's the science of consciousness and the science of the quanta of thought interfacing not only with each other, but dropping out of linear space-time. And so we call this trans-dimensional physics, physics across dimensions. And one of the dimensions is the so-called thought realm. And it's fascinating. And so now take that knowledge that maybe some mystics in India and the Vedas and meditation, I'll admit that before I was a medical doctor, I was a meditation teacher and studied all this. So I kind of, after I had the contact experience, I went, what the heck? How did this happen? So I became a student of the ancient Vedas and Sanskrit and then meditation before I went into medical school. But interesting career track, huh? But unconventional. But what I learned was that this is how these civilizations are able to communicate in real time across 1 million light years of space.
Have you heard of string theory?
Yes.
Now, from what I've heard, the Chinese are claiming that they can communicate with their satellites through string theory. Do you?
It could be. I mean, I know that our intelligence community at the upper end of it, deep black, have systems that are interfacing with this technology.
We have this too?
Oh, God, yeah, way back. That got perfected between 1956 and 1965.
Can you describe string theory?
Well, I'll let a physicist describe string theory, and some people don't think it's quite accurate. I think a more accurate view of it is what I'm calling non-locality. Okay. In other words, where in what's called entanglement, the interconnectivity. And this is why Ben Rich, who is the head of the Lockheed Skunk Works, said, and I have 3 people who were there when he said it at a lecture, UCLA, School of Engineering. And he said, this is in, I believe, 1995. He was at the end of his career. And he had taken Kelly Johnson's place, who was founded the Skunk Works, the Lockheed Skunk Works, a U-2 spy plane, all that. And he said, someone asked, how would these extraterrestrial civilizations communicate? And he said, every point in space and time is connected to every other point in space and time, in real time, instantly. And that's how they're doing it, and it's through consciousness, through mind. And, of course, everybody there was like, these are nuclear engineers and whatnot, and they're going, what, WTF? But, that's true. So one of the things, I get ridiculed the most for the work I'm doing with contact and consciousness. What people don't realize, that is the deepest secret that they have on this. Because if people understand that, they can bypass any intelligence system and remote view and see, or they can contact these civilizations. Now you have to be trained, so I train people with we have an app. It's called CE5 Contact app. And the CE5 Contact app, there's millions of people using it now. And it's a whole training program on remote viewing, meditation, making how to do this. But the foundation of it is what you're asking about, and that's the technological interface that I don't have. We have classified projects that have some of this, but these other civilizations have. I remember talking to a McDonnell Douglas, became part of Boeing. One of their chief aerospace engineers is on my team, Dr. Woods, very elderly now, but he was assigned by old man McDonnell Douglas, to look into this issue in the 60s. And he found cases where there were people who had contact with these extraterrestrial vehicles and the personnel, the beings.
Surprise,
they're called
motherfucker.
Extraterrestrial biological entities. So the EBIN was there, and it had this little kind of black rectangular box. And it was used, so they didn't have to speak verbally like we are. It was kind of telepathic, but augmented with this technology. And it went back and forth that way. Now the human was just receiving it, but very clear. And then this EBIN was receiving it, probably innately, but assisted. So I call this consciousness-assisted technology, CAT. And then the reverse, technology-assisted consciousness, where the technology can help project your remote viewing capability. It goes both ways.
Really?
So so let's say the guidance system on these interstellar vehicles, they can stand at a console and touch it or think to it and then navigate it. That's how it's done.
Wow.
We know how that's done.
That is fascinating.
Yeah. This is the really cool. To me, this other stuff is like the introductory, but the stuff that really excites me is this, And of course, and Elon Musk has Neuralink, where he's trying to create a interface between the mind and machine, but he's doing it with wires and things in the brain and what have you. No, we're not talking about that, because that's at the speed of light.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the speed of thought. And that you're now in another universe. Now you've gone through the looking glass with this. Now, this question you asked is, to me, it's the really amazing science.
I'm fascinated.
You know what they call this at the CIA, this kind of stuff? And at my uncle's old company, they call it WSFM. Anybody out there listening heard this? Weird science and frickin' magic. I'm using the F word. And at my uncle's company, they would call it PFM, just pure effing magic. But it's real, it's science, but it's really amazing stuff.
How much do you know about the Monroe Institute and their
a lot.
studies with the CIA?
Lots.
Can we talk
And
a
Army
little bit about
intelligence.
that? How long have they been? I didn't realize Army intelligence was using.
Oh, yeah. General Stubblebine took his people through there.
How long has CIA been How long has CIA been utilizing remote viewing and working with the Monroe Institute?
I believe, when the Monroe Institute was later, I think they started those projects in the 60s and 70s. Monroe Institute was not that integral. They had a technique, hemisync, that they found was useful for some people. And so a lot of people went through there. It's 20 minutes from my country house out in Virginia, in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Really?
Is where they're located. Mm-hmm. So they did a lot of work with that, but it was sort of as a ancillary, not as a principal operation. Yeah. Now, Ingo Swann, who is one of the most famous remote viewers, is a friend of mine, and before he passed away, and he regretted what he had done with that. He wished he had done what I'm doing, which was something positive, instead of doing what he was doing with the agency. But he was the most accurate. He was incredibly accurate. Very interesting guy. I went up to his place in the East Village in New York, and he was this very flamboyant gay guy with an artist, and he was like this brilliant. He was all over the place. But we had just a great time, and he shared with me a lot of experiences he had with CIA operations, remote viewing, very accurate targeting of things in the Soviet Union and elsewhere out in space. He imaged objects out near Saturn that nobody knew were there, that they proved later were there. really amazing.
Is this documented? Some of the stuff?
He has a couple books out that may have mentioned some of it. You know, a lot of times these folks will share things with me personally that I don't know if it's in the book. I'd have to look it up and see. He had one book called Penetration that you can get that deals with a lot of that.
Okay.
Yeah, from Ingo Swann. But
would you consider what you're doing with CE5 remote viewing?
oh, sure, it's a more advanced version for the purpose. So CE5 Contact in the app, you'll see the purpose of it is for humans to be able to liaison with these civilizations and bypass the government who made a mess of this. So one of the things that we came to realize is that the management of this, and it's understandable how it tracked into military and intelligence operations because it's technological, and we wanted to know how these things work. But the complete management of it that way caused there to be a huge mistake in the relationship between humans and these other civilizations. And here I want to put a button on this. When we detonated the first atomic bomb and the subsequent ones, when those go off, everybody knows what an electromagnetic pulse is. What they don't know is that there's an attending so-called scalar or longitudinal wave that is faster than the speed of light that disrupts the fabric and communication and propulsion guidance systems of extraterrestrial vehicles. And this is why they came in huge force in the 40s and 50s. And this is why every single atomic and nuclear weapon storage facility, processing plant, and base and ship has been surveilled by these ET vehicles, because when those things are used, it's like tearing the fabric of space-time. Now, there are a few, Jacques Vallée knows this, there are a few physicists who know this. And so this U-2 spy plane pilot that I have brought to DC, this was his big concern, that the military has completely misunderstood what the concern from these civilizations are, and they've looked at it purely as a threat, when in reality, we're the threat. So I have an interview with Gordon Crichton, who was a MI6 guy, British, and he's dead now. He says, yes, when we did that, we kicked a hornet's nest because we actually disrupted their entire system. And remember, entanglement. We think straight line speed of light, well, EMP, electromagnetic pulses, are going to reach Alpha Centauri or some star system. But these so-called longitudinal or scalar waves it's a point that goes out in a straight line without the wave function. Those are multiples the speed of light, and they're highly disruptive. And so this is something that the senators and the president don't know. So there's a whole scientific brief that has to be done on how do we get to this place. And because it's been mismanaged, this creates an existential threat for the whole planet, that we have people who don't understand it, who should, and the people who do understand it are weaponizing those systems. And by the way, that's how we have downed dozens and dozens of extraterrestrial vehicles. We're using these advanced energy weapons, but not the ones at the speed of light, the ones that are longitudinal or scalar. And those are ground-based, sea-based, space-based.
Damn.
We have NRO satellites with these things on them. And we can detect an extraterrestrial vehicle when it's dropping down out of trans-dimensional. So in other words, when it's not 3D, but it's moved in through these other dimensions, and it's about to quote-unquote materialize. There's a neutrino light scatter that happens. And the sats we have up there, the eyes in the sky, the really advanced ones, have neutrino light detectors on them that pick that up. That's triangulated, and then we hit them, or try to. Dangerous. I mean, this is a very dangerous game going on. The president doesn't know this. I know it. I have people who have run the systems on my team.
Wow.
And we're talking, this foolishness is literally a threat to the entire planet, which is why, and I want to just remind people of this. This is in the Unacknowledged book. And it's a letter from the first CIA director to the New York Times in 1961 after Eisenhower left office. And his name was Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, Hillenkoeter. And he said, part of the letter said, the issue is ridiculed when in high places it's taken very seriously. But he said, and this is the key point, the secrecy surrounding UFOs is, and I'm quoting, a threat to the national security. He had seen how badly this had gone. Now, this is 61. This is now 62 years ago. So this is why, again, I make this appeal patriotic appeal to everyone listening who've been involved in this in any small way, doesn't matter. But if you were directly had knowledge of a facility, an operation, a man-made device, an extraterrestrial device, reconnaissance, radar, whatever it is, please contact me at SiriusDisclosure.com, info@SiriusDisclosure.com. Because we have to get this fixed, because in this deep, dark secrecy, there are, and when I say an existential threat to life on Earth, that's what's happening by this being mismanaged so badly. So there's a lot at stake.
There is.
Yeah.
Well, Doc, I know you got to get going here. You got a lot of other places you got to be, and I just want to say I really, really appreciate you taking the time to come here.
Thank you.
And for this interview, and I am really hoping that I see you again.
We will.
So
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Perfect.
Hope to see you at the National Press Club event.
I will be
And the
there.
conference before.
I will be there.
Yeah. Thank you.
But cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You know, I forgot too. Everybody gets a gift that comes on this show.
Thank you. Oh, nice. Gummies.
Vigilance League gummy bears for you.
There you go. Thank
Legal in
you.
all 50 states.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here. Randall Carlson, welcome to the show, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Sean. It's great to be here.
It's my pleasure.
Been looking forward to this.
It's my pleasure.
And here it is. It's actually happening.
I first saw you on the Ancient Apocalypse series with Grant Hancock, and that really caught my interest. And then I saw you on Rogan, and then that just took me down the whole rabbit hole.
Oh, good.
So,
That's
I'm really excited to have you here. I love these kind of topics. So we're going to talk a lot about ancient technologies and ancient civilizations and some of the stuff that you're doing now with education.
Oh, sounds like a good format.
But yeah, so let me start off with an introduction. Not that you need one, because I've seen you all over the place, but you investigate and document catastrophic history of the world and the evidence for advanced knowledge in earlier cultures. You're a geologist, architectural designer, teacher, geometrician, geomythologist, geological explorer, and renegade scholar. You've been doing research for over 50 years into the interface between ancient mysteries and modern science, recognized by the National Science Teachers Association for your commitment to science education for young people. Acclaimed in 1997 TBS CNN documentary Fire in the Sky was based upon your research into earth change and catastrophic events. Organized several dozen field expeditions documenting evidence for catastrophic earth change. Host of the Cosmographia podcast, and for over 25 years, you have presented classes, lectures, multimedia programs synthesizing this information for students of the mysteries.
Well, let me clarify a couple of points, because there's always people, what the hell is a geomythologist? Well, a A geomythologist, now that is now becoming a recognized scientific discipline. And what that is basically scouring ancient documents and ancient records and accounts, could be mythology, legends, whatever, to get insight into geological events and geological change. And we're going to pull up some examples while we're here, so, to show, examples. And I was talking to Kimball before we started the show here, and I mentioned the discovery of Troy. Now, Troy, there was the famous Trojan War that happened about 3,000 years ago, and this is a good example of the efficacy of geomythology. Is that Schliemann, who was the archaeologist who discovered the lost city of Troy, when everybody else, the establishment, believed it was purely just a myth, he actually used clues that he got from reading Homer and the myths and stuff, and he went and found the ruins of Troy. And it was accepted. So that was kind of like, okay, maybe there's merit to looking at some of these ancient traditions. And since then, it's kind of evolved into a whole sub-discipline of geological research, in that a lot of these ancient accounts can actually provide very important insight and clues and information into ancient geological events.
Yeah.
So that's what geomythology is. It is not some weird, something that has been concocted up. It actually has value. And there's, sort of a counterpart to that. It's called astromythology, because we know that ancient peoples all over the world were very, very interested in what was happening in the sky. And so astro refers to the stories and the myths about things that are happening in the heavens, in the sky, in the celestial realm. And, again, we're finding out that, there's merit to that. That we can actually derive valuable, usable information. I take the story of Marduk battling Tiamat in this Sumerian tradition. And, astronomers even like 40 years ago were looking at that and going, well, wait a second, it could be that, people are witnessing some kind of like fireballs, or maybe the breakup of a comet or some such thing as that in the sky. And that became the basis for recording this myth.
Interesting.
Same with, Zeus battling dragons in the sky. There's many myths. The Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent in the New World stories. Again, all over the world, like stories of dragons and flying serpents and things like that, and wars in the heavens. And so there's actually a group of astronomers now, particularly it started in England, like in the early 80s, late 70s, where they're looking at these myths and going, well, maybe these are records of things that people actually witnessed or experienced firsthand.
Well, I can't wait to dive in. We had we touched on a couple subjects at breakfast that really, really caught my ear. But, one thing that I think everybody is kind of coming to is, the ancient Egypt, the pyramids and a lot of these mysteries of the world, Stonehenge, Easter Island, the pyramids, Machu Picchu, and how all these seem to line up, with the stars line up with each other. And I think, I don't know too many people left that are buying the ancient Egypt, the pyramids were built with, by lifted stone that weigh tons, thousands and thousands of pounds with sticks.
A lot of those stones are 50, 100, 200 tons, even bigger than that.
It's almost interesting that even wound up in the educational system to begin with, and when I was going through, nobody challenged it.
No.
And now today it seems to be, the complete opposite.
Yeah,
So,
people are really beginning to question. And the thing is, you could look at it as an anomaly. And one culture at one point in history said, hey, you know what? We're going to quarry and move 200-ton stones just for the heck of it. But you see the thing all over the world. all over the world, they're doing these incredible structures with these massive stones. And, as a builder, I have, had to move heavy weights sometimes. And of course, we'll bring in cranes and things, which presumably they didn't have back then, or front end loaders, or, lift up a 1-ton beam.
Yeah. Do you have how do you think that was done?
I've been asked that question a lot of times, and I don't know the answer. I last year in February, I went down and interviewed with Tucker Carlson. He contacted me, said he wanted to interview me. I didn't know what he wanted to talk about. I get down there, that's what he wanted to talk about. We get in the studio, and he says, how did they do that? Mm-hmm. And I said, well, to be honest, I don't know. I've been thinking about this for decades. I don't know. I have some ideas of which direction to go now that I didn't have even a year or two ago. However, my understanding of the science of it is not to the point yet where I feel like I would fall on my face if I attempted to explain these thoughts that I have had about how such a thing might be accomplished.
I need to introduce you to my friend Chris Beck. But
okay,
fascinating guy.
So you got some ideas?
He is. He used to work for he was a SEAL, and then he worked for the Pentagon. He's basically, in a nutshell, a mad scientist, and just a brilliant.
We like mad scientists, actually.
A brilliant mind, but he talks a lot about everything is frequency and vibration.
See, that's exactly the direction I would go.
And do you believe in 0-point energy?
I haven't researched it enough to say I believe in it, but I do think that there are forms of energy that are orders of magnitude more efficient than anything we're using today.
If you put... I believe they were able to harness some type of energy out of the earth to move those. I don't see any other way.
That's exactly the direction I would go with it.
And if you put if you just put a block or a paperweight or whatever on a table or on top of a speaker and apply frequency and vibration, it moves on its own. And so if you had some people guiding where that needed to be moved, that seems to be the only... I don't know how the hell you would do it or how you would harness the energy or create frequency and vibration to be able to vibrate the earth to get people. Basically, we're talking about levitation, and I just don't see any other way how to do it. But it seems to be the only logical explanation that.
I think levitation was probably a scientific reality to ancient cultures.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the stories about the Ark of the Covenant, it was sheathed in gold, and it would have been extremely heavy. Would have been very difficult for people to lift and move. And I've seen some calculations of how heavy the damn thing would have been. And, it was carried on staves because no one, according to the accounts, no one could touch it, lest they would get fried somehow. But I noticed, interestingly, that, the tribe that was the only tribe that was allowed of the 12 tribes to actually transport and move the Ark of the Covenant. Do you know which tribe that was?
I do not.
The Levites.
The Levites.
Levites. Levity. Levitation.
Got it. Got it.
And, having looked into some of these mystery religions like Kabbalah and stuff that say that there's hidden meanings to the words in the language, homonyms and synonyms and things that, that's the whole basis of the Kabbalistic system. That caught my eye, and I thought, that's an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, before we get too far into the weeds here, and I can't wait to get there, I have a Patreon, and I give everybody, they're the reason I'm here, they're the reason you're here, they're our top supporters, and so I give them an opportunity to ask the guest a question. So this is from Dylan.
Okay.
And Dylan wants to know, here's his question. What were some of the hypothesized steps that our surviving ancestors took to survive a 20 to 30 degrees Celsius environmental temperature change and build back a new society?
Okay, I don't know of temperature change that extreme, although we're looking at some very extreme. I mean, we're looking at 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, which would be about 18 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's way beyond anything we've experienced in recent times.
Yeah.
I mean, coming out of the Little Ice Age 150 to 200 years ago, temperature of the planet has warmed about a degree. So we're looking at warming of 20 times that much. And some of the studies based on ice cores, Greenland ice cores, Antarctic ice cores, other kinds of proxy evidence, the time span in which this temperature change occurred has gone from 1,000 years to a century, then from a century to a decade, then from a decade to 5 years, and now the latest, as we get to this ever more refined temporal resolution, like from the studies of ice cores, it's down to 1 to 3 years. So what happened? That's a mystery. Now, what did people do? That's a very interesting question to me. Like, you need to find a place of refuge to ride this thing out. Because at the same time these extreme temperature changes are happening, the whole surface of the planet is being remodeled in a major way. So one of the things that would absolutely be necessary is to find the places of refuge. Now, in ecologists, when they look at the decimation of a whole ecosystem, like a great microcosm of that would be the Mount St. Helens eruption of 1980, when you had about 200 square miles just utterly decimated, turned into a lunar landscape. Well, you've got biologists and ecologists and stuff have been studying how nature has reclaimed that. And what usually happens is you have these pockets where some seeds or whatever, spores primarily, because the first colonizer plants that show up in the aftermath of catastrophe are ferns. And so this is what happened. You have these pockets of life recovering, and then from those little islands of life, of biological activity, it spreads out. And at the rate that it's been recovering, it's been, 40 years now since that big eruption. And it's probably, there's now forests encroaching upon the area of devastation. Give it another 50 to 100 years and it should be completely recovered. Now, the question is if we're faced, because to me, two questions. One, the historical question, because we now know that these tremendous catastrophes have happened and have happened repeatedly. So, and then if they happen again, for example, we know that asteroid and cometary impacts are way more frequent than anybody was imagining a generation ago. Excuse me, I'm a little hoarse today. But interestingly, what we've seen in the last 25, 30 years is that geologists looking at the Earth down below have seen multiple scars from these tremendous cosmic events, impacts of asteroids and meteors, comets and cometary debris. There's right now about 200 craters and or astroblems that have been discovered. Now, an astrobleme is an impact scar, but it's usually buried beneath the surface. It's called, literally translates as star wound. Star wound. Now, most of those are the result of high-density objects like iron asteroids. Have you ever been to the crater in Arizona near Winslow?
I haven't.
Okay, add that to your list. You need to get out there and see it. This is. You'll get out there and you're going to be looking in this 600-foot deep hole, a kilometer wide, and you're going to go, that's one big hell of a big hole, right? But that was like a little baby piece of cosmic debris that excavated that hole. It was an iron asteroid about 150 feet in diameter, right? Most of the asteroid pulverized upon impact, and pieces of it are strewn out for miles from the crater itself. In the museum there, you can see there's a hunk of the iron. It's maybe about so big, Now, when you have a high density, and we're talking, 5 or 6 grams per cubic centimeter, when you have a high density object like that coming in at hypervelocity speeds, it'll penetrate through the whole atmosphere and strike the ground. Now, if you have a lower density object, like say, have you ever heard of the Tunguska event of 1908?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so in 1908, a piece of a comet, it was probably related to the comet we called Comet Encke, which was probably part of a family of meteors called the Taurid meteor shower, which the Earth crosses this stream twice each year. Okay, so that piece is estimated to have been about 150 feet in diameter. So now, on the one hand, the hole you've got in Arizona, the big crater bowl that you've got in the desert in Arizona, was created by, like, almost think about a cast iron, and roughly the density and weight of cast iron. The Tunguska event, on the other hand, was more like almost like a snowball. But when that thing came in, again at hypervelocity speeds, it penetrated the atmosphere. It happened on June, by the Gregorian calendar, it would have been June 30th in 1908. That thing descended through the atmosphere.
Surprise, motherfucker.
But was moving so fast that the atmosphere, in effect, didn't have time to get out of the way. The lower density of it meant that, like when the Department of Defense dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those bombs didn't fall and strike the ground and explode. They were blown up in the atmosphere. Why? Because you've got a greater kill radius. You've got a greater radius of destruction. Whereas if it hits the ground, most of that energy is absorbed into the ground. And the blast wave, if you detonate it in the atmosphere, that blast wave can move out much more to a greater distance. So Tunguska 1908 exploded 5 miles up in the atmosphere with the force of about a 15 megaton hydrogen bomb. The largest hydrogen bomb ever tested by the U.S. back in the 1950s was called Bravo, 20 megatons, right? So this is almost in the range of the biggest hydrogen bomb that the U.S. Department of Defense ever tested, right? As a result of that explosion, over 820 square miles of old-growth taiga forest was just utterly obliterated and flattened. Under the epicenter of that explosion, about 200 square miles were just incinerated to nothing, right? Now we have two contrasting episodes there. Now one, we have an iron asteroid strikes the Earth. We have a low-density object, probably a piece of a comet, blows up in the atmosphere, right? Now, the reason we know about the Tunguska event of 1908 is because of two things: the devastation, but also the accounts that this is a very remote region of Siberia, northwest of Lake Baikal, very remote region, and so the Tungusi tribes people that lived there were reindeer herders, and as far as we know, there was nobody killed directly by the blast because it was just at the northern limits of the tree line. If it had been much farther, maybe another 50 miles north or 100 miles north, we wouldn't have known about it. The reason we know about it is because, number one, even though this was very remote when this happened in 1908, there were still accounts that made their way out. And a scientist, a Russian scientist by the name of Leonid Kulik, he was studying meteoritic phenomena, and he heard about this. And he decided he wanted to follow up on this. So I think it was 1927 or 1928, he journeyed to this small village, Vanavara, I think is what it was called. It was the closest human habitation to this event. And he found out, they confirmed, there was this thing, but they were very superstitious about it. They did not want any outsiders to go there because they felt like it had been a visitation from the fire god Agni. And they witnessed this thing from the distance, and it completely, they were so blown away by what happened. And then, of course, some of them traveled in but the only thing that was probably killed in mass was reindeer herds. So some of the reindeer herders had gone up looking for their reindeer, and of course they could find no trace of them. They'd been just incinerated and
So
obliterated.
did this explode in the air? Is this
Exploded in the air.
Okay.
Exploded about 5 miles up. So that's a major difference between these two. Now, if we think of the objects, the cosmic objects that could strike Earth, those are the two endpoints of a continuum. The high density iron type objects and the low density cometary type objects. And then you can have everything in between. So you're talking about roughly a gram per cubic centimeter, which is like a piece of ice, or 5 grams per cubic centimeter, which is going to be like a piece of cast iron. And then, like in the middle, you've got what are the chondritic meteorites that are about 3. So if you went out next to a creek and you picked up your standard piece of rock, sedimentary rock, it's going to be about 3.5 grams per cubic centimeter. So that's right in the middle of the spectrum. Now, here's the thing I'm getting at. When we start crater counting to try to understand how many times the Earth has been impacted, we're looking at objects that actually strike the Earth. Mm-hmm. Now, if you had an event like Tunguska, 1908.
How many, I'm just curious, do you know how many times the Earth has been struck by some type of a meteor or a comet?
That's what I'm getting at.
Perfect.
That's exactly what I'm laying it out so that, right? So here's the thing. If you have an event like Tunguska, 100 years from now, there won't be any trace of it. The trees that were knocked down will have all been rotted away, and there's new forests growing there, right? And we wouldn't even know about it, right? Whereas the Arizona event, Meteor Crater, that happened some 50,000 years ago. So that big hole in the ground is still there, right? And we can see it, we can count it. Well, like I said, there's about 200 craters and astroblems that have been identified on Earth.
200.
About 200 now is the census. Now,
I just have another question
Sure.
real quick. How are you able to date when an asteroid hits the Earth?
well, there's a number of different ways. You know, optically stimulated luminescence is probably the main way now that you can date rocks. But, you know, you can use relative dating where if you know like, for example, if you go out, if you got layers of soil,
Okay.
right, and you go out and you dig a hole, right, now you come back afterwards and you look at that hole and you, okay, we've cut through this layer, but not this layer. So we know it's younger than this layer, right?
Got it.
Now let's say we've got remains of life forms in there that we can date. Well, now we can date some of these layers. Or your optically stimulated luminescence, not to OSL dating, not to try to get into a technical discussion on that, but it basically is that you have certain atomic structures that are reset when they're exposed to light. So if you've got a crystal that's buried, what's happening is it's through radiocarbon process. It's decaying and producing byproducts.
Okay.
Right? And by measuring the ratio of the precursor material and the byproducts, and you know how long that rate of transition is occurring, you can now get a relative date. The younger stuff, like the other way is this. Okay, so you dig that hole and you go away, and now things start, wind blows, things blow into the hole, plant life falls into it and it starts filling up, right? Well, then you can go and you can maybe date the stuff that's in there, in the hole. And if you go back and you pull up and you do core samples and you take and you date those, and the oldest dates turn up to be 50,000 years old, that's probably going to give you an indication of when it happened. And that's kind of how they dated the Arizona thing. Now,
Okay.
the 1908 event, that was witnessed. So, I mean, there are accounts of that. But here's the thing I'm getting at. The lower density objects are about 10 times more abundant than the iron objects. So, and then when you look at the actual craters and astroblems, most of those are on places where there's fairly dense human habitation: Europe, Scandinavia, Canada, the U.S., Russia. More and more of them are being found in Russia. What's under Antarctica? We don't know yet, but there's evidence that there's a really big crater under the ice in Antarctica. What about the bottom of the oceans, which is almost 3/4 of the planetary surface? For every one that's going to hit the ground on land, there's going to be 3 that hit the ocean. And so now you have marine geologists who are reevaluating evidence for large-scale tsunamis that have made landfall and thinking that some of those are too big to have been formed by simply undersea volcanic eruptions and may be the result of, a half-kilometer or kilometer-wide object plunging into the ocean that's moving, at 20 miles per second, right? Mm-hmm. But my point, and this is the takeaway, is that the events like Tunguska that don't leave a lasting impression are way more abundant than the ones that dig holes in the ground. So if you're just counting holes in the ground or scars in the surface of the earth itself, you're going to be undercounting. That's my point. So we're kind of in a position now of reevaluating just how many times perhaps we have been affected in the past. And here's again, now we turn to astromythology or geomythology, and we have hundreds of accounts from all over the world of things that once you got this picture in your mind of what an event like that would be, it sounds like that's what they're talking about.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How many do you happen to know how many documented cases are the maybe within the past, 200 years?
Of impact type events?
Yes.
Well, the big one, of course, was 1908.
Okay.
But there's also evidence now of a similar event happening over Brazil in the 1930s.
Really?
Yeah. There's also evidence that there might have been a similar type event, maybe even bigger, over New Zealand.
What is the evidence?
Well, the evidence, and the first thing, like in the Brazil event, that was, who was it? I think it was some Catholic priests that were going in there to try to convert the natives, and they started hearing these tales, and then later, some scientists went in there and they found what looked like that there had actually been 3 strikes of 3 objects that came in together. And individually, each one was smaller than the 1908 event, but taken together, the total energy released may have been in that scale.
Wow.
And I mean, there's the evidence is accumulated. There's a researcher, a geomythologist named Bruce Massey, who's done some incredible work on studying, and it's come to the conclusion that these events are far more frequent than anybody had imagined, 20 or 30 years ago.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I've got it all documented here. So when, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've spent pretty much every hour of my spare time for 40 years collecting this stuff.
It's interesting.
And I visited just about all of the craters in America, a couple of them in Canada, but there's a lot more. I've done, in fact, there's a chain of them across the Midwest. I think it's at about the 34th parallel. I think there's 8 of them. And it might have been a multiple impact event. Now, this would have been a long time ago before humans, but imagine, do you remember the 1994 July? Do you remember Shoemaker Levy 9? Think about when there was a multiple impact into Jupiter. I think it was the second week of July, 1994.
I do not remember that.
What were you doing in 1994?
I was probably in middle school.
Okay, that would explain why. Now, see, the crime there is that you were probably in middle school and you didn't have any teacher telling you about this.
We were learning about ancient Egypt and how they propped those blocks up with sticks.
Really?
That's what I was doing in 94.
Oh, 94, okay. Well, in 94, so this, at the time, it was the most watched astronomical event in history. And in 15 months earlier, in March of 93, astronomer David Levy and astronomer Carolyn Shoemaker, wife of Gene Shoemaker, who was a famous, he trained NASA astronauts and stuff when they were going to the moon. He was a geologist. And so David Levy and Carolyn Shoemaker, who was Gene Shoemaker's wife, discovered they were looking at Jupiter and they saw a comet just making an appearance. It had just orbited around Jupiter and it was just appearing from behind Jupiter when they discovered it. So it was like discovery of a new comet. Suddenly there it was, coming from behind Jupiter. They began watching it, and over the next few days and weeks, they could see that the thing had broken into pieces. And so what had been a single nucleus turned into 21 new separate individual nuclei. And the reason that happened is because, first of all, comets aren't really cohesively and solidly bound. The nucleus can be fragmented fairly easily, right? Jupiter has this intense gravity field, and there's a principle called the Roche limit, where an object coming too close to a larger body like Earth or Jupiter or whatever, if it passes within that Roche limit, the gravity is so strong that it'll overcome the bonding of the object and it'll fragment. It'll literally, the gravity of Jupiter tore this comet nucleus apart. So the astronomers started tracking and they could see these pieces spreading out in space. They called it the chain of pearls. And it took about 3 months of observations. And within that 3 months, they were able to recreate the entire elliptical orbit of the thing. They were able to determine, because of the velocity of it, they now had the velocity of these pieces and they had the geometry of the orbit. So they're sort of fast forwarded it and they go, okay, in July of next year, July of 94, it's going to it'll recross the orbit of Jupiter. But here was the interesting thing. When it's recrossing the orbit of Jupiter, guess what? Jupiter is right there. So they knew that it was going to be an impact, and they predicted this a year in advance. So I believe it was the second week of July, 1994, 21 pieces slammed into Jupiter. Any one of those pieces, had it struck Earth, would have caused a global catastrophe and probably pulled the plug on our civilization.
Wow.
Wouldn't have been an extinction level event, but it would have been enough to basically put us back to the Stone Age.
Wow.
And there were 21 of those pieces, and up until that point, no one had ever expected that they would witness such a thing as that. So that was an important milestone in thinking about catastrophism and the probabilities or possibilities of such a thing happening on Earth.
Just back to the Patreon question, do you have any, do you think about that? How humanity may have survived or sought refuge?
Well, you want to turn back to mythology?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
If we were faced with something like, if we can go back to now what's almost certainly a
This
real
is strictly
event.
in mythology.
Okay, so here we got mythology.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have scientific evidence that Earth was blasted around 12,900 years ago by a multi-impact event.
Okay.
A smaller version of what happened to Jupiter. Okay? Now, modern humans have been around for probably a couple of 100,000 years. So the event that happened is called the Younger Dryas. Younger Dryas was initially it was an extreme climate event that was documented in Europe because it's named after a flower called Dryas octopetala. Dryas octopetala is a polar wildflower that loves the cold. So when these botanists and whoever was studying the plant, they saw that it was growing in Europe during the Ice Age, when Europe was 10 degrees colder than now. And then it disappeared for about 1,300, 1,500 years, and then it suddenly came back again. So from that, they concluded, well, you've got this cold-loving flower that was there, then it was suddenly gone, and then it reappeared. So you had this interval where it warmed up, and the flower didn't like the warm weather. And then it came back again, so that means the cold weather came back. Now, the younger dry, that was how it was first identified, like 30, 40 years ago, was the study of this polar wildflower. Well, since then, we've learned all kinds of interesting things. One is that the mass extinction of the great megafauna that lived during the Ice Age, there was, over 100 species of megafauna that did not survive the end of the Ice Age, right? I mean, when was the last time you saw a woolly mammoth roaming around the forests of Tennessee?
It's been a minute.
It's been a minute, but 12,000, 13,000 years ago, you had several species of elephants living here in Tennessee.
Interesting.
You don't think about elephants, you think Africa, India, but you don't think North America. An elephant is a proboscidean, meaning it has a long snout, a long nose. Up until the end of the last Ice Age, there were 4 species of proboscideans living in North America. Think about that. Mm-hmm. They're all gone now. What happened to them? Well, there's different theories. One theory, which I think considered to be ridiculous, is that they were hunted to extinction by nomadic tribes of hunters. But given that the estimates for the human population at the end of the last Ice Age, and we're talking 12 to 15,000 years ago roughly, those estimates of total global human population range between 5 and 10 million. Estimates for total number of mammoths, 12 million.
Wow.
12 million mammoths. That's just an estimate, but it's probably in the ballpark. Now, let's say you got 10 million people. How many of those people, now that's women, children, elderly, how many of those are going to actually be hunters? And hunters that are capable of taking down a mammoth.
It's 25% or less.
What?
25% or less.
That's probably about right, yeah. So what does that leave? A couple of million people were able to exterminate every mammoth on Earth in less than 1,000 years?
No way.
No. And then when we look at the circumstances under which we find those mammoths and other extinct animals, that's not, we find them frozen in permafrost. There was a Rogan podcast where he had John Reeves, who's a gold prospector, and he owns a large tract of land in an undisclosed location in Alaska. On his land, there's a valley that's filled with permafrost. When you dig into that permafrost, half of it is the remains of extinct megafauna. Bones, twisted ligaments, pieces of muscle that have been, skin that have been frozen. It looks like they took a whole ecosystem, dumped it in a gigantic blender, blended it all up, and then dumped this shit in the river valleys of this area in Alaska. Now, those kinds of things have been documented for over 200 years. Explorers up there seeing that kind of stuff. Coming out of the Yukon, coming out of Alaska, coming out of Siberia, for years and years and years, they were exporting mammoth tusks, ivory, right? To this day, a lot of old pianos built in the 1800s and stuff have mammoth ivory that are the keys. Thousands and thousands of those tusks were dug out of the permafrost. They didn't end up there from human hunters. They were destroyed in some type of a catastrophe. The most likely trigger for catastrophe, I think, is from out there. And in some of the bone beds up in those areas, they've now discovered iridium, platinum spikes, which are delivered to Earth via cosmic impact. That's how they discovered that, originally came up with the theory that the dinosaurs had been killed in this great impact, was because they discovered a layer that's right there at that KT boundary layer, 66 million years old, below which you had dinosaurs and above which there were no dinosaurs. In the late 1970s, they took a closer look at that layer, and they discovered it was more than 100 times richer in iridium than below or above that layer. They said, where the hell did all this iridium come from? Well, they knew that iridium is delivered to Earth via cosmic impact. So this was a group that was looking at a KT boundary layer in Italy. And they contacted their colleagues first in Denmark, then in New Zealand, because they were trying to determine, well, how widespread was this? It looks like there was a dusting of iridium. Well, they contacted their colleagues in other places around the world, and they said, go back, take a closer look at that KT boundary layer and see if there's an iridium spike. And in every case, there was an enormous enhancement of iridium, which led them to then believe that the entire planet got dusted with iridium. So how do you do that? Well, again, you blow up an asteroid and you distribute its debris pulverize it so that its debris is microscopic, and you inject that into the atmosphere, and the atmosphere carries it around the planet. From the concentration of iridium, they were able to calculate, and based upon, we know that two things. When we pick up meteorites in the field, they can measure the amount of iridium or other platinum, ruthenium, zirconium, other platinum group metals. They can actually measure directly in the meteorites. Then you can look at the spectral emissions of asteroids, and those substances will have very distinct spectral signatures. And so they were able to estimate, okay, we've got X amount of iridium. Given the percentages of iridium that we know is in an asteroid, how big of an asteroid would it have to be? And they came up with they did the math on it. So it's going to have to be about 6 miles in diameter. Then they said, okay, if you've got a 6-mile diameter asteroid with a closing velocity of 20 miles per second, what size crater is that going to create? 150 miles, roughly, in diameter. So they speculated, said, somewhere there must be a 150-mile crater if we're right. All the skeptics were saying, well, until you can show us the crater, we're not buying into this, because that's too drastically different than our old models of gradual extinction, right? Well, at the same time, Petroleum Mexico is drilling, in the northern Yucatan Peninsula. And they had drilled down about through a half a kilometer of limestone sediment, and at the bottom of that drill core, they hit something hard. They brought up samples of it. It was this green, vitrified, really dense glass-like material. Their first assumption was volcanic. Well, word of this eventually got to some American scientists that were trying to figure out what happened at the KT boundary. They went down there, they got more samples, and they started doing subsurface surveys, and they could see that there was a giant circular structure buried under a half a mile of limestone. And this green vitrified stuff was the rock that had melted in the superheated temperatures that were created by this impact. They've gone on. I mean, they, for example, have found the remnants of gigantic tsunamis in Louisiana and Texas that were washed north. So it was a long process, but this occurred in like the early 90s. So in 1980, 3 teams separately proposed that the extinction of the dinosaurs at the KT boundary was triggered by an impact. The team of Walter and Louis Alvarez, who studied the outcrop in Italy, theirs seemed to be the most accurate in terms of what we now know happened then. But it took a decade for them to be vindicated, and it was with the discovery of that huge crater and the dating of that crater that, again, right there, 66 million years ago, right? Now, of course, that was long before humans. Now, fast forward to the Younger Dryas, the lower Younger Dryas boundary, which is dated just a little bit younger than 12,900 years. Iridium has been found. Platinum has been found. At that, nanodiamonds have been found, which are microscopic diamonds. And the only other place that diamonds just like that have been found, the KT boundary from 66 million years ago.
Wow.
So it's almost certain that but we still have large factions of the scientific community that doesn't want to go there, doesn't want to admit that there could have been a global catastrophe 12 or 13,000 years ago. And, part of the political narrative now is that humans are causing the sixth great mass extinction, and Exhibit A is the fact, oh, look what humans did to the woolly mammoths. They exterminated them all. So there proves that humans can cause mass extinctions. They don't want that to be taken away from them, so they're refusing. That's part of it. But there's a whole group of them that just, as the evidence continues to accumulate, they just do not want to go there. At some point, it'd be really, you should get George Howard.
George Howard.
George Howard. He has a website called the Cosmic Tusk, and he's been in the forefront of this research probably since the 80s.
Interesting.
Right? He's also was one of the co-authors of a paper that came out in 2007 that proposed that the mass extinction was caused by some type of an impact. That was 2007. And that ignited a firestorm of controversy. It's gone back and forth and back and forth. But at this point, I think 8 to 10 teams around the world have independently verified that there is the fingerprints of a cosmic impact event that occurred around 12,800 to 12,900 years ago that seems to be right there along with the mass extinction. Now, back to the question, which is where would people have survived? And were such a thing to happen again, where could people survive? Well, there are places around the world. Like, for example, if you look in Africa today, where's the greatest concentration of megafaunal species in the world today? Africa, right? If we look at a census, continent by continent, what we see is that North America lost 3/4 of its megafaunal species at the end of the Ice Age. South America lost about the same percentage. Eurasia lost about 35%. Africa only lost 10%. That's why Africa today has the greatest number of megafaunal. When you start thinking about, and let me define megafaunal. A megafauna is defined as any animal that weighs over 44 kilograms in body weight, which is right about 100 pounds.
Okay.
So if you take the census of animals living on Earth today, there's about, and depending on how you divide them up, do you separate timber wolves from gray wolves? Do you separate African elephants from Indian elephants? Probably you do, but there's some variability in there. But let's say there's roughly 100 to 120 species of megafauna around the planet. It's about equal to the number of megafaunal species that went extinct around the world. So to put that in perspective, what that means is that you would have to, the number of species that got wiped out at the end of the last ice age, and there's an argument about, was the span a decade, 100 years, several thousand years? That's still being worked out, although it looks like it's honing in right at this boundary, which is dated at 12,900 years ago. Okay, so if you were going to duplicate a species extinction level event to the one that happened at the end of the last ice age, you'd have to pretty much eliminate every animal over 100 pounds body weight on Earth.
Okay.
That's how severe the mass extinction was.
Wow.
And that's not even considered one of the great ones in Earth history. A great one in Earth history, you're talking about 70 to 90% of all species, terrestrial, marine, etc. Permian Triassic may be as much as 95% of all species on Earth went extinct, just like that. And they're still trying to figure out why, But so now, here's the interesting question. We can see from the, number one, species loss is going to be directly related to habitat loss. The greater the loss of habitat, the greater it will affect species that are adapted to living in that habitat. So you can conclude from that if 3/4 of the species of North and South America went extinct, that was where the greatest habitat loss occurred. So it was the last global catastrophe was kind of focused on the Western Hemisphere. Eurasia was second, Africa was third. So what that tells you is the safest place to have been on Earth during these events would have been Africa. Mm-hmm. And I suspect that it all pretty much is around Kenya, Tanzania, that's what I'm trying to say, thank you, around the Great Rift area.
Okay.
That's where it seems like was kind of a place of global refuge. You had the greatest survival of species, and once the dust settled in the aftermath of these events, they were able to repopulate.
So nobody really sought refuge. It was just luck of the draw where you were on the
Well,
on the
now
map.
you get down to a really interesting question. I think that the plausible scenario might be that you had survivors of two types. Those who survived by the luck of the draw, and those who survived because they knew it was going to happen, they planned for it, they prepared for it. And
You think they knew it was going to happen?
I think we could make a strong argument that somebody did know.
How so? How would they have known?
Well, see, this is where we now get into why ancient peoples all over the world were such obsessive sky watchers. And how did astronomers were able to predict this impact on Jupiter a year in advance? Now, I think that we could make the argument that there was, whatever you want to call them, a priesthood or whatever, whose job it was to monitor the skies for generation after generation. And typically, one of the things that would happen is that impacts, right now, we could think of Earth, we could think of Jupiter. And there are streams of stuff traveling between the two, almost like cosmic ping pong or something, right? Now, every year on June 30th and two times, right around late October, early November, late June, early July, Earth crosses this stream of cosmic debris that's called the Taurid meteor shower. The peak of that, now, it takes, to fully cross the stream, takes a couple of weeks, right? But the Tunguska object, if I come back, we can look at some really cool graphics.
Pull them up
Well,
if you'd like.
I don't know if I've got that open, but when we do the break, I'll pull some stuff up, okay? Picture this. You've got this stream of debris coming in from Jupiter, coming around the sun, and going back out to Jupiter. The whole stream takes between 3 and 4 years to make an orbit around, like this, right? Now, here comes the Earth. It crosses the stream twice, right? Once in late October, early November. When it crosses, at that time of year, it's crossing in such a way that if you were to look up the stream, you'd be looking out into space. You'd be looking towards the constellation of Taurus. That's where it gets its name, the Taurid meteor shower, after the constellation of the Bull. Now that stream comes around the sun. Now if Earth is crossing there in late June, early July, and you're looking up the stream, as these things are approaching, you're looking almost directly towards the sun. So you don't see them. That's what happened on June 30th, 1908, is that thing came from around the sun. And the people that did see it in the last few seconds, they described things like it looked like it was being born out of the sun, or the sun spit it out, and they see this thing suddenly in the sky, and then it gets brighter than the sun, and then the damn thing explodes. And you had people 40 miles away from the epicenter of the explosion who were literally like blown blown off their feet and thrown 20, 30 feet in the air.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that was how the pressure wave that went out from that, right? So, what I'm leaning towards is the idea that you had people who were watching the skies and predicting this. And one of the reasons, now, again, showing graphics would be, to explain this would be much easier, but when you look at and make these predictions of, like when they made that prediction back in 93, that this thing was going to hit Jupiter, they used a set of information called cometary elements, or the orbital elements, right? And what they need to know is the shape of the orbit, its tilt relative to Earth's orbital plane, and several other things, right? Well, the things that modern astronomers used to count, the tools they used, the conceptual tools they used to make that prediction, are all the things that you can identify by using the ancient standing stone circles and observatories. I think all these things all over the planet were observatories by which they were able to calculate cosmic motion to a high degree of precision. And if you saw an object circling, in that orbit, and just like with the Shoemaker-Levy 9, that thing had been circling Earth and Jupiter, but nobody had seen it, right? It had been doing it probably dozens of times, and nobody had seen it. But what happened is that every time it went out to Jupiter, Jupiter's gravity was sucking it in a little closer, a little closer, a little closer, until finally it got so close it passed within that Roche limit, ripped it apart, and then on the next circuit around, boom,
Gotcha.
direct hit.
Gotcha.
Now, maybe there were ancient people with enough sophistication to see things in the sky multiple orbital periods before impact.
Very interesting. On that note, let's take a break. What if in 2024 you got a little bit better every day? When you're learning a new language with Babbel, that's exactly what you're doing. And if Babbel can help you start speaking a new language in just 3 weeks, imagine what you could do in a full year. Don't pay hundreds of dollars for private tutors or waste hours on apps that don't really help you speak the language. Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are handcrafted by over 200 language experts to help you start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. 7 days a week at any time of day and taught by over 450 certified teachers so you can learn on your schedule. Browse more than 20,000 classes offered every month. Babbel's designed by real people for real conversations. Me, I love to travel, but not knowing the language of where I'm going can be tough to navigate. Babbel's convenient courses have helped me learn real-life conversational skills like ordering food and asking for directions, and it makes traveling a breeze. Studies continue to prove Babbel is better. One study found that using Babbel for 15 hours could be equivalent to a full semester at college. Babbel has over 16 million subscriptions sold. Plus, all of Babbel's 14 award-winning language courses are backed by their 20-day money-back guarantee. Here's a special limited-time deal for our listeners. Right now, you get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/SRS. Get 55% off babbel.com/SRS, spelled BABBEL.com/SRS. Rules and restrictions may apply. Visit babbel.com for terms and details. Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or Call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. All right, Randall, we're back from the break. Something I forgot to do. Everybody on the show gets a gift.
Even me?
Even you.
Oh.
Even you.
Gosh.
There you go.
Well, check this out.
Yeah, those are
gummy bears. Okay.
Vigilance Elite gummy bears made here in the U.S., legal in all 50 states. Fortunately.
So are they
unfortunately.
CBD infused or?
Just gummy bears, man.
They're what?
Just gummy bears.
Just plain old gummy bears.
Just plain old gummy bears.
So I'm not going to get high if I eat these gummy bears.
No, you won't. We did have somebody email in once that said they were on their 5th bag and they still don't feel anything yet. But
Okay.
yeah,
Oh, not just one bag, but 2 bags
there
of
you
gummy
go.
bears.
You know, a little
Okay.
something for the ride home.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, 1 bag. Yeah. I'm going to consume a whole bag on the ride home, but I'll probably share these around with.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
What else is in here?
it's just some stickers and stuff like that.
Well, Sean Ryan show. Okay, well, otherwise people they won't believe that I was actually on your show. Look at this. Okay, Vigilance Elite. I like it.
Right on.
Vigilance. Absolutely, man. Love that logo.
Thank you. Yeah. But so we had a little side conversation downstairs about a study that was done on children who grow up in and around nature, and kids that grow up just with technology. And
I pulled it up here on my
perfect.
laptop, so I will just I'll just selectively I'm not going to read the whole thing, this is the title of this article is "Scientists Discover a Major Lasting Benefit of Growing Up Outside the City." So I'll just read a few highlights here. Using data from 3,585 people collected across 4 cities, scientists from the Barcelona Institute for Global Health report a strong relationship between growing up away from the natural world and mental health in adulthood. Overall, they found a strong correlation between low exposure to nature during childhood and higher levels of nervousness and feelings of depression in adulthood. Co-author Mark Nieuwenhuizen, don't know how to pronounce his last name, PhD, director of IS Global, this is Institute for Global's Urban Planning, Environment, and Health Initiative,
What is
tells
up?
Inverse, the
What the
journal that was
fuck is
doing
up?
this interview,
The beast
that the
has
relationship
returned,
between
the one who
nature
never
and mental
loses.
health remains strong,
I am the one. who
even when
locks.
adjusted for confounding factors.
They are afraid of me. and
Quoting
they
him,
see
what we found is that
They
the
see me
childhood
and they
experience of green space can actually predict mental health
Okay.
later in life.
Wow.
The people that reported
Hey,
more
Sky,
exposure
hey, Batman,
to nature
guess what?
actually have
You-
better
you
mental health
are
than
one of
those
the
that
people.
don't.
There's been a few people that have
Even
been coming
after we
around from
adjust
Skype.
for exposure
Oh,
at the
man,
time of
thank
interview
you so much, dude, for
when they
helping
are
grow my
adults.
community. You have no idea how motivational not only that is to me.
Let's see.
but how
For one thing,
motivational that is to other
many
people who
studies
watch
have
my stream.
noted nature's
And
ability to reduce
that right there,
rumination,
you know what that means?
a risk factor
You
for
watch
mental
one of the
illness.
biggest Rainbow Six
Spending
streamers.
time
You
in
also
nature,
watch
this
me,
is one of the other researchers.
and that is the biggest honor
Zalema
that I could ever
says,
have. For real, for
Zalema
real.
says, has been linked
Isn't that
with
dope?
increased
Isn't that dope,
self-esteem.
Neon?
This is
The
in
fact that
nature.
he, if you
Increased
watch a big
self-esteem,
streamer like
quality
that,
of
you have
life,
pretty
and
high
physical
expectations,
activity, as well as lower body
yet he
mass
still gives me the
index.
time of day, so.
In this sense,
I'm brushing
nature
my hair,
itself
just got out
is
of the shower.
beneficial. These
I like to
findings
brush my hair
fold
like this,
into
and
the
then I like to like shake my
biophilia
hair dry.
hypothesis. The idea that humans intrinsically seek out connections with nature,
I know it sounds
including
kinda weird,
exposure to
but
green spaces.
I don't like the straight
An
hair
offshoot
look.
of this
I
idea
kinda
is that
like,
nature promotes certain developmental changes in the
Watch
brain,
phase.
particularly
I
in
grew up on
children,
phase.
that
I
may not happen
was the biggest
when we are
phase little
removed from
kid
it.
ever. But growing up,
Neuenhausen
I realized that a lot of
presented
it
some evidence for this in a
is controlled
2018
by other
study
people
showing that
that
exposure to
even
green
the phase
space
members could be kicked out,
correlated with
snap of a
structural
finger,
changes
and
in
they
the
would be
brain
crying.
and
Have you
greater
seen
working
FaZe Blaziken
memory
getting
in
kicked out?
258 school
One of the
children.
main freaking people,
And then quoting him,
like
this is a
forever, has been the
hypothesis.
longest
I think
FaZe
the reason
supporter, and
for
then he
it
gets
is in
kicked out of his
general our
own
brains are
clan.
still wired for when we
So it's
were
like,
still living in the savannas and
makes me think
jungles with a lot
that,
of nature around us.
like, what if you
it's
got
only
into
in the
FaZe
last
and then
few
they
hundred
kicked you?
years that we have moved into cities. Our brains are
know what I'm
not really
saying?
adjusted to that.
That would be shitty.
The second way
That'd
to
be
interpret
shitty.
the results is to consider not the benefits of nature
Okay,
exposure, but the
so
disadvantages
we have a few
of being away
priorities
from it.
today.
Polluted cities
but
in particular
we
seem
have
to
all day.
extract
We
additional
have all
tolls on
day.
health,
So I
may
hope you
actually
guys have all
impact
day
cognitive
as well,
development in
and
children.
Hope you guys don't mind to
These
stick
negative
around while we're
aspects
chilling, for real, for
of
real.
being removed from nature highlight the indirect
Batman.
way that growing
I
up
gotta
in a
get
city
you on
could have
to a
lasting
fellow that I
effects.
know. His name is
In
Royce.
other words, the way we're
His name is
designed
Royce
our
Warren.
cities is
He hasn't missed a
inherently
day in
harmful.
618 days since he started streaming.
Finally, let's
Never
see.
missing a day. Lacey has
We
missed a
cannot
day.
really say how
Something
much
about him.
exposure exactly there should be. Children that have poor residential
Batman, I
access
really
to
hope
nature can
that
certainly benefit
if I
from
recommend him to you,
field
that you'd
trips in
start to
nature,
be
but it
part of
would
his
probably
community.
be better
Girl.
if there's regular exposure at home and school.
Bum bum bum
There's
bum 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 bum.
image here of a brain
bum,
scan.
bum, bum, bum.
Let me
That song is
make this a
gonna
little
always
bit
be
more
stuck.
visible. I can
Somebody
hold it up.
play it.
And this shows that exposure to green space was linked with structural changes in
His
white
brother,
and
who
gray
said the
matter
horror
volume
N-word in my
in the
chat,
brain,
his
suggesting
reply
that there might be
in
a
the
causal
unbanned
relationship
says,
between
sorry.
cognitive
Says, "I am
development and
sorry."
exposure to green space. And those yellow
You're never coming back,
showing
motherfucker.
where the
Bye-bye.
structural changes are taking
That was
place.
to the guy who got banned yesterday for saying the
in the
hard R in
brains
my
of children
chat.
who are being regularly exposed
his
to
re-
nature.
His thing
Wow.
is, I'm so sorry.
Fascinating
I
stuff,
didn't
isn't it?
mean
Isn't it though? Yeah. And I got another study, where it's talking about the,
Who did I
some of the
cat that
difference.
ended up raiding
just
this
the mental
streamer?
health
Is that Loudish?
of people, of children who
Loudish
grow up to
rated
be much
Pine.
more
I don't
healthy in
remember who
terms
that
of
was.
their emotions, their psychology, their mental processes, and so on, than children that are deprived of that. So
Guys, can you
I think
think
that's
of it like
important.
this?
It's important for people to know
What
that.
if? What if?
And then I have a comment here where I say
I don't even want to dream. I want to dream big, but
dwellers in
like I don't want
America
you guys to run
has
away
shifted
from my dreams
dramatically
and
in the past
aspirations.
3 to 4 generations,
What if
creating an
streaming
imperative
were to
need
blow
for
up?
opportunities for
What
people to
if me streaming
reconnect with the natural
were to blow
order.
up?
This is especially important for
Like,
children
actually.
and young people who will inherit the earth and must become its stewards
Hey,
as
Batman,
the 21st century unfolds.
Batman, can we?
And we've
Whenever you
basically
mention the
shifted from 3 or 4
J-Man's name, can you
generations
call
ago
him
where
J-Man?
3/4 of the
I'd
population
appreciate
was
it if you
rural.
call him J-Man.
And now it's 3/4 of the
I'd appreciate it.
population
You can say
are pretty much
Sky's the
urban
coolest guy
dwellers.
ever.
Yeah.
But
And you
when
got
I
kids
when I
now
see
who,
Jinxie, I cringe.
I mean, I've talked to
And
kids that are
that
teenagers.
is one thing I've been
who've
streaming
never seen the
for,
Milky Way galaxy.
like 4 days now.
And
And that is the last
that's not good.
name that I would
Yeah.
want to read for real, for real.
That's not good.
Okay.
And
the
schools
J-Man, the
aren't
J-Man would be better if you would
living
call
up
him
to
that.
their
If
what
you
they
don't
should
mind.
be doing.
You don't mind.
Well, they got their own agendas nowadays.
I have nothing against the guy. I have nothing
Yeah.
against the guy.
What we found is
But
that
if
childhood
I see his name in
experience of
every
green
sentence,
space
I
can
might
actually
see red.
predict mental
I
health in
might
later
see
life.
red, actually.
The people that reported more
I actually
exposure
kinda
to
woke up
nature
on the wrong
actually
side of
have
the bed.
better mental health than those that don't
And
even.
In all
Even
honesty,
after
I'm
we
having a great
adjust
day.
for exposure
but
at the time of the interview when they are adults.
sometimes,
So interesting stuff.
when in doubt,
Yeah, very.
you have to
very
just be
interesting.
Yeah.
the Batman.
You know, it's
just have to
I
be
think
the
since 2020, there's been
You just have to be.
nothing like what you're talking about for the last three generations. Moving into the urban environment. But
I'm
you
gonna-
did see
I'm
a
gonna
wave
re-
after 2020 of
copy
people
and
trying to
paste
get
something.
back out into nature.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's not even
You
here
know.
in chat. No, freak.
And
It's interesting. We saw a similar thing, in the late 60s and early 70s, people who started experimenting with psychedelics and stuff. There was the Back to the Land movement.
Yeah.
And that was a mixed bag because a lot of people from my generation tried to do it and weren't prepared for what it actually involved. It's a lot of work
Yeah.
going back to the land.
Yeah.
No, I had
It is.
I had a sense of that, growing up where I grew up.
How am I doing this fine afternoon? I am
in
doing
rural Minnesota,
absolutely
but,
incredible now that I'm streaming.
there was a
and
lot of
I have
naivety.
you
The
guys
intentions
here.
were good,
I was,
but there was a
I
lot
was
of
not feeling very
naivety.
good
And,
yesterday. Hey, Batman.
But you're right. Now
I am the one
after
who knocks,
the COVID,
brother.
a lot
I
of
was
people
watching
are
Sky.
thinking,
I wasn't watching.
hey, maybe
other
it's
people though.
we should revive some of those ideas, and we know a whole lot more now.
Yo, who's
about how
I'm gonna
to
turn
do
this
it.
down a slightly bit
And
so you
what's
can hear
involved. You know,
me
you
and
just
him
don't
at the same time.
go out there.
Who's down to hang out while we
and,
watch this
you know,
video?
build
Just
you
for a little bit while I
lean
just
to
chill and relax.
You know, it's a
'Cause-
little more than that.
Yeah.
The only time I really had to chill is while I'm laying down.
You know, we live
And the
out
other
there,
time,
and
my mom was
there's
is
no way in
making me
hell I
work.
would ever move back.
Not
to the
making me
city.
work, but being
Yeah,
a good son and
chance.
doing whatever she asked me to.
Well, like we talked about earlier,
Take
you
care
know,
about my mom.
my
She
building
has a
business
bad
kept me
knee
tied
and
to the city because that's where all my
I,
clientele was.
You
So
gotta
now that
do
I'm
what you gotta
shifting
do
out of that
sometimes.
into more teaching.
When in doubt,
podcasting
take care of
and
your
stuff and
parents.
Making
Even
making
if
a
you don't
living
like your
doing
parents,
that,
I like my parents, but I know some
yeah,
people
I mean,
don't like
and
their
I
parents.
did pretty
but I
good
think
last
only
year,
have
but you know, I
some
spent it
parents
all. I built a
in
barn, and I
You
built my
gotta
studio.
take the
Yeah.
time you have with them. Make
So
sure
my
you
next
take advantage of the time.
surplus
For real,
funds
for real.
is going to be, you know, going into actually getting
My
house
dad,
that
I did not
live
have a
in,
lot of time to
finishing
have
the
one-on-one
projects
with
that
my
I've
dad. And
started.
the times that I
and
did have one-on-one
then
with
I'm
my
going to
dad,
have
I did
a
not
nice, generous
experience
chunk
the
of equity in
moments
there,
like
and that's
that I
going to be
truly
my
wanted to.
springboard.
And for that reason,
But we'll see. You know, I've got other things going on.
I
You know,
sometimes
I'm gonna
wish
be
I
going
could
down
start
the end of
over
next
as a
month
kid again
to meet with
and experience the
the
days that
Rumble
I didn't want
guys,
to experience
and
as a kid,
we're gonna
so that I
see
can
what they're
like
gonna propose
actually
to me.
know
Good.
But they're
like that I
you know,
had that. You know what I'm saying? I don't
I've
know
seen
how to
some
explain it.
projections that
Sorry
you know,
if that
I
was
get
weird,
X number of
but
views, I can actually get some
One of those things help your
start getting
parents.
some serious
is what I'm saying.
revenue streams going.
Sorry, I live with my
Good.
mom. It's one of those
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
If I didn't live with my
and
mom,
so
I would
that's gonna
not
go
be
towards,
living.
I've
Probably,
been
I'd probably
for a
be
couple
in
of
a
years now
box.
researching
Actually,
land
truly.
east of here, looking at eastern Tennessee.
It is one of those things.
And,
No, I would probably
think
live with my
that's
grandma or
probably
my
where I'm gonna
sisters or
try to
something. But
relocate.
Well, you'd make a
I
hell of a
don't want
neighbor,
to
so
live. I don't want to live with my
Hey,
dad.
I'd be
That is
proud to be your
something that
neighbor,
Thank you.
Sean.
he would probably
Yeah, we
make
could
it
hang out
something
more.
that
I'd
I
get
would
you
want
out
it to
there.
be.
And
He'd
I
probably
could show
make
you
it
some cool
like
stuff about building.
that.
I would love
He's
that.
Here,
the
my vision is that I would like to take
like
a
the
piece
apartment
of
land. What do you call
and
it? The
utilize
the owner of the
ancient
building. Yeah, you have to pay them
principles,
rent. That's probably what
which,
he would do.
you know,
He
starts
would
with
probably
things
be like, you guys pay me
simple but really
$1,000 a
cool,
month,
like putting a pole in the ground
and
and
make
using
sure
that
you're
pole to determine the
it-
directions. And all
I don't
the
know. He wouldn't have
alignments,
any
and
like.
you don't just build it
You'd have
random.
some rules. He would have a lot
You
of rules,
build-
and I'm not about that.
You orient it towards the
Landlord.
sky, like
Hey,
they
Stan,
always
I just
did.
want to tell you that
That's
every day is a
universal
great day,
principle we
but
find
some
over and
days
over in
I'm
every
human,
continent,
and some days I
where
wake
we
up on the
find
wrong
ancient
side of the
sacred
bed.
structures.
And that today,
They're
when I saw you
oriented
say
to
that,
the movements of the heavens.
if you knew
How
what
would-
I was
hold on. How do you
experiencing
do that with a
IRL,
pole
if
then?
anybody
What are you
walked in
orienting
my
it
shoes, you
to?
would not have said that.
Well,
You would not
okay.
have said
So
that.
first thing you do is you
would
put a
not.
pole in the ground,
That's something that
and then
you
would
gotta
draw
know
a
that
circle around
I've been
it.
putting in
Now, in the
endless
old days,
hours.
they would
This
use
last
a knotted rope
680-hour stream, I was there a solid
chain
freaking.
with
So it
links,
was
and you
solid
could
there
determine the
60% of
length
the
of the chain
time.
by the
This
number of
stream that I've
links.
done, I've been here.
And typically, a
solid
lot of the
85%
chains
of the
that
time.
came from
90
Europe,
almost, probably 90% of the time.
the links
other
were
time I've been
carefully
sleeping.
manufactured
But
to be
like I truly have been grinding
0.792
so hard
degrees,
in that the
which
time
is
that I'm not here,
interesting,
I've been helping my mom, and I've
because
been
then
getting put to fucking
you
work.
get
And I just took a
certain
shower.
numbers like
and
7,920.
now I'm here chilling. This is the first time I
inches,
have to chill.
right?
The first
And that
5
gives
minutes to
you
myself
some
that I don't.
interesting
I have priorities.
geometric
I literally
correlations.
have
But anyways,
6
Like
things
what?
I have to do today that if I don't do them,
well, correlations like
I'm gonna be behind. And
one of the
so-
ancient units of measurement is a furlong.
Oh, I just want to chill.
And the only place that I
want-
know of that a
just wanna
furlong
wait.
is
I
still
want
used today is in horse racing.
hang out, honestly.
It's 1/8 of a mile,
Love you, man.
660 feet. Well, if you
Yeah, I'm sorry I
translate
wasn't
that into
here. I know it
inches,
makes
it's
people go away. I know
7,920
people see that I'm
inches.
not there, and they're like, I'm
Now,
out.
interestingly,
Bye.
if you
It is what
took
it is.
the Earth, you know, the Earth is
But I wish
not
I
perfectly
wish I woke
spherical.
up sooner. I wish I didn't
rotating.
freaking sleep that
So
long. I
its
just
mass
woke up
moves
once and I
towards
was
the
feeling
equator. It's
so
called an
freaking-
oblate spheroid.
My eyes were burning out of my
Right?
skull.
So
Sunday,
the
brother.
diameter
Sundays
of the Earth
are some
varies
days, man.
by
Sundays are
26
some days,
miles.
man.
The
Sundays are
equator is
good days and
26
good
miles
days. That's all I'm going
longer
to say. I'm not going to
than
say any negative.
the polar
Because
diameter.
You say negative, you
shit,
think
I had
negative.
no
Negative
idea.
things are going to
Yeah, hey, if
manifest
it wasn't
out
for
of
that,
it.
man, we'd be screwed. We are Earth would be wobbling all over the fucking
Oh, I
place.
love you guys. You guys give
Yeah,
me life.
so-
For real, for real. And I
You
just
can think
want
of
to
it this
say,
way: if you
everybody,
traveled
thank you
from
for
the
your
equator
time.
to the North Pole,
And everybody
you've
who's
gone
giving me their
downhill by
time, their
13
watch
miles.
time, their
Interesting.
big chilling vibes. Heafy,
So
I
that old
saw
Blake
your
said
watch
acts like a
time, and I do appreciate
flywheel
it. For
that
real, for real. I appreciate
stabilizes the
everybody's
Earth,
time that you spend
right?
and give me, man. And one day I will have the money
So
to
it
give
goes
you
from
every
Equator,
single 10 minutes you have watch time,
7,926
like
miles,
a dollar
give or
amount, like
take a little
actually
bit.
pay you back a solid
Pole,
amount. For real,
7,900.
that goes for everybody.
26 miles different.
Every single one of you
diameter.
guys that are part of my community.
So if you go from the
I'm gonna
the center,
pay
the
something
geometric
back.
center of the Earth
I'm
out
serious.
to the
If
surface,
I had
you know,
$1
the
million,
difference is 13 miles.
think about every single one of you
between
guys,
equator
how much you
and
would have
pole.
out of that $1 million.
But if
I'm
you
serious.
took
I'm not like
perfectly
Jinxie. I'm not like
spherical Earth,
everybody else who gets consumed by
the
money.
diameter
I,
of that perfectly
I grew up
spherical
with
Earth
nothing.
that had
I
the
grew up
same
with literally every
surface
single
area
thing that I
as the
ever had.
actual Earth, it'd be
The only things that I ever
7,920
got
miles.
growing up,
Same
Xbox
number of
360 from my
miles
mom,
as there
a
is
Game
inches
Boy
in a
from my
furlong.
mom, a
Now, you could
DS
argue,
Lite
well, that's
split from
just
my
a
mom and my
coincidence,
dad.
of course.
My dad
I
didn't
mean,
even really want to help her.
But
What else? I
interestingly,
got a pair of Vans.
if you
up.
took
I got
and
a
I
pair of socks.
you know, in my building
That's
business,
about
I
it.
have a
That's literally about it growing up.
fiberglass
Everything else
measuring
I
tape.
had
It's
to earn
150
myself.
feet long.
And that I don't
I've
know.
gone
It's
out into
just
huge
I
fields
can't
and
wait till I
parking
can give it
lots,
back.
and
I
I've
can't
laid
wait
out
till
a
I can
furlong.
be able to give
Right? I've brought
everybody
people out,
what
we
they
lay
have
out
given me,
660
and
feet.
more. Like every
Like
person
in a-
that's
in a
ever subbed to
pavement of a
me,
parking
like if
lot.
they don't stream,
Then they
they're gonna
mark
get a
off
gift
1
card of
inch.
tax even.
And I
Like
say, look at
not
that
just the
inch.
money that
Now
they
look
spend,
at-
but
and I'll
even
have
more.
somebody
Like
walk all the way down
every
600.
dollar.
That's over
I
2
have to.
football
That's
fields.
just who I am.
It's
I'm
2
not
football
gonna let
fields
somebody
plus
give me that
another
energy and me not
120
give it
feet.
back. The same
Walk on
goes
all the
for
way down to
watching
the
my
end of
stream.
that furlong.
Chatting
and
with
stand
me.
there. They're way
Chatting with me.
down
I
in the
chat
distance
in some
waving.
people's streams, but sometimes I have to
Okay,
lurk.
so
But
now
one
look
day,
at that.
hopefully I can
Now we're going to
make it
mark
up
out
to you
1
guys,
inch,
you know?
and I have say here, do this. Take your thumb,
for your money. You sit,
put it
send.
down there.
I know people will
and
say
I
that,
take a
but
piece
like,
of chalk and
if
mark
you knew the
either
kind of
side of their
kind of
thumb.
guy I am, that I'm
And I go,
going
okay,
to.
there's 1 inch. That's where the inch came
I have
from. It
Stream
was
Elements. It
originally
keeps track
the
of
digit
every
your thumb.
single,
Okay.
every
Just like
single
the
thing,
foot.
every single thing.
Just
Watch
like the
time. It
cubit,
kept track
elbow to
of Stream
fingertip,
Elements
right?
loyalty. And
That inch that we just marked
oh
to
yeah,
this furlong
tracks
is the
Nightbot
same
tracks messages.
ratio as
So many
1
different things.
mile is to the diameter of the
How's
Earth.
everybody doing tonight, though?
That's a very interesting mental exercise to do,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But that number shows up in a bunch of other interesting places as well. There's a legend about Joseph of Arimathea, who was generally considered to be the uncle of Jesus Christ. And it was in his house that the Last Supper was held, right? Where Jesus had the cup and they drank, all the disciples drank of the cup and ate of the wafers. It was all ritualized. It was Joseph of Arimathea that went to Pontius Pilate after the crucifixion and asked Pilate to release the body of Christ to him. And Pilate didn't believe that Jesus was already dead because he'd only been on the cross 6 hours. And crucifixion was
Yo, you
designed
guys
to be a
have to know
long,
what just
slow,
happened. Guess what just
agonizing
fucking
death.
happened? We hit
So
25 out of
Pilate sends the
75.
centurion out
We're
to
a
go
third of fuck there.
actually dead.
We're a third. We're a third of fuck there. We're a third of
Centurion
partner.
goes out, pierces the
We're a
side of
third of
Christ,
partner.
describes
We're
blood and water issuing
1/3.
forth, but there's no response
33%.
from
Where's
the body
25 out
hanging
of
across.
75?
He goes back and he says,
Oh my God.
yeah, he's dead.
Oh my
Stuck him
God,
with the
sweet baby
lance, and he didn't
Jesus.
respond. He's dead. So Pilate says to Joseph of Arimathea, yeah, go ahead, take the body.
Do you know how that
So he
works?
goes up there and he takes
Do you know
the
how
body
that
down.
freaking works? If I hit
And
that
according to the
75, that
legend,
means
now,
I
this
will
isn't
literally
in-
get sent a
in the
message
Bible,
on
but
email
according
that
to the
I can
legends
sign
and the
up for.
stories,
That this
he
keeps
had this
track of
cup
the last
that was
30
used at the
days. It
Last
does not
Supper, and
keep
he
track
caught the blood and the
every
water
minute that
coming
you
out
get
of the side
average.
of
It
Christ.
keeps track of
He
a
sealed
30-day
it up,
period, and that's why it doesn't
and after a
update
whole
for
series
a
of
while. Is
adventures
because it has to
post-crucifixion,
take its
he
time gradually.
eventually
The
makes
last
his
day will
way
go back,
to England.
and then the next day will go forward.
And he presents
And
himself
we're at,
to
oh my,
tribal chieftain.
Oh my
named
God!
Arviragus. And he comes there
Oh
with 12
my
disciples, and
gosh!
he tells Arviragus he's there to establish a new church. And Arviragus gives him 12 hides of land. A hide is an ancient.
I can't even update that yet, bro. My brain's not working. I gotta go tell my mom.
So 12
I gotta go
hides
tell
of
my
land
mom. I'll be
means
right back.
1,440 acres. Now that's a Bible that has recurred reiteratively in the Bible. There's in the book of Revelations that describes the holy city descending from God out of heaven, and it has it's 12,000 furlongs in the King James. The length, the height, and the breadth of it are equal. The city lieth foursquare, and the length, the height, and the breadth of it are equal, 12,000 furlongs. Okay, well, turn 12,000 furlongs into feet, you get 7,920,000 feet. Lob the last 3 zeros off, and you've now got 7,920.
Interesting.
Now, Joseph of Arimathea gets this sacred precinct. At the center of the sacred precinct, he builds a little circular church, 39.6 feet in diameter. How do we know that? Well, because every time the original circular church at the center of the sacred precinct, which was 1,440 acres, 12 times 12 hides of land, right? Every time it fell into disrepair, it was repaired or restored, and the original dimension of that circle was carefully preserved all the way down until the Middle Ages, 1,000 years later, and an abbey was built there, and a small chapel was built adjacent to the abbey. And it was built in the form of a rectangle, but the width of that rectangle preserved the original diameter of that circular church that was at the center of the sacred precinct, 1,440 acres. Well, if you then take that 1,440 acres and draw it as a square, we don't know for sure if it was a square, but if you did, that square on its side would be 7,920 feet. So in other words,
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I have to call my sister. I have to. I'm so sorry.
At Glastonbury, where this is happening in England, is the same. It's 1 foot to 7,920 feet. So the foot is to the side of the sacred precinct in the same ratio. I could keep going with examples like this, see? And this is where it gets, to me, really kind of weird and bizarre. Because, you know, you're the skeptic, the reductionist is going to immediately knee-jerk say, it's all just a coincidence, you're playing with numbers. But it happens over and over and over again. And it's almost as if there is this proportional template that, well, the way it's been described is the ancient master builders were attempting to replicate the processes by which God built the universe. This is why Freemasons refer to God as the great architect. Because God was working, God geometry.
Sorry, guys, I got really excited.
Refer to God as
I know I got a little bit overboard, a little bit of
all of creation
overboard. I am so happy right now. We've never been 25. We have been 24.75.
It's there.
When Meaty Marley rated it.
You
The
can
day
see
after
it.
Meaty Marley rated
to the point
2 days
where
later after that was
you
gone.
cannot dismiss
That
this
was
as
completely gone.
coincidence
But guess
anymore.
what, guys?
Yeah.
You know
There's
what this
some kind
means?
of a pattern here.
We're only up.
And I don't claim to
only going
know
up.
what it is.
25 from 22? That's freaking 3.
Lectures and stuff. I show
That's a
example
huge
after
jump.
example after example,
Freaking
and how
huge jump.
there's a certain set
And this goes
of
every
numbers
single
that
day. Like,
recur over
you have
and
no
over and
idea. It
over
can't
again,
give
and
me
they're
more than
found
3. It
on
can't give me
sacred
more than
structures
3
all
because
over
if
the
it
world.
were, we
Yeah,
would
I've
make
seen
massive
a lot
like.
of documentaries covering the.
Just the way it works
the
over 30
pyramids.
days.
Yeah,
Like, it
have you
can't
seen
do
the work
that.
of
And if it
Robert,
did do that,
Robert Edward
oh my
Grant?
gosh! You know what this means,
Denying
guys?
him up.
Do you know what this
Check
freaking
out
means?
his work. He's done some amazing
Do you know
things
what this
on
freaking
all
means?
the pyramids on the Giza Plateau.
Oh my gosh!
Again,
I'm so
what
happy.
You mentioned earlier about moving big stones and frequencies. He's done some really interesting work.
Who knows that
and
song,
I had
Tequila?
a recent interview.
What
with
is
him.
the song? What is the
was on
song I
his
should play?
Podcast.
I don't
He
even know. I feel
showed
so
me. This is one of the
freaking
few
happy right
interviews I've ever done where the host talked more than I did. So I was all ears though. I was absorbing it, and I was sitting there with my calculator, fact checking everything he's saying. You know, yeah, okay, yep. And then there was the
now. I
overlap.
feel so weird right now.
Honing in on the number 432, which is interesting. 432 recurs over and over again in the Sumerian king lists. The total number.
I have a permanent smile on my face that can never be taken
the
away.
total number of the 10 kings of ancient pre-deluge or
I am so happy.
antediluvian kings.
For real.
The reign of the 10 kings, the mythical kings, is 432,000 years. And then when you go to the Vedic traditions of India, you have what are called the yugas, these great grand cycles.
My sister's calling me back. 1 second.
And they're all built upon a sequence that goes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the shortest epoch is the Kali Yuga, 432,000 years. So from the Vedic tradition, it gets the same number as the total of the reigns of the 10 mythical kings in ancient Sumeria. Then you go double that. Double that is 864,000. Triple that is 1,296,000. And if you lob a few zeros off that, you have 12,960, which is within 1 century of the last great global catastrophe, which was the Younger Dryas. Now, science has dated that event and said, yeah, here's this global catastrophe, without any reference at all to the fact that these numbers show up in ancient traditions, talking about these great epochal cycles of time.
What is the God frequency? Is it?
I don't know what that is. I've heard of it, and I don't know. I wish I could answer every question that everybody has, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't have my phone on me. Back to the reason I'm curious. I told you I'm building the studio.
Yeah.
So the pole.
Okay.
What do you orient your
So
buildings
now,
to?
You put the pole in the ground, and then you choose a length. It should be some sacred length, right? You draw a circle. Now, the pole should have a sharp point on the end. And now, when the sun rises in the east, it's going to cast a shadow to the west, right? Mm-hmm. Now, let's say the sun, wherever it is, whatever time of year it is. If it's after summer solstice, it's going to rise in the southeast. If it's before the summer solstice, it's going to rise in the northeast. But in either case, as the sun is rising, if you've got a picture in your head, the sun is rising up, it's arcing over. Excuse me, at high noon, the sun, at solar noon, that sun is going to be the highest in the sky that it's going to be for that day. And then it swings down and it sets in the west. Okay, now, as it's rising in the east, there's a long shadow that's cast to the west. Now, two things are happening as the sun is rising. The shadow is getting shorter, but it's also swinging around, so that at high noon, when the sun is due south at its culminating point, as it's called, in the arc of its position in the sky, the shadow of the pole is going to be pointing due south. Right? Mm-hmm. So now you've got a southerly direction defined right there for you by the pole. Now, as the sun is rising, the shadow is like this. The sun is rising, the shadow is swinging around, but it's also getting shorter. So at some point, depending on how big your circle is and how far it is removed from the pole, at some point, at some time during mid-morning, say, maybe 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, the shadow, which is getting shorter and shorter, you've drawn this circle around it, right? Now the shadow is getting shorter, and the point of that shadow, when it touches the circle you've drawn, you drive a stake there into the ground. Now, the shadow gets shorter and shorter. It's going to be the shortest that it is at noon when it's due south. Then as the sun is setting in the west, the shadow is swinging around and growing long again. And then you got to have somebody there, obviously, but then at the point when late afternoon, the point of the shadow hits your circle, you drive a second stake there. You string a line between them, and that's an east-west line. And now you've got your north-south axis, and you've got your east-west line. And so now you've laid out the 4 cardinal directions. Now, from there, you can begin to use geometry to lay out whatever you want. You want a square, you use geometry. You want a rectangle, you want a circle, you want an ellipse. From that point, you're working. See, now you've created essentially the two fundamentals of a Cartesian coordinate system, an x-axis and a y-axis. Right? Mm-hmm. And now you can lay out any geometry you want on it if you know the rules of geometry.
We're doing that. We're going to do that.
Absolutely.
I'm going to call my builder out right now. Austin.
Okay.
We're resetting those flags, buddy.
I like that.
Yeah, that's cool. I love that. I tell you what, I'm going to, I gotta get my phone here because talking about all these numbers here, that's weird. It's 111.
That's interesting.
I gotta know the God frequency here real quick.
I've heard of it. I couldn't tell you what it was, though.
I'm into frequency stuff.
Well, yeah.
963 hertz.
963 hertz. Well, okay, so 9 plus 6 plus 3, that's 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. The whole set of these numbers, pretty much like, think of it, 432, 4 plus 3 plus 2, 9. 79.
Her career is like
7
social
plus 9
media
plus 2,
marketing journalism.
18.
So like what she
1 plus 8 is
does
9.
is she knows
over and over.
like
Look at the yugas. I
publicity
said
things. Like
864.
I don't know how to
1,000 for the
explain it. That's
Dalafarya
like
Yuga.
she lives in LA.
8 plus
She
6
works
plus
with
4,
content
18.
creators and
1
things.
plus 8 is 9. The
And
Trina
that
Yuga, 12,000.
out of all my siblings, she's the only one who understands me.
1,296,000.
The only
So
one.
1
Not
plus
even
2
really my mom understands. My
plus
mom
9
knows
plus
I stream
6,
and she
18.
supports
1
me. My
plus
dad
8 is
doesn't really
9,
support me.
over and over
My dad
again.
knows I stream, but he doesn't
Interesting.
necessarily
Yeah,
care that I stream.
Interesting.
But
see
like
if
my
I
sister,
have
like she
something
really wants
here.
to see the best for me. Ever since she found out
Here
my
is
stream,
the
she wants to see me grow.
diatonic
And that
scale.
the fact that we hit
So you've
25
got,
out of freaking
For example,
75
the octave
is
of C
is mind blowing.
vibrates at 528
That is even a possibility.
528, right?
Like I'm freaking blind. Like I'm literally blind right now. Like you have no
G
idea.
Vibrates
I don't even
at
need my glasses.
396
It's a whole freaking new
cycles
world
per
right now.
second.
Like
So there's G and there's C.
oh my
Now,
gosh.
I said that
Tell
the
you sister, yeah,
original
she's pretty cool.
circular
She's a
church
pretty cool one right there.
was 39.6 feet.
Oh man.
369.
Because I dream big, brother. I dream really big.
396.
That's something that
Well,
I don't ever
Well, yes,
tell anybody
numbers
my true
just
dreams,
keep intermingling.
my goals,
Yeah.
and my plans,
So,
the things that I
Take
research
the
off stream.
39.6 times
I
10, you
told
have
anybody
396,
things that
which
that
is the
I've
vibrational
learned.
rate in cycles
One of
per
those
second
things
of G.
people, I don't know. It's not one of those things
C
that most people
is
know about. that
528.
people-
Add a zero
do.
on
You know what I'm
that,
saying?
now you
It's
got
not
the
one of
number
those
feet
things
in
that
a
like
mile.
it's not
Now,
normal
where's
to
the
do
origin of the
to
mile?
care that
I've looked it
much.
up. I've tried to
I don't
find
know
it.
how to
I
explain
can't
it.
find
Like,
anything. It's just apparently
to understand
very,
truly
very
the algorithm and every
Now,
single
we can go to
aspect
Stonehenge,
of what makes somebody
and
click you, like as a
Stonehenge is laid
person.
out on a
Like,
geometric template.
because I may have a
If you
name,
draw
Royce
a
_1.
circle
but
around the outer face. of the
besides
big
that, what you see on the For You
Sarsenstone
page is
sandstone
what you see
circle,
on my stream, and if you see
it's
this
right
big
at
guy in the background, only the big
105.6
guy,
feet.
and he's just
That's
talking.
the
It's
diameter.
like, who's gonna
So
click on
if
that?
I
You know
was
what I'm
going
saying?
to
You need other things. You
recreate
need a cool title. You
Stonehenge,
need a profile
I would go out
picture.
and I would
you
draw
need
a circle
tags.
105.6
You don't need
feet
20
diameter
tags. You
from
need
a center.
You need 3 or 4
And
tags.
then
You need
for the blue
ones that,
stone,
like,
which
even
is
though
a
you think the
rhyolite
more the better,
stone,
it's not necessarily the more the better.
I
If
would
you
draw
have so
a
many
circle
tags and
that's
people see that,
79.2
they
feet
don't
diameter.
value you as much.
Or
It's so
the
weird. It's the
radius,
same
my
as
my
playing
chain, my
people, that
rope,
if you
whatever
play
I'm using would
with
be
people and you
39.6 feet
consistently have
in
a few
radius. And I
people
would draw a
that
circle
want to
and
play
I
with
would
you
now
every
have
single day, and they build an expectation.
79.2
They don't
feet,
value you
and
as
that
much.
is the
There's so many
diameter of
different
the
key
blue stone
factors
circle
that
within
come into
a
play
few inches
and
at
making
Stonehenge.
the stream
The
what it
outer
is. That's
surface,
something that
105.6.
I'm going to continue to research
multiply
off
that
stream
times
and
5,
see
what do you
anything better
get?
that I can do to improve.
You
you
got
know?
a
I
calculator
think
on your phone?
making connections
Try
and
that.
building
Put in
our community, building our relationships is the
105.6
strongest thing to
and
do.
multiply
The
times
more
5.
people know each other, the more people know of each other. The
753.
so get this. So you know when people come and go throughout the day, and then they
105.
come and go, and they see somebody new with a name they've never seen before. You know what they think?
105.6
They
times
think,
5
oh, it's
times
me
5.
growing. And that is something that
528,
will
excuse me.
continue
There
to
we
go
go.
that way. And that
5
it is freaking mind blowing. It's actually
528.
mind blowing. Another thing I give you an
multiplied
example
by,
of.
what did you multiply
Moderating
that by?
in
5.
VIPs.
5. So if you
Moderating
multiply
in
it
VIP.
by
You know what I mean? It's 1 a.m. right
50,
now. Sweet
you've got a
dreams,
mile.
brothers. Thank you, Sam, for your
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Have a great rest of your night,
Is that
man.
a
Anybody who does
coincidence?
lurk, anybody who does stay in the stream, it is
And
very
then
much
the
appreciated.
average
We're working towards
distance
partner.
between the big
And,
Sarsenstone uprights.
If you guys
the
ever
mental
stream and you want me to
is
keep your tab
also
on while I go to
10.56
sleep, I
feet.
will. If you keep my tab on
So
while you
it
go to
looks
sleep,
like they were using a unit of
that's how it
measurement that was a
goes.
sub-multiple
I'll give
of
you
a
an
mile.
example and somebody who can vouch for me.
When they built
He is
Stonehenge
a
4,000
Hefe.
some
I kept
years ago.
Hefe stream on last night. 'cause
What
he kept
is
my stream on.
Stonehenge?
So
What is it?
It
I
is
think
one of
it's
those
part of
things.
an
The
ancient
energy you give me, I will
technology.
give you.
That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
100% hands down.
I think
Hobo,
all of these
baby
ancient
hobo slabs
structures
is another one.
that are using this orientation to the heavens, that's what they've got in common. They have a common geometry, a common
That
orientation.
he keeps me
and
on. I
there's
keep
another
him on.
factor,
There's a few others
It also seems that they're
that have
not
been on around the
located
times that I've been
randomly.
streaming a long time period.
They're placed
Or like while I'm streaming, it's
auspiciously
easy to
with
just have
respect
somebody
to the
go on my
geometry.
merry way.
The work of
And
what was his name? I've
anybody who
interviewed
does
him,
help me
Paul.
get partnered, I'm gonna help them. That is
If I'd had more than 4 hours of
100%.
sleep in 2
If
days,
I get 20
I
extra
would be a
emote
little bit
slots,
quicker on the ball here.
I'm gonna go Dicko mode. I will go Dicko mode. I will
it'll
do
come to me.
whatever
So
I gotta do.
He's written a book. He's written
You
a
know,
number of books
I'd make
on
emotes.
the
Imagine if I had
geomantic
20 more
principles
emote
behind
slots.
the siting
You know
of
what I would do with that?
these ancient structures.
You
And
know what I
he's
would do with that?
documented
I would
hundreds of
constantly
sites.
be making
It
emotes.
shows to a
I would have
high,
so many emote
more
slots
than
that
is
like
coincident
I have.
that they are located with
I would.
respect to the
It would be
geological
awesome. It'd be
structures,
freaking awesome.
particularly fault lines in the earth, which opens up an interesting realm of possibilities because there's
Don't
other
stop
research
believing.
that suggests that
Don't
Frequency
stop
and vibration.
yes,
believing.
and fault lines, a
stop
fault line is different, say, than just a fracture. A fracture, you've got a crack in the earth that's static, but a fault line, those rocks are moving with respect to each other under pressure. And that right there
Yo,
creates interesting
anybody who is listening
possibilities
and
about
plans on
in
hanging
terms
out
of
with us throughout the
effects
stream.
on the geomagnetic
Curious who
field.
is hanging out with us. You could use an emote if you want to
I'm
use that to
in the
recognize
infancy of
that.
trying to
But
figure this out.
I'm about to
There's
actually
other
start
people who've
getting
gone
probably
further than
things
this than I have, but I think it's part of
like
the whole.
my mind is
the whole
starting to get
canon
through that phase
of-
that it was
of,
just in, and I was just like
principles that are
fanboying.
employed
Not
in these
fanboying over
ancient
myself,
sacred
fanboying in the possibility
Number one,
that is even possible.
You get somebody out,
That I never
and
knew that I
I'm a
could even be
believer
here right
in
now
geomancy. I've
and
seen
have
it
what I
work.
have.
In my building trades, I have seen what are called dowsers at work and seen major companies, government agencies, others that have actually almost secretly employed water dowsers and diviners to determine what. My first experience was in about 1974 75. I got hired to build a pole barn, and so the client had bought 15 used telephone poles that he had, and he called me and said, "Is there some way we can use these to build a barn?" I said, "Yeah, well, let's build a pole barn. We'll put the poles into the ground vertically, and then I'll just frame a structure onto this thing. I'll run purlins around to tie them all together. I can build a roof. I can finish it off. All of that." And he said, "Okay." So we had a building site there where I was going to build this barn. So back then you could call Ma Bell. This was the telephone company that handled North Georgia, right? You call them up and they would charge $8 a pole. They would send their auger truck out. They would drill the hole, and then they used their boom and they would set the pole for you. It's a pretty good deal, $8. So we had 15 poles. So what I did was I went out, I figured out the layout of this, and every place I was going to have a pole, I had it 3 rows of 5 each. That was the 15, and I remember they were like 15 feet apart or something. Anyways, at each point where I wanted to put a pole, I drove a stake in the ground. So I had 15 stakes in 3 rows. Call Ma Bell, the phone company. Their auger truck comes out. There's 2 guys up in the front of the cab in their Ma Bell uniforms, and then in the back, this guy gets out. He's real tall, skinny guy. He might have been 6'5", 6'6", overalls and an old wrinkled hat, carrying what looked like a violin case. Gets out of the back of the truck, comes walking down, looking the sight over. And these other 2 guys are standing up at the truck, waiting. And I'm going, okay, who's this guy? What's he doing? So I'm standing aside there, while he comes out. He opens up his case, and he takes out 2 swing rods.
Dabs, hello.
You know what swing rods are?
I don't.
Okay,
Oh,
so let me
dabs,
explain what a
oh,
swing
dabs,
rod. Now,
oh,
there's
dabs, oh,
different ways you
dabs,
can
oh,
make
dabs.
swing rods.
Oh,
right?
dabs, oh,
What he had
dabs.
done was he had taken the old-fashioned
Please don't tell me that
automobile
you do not
antennas,
know. Please don't tell me you
And-
don't know.
the telescoping kind, and had a little ball on the end. And he had 2 of those, And he'd cut it off so that the larger outer sleeve was about maybe this long to where you could grip it. And then he bent it at 90 degrees. And so
Are you
it
about
was
to hurt
free
me,
to
bro? Are
swivel.
you about to hurt me?
So he had two of
You
those.
about to
They're
hurt me?
referred to in the,
You not
in the
know that I've been
dowsing
streaming for 4.5
field
days
as
straight
swing
now?
rods. Yeah, and I'm looking at him and going, what the hell is
More than
this?
that?
What the hell is he
Like
doing?
5
I'm
days
looking up
now?
at these
5
guys
days
and
straight?
And they were kind of
I've
like,
not ended?
I remember they were kind of chuckling or something.
And I'm live
because
now.
I'm standing
I've
there, I
been
got my
live,
tool
brother.
belt
I've
on
been
and,
live,
like,
man.
Well, this is,
running
I'm
for
sure
partner,
that they're
brother.
not pulling my leg, you know. But anyway, so he goes and he starts walking with the swing rods, holding them in front of him over each of the stakes I had driven in the ground. And as he walks, now, meanwhile, as he's walking, they're just kind of gently swaying back and forth. He steps over them, and as he'd step over each stake, he'd holler up to the guys at the truck, clear. He walked over all 15 of my stakes in the ground and said, clear. Now, between me and the main house, there was a garage building, and the driveway to the property came in and went to that garage building. And I knew that the water main came into the property
Yo,
somewhere
guys,
along
do you guys
there,
know
and
Big
it
Wayne?
probably crossed the driveway to
Big
get
Wayne
to
has
the
rated me
house.
like every single day of this long
So this
stream,
guy, he
and
goes walking over
that if there's
towards
one
the
person in here
driveway.
who's not following, I would
And he gets
more than
about
that. I
midway
want
across the
anybody who's
driveway.
not following Big Wayne to
And
follow
I'm
Big
watching
Wayne.
this whole time. I'm about as far away
And
from
that
him as, you know,
I
probably
wanna see
one
the
end
best for him, and
to
that
the other of this room
He's a
we're
great
in.
guy. He deserves a
All
lot
of
of
a
love and
sudden,
support. And I don't shout out just
Almost as if
anybody. Just
somebody had
remember that I'm
grabbed
not
the
going to be
ends
shouting out like
of those swing rods,
probably.
yanked them
I
into
shout
an
out people
X,
who support
and then
me, and
they
he
bent.
supports me. He's forced me.
They bent, like I could see him
multiple ways.
bending,
Whether
literally
by rating me or
bending
by watching
down.
my stream.
And then he took a couple
Great
of
guy
steps
who
off,
deserves a lot of love and support.
and they
and I
relaxed,
wanna see
straightened
the
up, and
best
went
for my
back to
friends,
just.
bro.
Then what he did was he walked in a zigzag fashion.
I hope that somebody
And
makes
every
that
time
rate or
he
makes that
crossed
shout out worth it.
where
and
the
actually
water main
follows,
came in,
because he deserves
he'd
it.
get a response, and I could see it. I could see the response, and it was pretty impressive. And just then the owner comes out, and he says, "Yeah,
I
I
have my
think the
iPad
water main
account
does
over
come
there.
in right there."
I don't
and
know
I'm
if it's
looking
even
at it.
helping. I feel like my account not
This
being
is fucking
verified is
interesting.
fucking it up.
Then he turns to me and says, "You want to try it?" I look at the guys at the truck.
Don't
Sure, why
stop
not? He
believing.
gives me those swing rods, and I go walking. I stepped across that point.
right,
and
what am I
felt
gonna
like
do,
I
guys?
got- you know how you like if you get a strong charge of static electricity? That's what it felt like.
I've actually heard of this before.
Yeah, and it felt like somebody grabbed the ends of those rods and swung them into an X. Now, I've tried it since then, and I've gotten a response, but never like that first
How long
time.
have I had VS
I don't know, I
Code
was
on
caught
me
off guard or
for?
something.
Have I kept that on
and
overnight?
maybe it also had something to do with him
Okay.
being there.
I guess I kept VS Code on
right?
overnight.
Now, since then, I've known probably half a dozen other people. I gave several lectures to the Appalachian Society of Dowsers back in the 90s.
Right,
and I got to know a
98
bunch
daily
of these
check-ins.
people that
We're
were like
halfway
literally like
there.
contracting out to building contractors, to other things. Literally people who were paying them money. And, if you read the scientific literature, it's skeptical. They have these tests where statistically there's no indication that there's any greater effect of that. But I totally think it has to do that there's really subjective things going on here. Because, first of all, I've tried it a lot since then and gotten mild responses, but never anything like that first time, where it was shocking. It was actually shocking to me. But after that, I came to believe, yes, there are these energies, and humans can detect them. We know animals detect changes in the geomagnetic field. And why is it so incredible that moving water underground, or moving water in a fault line, or two mineral or crystalline deposits moving at each other couldn't create enough
You guys have
anomalies
no
or
idea
fluctuations
how you guys
in the
made me the happiest
geomagnetic
man.
field that they could be detected.
Like-
And if you have people now, and back I knew guys. Now, I wasn't there, but I knew guys.
Feel like
Friends of mine, or not friends of mine, but acquaintances of mine that were Marines.
Some way. I don't have the money at the moment.
And they used
But
dowsers
I'm gonna
to
get
find
back when I
landmines.
can. Like I'm saying soon. I'm
Now,
saying
they would
soon.
not
I'm
have
gonna
done. You
make
can look up even
for it.
online. There's still like photographs online
I'm gonna try to
of
do
some of these
something big
guys.
for
I heard
people.
about it. This was years and years ago. I
Like,
think I
you
was
have no
telling
idea.
people.
I don't feel
somebody,
like I deserve
had
this.
a friend who was my neighbor who was an ex-Marine.
There's so many people
And I was
that
telling
probably
him
look
this
at me the
story.
same, and that
He was my neighbor
I'm
at the
very
time
sorry
this
for
happened.
those people.
He said,
I'm
"Oh
very
yeah,
sorry,
we,
and I
we had
wanna do
guys
something
in
that-
Vietnam that would use those to
Like,
find
what can I
underground
do?
tunnels,
And I don't know.
find landmines, and yeah, and I've looked up online since then. You can actually see the pictures of these guys. So, like, my thought was, okay, they would not be using this if it was just all.
That's why I try to make
BS.
emotes for people. That's why I try
There's
to do
something
anything
to
that
it.
I can for people.
Now, circling around,
is-
I think
is just
these
because
ancient
that
builders were
I
using
want to make
something
up for the
similar
support that people
to
give me. And
determine. Like,
that.
for example, when
Flamestar,
they
you
put that
listening
pole
right
in the
now? You
ground,
said
it
you were
wasn't
working on
just placed
calculus
randomly.
homework. If you cannot,
Like,
get
for
that,
example, you can look at some of the
you want-
some of the
I'm
temples.
not going to help
like
you cheat,
Shark
but I can
Cathedral
help
is a
you
good
get the
example,
answer.
which I highly recommend. Shark Cathedral.
And
There's a series of fault lines that intersect
yeah, because
directly
if I
under
help
the
you
holy
cheat, then you
altar.
won't be able to get the exam.
And you
but
can
I
go
can't help you
down.
learn
There's a crypt down
fundamentals.
below the altar
There's
you can
different
go
things
into,
that
and there's a
can be
well.
broken down easier.
And you can see right down into the well.
No, you're telling
the
me how you're
water
working
table.
on calculus and that.
Now, here's another
Like I want to make
interesting
days. I
coincidence.
want
If
to
you
make the
take
days
that
easier for
flagstone
people.
pavement,
Like
which is
if
the
you're
floor when you
struggling
walk into the
and
cathedral,
you could have
the
a
height
better
of
day if
the
it was simpler. I
vault,
can make it simpler.
it's like roughly around 120 feet.
But do
above
you understand what I mean by
paving
that?
stones of the floor.
You understand what I mean by
It's the
that?
same distance
Hey,
above.
Flamester, send me
as the
send
water
send me
table
an
is
example
below.
on Discord. Send me an example on
Is
Discord.
that
I
a
want to show you how
coincidence
quick I
again?
can get
See,
it.
these kind of things, you can multiply them over and over and over again. And you get to the point, well, okay, so maybe we should hypothesize
Like a
that there's-
screenshot of
there's
the
a
question.
method to this madness.
Of the details of the question.
I can't say that I know what it is.
You
I think,
underestimate me,
maybe
man.
we
You
can
underestimate
recover.
me.
I mean, what I'm
For real, for real.
interested in doing is, and there's people, like I mentioned, Robert Edward Grant and others that I know. I think we're kind of in this phase right now where it's essentially trying to reverse engineer what these peoples of long ago were up to with all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And
Jay Expenses,
And
I
I
love you,
ultimately
Jay
think it's
Expenses.
technological.
I love you.
It's
Thank you for
fascinating
watching
stuff,
Big
isn't
Wayne.
it?
isn't it though?
I know you may not have said anything,
Yeah, I mean, I got pictures I could pull up
but
and
you
show
helped
you
me
right
out.
here
You
of
helped make my
15 polls.
freaking
I
sanity
took
feel better
pictures of
because
it.
I feel
We'll get them from
I
you.
feel bad.
Put 'em
I
up
feel
on-
freaking
on
bad when
screen. I mean, that brings us
deserve to be doing
into, I
better.
think, plasma technology,
just one of those things.
Yeah,
lightning bolt technology.
yeah. Well,
What is it?
lightning bolts, that's plasma, ball
Who heard that
lightning.
part about the elephants
The
being in
sun is
America?
Plasma.
I'm not listening to it right now. I should probably be
Aurora
listening to it.
Borealis, the northern lights, is
But there was a
plasma.
part when I was
It's the fourth
getting
state
ready
of
to take a
matter.
shower.
It's what
and
happens
I thought
when
that was the coolest
the
thing.
electrons
There's
and the neutrons
elephants
become
and-
completely
and
disassociated.
what are they called? Woolly mammoths?
Solid liquid
America?
gas,
That's crazy.
degrees of freedom between electrons
I
and
never
neutrons,
thought that
right?
they were.
Even in a
I never
gas,
thought
there's
that was a
still
possibility.
bonds. But when you get to plasma, they completely break free. So now you have electrons, neutrons become ions, and because they're electrically charged, they can be influenced by magnetic fields. And they also have this tendency to self-organize under the right conditions. If you apply the right frequency, it's like they spontaneously organize into toroidal forms. And then what happens is that, if you look at a torus in cross-section, it looks like an infinity sign. But picture kind of a donut. Here's
that
what
Dwight's
you
favorite song?
visualize a sphere
From The
with
Office?
a North Pole and a South Pole.
Boom,
And now let's say you collapse that sphere so that the North Pole and the South Pole meet at the equator. So now you've got this like indentation in the north and the south.
Hope you guys are having
Well,
a
what
good day. I'm
happens-
so happy. And,
Yeah,
and
like cones. If you
so
they're
many
like
mixed
cones, right?
emotions. I
Well, what
feel like-
happens, and this
What
is
the
this
fuck
is
is even
I'm
going on with me?
rudimentary in understanding
shit.
this, right? But what then happens is that you get this electron or ion or both stream that starts cycling down that what do you want to call it? What did you just call it?
Cone.
A what?
Cone.
Cone.
Like a funnel.
Starts slightly, yeah, perfect. Starts spiraling down that funnel, and as it's spiraling down, it's increasing and increasing in rotational velocity. Now, In the northern hemisphere, say, it's going clockwise, and in the southern, it's going counterclockwise. And they meet at the equatorial plane. And that's where something really interesting happens that I don't understand. But you've got this accelerating rotation, faster and faster, coming down literally to the microscopic level. And then those two whirling vortices meet each other. Something happens there that's almost supernatural. And I can't claim to know what it is, but that's the basis of the plasma technology. And that creates, well, in the machines that are being developed, they work by generating microscopic cavitation bubbles. And then those cavitation bubbles are subject to very rapid vacuum and pressure.
Rippy, are you listening?
Because if they're fed into, like, say, a generator or a combustion fossil fuel based any engine of any kind, where you've got pistons moving up and down, the movement down will create a compression phase, and then the moving up will create a vacuum phase. And what will happen is the microscopic bubbles, the cavitation bubbles, collapse on their axes. They form these perfect toruses that now initiate this self-organization process of the plasmoids. And they can now be harvested from that machine that's creating these bubbles. And then they're fed into a series of tubes and cylinders and spheres that are carefully machined to very specific and precise ratios. And it's, for example, one end you've got a sphere with an opening in it, and the plasmas are fed into that under high pressure, and in that sphere, they start whirling. And there's a thing that's, and I'm still trying to understand how it works, the Hilch vortex tube, which can actually create two vortices, one whirling one way, and then another one inside it whirling the other way. And it can actually separate, you can feed in air at room temperature, and it separates that into a hot and cold end. And that differential can be up to a couple of 100 degrees difference. Again, we can pull up and I can provide you with the graphics and stuff to help understand this. The thunderstorm generator, so-called, works on the same principle. Except what it does is it has a cylinder that's within a cylinder within a cylinder, a sphere within a sphere within a sphere. Now here's where it gets interesting, is because, okay, you feed the plasmas in, they start this whirling. Mm-hmm. And one vortex whirls down one direction, the other is fed in, it whirls in the other direction, and then they're both fed back to where they meet. So you've got this cold and this hot front meeting. That's why it's called a thunderstorm, because it's operating on the same principle as like a cold front. And then, like cold, what happens? A cold front meets a hot front or a warm front, and it begins discharging lightning. It starts discharging plasmas, right? So this thunderstorm generator can now be hooked up to any kind of internal combustion engine, to a generator, and something really bizarre happens. And I was reluctant to talk about it. You know, I went on Rogan's show with Graham Hancock a year ago last November. And I had already been in contact with Malcolm, one of the preeminent inventors and developers of technological applications of plasmas. I hadn't decided yet whether he was for real or not, but I'd been talking to him distance for over 7 years, and his story never changed. Right? And I took careful note of that, and I began looking at some of the things that he claimed as sources, and they all checked out. Going back to Nikola Tesla, right? Coming up through like half a dozen other researchers that had worked in some capacity trying to develop technologies around this plasma energy, like learning how to contain plasma and then extract energy from it. So then, and I'm not going to get into all the details because it's a pretty wild story, but
I love the details.
I know, but I'm like, okay, so I go on Rogan with Graham Hancock, and Graham invited me to go on with him. We'd been on there before multiple times, and I had, when Graham was researching his books and stuff, in at least one case, I'd been out in the field with him at least a couple of times, guiding him and showing him evidence in the landscape for these tremendous catastrophic events, which he then documents like in the book Magicians of the Gods. I think there's 2 chapters in there devoted to our travels together and the things that I was showing him. Well, anyways, before we go in, he says, because, Graham has been attacked left and right by the mainstream guys, the archaeological establishment and all. He says, let's not get into talking about ancient technology. Okay, if you don't want to, I'm fine.
What am I doing?
Happy to talk about
What am I
massive
doing?
extinctions or giant floods or
That's what
asteroid
I'm doing.
impacts or whatever. I'm sure, yeah. Well, then the issue came up of the ancient builders and how they moved 200-ton stones. So Joe is
Hey,
like, well,
Flame, if you're
did they have
listening,
some
I'm
technological
just starting it, like
means?
literally just now. Like,
And
here's
go
that
back and
quick,
watch
here's
that
quick,
November
we can do it.
show from, like, they kind of like both look at me. Well, wait a minute now. I'm thinking, I just said I was not going to talk about that, right? So I was evasive. But Joe, you can like, you'll see, like I'm trying to not talk about it. And Joe, no, whoa, come on, what do you. So I mentioned that, well, I'd been talking to this inventor for about 7 years, and he's been developing these technologies using plasma, and it's frequency-based, right? And at this
You're
point,
gonna
I
think,
already
why
knew
am
that
I
the
not a
thunderstorm
computer science
generator-
major? That's
and I'll
what you're
show
gonna
you
think.
pictures of one now that's been
maybe you
retrofitted
are.
on a 300
Maybe you are,
kilowatt
that's why.
generator on a substation outside of London. And they're testing the damn thing. And it works. It does what it's predicted to do, right? I mentioned that he was on an island where he'd gone because there had actually been a couple of attempts on his life. So he was an oil prospector. And he discovered oil in Tasmania, and one of the big oil companies was trying to wrest the license away from him. So they did a whole smear job against him, started paying off journalists and Tasmanian government officials and stuff and trying to create, portray him as a grifter and all this to scare away investors, because they were trying to. This company had overstated their reserves by about 30%, and they were going to get in some major trouble. And they did get in major trouble. In 2003, the entire board of this company resigned. And I've double-checked that. Now, one of the things that's leading up to this, when I'm still like, okay, should I be believing all of this? Well, let me, before I jump to that, so I kind of outed the guy inadvertently, because he had told me that because of what the history of these kind of alternative energies not making it out, he decided he was going to use a different strategy. He was going to open source everything, all of his notes, and he had spent 7 years writing up his notes, several thousand pages of notes and schematics and diagrams. He had patent applications. All of this he was going to open source. And he asked me, because he had no connections, and I had already was building up quite an audience, and he asked me, when he first called me, he told me this. He said, I've been working on this plasma energy, and it's based on frequencies, and these frequencies are connected to these ancient sacred numbers. And he said, I watched a podcast, and it was you giving a lecture, and you were talking about ancient numbers, and the numbers you were mentioning were exactly the numbers that I found made this technology work. For example,
We spent a solid like
spheres
5 hours
have to be
working on that
in the
freaking
ratio of 4 to
Wayne's
3
screen.
to 2.
On stream, we spent like a solid 5
And if
hours
they
doing it
weren't
yesterday.
in those proper ratios, you didn't get the effect, right? So he's telling
Actually,
me
a
all
lot
of this,
longer than
and
that.
He's said,
been like
the
half
reason
the
I'm
day
reaching
fucking
out
working
to you
on
is
it, I feel.
because I'm thinking you're probably one of the only people in the world I can talk to about what I'm doing. Well, I'm honored if this is all real. Well, so after I'm
Don't
on
worry.
I outed him.
Be
Now, he was off traveling
happy.
somewhere, and he got so freaked out, he never went back to his laboratory. He came right over to America. And I was scheduled. Now, this would have been November, a year ago, November. So I also mentioned the car manufacturer Mazda, who had expressed interest in the technology. Now, I don't think they've gone forward with it, but at the time, I didn't realize, because I thought he'd given me the green light. I'm going to open source it, so, I'm going to put it all out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so turns out that he had and his small group of potential investors had signed a non-disclosure agreement with Mazda. And here I am on Joe Rogan shooting my big mouth off, innocently blabbing away. So, like the next day, within a day or two, I get a call from Roland Perry. He was probably Australia's best seller. He's also an investigative reporter and has some pretty high-level connections with Australian intelligence and so on. I get a call from telling me, you just outed Malcolm, but it's cool. It's going to be okay because don't get freaked out, So one of the high-ups, a guy who was with fellow who has a international passport with World Bank. He was one of the people who were involved in looking at this technology. I didn't realize this. He had jumped on a flight and immediately went to Japan to do damage control from me shooting my big mouth off. But it turned out okay, I guess, because within a few days their stock went up.
Very interesting.
Red beer, you listening?
So
I hit 25 out of 75.
I had scheduled to go down to do an interview with Tucker Carlson. So I went down to his studio in Florida, Boca Grande, just south of Sarasota. I was in the hotel there, and the inventor shows up, Malcolm, he shows up. So I stayed a few extra days. We went through a lot of stuff. I left, went back to Atlanta. He stayed on. It turned out he went and got a room in a beachfront resort. And it turned out the manager of the place was a Randall Carlson fan. So he gave Malcolm the run of the place. And a lot of it, they had a restaurant and all this there that had closed down during COVID. So he gave Malcolm the keys, said use it for whatever you want. So we set up like a mini podcast studio in there. And we then had an interview with a man by the name of Com Carpenter, who is the founder of the India Foundation, which is a liaison between the French government and the Indian government. So we had this interview with him. He took this information to the Indian government, and they were very interested in it. So now I'm going to skip some of the details, but fast forward to last summer. Now, okay, so Joe asked me to come back on to talk about the technology. So we agreed that I would come back in February. And then, so I went back on Joe's show, but Malcolm the inventor was here in America, and he came up to Atlanta to tutor me in the technology. So we put together a big slideshow, over 200 slides, which I have right here on mine. And then he gave a series of lectures. As he then went through the slides, he gave lectures on that. And so then I had this invitation to go back on Joe's to talk about the technology. Well, here I had the inventor right here with me, so I contacted Joe and I said, I've got the inventor with me. Do you want to bring him on? He said, sure. So myself, him, George Howard, who I mentioned earlier, runs the Cosmic Tusk website and so on. He went with a couple of other friends that went with. We drove down there and went in there and myself and Malcolm sat down and Jamie had found this stuff from the 90s and the early 2000s online where it goes back to this controversy where they were trying to get the license away from Malcolm.
Interesting.
So it was basically a series of hit pieces that I'd had this conversation with Roland Perry he called me, we had this long conversation, and he said, yeah, I spent 4 years investigating Malcolm. So all the stuff he's telling you is real. And I've seen the technology work. Okay. And I knew it was Roland Perry. I mean, he sent me links and, I watched videos that he was on. So that boosted my confidence quite a bit that this was all real. But basically what happened was I had this slideshow we had put together.
I know what I'm doing now.
And this paperwork Jamie puts on. So Joe was looking at this stuff when we just walk in. Now he knows nothing about any of this except what he's seeing.
Batman, who's your favorite streamer?
Trying to portray
I'm my
Malcolm
favorite
as a
streamer,
religious
brother.
nut and a bunch of other weird stuff that I'd already seen.
You have too
and I
many
talked
favorite
about it
streamers,
with Roland
Batman.
Perry,
That's
and
one
said, yeah,
thing.
this was
You
all
need
part
to
of
not
this
have that many
smear
favorite
campaign.
I'm
just
very
like they've done
sorry
with
to
Graham
tell you.
Hancock, just like they've done with
earlier.
all these
You were
people.
looking
You
up.
tried to discredit them.
You look up to Jinxie. You're looking up to the wrong guy,
but
man.
The key here is this.
Hell yeah, brother.
Regard-
Sorry, man. I was a
even
little
if
off
all
my
that
world.
was true,
You should
which
not
it
have
isn't, but
multiple
even if it
favorite
was,
streamers. You probably should have.
the technology
like
works.
one favorite streamer.
His
That
invention
shouldn't be
works,
Jinxie, it should be
okay?
Skype.
So
That's where I met you from. That should
we
be
went
Skype.
on the show and
It is one of those things.
Joe,
Favorite means as in one favorite.
saw
Doesn't
this
mean
stuff and thought, okay, who is
multiple
this guy
favorites.
that Randall's brought in here? He's a grifter. So it got contentious. And if it ever airs, you'll see me constantly trying to steer the conversation. I've got the slideshow open there. I'm saying, come on, guys, let's look at the science here.
Yeah.
But they were going at each other. And when it was over,
I'm making a video for tomorrow. I'm
we
just
go
not
out and
doing it on
Joe
stream
calls
just
me
because
aside
I
and says,
think
hey.
this is more interesting to watch.
And the thing is by the end of this, I'm thinking, people are going to go, oh, gosh, Randall is,
It's only 4
promoting
kills.
this
It's going to be a pretty quick
promoting
one.
this con man. And I'm thinking, oh, shit, what, I'm already thinking about the ramifications of this. And I'm going, man, this is going to throw serious upheaval in my life. And then Joe calls me to the side as we're going out and he says, hey, be okay with you if I sat on this for a while?
Hey, brother, you want to know the
Figure
thing
out.
that turned me against
I was
Jinxie?
like, yeah, sit on as long as you
Is
want.
the fact that I live every single day
so it
like
never
it is
has-
my last.
Never has aired,
And that
which
I
is fine
value
with me because
the
it was
decisions that I make,
it got so
whether they're
off
good
track.
or bad, for the
And
fact
I
that
wanted
I
to
make
stick to the
mistakes,
science.
that
Now,
we are
I
human.
knew at the time, this is
We can use
February,
our mistakes
a year
to
ago last
improve,
month. I knew that
and
there
that
was a
he
whole
doesn't
series
care
of
to
testing coming up
improve in terms
the
of
next summer, which was
schooling
last
system.
summer.
When the whole
And I was
reason there
present at
is
some of
school
these
is for
tests and
children
saw for
who need
myself
improvement, who need
what was happening.
a role
And
model in their
was
life,
able to
whether it is
there with
a father figure or a mother
an
figure,
admiral,
or friends
a
or family
retired
that they would
admiral
normally
from the
not get to
Indian
see.
Navy.
And that he doesn't value
Flew all
school.
the way over from
And
India to be there
guess
present
what?
at this test.
I value fucking
That was at a
school. I
major
think that
industrial
even though
laboratory
it
at
gave
one
me
of
the
the
hardest
research
moments of my whole life
labs
that make
out
me who
in
I am, that
Raleigh,
I
North Carolina.
freaking
That's
really do
all at
care
this point that I
if
can
I
say
didn't
about it.
have
But until
facts, Batman. If
final
I didn't
test
have
results are published.
that growing up, guess
But
what?
I was there,
I'd
saw
probably
it
be a
working.
douchebag.
Saw
I'd probably
2
be an asshole to
generators,
people.
a
But
control
instead, I got
generator,
bullied. That
and one
made me
with
who
the
I am.
technology.
So-
I watched as the engineers
Facts. It
and the
shows in our
scientists there
future. School is
calibrated
very
them
important
both.
for the rest of
And then
society.
I was the one who went up
If
and
the person who is leading the
started
next
both
generation
generators,
is
to run
telling
2
all the
separate rooms.
kids that my teachers used to say I was going to
started
be
the
a
technology
failure.
on one of the
That
generators.
I got out of grad. I got graduated.
So we've
and I
got
said,
readouts. We've
"Fuck
got
'em.
we've got gas
I wish I
analyzers
never
there,
did that
probes
shit."
going up into the exhausts
know?
of the generators.
Ever met
We've
Scott
got a
in
couple of
person?
guys
I
there with
wish.
mass
I wish.
spectrometers
He called me his
hooked up.
brother the other day when
So
we
we've
were in
got
chat.
multiple
He
ways
said,
of determining
he said,
what's
Roy,
coming
stop
out
the
of the
glaze.
exhaust
You my
pipes of
brother.
these 2
So,
generators, right?
I think that means pretty
We
much
flip,
that we're
I go up
friends.
there and I flip the switch on the one that has the the thunderstorm.
Yeah, no, Flame, 100%. Not everybody is
plasma generating
like
retrofit.
I didn't go to school my last year of high school.
And we watched.
Like,
So we
I
got
went
a first
online.
read. I can show you.
I literally
I've
went
got a
online.
Printout
So I
of
mean,
the
I'm saying
readouts
to
right
make
here
me
on
who
my
I am.
computer.
The
Really?
scenarios
Yeah, I
that
do.
in life,
And
that
you can see
it made me who I am. So I
you
do
got
value
it
it
was the I think it's
because
called a Kane 5 something because
some teachers aren't good, but I can
measures
name you
5
probably
gases.
a couple. Mr. Wolf,
Carbon
Mr.
dioxide,
Conley,
carbon
Mr.
monoxide,
Smeka. Those three
nitrogen
teachers
oxide,
that
other
were
methane, other hydrocarbons, probably like
they had
methane
things
and
that
whatever
going on in their
else,
life that
and
made them. I
oxygen.
don't know how to explain it. Mr.
Okay.
Conley was a great guy.
So
Mr. Smeka was a pretty great guy.
flip the
Mr. Wolf
technology on.
had his
You can
flaws,
sit
but
there,
no
I can
matter
watch
what,
the
I
mass
tried to make him
spectrometer, I can watch
like
the
me.
gas
And
analyzer,
I don't know.
You're looking
I don't
at
know.
like
School was good, but there's a lot of
10%
shitter goblins.
or
But at the
parts
same
per
time,
million.
it makes me who I am. So.
Let's see. Carbon
Thanks,
carbon monoxide, and oxygen were
anybody who didn't get their 100,000 points
percentages.
before
Methane
while I was
and
gone,
nitrogen
if
oxide were in
I can
parts
go
per
back,
billion.
I can scroll down to the activity
So
feed for the
basically,
last 12 hours.
oxygen is like at a 4 or
And I will give them to you.
5% coming out of
We redeemed it, and I
the-
was not there.
the exhaust, which is about typical for a generator like that.
Good morning. Good
You
morning.
got, I think, like 10, 11 was 12%
Good
of
morning.
CO2,
Bum, bum, bum,
CO.
bum, bum. Good morning. Good morning to you. Dad Joker, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the first time chat. I would love to look up if Ubisoft. Let me look up R6 servers real quick. Servers status. How are you, man? Thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. You have no idea how much joining my stream means the world to me, man. And I really hope that you decide to stick around and get to know me a little bit. There are no server outages, so I'll give you a few tips. Check to see if your Ethernet cable is plugged in all the way. If it's not plugged in all the way, plug it in all the way. Run a test, an internet test on PlayStation after it is plugged in on the way. Make sure if it is, you have an Ethernet, make sure that it is connected, or like there's a setting that will either be internet or Ethernet. So make sure it's on the right setting, and then reload your game or restart the game, and then try it again. I've been having a lot of problems where it will not get me a game for 25 minutes. And so when it gets to that crazy or like offline problems, just reset your internet or reset your console. And if that doesn't work, I will figure out another thing that you can do, Dat Joker. But thank you for the first time chat, and I really hope that you'd be down to get to know me. We have been streaming for over the last 100 hours straight. We were streaming for the last 116 hours straight. And I would hope that you would like to be a part of our community. It's day 618, streaming every single day, never missing a day. And I stream every day at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 p.m. GMT. And I'm assuming that you're probably having a shitty morning or shitty afternoon because you can't get to see to work. But I hope that gets better, and that if you have anything that I can help you with, that I would love to help you, brother, for real. And if I can help you and you can help me, if I could figure out something that you're having troubles with and that you would like to help me with the follow and being a part of the community, we're trying to hit partner. I am 1/3 of the way to hitting partner. We're 25 out of 75 average for partner. And I would really appreciate that. A follow would be greatly appreciated. You don't have to, man, but you get 5 emails for following. You could join the Discord. We have a promo in Discord that you can put your link in anytime, and I try to check it as often as I can. And I would be there to help you, man.
etc. So as you're watching it, here's what happens.
Hey, Dad Joker, I
Carbon
assume
dioxide,
that
carbon
I was not
monoxide,
worthy
methane,
of your follow.
hydrocarbons and nitrogen oxides.
Before you decide to go, Dad Joker, I just want to say thank you so much for the first time chat. The fact that you give me any opportunity to even know you know who I am and know that I exist. And thank you for acknowledging that in my stream. The fact the first time chat can only happen once. A first time chat cannot be like a follow. A follow can be followed and unfollowed. You don't know how many negative Nancy's I meet every single day that follow me. They're haters in game chat. And you know what they do? Guess what they do? They say, yo, Royce has been streaming for 116 hours. I'm going to follow him, and then I'm going to unfollow him, and I'm never going to come back. And guess what? 2 hours later, I'm going to unfollow him, and I'm going to tease him. So it's one of those things that I really do appreciate your time and the energy that you spend and you give me when you could be anywhere else, and you give me that part of your life that, and this goes for everybody. This goes for every single one of you guys that watch my stream, that I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for you. Thank you so much, for real. Thank you. I'm trying to get my priorities situated at the moment, and so that means post a video for tomorrow at noon Eastern.
Start going
That's what
down.
I'm working on right now.
Oxygen starts coming up.
Interesting.
CO2 zeroes out. Carbon monoxide zeroes out. The nitrogen oxides go down to just a few parts per million, as does the other hydrocarbons. Oxygen
Good morning.
tops out at
Good
over
morning.
20, I don't remember exactly, between 20 and 21%,
Good morning.
which is optimum percentage of oxygen for pure unpolluted air. So what is now coming out of the generator, the generator with the technology, is pure unpolluted air.
No kidding.
No kidding.
No
kidding. Yeah. On top of that, what it's doing, it's capturing everything that's coming out, and it's feeding it back into the thunderstorm generator. So at the initial, in order to get the plasma separation to occur, I think you have to get it up to like 700 and some degrees. But once you do that, it's almost, not quite, but almost self-perpetuating. And you just have to replenish the water. Like I forget, however few hundred hours that it runs, you have to replenish the water. And that's it.
Man, and you've seen this.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. And I've known, multiple people now that have seen it. The Admiral.
It's 3
he took it
p.m.
back
Whenever
to
you
India.
join the Discord, let me know
India
and I will
is
give you a roll.
seriously looking at it and as a retrofit for their Navy.
Man.
The industrial, and I can show you this on the computer too. I've got photographs of like the big industrial scale application on the 300 kilowatt Perkins generator on the substation in London. I mean, they're testing it, and they may start retrofitting all of their because it doubles to triples the efficiency of these engines.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And you think that they had this back in ancient times?
Some iteration of it, I suspect.
My hair keeps tickling me.
It just gets more
Stop
bizarre
tickling
as
me,
we go on.
please.
When you create these vortexes, you start this spiral motion inside the sphere, and then it travels
You know the
down.
greatest feeling
So you got
today
an outer
that I
cylinder
was
and
able
an
to
inner
get
cylinder.
was to tell my mom.
And
or not-
one vortex
was to
is
tell my mom, but also tell my
inside
sister
the
that I
outer,
got freaking
but
25 out
outside
of
the
75
inner.
average.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
for
Then
a
the
partner,
next
that
vortex
as soon as we
going in
hit
the
75
opposite
average
direction,
for the last
in
30
the
days,
opposite spin,
that I will be
is
partnered on
inside
Twitch.
the
That is
next
even a
cylinder.
possibility.
Okay.
Now, in order to transition from, and again, and I can show you this on here because I got photographs of all the components, how they fit together, videos of them being assembled in the machine shops, right here on this laptop, so you can see it. You can't, like if you have a sphere and you just cut a round hole in it and you stick a cylinder onto it, it's got this like sharp edge, and that would induce turbulence that would affect this coherent, organized vortex that forms. So you have to have a transition between the cylinder and the sphere. to prevent that turbulence from being introduced. Experimentation has shown that one angle seems to be optimum for minimizing the introduction of the turbulence. What do you think that angle is?
I don't know.
51.84 degrees. Slope to base of Khufu's pyramid. Another coincidence? I don't know. That leads me to think, okay, I've suspected all along that these pyramids and these structures are part of an ancient technological system. Probably somewhat along the lines of the principles of Nikola Tesla.
Nikola Tesla's a very smart
who
guy.
was able to
Ace.
generate energy by
I've learned a
setting up some
lot from
kind of a
Nikola Tesla. That is something
relationship
that a lot of
between the
people
Earth and the
who
ionosphere.
take this advice to think about the smartest
I
people
don't know
that
what's
have
going
ever
on there.
lived.
I'm still
They have
trying to figure out.
experienced
Listen,
those
I was
days
in kindergarten
none of us will
2 years ago. Now
experience.
I'm in first grade.
And for that reason,
But
you got a naenaes
when I
and you
was
got a
there
thug
at
shake.
this,
I gotta give Buttery
testing,
their 100,000 really
I'm seeing
quick.
these scientists, physicists, and engineers and stuff. They're all scratching their heads, going, "Okay,
How am I? How are
we see
you,
this,
homie?
but
How are you?
they've
Thank
been
you for asking. I
struggling
do
for a
appreciate
year
that.
now to
It means a
explain
lot.
what has actually happened."
Good morning.
There's a fellow by the
Good
name of Bob
morning.
Grenier, who I think has
Today
probably
is the
come as
greatest
close as
day.
anybody. He's
Good
head of the Martin
morning. Good
Fleischmann
morning
Memorial Project.
to you.
Martin Fleischmann was one
Look
of the
at this,
pioneers
look
in
at
these
this, look at this, look
alternative
at this.
energies, particularly working with
Good
plasma.
morning. Good
Brilliant,
morning.
brilliant mind. He
Bum,
came
bum,
on board
bum,
about a
bum,
year
bum.
ago.
Good morning.
And he was at there was a Tesla Tech
morning.
conference in last summer in Albuquerque.
Bum, bum,
And
bum, bum, bum,
my
bum,
pal
bum,
and
bum, bum,
partner
bum,
in HowTube.com
bum,
did the live streaming
bum,
out to, I don't know, a couple of thousand people around the world that paid
bum,
to be able to witness. And what they did in front of a live audience on a stage is they brought in a generator and retrofitted it right there. And as a
Yeah,
result
man, it's
of
a
that,
Sunday, man. Every
several
day is the
things
greatest
happened.
day, even on
From
some of the
there, it
hardest
went
days
to
of
this
our lives.
research lab in North Carolina.
That is one
From there,
thing
it went to a conference in
that
Zurich
you
where
give
it
me
was
the greatest
presented.
life that I could ever have.
Malcolm then went and spent 2 months in India
That one day I will make it worth it. I will pay
demonstrating and
forward.
building
I'll pay it forward
prototypes.
to my homies.
And so, I mean,
Sooner than
this is
later.
the
It's coming
phase where
soon,
it's at
guys.
now.
Trust the process.
Let's see what else. I mean,
They're
so
really looking at this.
what?
People are really paying attention to this.
People are starting to pay attention to this. Yeah, that's exactly. So,
What?
there's a really interesting.
Thank you for being a part of my community,
that I
man. I
would
really
recommend
appreciate the
watching. It's an
follow the other
interview
day
with
and
the
coming
gentleman's
back
named
and
George
actually
Lush.
like feeling
He works
comfortable to
in
talk.
high performance.
So we're watching this
metals.
while I work on some things. Let me turn it down a
Contracts.
very
He's
tiny bit.
third generation or company
But I just want to say thank you so much for the first time chat and giving me the time of your day. Feeling comfortable enough to watch my stream, and that is one thing that first time chats can only happen once. That anybody can come in here and they can follow me and then they can unfollow me. And then that is something that cannot be undone. A first time chat is once you're done, once you first time chat, it only happens once. Thank you for this first impression. And I hope that you're having an amazing day. And I hope you'd like to give me, you might be busy. If you're ever busy, I'd really appreciate whenever you do decide to come back that you give me 5 minutes of your time. Because I would really like to tell you about myself. I'd really like to get to know you a little bit and tell you who I am. Tell me what kind of stream I'm trying to grow in that. What I'm trying to do with my life.
Stuff is moving.
Yeah, he's back! Joker, you're back! Still won't work. Is there a setting? I bought it off Ubisoft. Okay, so give me the exact details. Are you... Yo! You're modding Zelda? Dude, my buddy Cappy would freaking love you. That's so cool.
I'm not sure what.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. With doing anything right, you're gonna have people who don't like you, people that don't want to see you grow, or people that don't want to see you win. And so I have been streaming for over 116 hours without ending. And this has done is it has gotten all the envious people away. That anybody who envies me, who does not want to see me grow or support my stream, they will not watch me. They have not been here since. And I know who those people are because they don't know that I know who they are. But I've been streaming every day for 618 days. in a row, going from not having anybody to having somebody, having no social interactions to having interactions. Do you know what that does to a human? Do you know what that does to a man? That teaches me how to talk. It teaches me how to be who I am. And I can see this through some people's masks. And guess what? Now that I'm doing as good as I'm doing, they will not be around. They will not come around. They will not talk to me in my chat. They will not daily check in. They will not give me any time of their breath. And guess what? To the person who just unfollowed me and don't want to be a part of my community anymore, one day we will have 1 million community members. And you will not be a part of that. And if you are a part of that, guess what? Just know that you unfollowed me and you took that respect and mutual value away. And that one day when I do have a million followers, that the people that do value me and give me their time of their life in this moment, every single one of you that give me any time of your life, give me 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I'm going to pay you back for every single fucking minute. Every single minute. I'm not talking about no 50 cents or a dollar. I'm going to pay every single one of you guys what it is worth. What it is worth to be a part of my community, because we're building something stronger, something better. That we were at 3,492 members in our community, but get this, now we are stronger, now we are better without that shitter goblin, without that fucking negative Nancy bitch in our community. Now we're positive, loving, good people that care about each other. Anybody who wants to see me freaking upset because you unfollowed, good, you can go freaking fly a kite, whoever unfollowed. Guess what? We're going to have the most amazing stream in freaking 2 hours and 40 minutes. I'm going to raid my brother Royce, and then brother Royce is going to raid me at 6 p.m. And our stream is never going to fucking end. What should I do? Okay, you have to give me every single ounce of context. What are you on? Are you on PC? What console are you on? And exactly what is your issue? If you can give me the exact context, I can give you an answer. That is 100%. So something that I'm very good at, that Joker, a lot of people notice about me, is that I'm very good at problem solving. And that is my whole life. That as a computer science major, my goal is to be a freelance full stack developer that can build websites for people's companies. Hey, that Joker, how long do you have? Do you want me to go right to it right now? Because I'll do it right now. I'll figure out your problem right now. Or would you like... But talking about how it says we have disabled this game mode for basics. Okay, that's more context. Give me more context. If you have any more. If you don't have any more, that's as enough as I can try to get an answer right now. But the more context clues you give me, the better answer we will get. And if we don't get an answer, we're going to tell it why we didn't get an answer. And then we will get an answer out of it. Because that's how problem solving works. Is that one step leads to another, and then that step leads to another, and then that step leads to another, or it only takes one step, or it takes a billion steps, and it takes 2 hours. Okay, that's it. I bought off today off Ubisoft. Okay, so first things first, do you know what account that you are using? Because I have an idea on my head right now. I have 2 different accounts. So I have Royce0 for PC, and then I have Royce1 for PS5. And so if I were to log in on the PS5 Royce, it would say that I wouldn't have a key or that I don't own the game. So do you log into multiple accounts on different things? I'm curious. Good morning, Jaden. And good morning to everybody who's here. And that Joker, if I can figure this out for you, will you join our community? I would really appreciate it. So you don't use multiple accounts. Okay, so I'm going to give it the information that you gave me already. That first thing he said... Why is my basic tutorials disabled on... So one thing I tell people, and I will always tell people as of recently, is that not as of recently, but like all my life, I've wanted to help people. I wanted to help people's days get better through the hardest days that we have. Do you know what have you ever had a moment where you're so frustrated and not knowing how to do something that it physically makes you upset? Like actually angry? That I have lost my fucking mind. Not now, not right now, but I previously have lost my mind. That is something that, have you ever lost your mind? That it happens. So like whether it's calculus or physics or that Joker, for example. Today's show is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Interesting. So you can't play the game because you don't have Thanks for saying that, Kink. I read that. I didn't read it out loud. Majora's Mask Enemy Randomizer. Majora's Mask Enemy Randomizer. And what is that going to do for Zelda? I'm curious. That sounds really dope. I don't have many mods, and that's something that makes people value my community a lot more than some people who have a billion mods. But not a lot more. But like the day before Meaty Marley raided me on 538. I rated Meaty Marley on day 537, and I said it was my 600, or it said it was my 537th day streaming every single day. I rated him with 8 people, and then the next day, or not the next day, that day he said, "Really? You're so dedicated. You're so passionate. I've never met another streamer like you." And then he shouted me out, and then 50 people followed me. And then he said this right before. Or he said, "One of these days I will raid you, and I will. I promise." Like he said that he will raid me. And so you know what that told me in my head? That this is my chance, this is my moment, that everything I had before today, I cared, but did I care as much as I truly could have cared? To the point where I did everything that I could to make better. My About Me page, my profile picture, my waiting screen, my hashtags, my Discord, my moderators, my VIPs, everything. Some friends that I had on PlayStation. I had so many friends on PlayStation. Now I have the people who are part of my community. And that's something that, like, you got to think of it like this, that if I would have never done that, and I had so many mods that didn't care about me, that didn't really truly value my stream, had so many VIPs that did not come around. Now we only have people that come around, and that, or in my mods, they have things going on in their life, and that they don't necessarily have to mod, because I mod. I do the job as a mod, but all I really ask is that they be my friend and that they're true and loyal. I'm saying through the days that we have, the hardest days of our lives, there's something that happened with me that made them not necessarily value me, that they would be loyal to me through thick and thin, through the days that we live, that we make mistakes and learn lessons, and that my 618 days streaming every single day, you know what that's taught me? It is, that's, Joker, that's how I'm going to figure it out. Thank you for saying that. That's exactly how we're going to do it, is because your test servers are disabled. And so for that reason, that's going to get us an answer right there, 100%. Thank you. All right, I'm going to give you an answer in approximately 25 seconds, if you can give me that. But what I was saying is that I used to have people that really said that they liked me, that they were there for me, until they did what they did. They stabbed me in the throat. They didn't stab me in the back. They stabbed me in the fucking throat. And then they let me bleed out to die. And I freaking got my wound patch, and I lived. And that's something that I realized, that the people that will be mods, it might take a year to get to know them. For real, for real. Anybody who ever asked me to be a mod, they're not going to be a mod. I'm sorry. It is just not what I do. I have a system. I have research and things that I'm doing every single day behind the screen, behind the stream. People don't know. I literally have a plan for almost everything. For moderating for this, and this. The moderators I have right now, I will name you the moderators. And they're going to be the only moderators we have until another thing happens. If this thing were to happen, I would have more moderators. But right now, in the time being, that every moderator that I have will stay a moderator. That Burn Kitty is our #1 supporter who has something in her life right now, that she will remain a moderator. A1 Cappy joins us every day. He doesn't necessarily consistently chat, but he is a friend there. He exists, and he's off stream anytime I need him. So A1 Cappy is A. So starting from A to Z, I'm going to tell you all of our moderators. A1 Cappy is our first moderator. Burn Kitty is B. She's our second moderator. Font Crimes has stuck with me through thick and thin. There was a group of people that really, really, really hated me. And I'm just going to explain this in a second. Yo, can I send you on Discord? Or I can send it in chat.
To improve their performance because it doesn't contain sugar or caffeine. But
here, I'm gonna send it in chat.
I wish I had this when I was on duty. I have more endurance. I don't.
Good morning to you. Oh my God, and Karma, how's your morning going? Thank you for the daily check-ins. And this is for our new friend Dat.
Again. Visit hvmn.com/Sean and subscribe upon checkout for 30% off. Find Ketone IQ in your local Sprouts or Earth Bar stores nationwide.
Okay, Dad Joker. Now with these 3 paragraphs, read these, and then whatever results you do get after this, can you give me any more context? And then with whatever context that you have after that, that you can give me more, and then I'll give you more. But from this forward, you have to join the Discord. From this forward, you got to join the Discord. I don't want to fill up the chat with some mumbo jumbo. I want to send it to you in DMs if that works. And I'm not going to send you I'm going to send you screenshots of it. I'm not going to send you the text because it's a lot. It's a lot. It fills up the chat, and I think it's easier other ways. Dad, are you still hanging with us? I hope you are. I didn't mean to waste your time. I'm sorry, buddy. But what I was saying about...
this was a generator. This generator here.
Dad, please don't leave me! Please! Please! Please, Dad! Please! Please give me 5 more minutes! Give me 5! Give me 5 more minutes, please! Please! Please!
Normal, and the other one to be retrofitted.
5 more minutes of your time!
Right.
I gotta tell you about myself. I gotta get to know you. I gotta make sure that you will come again.
Right.
And for that, I need 5 minutes of your time.
People there, various backgrounds, science,
Please.
engineering, and industry
Please.
professionals in the group,
Please.
including me. I was there.
Or you can follow me and then promise that you'll come back. And if you want me to do this some other time, we can do it some other time. But I really want to get to know you, brother. Like, you have no idea. It is a gift. It is a gift, brother. For your next stream. That Joker. No. I don't end. I do not end. I have not ended in 117 hours, and I'm not going to end. So, like, I really wish that you would join our community and follow and just stay for 5 minutes. I will give you a brief introduction of myself, and then you should give me a couple answers back. And that the answers are going to be like, we can start off. Where are you from? Where are you from? What makes you on Twitch? Do you have a specific reason being on Twitch? Do you watch people? Are you looking for a community of people to engage with? Are you looking for somebody to help you in any way? Because get this, I am the best problem solver that I know. And I don't want to be, I'm not ego. People have called me ego so many times, saying that I'm consumed. I love dogs. I love people. I love animals. That's something if I'm somebody who's, they said I'm narcissist or like this, and this. If I was a narcissist, I would not have delivered puppies. I would not have done what I've done for people if I didn't care about people. You're from India? Guess what, dude? You know what's so cool about being from India? I am from India, and then look at this. I'm from India, or I'm from India. That's where I'm from.
The computer screen, right? So when I turn,
have you ever heard of that? Who's the best operator? Oh, are you new to Rainbow Six Siege?
What is it? Kane 5 analyzer something? Because it can measure concentrations.
Are you new to Rainbow Six Siege? Fuck yeah, brother! Fuck yeah! I started Rainbow Six March 2023, and I am the biggest advocate of learning and improving in every single way. And that also correlates with Rainbow Six. That Joker, what do I got to do for a follow? Name one thing. I will make you a profile picture. You want me to make you? I know you have a Joker profile picture. Do you want to custom anything? Custom anything? I'll do whatever I got to do, brother. For real. I really want you to follow and join the community. I did follow. Did I not? You did not.
Emissions are showing that
You did not. You did not. Let's go! Let's motherfucking go! Let's go! Check out you got 5 emotes for following. Do you know how to use channel points?
Showing 4.66%. Hydrocarbons, 190.
At the very top of our channel points, we have a channel point called Daily Check-In. Our record is 151 daily check-ins in one day. And so every person can do a daily check-in individually every single day.
Naenaes before you get a whooping.
15 minutes and
You bet a naenaes before you get a whoop.
after 10 o'clock.
Thank you for the daily check-in, man. There's a few people I got to give daily check-ins to because I
So
kind
I'm
of forgot.
describing, but you've seen it here. And this is the actual printout right from the
Do. Good morning to you.
carbon dioxide.
Bum 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 bum
9.3%
bum bum
to
bum 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 bum. Good morning,
Carbon
good
monoxide has gone
morning
from
to you.
5.8
You wanna know why I'm having such a good morning?
5.4%.
Can somebody who knows why I'm having such a good morning please put that command in
Hydrocarbons
chat?
have gone from
I'd really
199
appreciate
parts per million
it.
to
For real.
58 parts per
Surprise, motherfucker.
million. And
What?
nitrous oxides have gone from 27 parts per
What?
million to 4 parts per million.
Holy Graham! Holy! 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 Not holy. Holy Graham! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
So this is clean.
How are you? Thank you for the first time chat. You want to know something really, really cool? You want to know something about first time chats? First time chats can only happen once. In that I've been streaming for the last 117 hours without ending. That the first day I slept for 3 hours. The second day I slept for 8 hours. The third day I slept for 6 hours. The fourth day I didn't sleep at all. The fifth day I slept for 9 hours. And then I was away for probably 11 hours because as soon as I woke up, I got put the fuck to work. That is one thing. I don't rely on streaming to make to live because you can't do that. I'm getting my computer science degree. I want to be a full stack developer and make companies' websites and have a company that I can work and stream at the same time. I'll come back later. Hey, Joker, join the Discord. Have the most amazing day. And one last thing, before Joker leaves. And Graham, I really want to talk to you. For real. Like, anybody who's listening, please stick around and give me the time. I would really appreciate it. I have a lot on my mind. I have a lot to say. But I was just basically saying that I'm getting my computer science degree. I'm a landscaper. That before streaming, my goal, Holly. Nice to meet you, Holly. I am Royce, homie. I'm Royce, and that so many different things I can tell you about myself. That first thing is what was I saying about the whole? Oh yeah, so so I was kind of telling you about like helping my mom out, but pretty much since I've been streaming for 5 days, I do all my priorities to take care of my dogs. I work on some school projects. I take care of myself. I'm really good about general improving in terms of as a person. That there's so many different things that we can do to improve every day that we live, and that is take care of yourself as in shower. Other hygienes that I probably don't have to list, but you know what I mean. Like I work from first week of April to almost the end of fall, landscaping, and then I'm in computer science, and I didn't get college. I didn't get a full ride of college. I was 0.05 GPA from hitting the mark. That I would have got everything freaking paid for. That there was a time my first 2 years of middle school and earlier, I didn't really like care a whole lot. And well, school in general, I'm a perfectionist, but when it comes to school, I get that shit done. Like I get that shit done quicker, and so that basically made it to where like I would get things done, but I would never put quality into it. And so I would if I had a perfect transcript through high school, if I didn't have depression throughout high school and get bullied for being 70 pounds heavier, then I probably would have got a full ride to college. But other than that, I have the means to pay the bills at the end of the day. So my 365 days streaming 1 year, I streamed for 680 hours without stopping my PC. And then at the 680 hour mark, my PC got unplugged, and then my power supply dead, gone. So basically, what happened before I got a PC, I was streaming off PlayStation. So I always had a way to stream. So I went to streaming off PlayStation for the next 6 days, and then I got my Alien Aurora And that's the PC I have now, Alien Roar. That will be good for a very long time. It's very nice to meet you, Respect to Drive. Still seeing people who work hard, inspiring. And I have so much more to tell you, homie. I have so much more to tell you. Thank you for saying that. And sometimes people see me and they think that I am the worst. That you say that I work hard. There's some people that think I'm the least hard worker in the world. For real, for real. Like you have no idea, because I haven't even said anything like truly yet about it. But that stream for 618 days, you're going to make enemies. Anybody who does stream for that long, I do not entertain negative. I don't entertain negative energy. But even though people say that there's always two sides of it, that maybe in the beginning, that I can tell you for the first 200 days, maybe I was a shithead. But then maybe 150 days, that I was younger and I had less impulse control and I made decisions that instantly came out of my mouth, and I said things to people that maybe I didn't mean, but that from that point forward, that I have dedicated my life to improve in every way that I can, and still to this day, I say things that later on I think to myself, and I know from now on, when I do that thing, that I'm not going to say that on my stream, and I'm going to tell them to the person in their DMs. If I don't like something in specific, that there is no point in telling everybody else their business, that maybe they said something that other people don't like, but get this, it doesn't mean that I need to say that on my stream. But like, pretty much streaming every single day for 618 days, streaming every day. I got rated on June 3rd, I'm not going to say by who, but June 16th was the day streaming for 680 hours. So if I got rated on June 3rd and I got rated huge by this group of people, there were nice people, but if you think about it, there's people who don't know you, and then now all these people know you. There are going to be people who envy you, who are jealous of you. And so think about it. If I started this subathon on June 16th, 1 year streaming every single day, 365 days streaming every day, we're on 618. That was a very long time ago. I ended up streaming for 680 hours. But I got... the subathon went on for 15 days. After that, I decided I'm going to go the rest of the month. In that, I ended up going for 680 hours. And then what happened was, for going that long, you know what it did to people? You know what it did to people? It completely made so many people envious. And that's something that, like, I have no control in, and that, like, I streamed for 680 hours and I was not going to end no matter what, even if people did not want to watch me. That we averaged 7 for that 365 days. The first couple days, we averaged 25, 26, 27, and then this group started doing malicious things to me. That malicious as in things that you would not do to a human if you have morals and values. That if you care about a person and you care about the things you do or say to somebody, and then you care about the things they do or say to somebody, that if somebody was being bullied, that you would stand up for them, that you wouldn't treat others like that. That think of this, that there are other streamers that do not have morals and values, and will say fuck it, and will do anything they can do to hurt somebody else. That there are people out there like that, that there are ways to hurt the algorithm. If you don't have a community based, there are ways that they can hurt you. And that before, they could hurt me because I didn't have the community built. Before that, Meaty Marley never rated me. Skype never rated me. Those big raids happened on day 600 and was it day 600 and 614 for Sky, 538 for Meaty Marley, and those 2 days have allowed me to build a foundation of community, of individuals that care about me. That before I didn't have that, and they could hurt my stream because they didn't give a shit about me. They thought they could do whatever they could to get me to give up. That is what the days that I streamed in a row, they saw me the kind of person I look like, and they saw I wear my heart on my sleeve. They thought, guess what? I'm going to fucking get this guy to quit. I'm going to do whatever I can to get that man to miss a day. And no matter fucking what, I don't lose. I have never lost. I have never lost. Not once. Not once ever will I ever fucking lose. Sorry. I'm just telling you that no matter what, no matter if any person would do anything that they wanted to do to me, I'm not going to fucking give up. I'm not going to say the things they did to me illegal. illegal. I bet you can look up along the lines of that and think of different things that malicious that you could do to somebody that cross the line of sickening, that not only would they try to hurt me, would they try to hurt people relating to me? That, like, do you think somebody is so bad until somebody does something worse? And then you think, how far could it truly go? How far are they going to take their hate and their envy out on me? That is something that I think through thick and thin, if I would have missed today out of the 618 days, and then it would have, I would have had a lot less envy. I would have had a lot less jealousy. I would have had a lot less, but instead we stuck through it through the hardest days of my life. That I will tell you something that I don't tell people. I went on an antidepressant. That there was the hardest part of my whole streaming, my whole life, to the point where if I didn't have that antidepressant, I probably would have missed a day, 100%. I probably would have, for the things that they were doing to me, to somebody without an antidepressant would fuck your whole mind. As a solo, as one person who has friends, a community now, but back then I had people who cared about me, who really has one-on-one relationships. But did I have necessarily a community that had my back? I did not. But I'm not going to say those things that they did, but all I got to say is I'm very, very, very fortunate, and that I'm not ever going to go on an antidepressant again because it makes me feel numb. But to somebody who's going through the worst time of their whole life, and it wasn't necessarily just streaming, but at the same time not missing so not ending the stream and not having necessarily the community to back me up when it comes to the trolls and the haters and the negative people. That right there filled them with so much power. It filled them with so much power that they had this thing in their heart that they're like, we're gonna get him to end. We're gonna get him to quit. And it's something that I had the antidepressant, and that kept me going. I was explaining on day 365 how I streamed for 680 hours, how I faced the worst community of negative haters that I've ever faced, that they wanted to see me quit, they wanted to see me give up, that I never gave up through thick and thin. That here we are today on day 618, and that it is freaking absolutely phenomenal that I've had the opportunities that I've had to be who I am, and that if anybody ever goes through anything, that I will be there for you. I will have your back through thick and thin, for real, because that's all I've ever wanted was somebody to have my back. Because I've gone my whole life since the second grade. I've only had one friend my whole freaking life in IRL, in person. In the second grade, I met my buddy Jace. And since that day in the second grade, we have been friends. And then when we turned 18, he decided it's his time to go to the army. And then he decided, where are we going to go? We're going to go to Germany, or we're going to go to Japan. He chose Germany. And so pretty much he's been in Germany 6 hours ahead of time, and that I started streaming, and that he has been in one of my streams for 5 minutes. But that's not it. He's still my friend, and that no matter what, like, that's before streaming. I had my mom. He was on the field. We weren't in communication. I went 28 days without a friend, not knowing that I had anybody. That I had my mom. That I did not know anybody on PlayStation. I did not know anybody from high school. Still, I didn't know. I had my one friend Jace, and I had my mom. And to think about it, that is what motivated me the most. To have somebody, to have something, to know somebody. And that's something that is what made me start streaming. I started streaming on June 16th, 2023, because I wanted to meet people. I wanted to grow a community. I wanted to rank up. And I wanted to set an example. I didn't want to rank up. I wanted to get level 50 and then rank up. But I wanted to show people what I was made of, that I want to learn, and I want people to watch me learn, and I want people to watch me grow. That I knew Jinxie didn't stream every day. I used to watch him on YouTube. I never watched him on Twitch. I follow him on Twitch. I may see like huge big things that he does, and I might click on it for a second, but I don't want to get 8 minutes of ad time. Who wants 8 minutes of ad time? That is fucked. That is literally, I have 30 seconds an hour. That is the very minimum that you can have. For real. That is one. And also for my YouTube, get this. I paid for YouTube Premium so that we have no ads. For when I'm not here and when we take breaks, it will be on a playlist, which this is our playlist. We have one more. So these videos I'm going to remove because they've been watched.
And then a bunch of other interesting people. I mean, it's a really.
And this one's almost completed, but we're chilling. I'm working on
outside the box.
Interesting.
I'm working on getting the video made for tomorrow at noon Eastern. People would rather watch this, so or like chat with me while I make a video, because just watching me make a video is boring. I don't realize that. I know some people might want to watch me edit, but like this is more interesting to listen to and me have a conversation at the same time. Good morning, good morning. I was basically explaining what made me start streaming, what made me push. Truly, the fact that at one point or another I didn't know anybody, and now I know people, and that is the most priceless thing that can never be undone, ever. You want to know why? You want to know why that can never be undone? Because I have 599 members. I have 500 members in my Discord community. I have 500 members in my Discord community. No matter what, that in a year from now, there might be more, but there will be people who leave, but that no matter what, I will have those people in my community. I can message them at any time. That I have so many people on my friends list that I care about every single one of them, and I don't copy and paste the same messages. That I actually text messages individually to people, and I want to get to know people. I want to have a conversation specific to them. And to, I don't know how to explain it, that there's so many people that if they don't give me any time, if I message them 3 separate times over a month, and that they don't message me back one time, I'm going to remove them from my list. I'm going to remove them from my friends list, and I'm going to value the people who value me, and that no matter what, I will always have people, and that before, I didn't have no one. I didn't have no one. So, you want to know why I'm having such a great day today? I don't mean to annoy you guys in any means, or like if I'm very energetic, this is why. This right here, 25. 25 out of 75. You know what that means?
Want to control the narrative.
Yeah.
They want to control the narrative.
Like our community is growing. Steadily growing. Yesterday we were at 21.85, and that it updates once a day. It only updates at one time a day because of the 30 days before. So like, I'll explain to you. On January 25th, I averaged 16. The January 26th, I averaged 15. January 27th, I averaged 15. 28th, I averaged 17. 29th average 14, 30th average 18, 31st average 16, February 1st average 24. So once 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st are gone, and if we continue to do this, my average concurrent viewership 100% will be over 30. Will be over 30. I've never hit 25. I hit 24.85 the day after Meaty Marley rated me, and it did not go back up there. So, if you think of it like this, if we keep what we're doing, hey, Heafy, let me know when you do. Because I'll give you an example that not everybody does this, but if Heafy is going to have me tabbed, I'm going to have him tabbed. He literally, show your watch time, Heafy. I met you 2 days ago. Literally 2 days ago. I haven't stopped my stream in 117 hours. So it's something that like,
independent news media, right? Or the independent source,
thanks, Heafy. And that you should put your link in the Discord self-promo when you do go live. And that is the best way to do it. But you can even message me on Discord. I'm not saying like, don't, like when people do that, it goes both ways. So some people, I don't want to name those people. There are a couple people that recently have not chatted in my stream or even interacted in my stream or daily check-in at all. And that they'll join for maybe half a second, say hello, and then leave. But then they expect me to have them tabbed. But this energy goes both ways. You give me the energy, I'm going to give you the energy.
Ancient Apocalypse, and I'm guessing maybe 2/3 of the hands went up. Now,
I have more to say, but at the same time, I don't feel like that you guys want me to keep going, because I feel like I'm just. Some people are gonna see it as just yapping that actually like I don't want to waste your guys' time. I don't know. But good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, I mean, it was so bizarre.
Good morning,
At that point, it
good
was a little bit
morning.
shocking
It's
to me.
happening to everybody, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Facts,
it's
Akuma, and that's the thing. I want to value that, and I will be there for you.
It's become so common now. I don't.
I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna write that, brother. And that's the thing. Some people say that muting doesn't help, but if you mute, I mute people. So I got people on my PC that are muted. If I had them unmuted, then
I was curious about, though,
they
is
would be heard, and
somebody
I can't
put
just
this
mute desktop audio. If I mute desktop audio,
okay,
then
who
we
the
can't
hell
hear
is
it,
this?
or then
Who
you
are
can't
these
hear the
people?
sounds.
Who's putting this?
And-
Who's sending this out to these different mainstream academic archaeologists and journalists and critics and stuff? And they're all reading it. It had to come from somewhere. Somebody.
Bum 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 bum. Good morning. Good morning to
I'd like to know who
you. You don't
that
even have to do that, Bailey. You don't even have to do that,
Who's
man.
this?
Like,
I
if
don't
you
know.
don't want to, if you don't really
don't
truly
know.
want to, like,
But
you have no idea, homie. You have no idea. I appreciate the time that you give me, the
somebody's
chats
there.
that you give me.
It's no coincidence that they're all coming up with the same
Akuma,
stuff.
Akuma. The time that you give me is so much more time than the envious people have given me in the last 117 hours. Since I streamed, the minute Skype rated me,
Is
there was somebody who was envious.
getting
I know
stronger and stronger.
there's one person I can guarantee out of the 5 people that I have a clue on that have very big envy for me as a streamer. One person went into Skype stream and was dick riding and said, "I hear you're the vibe around here." Literally right after he rated me. And then after that was in my chat trying to get attention. And then after that, since then, my stream has gone up slowly. It might be every 10 hours it has slowly gone up. But think of it like this, that person has not been back one time in my stream or in my chat since that has happened. You know what that means? They envy me. That they do not want to see me succeed. That they see me doing well right now, and that if they joined, they would see me doing even better. That is something that it's pretty crazy. It's actually awesome, and it makes me never want to end. The fact that no matter how, like, it's actually crazy. We're gonna stream like this until I hit partner. That's something that if I could, I would. That, like,
every minute of it.
it's great not having those negative Nancy's in chat. I see that person, I see her in chat, and all I think of
Oh,
is
yeah.
this person has supported me, as in, like, I used to have them on my recommended page, and I used to raid them, and then, like, they'll only have me tabbed when they're streaming, and that right as I'm about to raid out, they'll send me bits or something, and they'll try to get me to raid them, and it's, I don't know, it's like I see through it. They think that I'm a fool. They think that I'm a joke, that I'm one to be manipulated, and that's something that I'm not. I'm sorry. That I have been through it. Before streaming, if you knew the things that I've experienced, I'm not saying family, but I'm saying as a people that I thought were my friends that have manipulated and have completely turned against me, that there was a period in time where I did not talk to people. That's something I don't mention a lot. But, like, imagine only being able to be comfortable around your mom and your sisters, that, like, in public, that you wouldn't talk to anybody because you just didn't feel like anybody cared about you or valued you. Like, my self-esteem was destroyed. I felt like the most humiliated person on the world. I felt like the most anxious-filled human being on the planet. That my self-esteem was absolutely the most obliterated. That people used to say the worst things that you could ever say to me, just for being freaking fat, just for being 80 pounds heavier and not being able to lose weight and being a nerd with glasses and not looking good. Like, you know how, I don't know how to explain it, like, not having a symmetrical face or something. I don't know. Just like, it has made me who I am, and that's something that I will never stand for anybody getting bullied. And that it is, I don't know. And now think of it like this, that self-esteem cannot be built by yourself. That self-esteem can only be understood by, or can only be built by the people around you that support you. That it is something that I would not have if it wasn't for you guys, for real. Thanks for your time and being in my life. Queen, thank you for joining. I really appreciate you, homie.
Our first guest is
No, I did not. The only raid that I have gotten in the last 21 hours and 46 minutes was myself. I raided with Royce 2 with 13 people. No. Temp raided me with 8 last night. Temp raided me with 8 last night. And then before that, I raided myself with 13 people at 6:04. We're at 25 out of 75 average concurrent for the last 28 days. So I'm going to show you guys this because it doesn't show anything that I can't show.
Just tag the show. Love you all. Please enjoy the show. There's 2 more.
Pat the partner. So let me show you affiliate, or no, actually, affiliate doesn't appear anymore.
Welcome to the show.
But
Thank you for having me here, brother.
It's an honor.
reach 2 followers. Day 6/16. I started streaming June 16, 2023. This is the day that I started streaming.
That have made other people uncomfortable with what they've talked about. A lot of people who understand.
And it is one of those things.
So hopefully I get to.
I don't know what that is.
Share with the rest of
But
at least in the sense of what you're doing, because
25.46 out of 75.
Well, I appreciate it, brother.
And
you're all about the truth these days,
that
as I am, and
280 hours in the last
concealed for the narrative.
month. So like
Discussed it with
tomorrow, this will be 26 out of
Things here and the things that I
out of
really try to do is
24. So
prevent history,
January 26th
heroes,
to February 24th, and then
truth,
this will go up
corruption,
if we keep
and bring hope.
consistently
Bring a lot of hope.
doing what we have done.
That are struggling, and women, you know what I mean, that are struggling and overcoming all that trauma. That's
And Caden, the people that help me, the people that help me, I'm helping every single one of you guys.
with what I'm dealing with amongst the other people here.
I am not helping. All right,
Have amazing stories too.
bro, you know who you look like? Tune, you are not following me. You have came in here separate times and you've said things that I did not like.
Perspective.
If you say something weird, I'm going to ban you.
I was actually very
At this point, I'm not dealing with any negative. I'm not dealing with any shitters. You want to be a shitter? You can follow me, and then but if you're not going to be part of my community, then there's no reason to have you here. That is something. Real tune. I'm truly not going to, this is something that I've been doing the last couple days. That anybody who's going to be here to troll me, you can either laugh with me or laugh at me, but you're going to be a part of my community. And that's something that if you're not and you're going to try to troll me, because he's going to say something offensive. He's going to say, you look like frickin' Herbert from frickin' Family Guy or some shit. And that's literally like,
Well, let me give you a quick
I don't know, the last 4 or 5 days, we've been getting so many negative Nancy's. Mark Henry. See it. Let's see Mark Henry. I don't know Mark Henry off the top of my head.
U.S. Marines, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, and you were at Operation Quetzal.
Okay, you're funny. You're funny. I like funny. I like good energy. You didn't mean it in a bad way. I am honored. I have never been more honored to look like somebody in my whole life. You have no idea how I have to show it on stream. You have no idea how honored I feel to look like a body weight, or not a body weight, power lifter. What do you call it? What do you call it? Heavyweight? What do you call it? Weightlifter, power lifter. That is badass. That is freaking badass, brother. For real, for real. Do I have that smile right there? I wish I had that smile. That's a good looking man right there. And I am straight, brother. For real, for real.
Nobody else has these stickers, by the way, too.
Nobody else does.
I'm dead ass. I am not lying. I am not lying. I'm not lying. That is one thing. I'm an honest guy. Never been in a female relationship like that. But at the same time, I think that dude's a good looking dude. Thank you for giving me that compliment.
Relax, lots of that. Sean, thank you for the gift, brother.
You're welcome, man.
Appreciate it.
But so
Do
we
do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Good morning to you. Thank you, Tune, for the daily check-in and the kind words.
military
And what made you unfollow me? Because I know you did follow me at one point. If there's anything that you could tell me that is not based off my personality, things that I make mistakes as a human being, that I say things that I don't mean sometimes, that I would do anything. I would do anything to make you feel better. That is something that if I ever say anything that you don't like, I'll give you an example. If I accidentally might seem like I'm having a rough day, if I wake up on the wrong side of the bed and I may like be in a mood, I don't mean to be in a mood. I will get out of the mood and it's temporary. It's not directly towards you, but it is those things that I focus on improving and being a better person after those days, after those moments that I have. I think, what kind of streamer is going to be like that? That's not the streamer I want to be. I want to treat people the way you want to be treated, and I'm going to give people the time they give me. That it says I'm following, you are not following. Please don't lie to me. Toon, don't lie to me. Do not lie to me, Toon. I am not stupid. I am not the one to be lied to. That is one thing. A lot of people like to play me. That you could think that you're going to play me. But in the end, I will not be played. That is something that, if you knew how much thinking that I be going through in one day, it is sufferable, brother, that I've had to live like that since I was a little kid. And that it is as easy as clicking on your name. Literally, yeah, click on, dude, exclamation, let's do it. Exclamation follow age.
Told him my story, my encounter with this, and what happened. So then we arranged everything to go talk with the Senate Intelligence Committee, Congress, Senate, Pentagon, all that fun stuff.
Good morning, good morning, do 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 do. Good morning to you. Toon, good morning, you are a liar, do, good morning to you. Don't lie again, brother. I don't respect liars. Once you lie once, you got to earn that respect back. If you lie twice, you'll never earn the respect back. You cannot physically earn that respect back. That is one thing. You make that mistake too many times, and you will never be allowed in our community.
So I'm hoping that that's what's, at least if the message gets.
It was as easy as using a command in chat.
What it does is they can get people to
fucking shitter goblin. You know what that reminds me of? My childhood. How many people lied to me, and I had proof. I had so many different things that could be proven that they would lie straight to my face, thinking I'm worth that I'm worth lying to.
Synopsis here. You responded to a 7
Sometimes people make me wonder. Whatever I did to you to make you seem that I'm worth lying to, I'm very sorry, man, and I hope you have a better day, dude. For real. Just know that I'm always here for you no matter what. Anything that you'd want me to do for you, I would do for you. Whether it was something that take me freaking 5 days of my life working on it, a couple hours a day, I would do it. I would do it if it made you happier. For real. You have no idea, brother. If I could make somebody's day any % happier, then I did something that's my goal. For real. I don't know about you, since you are. I'm talking to Toon because he's a shitter goblin. He thinks he's funny. But bro, it's not that deep. It is that deep, brother. Since you're a liar, Toon, I'm gonna give you one last chance after this timeout. You come back and lie to me, you will be banned. I will not unban you. And that means you cannot watch. You can make another account, so be it. If you want to make another account, if it's that worth it to you. But if you lie to me, that's who you are as a person. So I'm just giving you that chance. That's called a pathological liar, and they get off on it. And that's something that we're not going to build a community of people that think it's okay to lie to each other, because it's not. It is not even white lies, not even to your own friend. If it would hurt your friend to tell them the truth, I would not lie to them as a friend. I'll give you an example, and I'm not ever going to do this to Redbeard, but Redbeard is one of my good friends, in that if something serious that I had to tell him, that it's serious, and I have to tell him and it might upset him, I would rather lie to him or I would rather tell him the truth than lie to him. Sorry. Kyla, this is Sean Ryan. I've been streaming for 117 hours without ending. And so while I was sleeping, we went through 4 Sean Ryan podcasts. So I'll give you the rundown. So the first day I slept for 3 hours. The second day I slept for 8 hours. The third day I slept for 6 hours. The fourth day I didn't sleep at all. The fifth day I slept for 8 hours, and then I helped my mom for 2 hours, and I showered and brushed my teeth, took care of myself. Now that's where we're at. So I was away from the stream for probably about 10 hours, and that's the most that we've been in the last 117 hours was last night, and we kept it on Sean Ryan. It's always the way to go, even if it's hard. In fact, Redbeard, that is something that even people that right now are going through situations that they should just do it. That it hurts, but lies hurt more. Lies hurt more 100%, a billion %. How many times that somebody has white lied to me and that it has shot me in the freaking heart because of the fact that I found out on my own? How are you? How are you, Kyla? Is that how you pronounce your name? Welcome back. For real, for real. That's exactly how it is. Lies cut deeper and deeper. And that I have been lied to as a kid. And that right there started a whole new... I know, I'll tell you the truth. I have lied when I was younger. Everybody has lied. Every single one of us has lied. But when I was 14, 15 years old, I'm not going to tell you what happened. Imagine somebody who's above everybody else, I'm not going to say who, it's not my parents, that lied to me, and that I heard something while they were on the phone with me that proved that they were lying to me, and that hurt me. That freaking hurt me. It's one of those things. It is like a shot to the heart. Like, how much do you value me as a person to lie to me? Like, when you have no idea that I know. You know what I'm saying? From that moment forward, I value lies when it comes to the person that they are. That somebody who lies is going to continue to lie, and that if you don't try to better yourself, if you don't improve, if you continue to lie, you will never, ever, ever get better. You'll never. That's something that, like, it starts somewhere. It starts with taking a little bit of initiative and taking that ounce of effort to try to improve. For real, for real. And I know from personal example, personal proof that you can improve, that you can have a positive life. For real, for real. Finn, you should do the daily check-in. I would appreciate it.
Apply with this measure because this technology is going to help benefit humanity as a whole. Not in a militaristic sense because it's just...
Good morning, good morning. Bum, 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 bum. Good morning to you.
The narrative with that is you're hearing people come
Good
out
morning, good morning.
ETs being able. My event had nothing to do with ETs.
Good morning to you. You know why I'm singing that? It's because today's the best day ever. The best day ever because I'm at 25 out of 75 average for partner, all thanks to you guys. Taking that time out of your day, for real, you have no idea how that gave me something that I have never had before, that I told my mom, called my sister. One of my sisters, out of all my sisters, are the only one who really would care, because she is a social media marketing journalist, and she really cares to see how I improve and how I grow, and that I'm constantly researching on stream, off stream, constantly. I've been going for 117 hours. I can't. Tried to. I did it yesterday. Thank you. Thank you. Here in a second, after I make this video, I will be able to copy and paste. Actually, I'll copy and paste and just type it manually. Never mind. Let me just give everybody their points. I've been waiting to copy and paste to give points until I finish this video, because copying and pasting is pretty good for videos, and that every time you have to type and copy or give points it's a pain in the ass. But here you go. Here's your points yesterday. Anybody who didn't get their points, you could let me know and I'll give you your points. And
because he was a Fallujah Marine, so he went through a lot of shit. Yeah. And one of those things, I remember him kept telling me, he's like,
I'm not going to say that. I was going to say something. I was going to explain to you why that guy is doing what he's doing with the whole, like, lying, like, trying to get attention. Because there's a reason that he's doing it. It's because of how many people are able to see what he's doing. That no matter what he does, he isn't going to be a good person, that he isn't going to change. for the fact that he can get banned and then make another account. That is exactly what's going to happen. So, I mean, like, he's going to come back in a chat and I'm going to ban him and then he can make another account because I don't give a single fuck, brother. Make another account. Okay. Like, I'm talking to the shitter goblin who's going to come in here. Waste your time, make another account. I'm going to ban it too. Motherfucker.
With an M16A4 and a Camelback. Not really much, so you can make that trek relatively quick.
Thanks, man. And anybody who feels like they can't ask me that they didn't get their points, it's only 100,000 points. Nobody's going to get any more than 100,000. That's nothing.
So we were positioned near the slope. It wasn't like a steep grade or anything, but it was enough to obscure what was going on the other side that we had no idea what was going on. So we got, naturally you want to take the high ground so you have observation of everything.
Hey, Joker. I'm really sorry for whatever you're going through. If we could talk about it in Discord, I would really appreciate it. That is something about my community. We are anti-negative. I know you're probably going through something right now. But I'm always here for you, brother. If you want to join the Discord and message me and give me any burden that you'd ever want, I would be all for it. But anybody who is here, they're here because they want good vibes and good energy. That is not good energy. That is very, very bad energy.
Compared to what you got set up in the studio, but it was enough at least because it was part of stuff.
Yo, bro, please, Joker, please, please, please. And you tried to link a website that you got scammed on in chat. How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? Dead ass. Do not do that to anybody. That is the worst thing that you could ever freaking do. If you get your bank account hacked, and why would you link that account in my chat? Like, dead ass.
I wanted to document and just say, I was a part of this. I can look back.
Do not.
I remember that. But then looking north past that slope and seeing that down.
Discord. From this point forward, Discord. If you want to talk to me, Discord. Please, no more negative. You're giving too much negative energy. Please do not be negative.
Pain in the ass. I liked having that compared to an M16 or an M4. So because we were in a humanitarian, all they did was give us M16A4s. They had RCOs at that time. They weren't the ACOGs that had the mills on the sides for windage and stuff like that, as well as the PEC-15s. So if we were doing any kind of night range or night operation, we'd have those with our PVS-14s. So it's just a very basic loadout that we were doing. Nothing really crazy. And when we saw this happen, and I want to say unidentified because right now it's identified. Everybody knows what they are now.
Please, brother, please. I don't want anybody to run away negative. That's what we're trying to build as a community, a positive. He linked a scammer website in chat. You can't do that. Scammer websites will get your bank account information or they'll get your account information to whatever you are linking, and then that screws somebody. That literally will screw them completely. Fuck them.
Being in this position of having to brief the Senate Intelligence among the Special Intelligence.
It's okay. We forgive and forget. He didn't mean to do that. So if he didn't mean to do that, it's okay. But if he wants help, you can message me in Discord and I will give you any help that your heart desires. I just don't think that is a conversation that we want in chat.
Finally, for the first time in history, they're going through with this and actually trying to do something about it for their own understanding, but also know the corruption that comes from this.
Yeah.
It's multiple different facets.
I mean, you guys already, all five of you, right, already testified in front of Congress.
So we testified to people.
Good morning, good morning. Bum 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 bum. Good morning, good morning.
And as well as I do, in any kind of setting like that, whether you're in a skiff, it's all under oath still, because that's their signing, having you
Bum
sign
bum 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 bum.
So you're expected to be truthful.
Bum 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 bum.
And
good morning, good morning.
It was nerve-wracking at first because I'm not used to talking.
Peace, positivity, and love. And I hope you didn't understand that in the wrong way. That Joker. I know so many scenarios of people that they will come in here to spread hate or negative.
I want to tell you all about this new meat delivery service I found called Moink. What I really, really like about Moink is they are from a small, rural farm town in Missouri, LaBelle, Missouri, right by where I grew up, and I love supporting small town business USA. Now, when I started looking into Moink, they educated me on...
Yeah. I should have said that. Contact your bank immediately. and I just didn't. I was gonna talk to you in Discord, and actually, Flame, how I helped you with your problem. I was gonna help him with his problem with the same thing of everything that you should do in an order. 100%. I swear on my life. I swear on my life that's how I was going to help him. I just wanted him to Discord me, and I didn't want to talk about it in chat. And Flame can vouch for me that I can help you. I can help you. It's one of those things, like, I don't know, man. I don't want anybody to be going through anything that they shouldn't be. I don't know.
Here's a stat. In 2016, 18.4 million pounds of
I feel bad. I'm sorry. I love you, homie.
And that's what you're eating. Suicide rates amongst farmers are the highest than any other profession, and that includes veterans, believe it or not. I found that alarming. Now, here's what Moink is doing to combat some of this stuff, which I really appreciate. Their livestock is 100% born.
I'm looking for the kills for my video.
Their farms practice regenerative agricultural methods. They are free of GMOs, antibiotics, and all hormones. Their Alaska salmon is wild caught. Their beef and lamb are grass fed.
One more kill in this round, and then I'll put them together.
Boxes shipped from rural America, right in small town Missouri. Love it. Their chicken and pork are pasture raised. So, guys, check them out. Moink. Keep America farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/SRS. Right now, listeners on this show get free bacon in your first box. It will be the best bacon you will ever taste, but it's only for a limited time. It's spelled Moink, MOINK, box.com/SRS. That's moinkbox.com/SRS.
Even though there, for years there's been a stigma to it. For years there's been a giggle effect because of little green men and flying saucers and all that. I myself never thought to this day that I'd ever see anything like this. So going back to the event, we decided to get in the tactical column and approach this, right? And we got down the slope, and it's just like a clearing and just has this big opening. It's almost a little bit more than the football field because this craft took up a majority of that.
So let's just back up for a minute. Let's describe the setting, because at first you said there were helos doing racetracks around. Is this the same opening that you described earlier that you were watching helos drop supplies?
No.
Okay.
So where this was happening was southwest, at least where the helo insertion points were with the LZs that they were setting up, and they were flying very low in consideration, right? So, and the reason why I know this is because I asked the pilots after this, because I was in the officers' mess and I knew their call signs, and I approached them and I asked them very respectfully if they noticed anything strange. None of them said anything.
Okay.
So I was trying to see if they could get a view of a topside, because this is just something that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So
One second.
Also, their call
I know you guys want to see that. I just have to open up CapCut, and it likes to leak my information.
So it was very easy to track them down. But having this happen on the north,
And it would have. Yes, I'm smart. I make better decisions than I should sometimes.
Matte black, or no, sorry, a light matte gray to a dark matte black, and just kind of ranging in between, right?
Well, let's rewind a little bit before we get into the description.
There we go.
What was the activity with all the other helicopters? Were they active at the time that you saw the
Honestly,
UAP?
When we started going down there, no.
Okay.
And I don't know, because obviously we're occupied with this.
How far do you think it was?
So from the LZ where we were at was 300 meters roughly, okay, plus the slope that was concealing, plus vegetation. Down the slope, it was like 400 meters, maybe. So we got close. We trucked down quite a bit.
Okay.
About 150 meters outside, 150, 200, right? Halfway. And
So maybe about a click away.
Possibly, yeah. So we got close. We trucked down quite a bit.
Okay.
About 150 meters outside, 150, 200, right? Halfway.
What site do I use? Yo, 22 hours. We've been streaming 117 hours without ending.
Okay.
K0, how are you? I would really, really appreciate it. Why don't you do a split screen?
Did you see it?
I have a vertical monitor right here. What site do I use to edit? CapCut.
Pictures of this thing.
CapCut, I use, I just clip my my VODs. K0, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the first time chat. I really appreciate that. You have You have no idea. First-time chats are the greatest for the reason being they can only happen once. That I meet a lot of negative Nancy's in game chat who like to follow me and then unfollow me. And so if you think about it like that, follows can be unfollowed, but first-time chats can't be unfirst-time chatted. And so thank you for feeling comfortable enough to chat with me, and I would really hope that you have the next couple minutes to get to know each other. What's your like 22 hours? What's your reason for joining? Thank you for joining. In 1 hour and 43 minutes, we're gonna be raiding Royce 2, and then Royce 2 is gonna raid me when I restart at 6. So I start my stream every day at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 p.m. GMT. And I'm from Indiana. Where are you from, K0? And welcome. Eggless, good morning. Good morning.
Because you don't have cover. It's jungle.
Good morning. Freaking control to you.
So when we trekked up close,
I'm really happy. I'm honestly, if you guys are getting annoyed by me, it's because I'm the happiest man alive today. For real. I am so happy. I'm so fortunate. You guys want to know? You guys want to know why I'm so happy? We're 1/3 of the way to hitting partner. Caden, get this. I set the money aside.
And underneath of it had this platform.
I set that shit aside.
That was separate from this craft hovering. And it was very weird to see, and I was like, okay, I don't know if that's kind of like
I set that shit aside.
Pad or something. I don't know if
and
it's a pad or anything like
that's
that.
exactly
But then started seeing how the material
what the
kind of
fuck
very similar to what
you
the
do.
ground is. Like, well, that's
For real.
So you have something that's on the ground, stationary, and then you have something that's up top, and it's just rotating in a clockwise position. So right when we got close to
And
150, 200 meters out,
we set that shit aside before we do it. And K0, are you still hanging out with us? I really hope that you're still here, because the time that you give my stream, you could give anybody. You could be anywhere. You can do anything. And if you give me your time, I want to give you my time. In that I'm very, 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 very fortunate to have any of you guys here hanging out with me. And that anything that you ever want me to do, I would do it. If you want me to make your profile picture, waiting screen, overlay, anything you'd ever need, a banner, profile, dare I say profile pictures. If you wanted help with your homework, if you wanted help with your computer science homework, you wanted help with calculus, you wanted help knowing physics, anything that you have your mind set on that I can help you with, I would love to. I would freaking love to.
Exactly. Okay.
And
so, with that
K0, I'm curious. Are you still hanging with us? If not, I understand.
Safeties flip off.
Self-taught, indeed. Everything that I know how to do, I've taught myself. Majority, not everything, but majority.
Sense of awareness is going through.
Bum. First time chats are the greatest feeling, no matter what. Even if they didn't join the community, it is still very, very, very much appreciated the fact that somebody new knows who I am. That is something that you got to look in the positive in everything. For real.
You're not supposed to fucking be here. What the fuck are you guys doing here? Who the fuck are you with? So they knew they were using the kind of lingo that we were using too, especially in the military.
You thought you were gonna clutch. Brother thought he was the clutch man.
Guys actually were uniformed military at one point.
Any accents?
Not accents. It's just like American dialects. How you and I were talking. At one point they said they were going to smoke us. They could throw us out of a helicopter. It's very easy to get lost in the jungle out here. They kept saying stuff like that. So after they enveloped us, they all pretty much got online. They told us to put our weapons, so we all got online as well. And we had our hands up. We had our weapons slung. And they're having two guys watch while there's a guy basically taking our magazines out of our vest. And they're throwing them on the deck and they're kicking them away so we don't have time to react. They also, at the same time, the first thing they did was obviously take our weapon and clear it. But they took the magazine out and they actually held it in a way to where they could pull a charging handle and collect the round and have it not hit the deck. So the way that these guys operate is smooth. It's very calculated, very precise. You could tell they've done this a lot, or they rehearsed it a lot. You know, especially combat operations, you're doing terrain models.
All freaks fall off if I quick peek too much.
You're clearing rooms, trying to figure all that kind of stuff out. These guys kind of did the same thing. I'm assuming.
Control freaks fall off if I quick peek too much.
And because you know as well as
Q.
I do, you get, you know, you have new guys joining. Let him cook. Fresh. You know, they're very choppy because they have the basic understanding of either how to stack up. And
I'm done with the video, guys. It's a 3-kill video. I know three kills is pretty lame, but we don't have very much time before the next part of the stream, and so
as they did that,
for that reason being, we're gonna just make a easy, simple video today. Kind of have a break rather than.
They actually knew where our military IDs were because in Marine Corps order you have to have your left breast pocket.
So there were 15 of these guys, 3 on each Marine.
No. So they had other guys right here. They had 3 that were just going through each Marine.
Okay.
While other people.
And now I'm gonna upload it
And they're not like
for tomorrow at noon Eastern. Who wants to watch that part? We'll probably do that part on stream.
Get a muzzle close. I mean, it's easy to grab it and kind of fend off, especially with a rifle. But these guys were out there standoff distance.
Q.
And even if you try to move, they could smoke you.
One search team of 3 guys.
Yes.
And then the rest of the squad was aimed in on
Yes.
you. Okay.
Yeah. So, and again, they're not anywhere where they could actually, there was people behind us because obviously if they had to engage, they're going to hit one of their own guys probably. So it was more like they were kind of moving the same way through all of us, all 6 of us, taking our stuff, taking pictures of our military IDs, So they had like these devices that kind of look like a very thin, it looked like a smartphone modern day right now, because in 2009 it wasn't the case. I think the most high-tech thing they had at that time were maybe Blackberries, but they're bulky at that point with the ball, and then they had their flip phone razors and things like that. But these look like something you'd see today. And they were taking pictures of military IDs, and they had some other device that was like reminded me of a BAT system. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Describe it.
It's like a biometrics tracking system. So what it does is when you come across with an insurgent, you can take pictures of their face, their retinas, fingerprints, something like that. But they were trying to scan our IDs with this.
$420! Do you see that? Do you see that? It's 420. It's 420. You guys are going to see that I'm the one who knocks. And how quick I'm freaking getting at making videos. Or at least copying and pasting and freaking like doing it too quick sometimes. Like right now, I just did it way too the fuck quick.
this thing, and it wasn't working. So they're kind of getting frustrated with it. So as this is going on,
Did they collect biometrics from you?
no. Which I mean, they took pictures of us, but that may be enough. And then they took our IDs, you know, because some people I talked to that are in the special operations community with that, they said, yeah, we have the ability to scan IDs, and it tells us everything about you. Military IDs, driver license, things like that. So it's very high speed stuff. I mean, and considering this is in 2009 compared to now, I mean, of course, they had this thing that they were using to load up stuff. It's very advanced physics, you know, something hovering off the ground, not making any sound, but an audible hum, like a guitar amp or something that's like a transformer.
So it wasn't like, it didn't sound like a jet. No. It didn't sound like a helicopter.
Hell no.
There was no engine noise.
Nope.
Just a hum.
Just an audible hum. It's very creepy to see because it's not normal.
Was it like a bassy hum?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Like a guitar. Like if you were to unplug it, I mean, it wasn't the same pitch, but it was like the same kind of sound, same kind of noise that it emitted. And so as they're searching us, we're watching this thing happen, and that's when we start seeing trucks come from our left and go onto this platform. And they were up armored 350s. I know exactly what 350s are. They were kind of beefier trucks. They were matte black. When they were coming at us, and they go left. And I was glancing between what was going on in front of us with these guys, and then all of a sudden glancing over to what was going on behind them. And that's when I started seeing the key details of this thing. Like it had like a scale pattern on it, kind of like an octagonal. Because the craft itself was like an octagonal shape where you could see points. Had a pyramid structure on top that was black, and you can see the shadowing of it as it rotated. But it was rotating very slow. And then it had like these vents on every single corner on the middle part of these on this panels anyway. There was like a Vanta black. It was like a dark black that would like absorb light. Very weird.
What do you mean by that? A dark black that would absorb light?
So, have you ever familiar with the BMW? They painted Vanta black. It was like a very super dark black. It's not like a reflective material at all.
The matte black?
Yeah, but very, 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 even darker than matte black.
Okay.
Like you can shine a light at it and it won't even illuminate.
Like the Batmobile?
Kind of.
Okay.
Something like that. But even, it was like very dark. So, only I can describe it as like that Vanta black.
Okay.
And, so as...
when you mean absorb light, you're saying if I shine a laser on it, probably might not even see it, or it would be very dull.
Correct. Okay. Something like that. So we're watching these vehicles, right? These trucks. Now, the thing I would say on the front of them, because you know Humvees, the military has, they have the IR lights on the front, you know, the headlights that you can drive at nighttime with your knots. So they had the same thing because they had the same kind of slits that had the IR lights. But they had weapon cases in the back of each truck bed. And, you know, you could store like a couple hundred weapons, maybe 100 weapons, maybe a platoon, a company-size element. And it was the same Pelican casings that we would use to store stuff when they were transporting, you know. So very big cases on 2 of them in each truck bed. And then they had a shipping container thing. I mean, it looked like a shipping container, but smaller and half the size. And the thing that was different about this is it had a cylinder on the front of it that was towards the truck. It was like parallel to the ground. Just a cylinder right on the top of this thing.
We're almost ready, guys. We're almost ready, by the way.
There's got to be oxygen supply or like a vacuum sealing thing that you would, you know, because obviously I'm thinking it's drugs. I was like, okay, so this is a very advanced way to do that. Just years of thinking of this. And come to find out, when I gave my speech in D.C. on that Saturday for the Disclosure Project with Dr. Greer, he's got a lot of people coming out of the woodwork, by the way. And this gentleman, I'm not going to give any detail. I know a little bit about him, but he works in some of these projects that are some very controversial facilities. He's aware of what was going on. After I gave my presentation of this, he confirmed, he says, no, he's like, I don't want to leave Michael hanging out there, but I was not expecting to come and talk to you about this. And he went explaining what the operations do, why they do it, and what they were using them for. And he says, there's not drugs that they're putting in these shipping containers. He says it's humans.
Human trafficking.
Yes. His own words. And, he, you know, of course. And he also wants to come forward, at least with him and 30 other people that are involved with that part of the work. But it was very disheartening to actually get that information relayed to me. Because here I'm thinking for years it's drugs, and it's.
You're wondering what I'm doing. I can't see behind my monitor.
Because they use natural
So I have to
disasters that
lean.
people are going to be missing anyway.
Yep.
Lean with
Scoop
it,
up
rock.
people.
Lean
I
with
mean,
it, rock.
I've been covering human trafficking this year.
Right.
And that's, you know, a lot of the human trafficking comes from third world countries in distress. you're in a third world area
Yep.
in distress right after an earthquake would be. I mean, it's prime.
Yeah.
Prime time to do a human trafficking operation.
Right.
How big were the containers?
I would say probably 8 feet and 10 feet, 8 feet tall, 10 feet within.
So like maybe half a Connex box.
Yeah, about that.
Okay.
And they were kind of like on the trailer that was underneath was kind of like a regular Humvee trailer that you would see kind of pull stuff, something like that.
How were
We
they
did
being-
those.
So
Now
we're
we
driving
do
onto this
this.
platform with an angle so it would hit, and it just raise up, and they're just driving on this ramp.
Boom.
Oh, the
But the
truck
whole
would go
thing,
up.
yeah, but the whole thing was a ramp,
Okay.
like a circular ramp. And I mean, obviously, I can't see what's on the other side of it, but I'm assuming because it's a circular pattern that it's going to be the same on the other side.
I'm almost ready,
Because I
guys,
would
to start
drive
playing the
on this
game. After
platform, and
I
at that
make
point,
a
I saw
Twitch
all
story
the doors
for
open.
in an hour and a half,
4 guys would come out.
I
and
have
then I'd
to
go back to what
Nene?
we're facing here with these guys searching our stuff, asking us questions.
I gotta like,
keys,
got a nene.
and so I can
if
see
you
the
saw
guys
that.
come out of the truck.
Anybody who saw that, you got an
was
exclusive
making me
nene. I
think,
don't
too,
do
like,
I don't do that a whole
the
lot on stream.
tactical advantage we
I
don't have.
rarely ever nene on
There's only
stream.
6
I'm just
of
having a
us.
really great day.
Basically trained infantry Marines. And there's these guys here that are, doing this operation and very skilled, very methodical, very calculated, very precise. And if there's 8 of them,
before you get a
and then all of
whoop.
a sudden every
Nene
single
before you get a
full
whoop.
guy-
I will not.
Nene before you get a whoop.
They could have been 40 or
Hurry up.
I will not nene.
could have been a platoon-sized element. And the fact that we have no
I would
concealment, we
rather
barely have any
lose
concealment because if we were to run and bank off the sides here to go to our flanks, they could just engage us. There's nothing to hide behind.
All right, I made the story. So the next thing that my next priority and my
So
last
there's a
priority
lot of,
until my stream.
questions I have too,
So I
because
try to get
it's,
all my
obviously
priorities
if we
done
would've
before I have to
engaged
restart
them,
the stream at 6. So
then the
I
whole
got a
rest of the
journal.
force behind
I got a
us would
journal. I know it's
because they heard
cringy,
the
but
commotion.
for some it's cringy. It's
How
my priorities,
many
though.
containers
My
do
priorities
you
are
estimate
my
were
priorities.
put into
It
the-
is nothing.
I saw 4 trucks.
You're gonna motherfucking do
And
it.
there could have been more, but at that
Plan.
point,
Talking to the
we saw, we
haters.
coulda,
Talking to the
'cause
haters. The haters.
we stumbled onto this thing. We ruined their operation, so to speak, because we weren't allowed to see that.
Let's talk about the craft.
Okay.
How big was it?
300 feet is what I'm estimating, about a football field. And the reason why I say this is because we flew on CH-53 Super Stallions. I'm sure you're familiar with those. Your time as a SEAL. They're roughly 100 feet. All right, so from nose to tail, if you lined up 3 of them, it'd fit 3 of them under this craft. Because I can see, especially the operation behind us, you kind of see them off in the distance, so you try to gauge, as a Marine, you're always trying to judge distance, you know what I mean? Because if you're having to engage, but lo and behold, we end up having a surprise right here happen with these guys. But that's how I know it was around 300 feet.
Okay. That's a, and it was circular.
Circular, it's like an octagon because it had like corners on it that was like an octagon shape, but still circular.
Could you see, was it one smooth piece of metal?
No,
Was it panels?
panels. Yep.
How
which-
were they, just describe more. Were there windows? Were there
There were not
openings?
windows, nothing I could see like that. It just had that Vanta black vent looking things on each corner is all I saw with that. And it had,
What do you
like,
think
that
about my
octagonal
hoodie?
scale pattern that went through it? It honestly reminded me kind of like a design for an F-22 Raptor.
Okay.
I like the top of it kind of looks like that. That's what it kind of reminded me of because it would transition those colors. So I suspect, I've had people I've talked to about this to say, well, Lockheed Martin has reverse engineer stuff that's circular. Raytheon, they have triangular craft. And he said it might have been Lockheed because Lockheed also made the F-22.
Interesting.
Similar design concept. Now that I think about it, right? Because at this time you're not really thinking about it. You're like, I'm more concerned with these guys and who the hell they are. So after we witnessed the last truck going on there, and we're still dealing with that. I got searched already, of course, and I'm just paying attention to what's going on. I'm making sure my guys are good too. And all of a sudden, the trucks, we never saw them again. They were not on that platform. There was like boxes and stuff that were on that platform. And so I'm assuming they either drove off on the other side or disappeared or where they went. I don't know. But all of a sudden, we noticed that this platform raises off the ground by itself. It doesn't make any noise, by the way. It doesn't disturb anything. It's just,
Before it started gaining elevation,
yeah.
how high off the ground was this?
The actual craft,
Yes.
I would say probably 20 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, good distance. And the platform rose up, but I would say like the platform was up several feet, right? Probably maybe 5-6 feet, because it was from the distance probably about half an inch.
I mean, I'm envisioning the way you're describing this, I'm envisioning an octagon
Yep.
rotating clockwise with a drop ramp similar to maybe something you would see on the back of a C-130, C-17, but circular.
But circular and separate. There's no cables. There's no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was the ramp attached to the craft?
No.
So there was just an opening.
There was just an opening. Like the bottom part of the craft, was what I'm assuming, because that's where I saw it lift up and go into. It was like the
Okay.
bottom part. It was like the floor itself was like the platform, and they were just rolled up, right? But at the same time, the top part leveled a little bit and went down to meet with this. And as that happened, you start to see it rise up past the tree line. And it's not like a super fast and just rapid. It's just like kind of slow. As that's going on, the rotation has not changed. The audible hum has not changed. But
It's not like somebody hit the gas and you hear a different,
yeah, it's nothing like
different
that.
noise. It's
No.
just
constant.
okay.
Each point on that octagonal shape started to illuminate colors. Like, and it was just one color per point. It was red, it was green, it was yellow, and it was blue. Those are the only colors I saw, and it was rotating, right? As soon as it got to the top of the tree line, like cleared the trees, this thing shot off to the left. And to the left was the ocean, by the way. This was going west.
How far to the left was the ocean?
Probably a good mile and a half, maybe.
That's it?
Yeah, it
So
wasn't
you're
very-
right on the coastline. Okay.
Probably, I would say, it could be a mile and a half to 3 miles, I'd estimate, because I mean, that's just estimation. I don't really know, because it took us a little bit when we landed into the near Padang City, because we landed at the airstrip, and then we took like a several-minute flight going from southwest to like north.
Guys, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I have to do my breathing exercises.
So I'd say probably a couple miles to kind of estimate. And like I said, it didn't change pitches of noise or anything. And it just...
And I'm getting a call at the
It
moment.
was just like a blur that went left. Didn't make a sonic boom. Like you'd see a fighter jet when you see the pressure that, the way that happens. It didn't disturb any of the trees like what rotor wash would do on a helo or a jet flying the map of the earth and leaving exhaust and blowing the, you kind of see Top Gun movies when it cranks up on that.
propulsion.
Nothing. There were even coconuts that you could visibly see on these trees. None of them were disturbed.
No shit.
Yeah. And me, I like aircraft. That was my thing. I wanted to be a pilot, but that didn't happen. I wanted to fly the Harrier. And I know about aircraft. I know everything that we've got. I know everything about them. From a little kid, that's all I wanted to do. But obviously, then being infantry was the next best thing. So it wasn't something I've never seen before. Something I know that we didn't have, at least in the conventional wise, on top of the military force that was there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a minute since I've done a Bub's Naturals commercial, but it has not been a minute since I've taken the best shit of my entire life. Actually, just knocked one out this morning. It was amazing. And I'm going to give you the secret. You ready? Here's the secret. You want the secret for the best shit of your entire life that you could do, I don't know, every day, maybe multiple times a day? Here's the secret. Bub's Naturals Collagen Peptide says it's good for joints, hair, skin, and nails. I'm surprised I don't put on there it'll give you the best shit of your entire life, but hey, I get it, right? And you mix that with the Halo Creamer, that's MCT oil. Put these two together, you're gonna have a explosive hell of a day. These things are both Whole30 approved, NSF certified, and USDA approved. So there's that. On top of that, hold on, wait, there's more. If that doesn't get you going, which I guarantee you it will, you've got Bub's new coffee. So this is the first ever coffee bean Whole30 approved, if you can believe that. And we all know coffee can, speed things up a little bit in the morning. But hold on, wait, there's more. Apple cider vinegar gummies. Guys, I'm going to be honest, I don't know exactly what these things do for you, but here it says, promotes energy, immune support, promotes healthy digestion, and supports healthy metabolism. I can tell you one thing, good luck just eating one of these things, because at the end of the night, I will crush an entire bottle of these. That will not give you the best shit of your life. I wouldn't recommend it. It will speed things up, but you may not like the final outcome. And hold on, wait. There's more. There's more. Bubs came out with a lot of new products. They have these hydrate or die hydration packets. Great for post-workout. All this stuff is great for post-workout, especially the collagen protein. Guys, here's another thing about Bubs. Bubs is a tribute company. It's named after Glenn Bubs Doherty, who was a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor. He died defending our freedom in Benghazi, and Bubs donates a portion of every order to the Glenn Doherty Foundation, and they donate 100% of the proceeds from their products on Veterans Day every year. I love this company. They are just solid people with a solid product, and they just want everybody to experience the best shit of your life. Go to bubsnaturals.com, use the promo code Sean for 20% off, and let's get it going.
We're all hooked up, ready to go. The jump master's got his arm up, getting ready to hit me in the back. And then we see shuffling, and I'm only one of 12 guys that I jump with every time.
He filed a classified complaint under oath, and the Intelligence Community Inspector General said that he found the complaint urgent and credible.
A guy from the back shuffles his way to the front, and it's one of the escorts. He is unmistakable. I get a knock at the door. It's that same guy who cut me out of the door. Hands me a note. It said, thinking of you. He's like, hey, sorry about your loss, buddy.
I think it gives weight to a lot of the people that have come forward and talked about having direct firsthand experience.
To me, it just felt like somebody looking you dead in the eye and said, I can touch you anytime I want.
Well, when was the assassination attempt?
So we go inside, meet another escort in there, take us to this freight elevator. One of the guys looks at my dad and is saying to both of us,
One second, Viper. Thanks everybody who's here currently taking the time out of their day. I have to help my mom a little bit more, but I'll be back in like 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Journal time, journal time. Chris, hello. Muck, hello. How's everybody doing? Thank you. Who's all hanging out with us? Vipers, are you still hanging out with us? Stealthy, are you still hanging out with us? Good, you? I'm naenaes. Doug shaking. Making it clap. Got almost every priority that I have done before I raid out to Royce 2 and then raid Royce 1 in an hour and 12 minutes or so. So while you wash? Hell yeah, brother. Bean challenge. Alright, I will eat the spicy bean in a moment. Can I do that after I get my priority done? I will put an emote in your chat when I'm ready, if you want me to. Because I only have an hour to do... I only have to journal, and it doesn't take that long. It's pretty quick. Thanks for listening, man. I actually gotta put your stream on my phone and listen for a little bit. I do appreciate your energy, man. Things you do for me, I'm gonna do for you, man. For real. You have no idea, brother. It really does mean a lot. Like no other. And anybody who is still listening, I'm sorry that I was away while you did the daily check-in, and I hope you're doing good. Hope you're having good vibes today. Greatest day. I need a new I need a new haircut. My freaking hair looks like freaking shit. At least to me. Let me brush my hair a little bit. See if I can make it look more feathery, or like, not more feathery, but like at least look halfway decent instead of looking like a mop head. I'm just gonna put that emote in your chat, Heafy, unless you're listening. Just because I'm gonna eat it right now. I'm just gonna get it over with. There. Oh god. Oh no. No. So many Carolina Reaper beans. I don't want it. If you only saw, I've been picking out the good ones. I think I'm probably gonna end up making that a lot higher, to be honest. Oh man, this is Bobby bad. I'm gonna close my eyes and grab one. Habanero. Habanero is the fourth hot, or like the second hottest. So this is before Carolina Reaper. It burned! It burned! It's on fire, my tongue! It's shit's hot, but get this. I'm gonna refund you in literally an hour. Yo! Let's fucking go! Thank you for the raid. My tongue is burning! Why did you do that to me, Fee? I just ate a habanero freaking bean and my tongue is burning. Oh my god! Those of you who are not following Juicy, you have to follow. This man is incredible. Oh man, I think I might die actually. Please follow Juicy. My mouth is burning! Anybody who hasn't done the daily check-in, I just ate a habanero freaking bean pepper Ah, habanero bean. It burns. Ah. Ah. Thank you for joining the raid, Mac. How are you?
Surprise, motherfucker.
How's your day going? Thank you for being a part of the raid. My tongue hurts. Titan! Thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god. Oh my god, it hurts. It's hurting my head. It's not even the freaking Carolina Reaper one and it burns so bad. I chewed it up so much. It hurts. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. I really appreciate it. And I hope you guys are having a great day. I'm sorry I'm suffering. Anybody who puts an emote in chat. Hulk, have you not been watching my stream the last freaking 17 hours? We've literally been on this for like the last 14 hours. We've been streaming for the last like 117 hours. I just came back. It is what it is. It is what it is, but we were working for partner. We're at 25 average for partner. As soon as we hit 75, we will be 75 for 30 days. We will be able to get partner. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. And Titan, thank you so much for the follow. My tongue burns. Mac, you're going through it. Oh, man, I'm feeling better now. It's starting to go away. My stomach was, or not my stomach, my tongue was hurting, like physically hurting. And that's what I'm saying, Heafy. Like, the people who support me, the people who give me the energy, I will be giving it back. Trust the process. If I am partner and I have the ability to help anybody else reach their goals, oh, trust the process. Every single raid, every single minute watched is kept track in Stream Elements. In that I have a all-time leaderboard watch time. So I can see who has the most watch time and who spends the most time and energy in my stream, and that I will be repaying everybody. That is something that I really appreciate. Tyne, thank you so much for putting us at 3,494 followers on Twitch. I really appreciate it. My tongue still burns, but at least I'm not crying like a bitch anymore. Oh, thanks, Heafy, for making me suffer. You're lucky, brother. You're freaking lucky, Heafy. I'm gonna send you one of those habanero pepper beans. You're gonna have to eat it. You're gonna have to eat it, and you're gonna like it. And there's no if, and, or but about it. Huge. I just met Expenses pretty recently, and he's one of the people that has really, really been taking the time out of their day to be a part of my stream. I really do appreciate it. You should, lol. It's not good, brother. It's pain. The Jonesies should do the daily check-in. Does the Jonesies ever come in here on his own? I'm curious. It makes me wonder if he even likes me. Why doesn't DeJonesy like me? Why doesn't he? He literally was here a couple minutes ago, and now he's not even here. That makes me wonder. I just looked in the viewer list. If it didn't update, maybe that's it. If you're wondering, because like I really care for him as a person. I don't know why he wouldn't give me the same, but no. The reason I say that is because Heafy and him are playing right now. So if I eat the bean and Heafy and Jonesy joins to watch me suffer and eat the bean, then I don't know why he wouldn't stick around to help me get partner. That is one of those things. It's like the energy you give me, I'll give you. It is 100% DeJonesy the way that I live. That recently, 3 days ago, I have been living by this way harder. I'm talking about like, there's a few people that I would tab and they would never tab me. They'd never give me the time or the energy. So it's one of those things that, I know you don't stream, but I'm talking about like as a friend. If you give me the time, I'm going to give you the time. Man, you should give those to Heafy, brother. Thank you so much. Or like, I'm going to give them to Heafy. For real. I'm going to give them to Heafy. You already gave them to me. I'm going to give them back. Thank you, brother. I do appreciate it. It does mean a lot. Please don't spend your money on me, brother. Spend it on people that really deserve it, like Heafy. For real, for real. That is something.
Surprise, motherfucker.
I'm dead ass. I swear on my life. I'm swearing on my life. I'd rather Heafy be the one to receive. Prototype, thank you so much, dude, for the follow. Just because he's been setting the time to grind in that. Right now, he probably would appreciate it. So it is one of those things. I can't hear your stream right now, Heafy, but I hope you're having a good day, man. For real, for real. And that I do appreciate the bits, dude. I wish you didn't do that because I feel like you felt bad. I didn't want you to feel bad by any means, DJ. You should thank the Jonesy because the Jonesy shouldn't give me bits. He should give you bits. For real, for real. Like, dead ass. I don't want I want you to be happy, man. I don't know. He's your best friend, dude. Why he give me bits when he should give you bits? That's the whole reason I did it, Heafy, is because, and honestly, I'm not gonna be. I don't have the money to spend on Twitch this month. I do have the money for subscriptions, but those are the subscriptions I already have, and that I don't want to end them because I don't want to feel bad. I don't want to feel bad for those people, and so that's the reason I'm not able to subscribe at the moment. But Jonesy is your best friend, and you only have one best friend. And I don't know why he would give me bits and not give them to you. So that is one of those things that I don't want anybody to envy me or have any type of jealousy or anything. I know you don't. But like, you kind of get what I mean, though. I don't know. I think that he is your best friend, and that if he came in here and gave me 70 bits, that it should have gone to you. Thank you for your time, dude. Prototype, are you listening? Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna go to head out for an orchestra. See you later. Thank you so much, Juicy. Thank you so much for the raid. Anybody who's not following Juicy, Hulk, Heafy, Jonesy, Expenses, Flamester, our new homie Prototype, unless you're from him. He just raided me with his community. He shared his community with me. If you were me to Jonesy, if you knew how I felt, I don't know if you'd say that, brother. I have a self-esteem, but I do not have a very good self-esteem. People be putting me down constantly, and you guys have no idea. The DMs that I be getting, the shit that I see that people want me to give up. I appreciate it, brother. I'm not going to give up for nobody. But that is one thing, man. I don't know if I necessarily deserve it. I think Heafy deserves it a lot more than me. That's for sure. Thank you. Thank you guys for being here. And Hulk, every time you do the Japanese thing, I don't want anybody to leave. So you have to put it right next to it. You have to put right next to it is like an arrow pointing from it to English and say what it is. Because I don't want people to get misunderstanding about our community, and like context needs to be given. It is one of those things. I do appreciate, though, everybody, and I'm glad I have an hour to do one priority because of the fact that we will be rating Royce 2 in approximately 57 minutes. We will be rating Royce 2, and then everybody who stays in Royce 2 will be rating to me at 6 p.m. It is Korean. So if anybody who didn't hear that, I will be rating Royce 2 in approximately like 57 56-ish minutes, and then Royce 2 will raid me when I start my stream at 6 p.m. And so I would really appreciate anybody that does decide to stick around and stay for that. We'll be raiding Royce 2 in like 57 minutes, and then Royce 2 will raid me at 6 p.m. to keep everybody that is keeping the tab. And yeah, he is pretty cool. He's a cool guy, and he's actually got me some raids. So he got me Rick Cod raid, and I met some awesome people like Jello. And out of all the people, Jello is probably the only one that has given me like a lot of time and energy. I've been supported in other ways by the Rick Cod raid, But like, I'm talking about time-wise. The time you spend in my stream and give me is worth a lot, for real, for real. I do appreciate that, man, no matter what. Anybody that gives me the time, I will give you the time, and I live by that. Every single day that I live my life, it could be my last. And I am going to make it my damnedest to make sure I thug shake and naenaes and carry the boats and carry the logs and make it clap. Most importantly, sometimes when in doubt, you gotta clap them cheeks. I'm just playing. Times are for you. So that's why I say instead of the time, 56 minutes. So I start my stream every day at 6 p.m. my time. So right now it's 5:01. So a couple minutes before. Oh yeah. .223 is today's date. Sometimes when in doubt, clap them cheeks. Hell yeah, brother. 2025. Write that down. Never forget it. Write that down! Write that the fuck down! That can never be forgotten. The journaling begins. Every so often, I will look up, and until I am done, I will be looking up and down, up and down, up and down, from the chat to my journal to pay attention to chat. But at the same time, this is going to be the only time I'll probably be looking down until I journal again. I just want to get it done really quick. Thank you, Neon. I have yours is open as well, man. Thank you. You know, I still feel the burning on the roof of my mouth. The habanero is a bad one, but I'm scared for the freaking ghost pepper. Or not the ghost pepper, the Carolina Reaper one. This is our 6. We play Rainbow Six Siege. Look at my waiting screen. Connecting to Rainbow Six Siege. What the fuck are you motherfucking talking about? You can't say that to me. This is Rainbow Six. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I like to joke way too much at Kellycopter. I really like your name. Your name is really awesome. That is very, very, very authentic and unique. And that makes me click you and see if you are a streamer. Because who has a name like at Kellycopter? Like, it sounds like helicopter, at Kellycopter. I don't know. And I really hope that you decide to hang out with us. And we were at 25 out of 75 for partner. We've been streaming for the last 118 hours without ending. And in 50 minutes, I'm going to raid Royce 2, which was my alt account. And then Royce 2 is going to raid me at 6 when I restart. So it will loop. It will get everybody who's in the viewer list at the start of my stream. And alrighty, my bad. You never have to say my bad about anything. And I'm so sorry for making a joke out of that. Like, that wasn't to you. That was to me. That, honestly, I like to hang out. I like to joke way too much. And I'm sorry if that scared you away. And thank you so much for the first time chat. Something I like to tell people is that first time chats can never be undone. Do you play with people? Oh, I knew that was coming. So if you let me explain a little bit. First time chats can never be undone, but one thing that can be undone is following. And so a lot of the time, people will join, ask to play the game with me, and will follow me before they know that if I'll play with them. And if I say I'm a solo, guess what? They unfollow me and then they go. But something that you can't undo is first time chat. And so now, no matter what, I really, really appreciate it. No matter what, it is worth more than a follow that you help boost me on the algorithm. So I hope you have the most amazing day, and I hope you find somebody to play with. We play community games every 25 days. Today is my 618th day, streaming every single day. In 7 hours, it will be my 619th day, streaming every day, and then it will be 6 days away from community games. And community games are where anybody who's in our community, whether they're on PC, console, and they're following our community, they can join us for special games, which are either Sledge Myers, Hide and Seek, and Roy Says. Those are the main games because they don't require any like game skill. You can run around, you can hide, or you can do, if I say Roy Says, then you do what I say, or if I say just follow me, and you follow me, you'll die. Let's say I say Roy Says, get in the back of this pickup truck, and Roy Says, don't leave the back of this pickup truck, and then I get out of the truck, and then I say follow me, and then anybody who follows me, I'll kill them. And the last person to live will win. Every game that you win, let's say we're playing for one round or we're playing for one game, whatever you do win, you'll get bread points. And so every day you do a daily check-in, you can get 100,000. Or every time you join a raffle, you can potentially win, and then you can potentially join it. Or you can win the 100,000 or whatever is being gambled, or you know how to gamble. Basically, at the end of the month, we will be winning our whoever has the most will win the giveaway every single month. This month it's $50. Last month it was $30. 1 month it's going to be $100. As soon as landscaping starts the first week of April. So April will be the first official larger prize, but who knows? Sometimes mid-March. The landscaping season will start early depending on if spring comes early. And so that's when I put the most money into giveaways. I do a lot of giveaways. I do 100% every month. Starting this month, we will be doing the daily check-in giveaway for February. And right now, there's special. If you win the daily check-in, it is not going to be like the other giveaway where it's worth $1 amount. The daily check-in giveaway is going to be something that you can't not buy. That is something that is worth money, that is exclusive to me, exclusive to our channel. And so Font and Shalane are in first place for the daily check-in for this month. So they're going to win this month. And then person next month behind them will win. And then the person behind them will win. And you can only win really once for the daily check-in. But everybody will get a chance. And if you don't know how to do the daily channel point check-in, it's that little gold coin in the chat bar. And then it's the very top of our channel points. It's blue. It's in between the first and the second. And it has a purple check mark. You click it, and then you click redeem. And it will pop up in chat. And I will give you 100,000 bread for that. We have a bunch of different games. But get this, community games for day 625, we will actually, not only will we be giving away bread points, but we will also have a tier system for first, second, and third. Whoever's first, second, and third will be winning Skite Charms. You'll get Skite Charms for free. We have a very cool opportunity, so I really, you'll get bread points as well, but you'll also get Skite Charms. And I really appreciate anybody who is taking the time out of their day to listen to me. And at Kellycopter, I'm hoping you're still hanging out after that. And I'm sorry that I did say it. Yeah, Banivator created 31 seconds ago. So let me ban you. Why did you create your account 31 seconds ago? That's exactly what I'm saying. You're hilarious. I'm not going to give you any attention. Thank you for being here. You guys can't see the Banivator. I'm going to let them yap. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. If you only knew you're helping me get partner, you little shitter. Why would I ban you if you're helping me? You said your hair looks mad greasy today. And get this, I have literally 30 people who could vouch for me that were there. Not 30, but 30, 25, 20 different people were flowing through chat at that time when I was taking a shower. and he said hate from Florida. That's the last one I'm going to read. I'm just letting you know that Harker's in chat supporting the stream. Thank you for being here. Even the haters support us in the game. I'll stay around. I'm trying to watch you dog on people. Hey, at Kellycopter, can I finish my 2 pages of journaling? I will be done in 5-6 minutes if I don't keep held up in chat. That's my last responsibility. That is my last responsibility before I start at 6. So I restart my stream at 6 after I raid Royce 2. So 5 minutes before 6 p.m., it's 5:11. We will be raiding Royce 2, and then Royce 2 will raid Royce 1. But I have to get my responsibilities done really quick, Harker, and then I will play 100% on Jaw on my life. I am a Ruby 4000 naenaes spider duck. And that basically means I have never lost! Not fucking once in my whole life! Not ever! We'll never, ever lose. Because we nae-nae. Because we Doug shake. Because we make it clap. We make it clap. All right. I'm 1/3 done with the first page of the journaling. The second page, I have a quicker way of doing it as of yesterday. The second page usually takes longer, but now it's actually quicker. If you see me looking down and looking up, it's because I am journaling. And that this has helped me achieve mental clarity and having the perfect amount of planning in my life to get everything that I've ever wanted accomplished. But that's the thing. Every single day could be our very last day. That there are so many things that I have to do tomorrow, or have to do a couple days from now, or even next week. And that I will not finish everything, but I will get done every single thing that I have prioritized and planned. And that has to do with a little bit of journaling. I journal every single day. This is my 205th page journaling. I started doing this about 150 days ago. About 145 days ago. And it has really changed my life. For real. It has really helped me with mental clarity, knowing what I have to say, knowing who I am as a person, knowing that I can achieve anything. And that's one thing. With enough dedication and enough freaking time, anything is possible. There's so many things that seem impossible, but let me give you an example. Did I ever think that Skype was going to raid me freaking 4 days ago? Hell no. Did I ever think on my 538-day streaming every day that Meaty Marley would have raided me? Did I ever think on my 150th day that Atheno would have raided me? Did I ever think on my 250th day that Hitman JDA would have raided me? Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Would I have ever thought on my 600 and so today is 618th. Did I think on my 598 day streaming that Senvale was gonna follow me? You hit the Benjamin ever? How old are you? When I turn 21, I will move to Michigan, and when I do move to Michigan, I will get a medicinal usage thing. If you only legally.
Surprise, motherfucker.
We don't talk about anything illegal in chat because that is TOS. As soon as somebody does break that rule, I have to abide by Twitch's terms of service. And if I don't abide by Twitch's terms of service, somebody's gonna clip me, and that every chat that ever comes up on my, you see on the right side, it will come up on the right side of the chat, and they will clip me, and they will report it, and they will say this person is condoning the use of illegal drugs.
You are the best there is, and you are proving it every day, and I believe in you.
Oh, man. Thank you so much, dude. You're the best there. I do appreciate that. I really loved hearing that. That was actually awesome as shit. I think that was like the second time I've actually ever heard that. Like, first time, really, really heard it. It's a journal because it helped me rethink about the day and reflect. Exactly. And that is a topic. Affirmation, manifestation, what you're grateful for, your plans. The people you know, you can literally journal anything. You can journal freaking anything. Okafor, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having an amazing day, dude. And I really appreciate anybody that does a daily channel point check-in and has the time to hang out with me because we are currently pushing for partner. We hit 25 average concurrent viewers and exclamation partner, and we could show that. We were at 17. We were at 17 out of 75, 118 hours ago. When I first started this never endless stream, we're at 17. And we are 8 more. We are 8 freaking more than we started. 8 average more. Do you know that I raided Meaty Marley with 8 people? Who do you use on Siege? I use Legion, Ace, Wamai, Amaru. Yo. I am 2/3 of the done with the first page, and I still have a second page of journaling to do before 6 p.m. And I have to speed run through this, but then after this, I'm going to play the game. Century good. I'm quite new. I would love to get to know you, brother. A first time chat is, I would say, I don't use her, but there are usage for her because there are things that you can get double of, like proximity and C4s, and you can set up a trap pretty much. An alarm, beep, 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 boom, you know? Like you have a C4 under the floor. As soon as they hit that proximity, they're dead. Like you hit that button as soon as you hear it ring. And that's a good use for Sentry. Every op has their specific uses for specific maps. I've been playing every day since March 2023. And before I actually got into the game, I used to watch Atheno. I used to download the maps and literally with different colored markers, I would mark the maps that you can't, or mark through the parts where you can't shoot through with a certain color. I think red and like yellow. So I had a pink. No, it's not red. It was dark, hot pink highlighter, and then yellow highlighter, and then like color the walls that you reinforce, and learn every single hatch. That is the number one advice that I could ever have. Is mark every single hatch. If you learn every single hatch in the game, you're going to get good. You're going to get good pretty freaking quick. That is something that if you know the layers of the maps and you know how that part leads to that part leads to that part. Oh, there's so much advice I want to give you, Okafor. If you could just give me a little bit of time to finish my last priority, I would really, really appreciate it. Like, you have no idea, brother, how much it would really mean to me. For real. Like, thank you, Okafor, so much for the follow. And helicopter, do you hit the Benjamin? And say that you're legally allowed to, like you're of age and in a legal state, if you are going to say that. Because I don't condone the use, but at the same time, is it a better, safer alternative in a legal state than alcohol? Yes. You know how many times I've been hurt by somebody who consumes alcohol? That is something that not everybody who drinks hurts people, but that a lot of people that drink hurt people. So it is one of those things. I am very sorry if that does offend anybody, but if you're not that person, if you drink and you have a good time, I have legally drinking in Cancun, Mexico, and let me tell you, I'm a happy drinker. But there are people who are not, and there are people that hurt people, and that's something that makes me think that I don't want to ever get drunk. I want to get buzzed. If I ever do legally, I will get buzzed. I will not go past my limit because that is when you hurt people. Who is a good starter operator? A good starter operator, Ash. I would save up for Ace. I would save up for Mozzie. I would save up for... This brother just called... I'm going to turn you off the ban evasion, and then I'm going to put you back on there in a second. Say that again. Say the word that you just said before that, Harker, and then I'm going to put you back on. What did you just call me? I want to explain to everybody something. I want to explain something. So if you say that, I'm going to put you back on the ban evasion, and then I am going to explain it because that is something. You calling me that is something that I want to explain why I'm not, and that I can prove it. I can literally prove it that there are so many people my age who abuse alcohol, and that I am the least person. I have drinking 4 times. I've literally drinking 4 times in my whole life. Brother, I literally do not. I do not drink alcohol, and I just explained myself. Go back on the ban evasion, motherfucker. Hope you enjoy that. Oh, so now I wanted the chat to go through. He called me an alcoholic. So I'm not an alcoholic. That is something that makes me who I am. Specific to me is that I don't necessarily see it as a good thing, especially when your brain isn't fully developed. That is something that will lead to things later down the line, and that I think when my brain is fully developed, then I can drink but the right amount, and that I will not overdo it. I will probably be drinking beer, and I'll probably drink 3 beers because that is the amount that you should not overdo, for real, 3 or 4. And get to that line and then freaking drift. Enjoy it. Don't overdo it. Don't get plastered and freaking get blood poisoning and freaking sick and die, for real. Who wants that? You know how many people get hurt from drinking and driving? You know how many people I've known who've lost their kids from that? Who've completely had their kid one day, next day, not anymore because of drinking. And that is something that you got to realize, is that it's not something that, there's nothing against it. I won't ever be against anybody drinking, but you have to be safe when you do it. And if you do it, you need to be at home. You should never drive. You got to be in a safe environment. If you're at a bar, you got to be with somebody that it will take care of you to make sure that you don't get freaking killed. People are crazy. People are weird. Society will not tell you this because it will be too late and you'll be gone before they tell you. That is literally something that a lot of people don't like to talk about, but there are fucked people in this world. So you got to be very careful. That's something. For real, for real. Even dudes. I'm saying, like, this isn't just females. There are serial killers who target men. So I'm just saying, be careful when you do drink and be with somebody. Like, that is something. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That is the way. That is the way. In chat, though, in chat, Okafor, I would love to have this conversation with you. That's why I'm streaming. But off chat sometimes, I'd consider talking to Akuma. He's a cool guy. Brother Struggle, it is kind of upsetting to me. And Helicopter, guess what, homie? Anytime that you'd ever want to talk to me in DMs, I will have your back if you have mine. Energy you give me, I'm going to give you. Any person who would ever message me anything hateful towards me, I'm not even going to respond. I'm going to block them. But if you have something that you're going through, or you have any bad days or have any bad times, that I will tell you sometimes that I've had some bad times. That, man, no matter what happens, no matter some of the worst days, some of the hardest things that could ever we witness, that makes us who we are. And the next day we will wake up and we will keep strong. Because every single day that we've woke up, we have won. Every single day. We have a 100% win rate. We are still here. Akuma, I hope this is like a one-time thing, Akuma, because that's like the whole point of streaming, is to talk to people in chat. I don't know. It's one of those things. That's what keeps the stream going, is me having something to talk about. And so if you do, like, I don't know, if you do see new people, maybe, I don't know. There's other ways to go about it. It's nothing towards you. It's just I think that I could have the conversation. Kelly, my whole streaming is to help people. If I can make anybody 1%, 2%, 5% have an easier day or be happier, then I have done exactly what I want to do. And that even means carrying burdens for my friends, because I know the days are too hard. That is something that sometimes you feel like you have the world on your back, and that you're trapped and you're dying, you're suffocating, and that you can't do anything. And that if you had a friend to talk to, then maybe that would make it easier. Because guess what? I have been the loneliest human on the planet. I know what it's like to have no one. Not one. My mom. Are you going to say that my mom was truly my friend? She's my mom. My buddy Jace was in the Army, or he's still in the Army, but like he went away that one time, and that was really the last time we really actually talked, and like talked as friends. And so it's like what really made me have a chance and an opportunity to meet people was streaming. And so I'm very, very, very fortunate for your time to have you here to give conversation back and forth. And I honestly, I'm not even going to write the full other page. I'm literally going to do like 1/4 on the other page. So I'll be like 4 or 5 minutes of just writing, and then I'll be ready. And I swear on my life, STG, you don't know how much I appreciate. Well, like, I just said something that he may not like, but I told my mom about you this morning. Like, dead ass. I told how Skype rated me and how so many amazing people have stuck around. Akuma STG being one of them. And that I am so freaking happy. You make my day, dude. Anybody who gives me any time of my day makes my freaking day. Makes me the happiest guy alive. We hit 25 average today. Average. You know what that means? We are a third away from hitting partner. 1/3. Isn't that insane? Isn't that freaking insane? How's your day, Shed?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Microwaving! Oh, that's a fuck name. That's a fuck name. Can you please change your name? I don't like negative energy. That's fucked, dude. That is literally fucked. If you respect me and you want to remain following me, change your name. If not, I will remove you from following me. Because that is an evil name. And I respect animals. That is something. I love animals. I delivered animals. He unfollowed me. Good. For real, you shitter goblin. I don't know what made you like that. Because that's wrong. You should love people. You should love animals. They're sacred. Life is sacred. For real. How are you, Ben? Yeah, follower remover. I literally go to follower remover like every single day. If I see somebody that should not be following me, like somebody who says the N-word, I will remove them from my following. I swear on it. I will ban them and unremove them from my follow. On my life, I did that yesterday. On life, I will do it again. For real. I am not for any negative, only positive, and that's why I journal, is because I want to live the most positive life that I can have. For real. I'm not even going to thank him for that, honestly. Like, thank you, Okafor, for the follow. Prototype, if you're still listening, thank you, buddy, for the follow. Titan, thank you if you're listening. But, like, that person who just followed me, whatever you're going through, bro, I hope you improve and you make better decisions. And guess what? I know more than anybody that you can be better, that you can improve and change so much that you can be a better person and that you can actually be somebody one day. That is something that I didn't necessarily believe at one point. That I was a lot more negative and had a lot more pessimism, and that I decided to make a change in my life. And that anybody who has enough energy or enough initiative, enough dedication, it is possible, truly. And I can't wait until I'm done with all my daily priorities so that I can enter flow state. And when I enter flow state, my chats are even better. Anything that comes out of my mouth, it's like I'm not even thinking, it just comes. And it's a really great feeling that I've been entering flow state the last couple days, and it is actually incredible to be able to say things that I never thought that I could, and that people really, really have been enjoying it. And I really appreciate your time. Anybody who has recently followed or does not know, I make emotes. Anything that anybody would want me to make for them, if it was a profile picture, waiting screen, a banner, sub badges, emotes. What else? What else can I make? I program. I could program you something. Not as like I can't build you a full functioning and like I know how to build a website. I've researched it very deeply, but I've never had a full quality, perfect built website. I've never done it on my own. That's my dream, to be a full stack developer and build companies' websites and have a business where companies will be under my belt. And I'll have a maintenance fee, and I'll have so many people working for me and bug fixing these companies and like doing so many different things and being able to stream and work at the same time. Me too, Shed. Me too, dude. You have no idea. Landscaping season has never took so long. But at the same time, I am very good at prioritizing budgeting and saving money, and that I plan things out. And that does not mean I'm broke. That does not mean I'm broke, because I do have money, but I don't have money to spend on things like gifting people and subbing to people. And like, I have the money that I have to pay bills, and then the rest of my money can be saved till I have the opportunity to spend. You like Sledge? Sledge is slow. I think Sledge is pretty slow. But at least, so do you know about the speeds of the operators? That is something I would use 2 speeds. 2 speeds have enough health, and that headshots are key. So let's say that you're Ash, you only want to hit headshots because Ash is 1 health and 3 speed. And so that means you're going to die a lot quicker. They're going to hit you in the body twice and you're going to die. Versus if you're a tanky, slow operator, you're going to have more health. And you're going to survive a lot longer. Good morning, good morning. Do, 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 do. Good morning to you. Bum, 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 bum. Today is the greatest day. For real, for real. I'm so happy. I'm so freaking happy right now. You guys have no freaking clue. Nothing could take that from me, man. Nothing. Like his ability, yo? That's perfect. If you like the sledge ability, that means you play vert, probably? You play vertical? No! You don't yell at me! You calm the fuck down! You can't do that! I will teach you what vertical means. I finished the first page. The next page I'm going to spend like 40 seconds on. So.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker.
Remy, sit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did 5 lines yesterday.
Good boy.
I'll do 5 lines today. Instead of the 20 different separate lines to write. All right. This is a. Oh, this is crazy. I'm not gonna say, but this is crazy. Every single thing that happens in life happens for a reason. That is something that's pretty crazy. The universe works in mysterious ways. After this, I gotta go tell my mom something that just blew my mind. You have no idea. But first, I'm gonna put the game on after I, It gave me goosebumps, and it's pretty insane. You ever get goosebumps? All right, I'm done. But I will be back in 40 seconds. Literally 30 seconds. I'm going to run. Well, as soon as I get up, I'll run to. Last when you get in the game. Hey, Finn, I'm going to let you rethink that just because I'm going to refund your points in 20 minutes when I raid Royce 2. I'm going to refunding every single point to everybody. I refund once a day. And then with Royce 2, we're going to raid Royce 1. If you do Glaz, I recommend you to my channel, Finn, and I watch your stream every time I see your stream. If you want to see me lose, you want to see me fail, are you really there for me? Dead ass, especially when I refund every channel point. I don't think you're there for me. If you're gonna give me Glaz, that's fucked. For real, for real. Say you love me before you go. Kelly, you never even followed me. I love you though. Dead ass. I really do. Like something that I don't use the word love in a way where I'm not going to say I love you unless I mean it. And anybody who gives me the time and the energy from one person to another, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for. I'm gonna actually thank you even more in a second. But from one person to another, I really, really love you, and I love everybody. I love everybody taking you time out of your day. And sweetheart, who you calling sweetheart, motherfucker? What is up, my brothers? What is up? What is up? What is up? Kelly, someone let Royce know. I'll be back. Gotta play this rank. 80K, if you're listening, I'm just letting you know that you're probably not going to be able to let me, or like, I'm restarting the stream in like 18 minutes, or not 18 minutes. So brain work. No! No! Oh my God, no! No! My brain's not working! It's gone! My brain's gone! Oh no, our table! It's broken! Alright, so I don't know if you guys know my brother Royce. Have you guys ever met my brother Royce? He be mean to me sometimes. And my brother Royce is my alt account. If you guys don't know, I'm pretty mean to myself. I don't mean to be mean to myself, but I feel like I kind of am sometimes. But here's what it is. I can take it. I can take it like a man. No fucking way, brother Royce. You took fucking 23 hours and 44 minutes to do that? Are you serious? Thank you, Okafor. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Brother Royce, fuck you, motherfucker. Get out of my stream, brother Royce. I'm just playing. I'm playing. That's my alt account. So that's who we are going to raid out to tonight. And we're going to raid out to Brother Royce in 10 minutes. And then Brother Royce is going to raid me. So everybody stay for my raid to Brother Royce. So like, as soon as I start my stream at 6 p.m., which is in 15 minutes, Brother Royce will raid me. So I'll raid Brother Royce, and then Brother Royce will raid me. Do you understand? Does anybody who might not understand what that means, do you kind of understand a little bit? Oh, bro, you know I can hit champ, man. You know it's not necessarily about that, right, Shed? You know that, like, the more quick matches that I play is the more people that I meet, and that I go through a lot of quick matches, so I meet a lot more people through it. I had an idea that I already did. Do you ever forget that you do stuff? That's so weird. That actually freaks me out a little bit. Do you guys know Neon? I think we gotta help out some of our boys more. If you guys ever see somebody's name in chat, like, you should look into like who they are, because like there are so many people that stream themselves that are looking for support themselves, and then they're not going to go outright and say it. Um, it's one of those things. I think Neon Mexican, if you see him in chat, because he's at the very beginning of the month, he gave me like 2,100 bits, and he subbed to me. He's not even affiliated. I see him. He has one viewer right now. If you're winning, Neon, you're a great guy, man. You deserve more, for real, for real. I'm sorry for not being there for you more, and that I feel actually a little bit bad, and that I want to give you some energy. I want to give you some more time. Actually, listen instead of just having you listen, because the energy you give me, I got to give you. That's something that I feel like a bad guy. I feel like I just have a lot a lot of things that I could be doing, in that like normally I would be working on things throughout the day, and that there's so many things that I can do, and that lately I have been really, really busy, in that. Appreciate the love. That's the thing, man. Like, I really will start. I need to start just for everybody in general. Like Tonio streams, Shed streams, Neon U stream, Akuma streams, Flamester streams. I think probably Helicopter streams, Redbeard streams, Finn streams. Everybody streams. So like, it is one of those things we all should help each other. In that, I'm sorry if anybody does. If anybody's disappointed in me, I am sorry, for real, for real. I really, if you put your link in the Discord self promo, I know I say that a lot, but I really do, like, I do click it. I need to make it more visible. I need to put it at the very top. I want to put it at the very top. So, in 5 minutes, is mute good? A lot of people like mute. Shits, how are you? Guys, so we're right here, and so this is how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna start my stream on Royce 2 while I'm streaming on this account, and so I start my stream every day at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 p.m. GMT. So I will restart my stream as soon as that clock hits 6. So in 5 minutes, I'm gonna start my Royce 2 stream, and then at the 5:57 mark, I'm gonna start raiding out to Royce 2, and then at the around the 5:58, we're gonna raid him, and then anybody who sticks around in the Royce 2 stream will raid over to me when I restart. So Royce 2 will restart, or will raid me when I start at 6. So we're gonna raid Royce 2, my alt, and then Royce 2 will raid me. So everybody if you don't have notifications, turn on. You could join with the notification, or you could stick around in the Royce 2, and his stream will last 2-3 minutes. And once I raid multiple times, just in case you don't get into the first raid. I raid 2 times. So like the first, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes you don't necessarily get taken in the raid. But I hope everybody has has been here enjoying the stream, and we have been going for so long, and we're 25 out of 75 for a partner. I don't want to end until we hit partner. Like, actually, if we could do it and hit partner, that would be so insane. That would be actually insane. Is Frost really good? Hell yeah, brother. Everybody has their own opinions, and I'm more of a flash hider guy myself, but there are guns like that I probably could use the extended. I do not. W Mans. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. We're going to raid Royce 2 in a moment, and then Royce 2 is going to raid me. So it's a little bit of a cycle. So I hope you guys have the time to stick around and hang out. For real. It would really mean a lot. No, please don't yell at me. What did I do to deserve that? You can't do that. You can't yell like that. Come on. Come on, brother. Come on. Sorry my hair looks like this. I gotta get a haircut, for real. I just don't like spending money, so that's kind of why. I do like spending money when I have the money, but when I don't necessarily have the money, I do have the money, but I don't have like the money to just spend. So I don't think I should spend on a haircut, to be honest. Shed, we need to put time into making new channel points, but channel points that I'll be able to actually do, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the hard part. I don't want to say something that I can't do, you know? Do 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 do. No, she can cut. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no, brother. I will never. Hey, man, if Okafor, if that's what wins, dude, if that's what wins, then, man, you might have to. I started my stream on Brother Royce. So Brother Royce just went live. And so, like, 3 minutes or so, 3 or 4 minutes, we will start the raid to Brother Royce. And then as soon as it hits 6 o'clock, I will start my stream on Royce 1, and then Royce 2 will raid me. Hell yeah. Hushin, hello. See, you guys can see the chat at the top. Play on my dad's account. Check my level. Interesting. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. You have no idea. We're about to treat Royce 2 with the craziest raid ever. The craziest raid I've ever given. Ever. Like, you have no idea. Thank you guys for sticking around, and it is gonna resume in a little bit. It's gonna resume at 6 p.m. Royce 2 will raid Royce 1. So if you stick around in the Royce 2 raid, you will be back in here in a moment. Anybody who doesn't get taken in the raid, I will be back at 6 p.m. Eastern. Okafor, I probably will later. Alrighty. Well, today has been the greatest stream for real, for real. And I'll probably go 558.5, so we get like right to the brink. And yeah, I'm gonna refund everybody those channel points who spent channel points. I'm gonna refund everybody. We had 115 daily check-ins today, which was awesome. And yeah, we are going to start the raid over to Royce 2. Alrighty, I guess it says raid of 44. Make sure you join the raid. I would really appreciate it. Yo, big. Now we have to cancel. Big Wayne. I am gonna have to freaking. This is gonna be so hard. It's gonna be so hard. Oh no. I hope I can bring everybody. I hope everybody joins. Because I have to start my stream at 6. So I actually have to go and raid out.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. You have no idea. This is a brink on time. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Thank you for the raid, Big Wayne. I hope this doesn't mess up the raid or anything. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna shout you out in a moment, Big Wayne, and I gotta start the raid to Royce too. Yeah. We actually, fuck it. Fuck it. I'll stick around it a little bit longer. Not a little bit longer, but I'll just refund. Don't accept or don't. I just refunded everything now so that I can just do it real quick, and then